Chapter 1 of the 45 Guardsmen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. The 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 1 of the Porte St. Antoine. On the 26th of October, 1585, the barriers of the Porte St. Antoine were, contrary to custom, still closed at 10:30 in the morning. A quarter of an hour after, a guard of 20 Swiss, the favorite troops of Henri III, then king, passed through these barriers, which were again closed behind them. Once through, they arranged themselves along the hedges which outside the barrier bordered each side of the road. There was a great crowd collected there, for numbers of peasants and other people had been stopped at the gates on their way on to Paris. They were arriving by 3 different roads, from Montreuil, from Vincennes, and from Saint-Maur, and the crowd was growing more dense every moment. Monks from the convent in the neighborhood, women seated on pack saddles, and peasants in their carts, and all, by their questions more or less pressing, formed a continual murmur, while some voices were raised above the others in shriller tones of anger or complaint. There were, besides this mass of arrivals, some groups who seemed to have come from the city. These, instead of looking at the gate, fastened their gaze on the horizon, bounded by the convent of the Jacobins, the priory of Vincennes, and the Croix Faubin, as though they were expecting to see someone arrive. These groups consisted chiefly of bourgeois, wrapped warmly up, for the weather was cold, and the piercing northeast wind seemed trying to tear from the trees all the few remaining leaves which clung sadly to them. 3 of these bourgeois were walking together, that is to say, 2 talked and 1 listened, or rather seemed to listen, so occupied was he in looking toward Vincennes. Let us turn our attention to this last. He was a man who must be tall when he stood upright, but at this moment his long legs were bent under him, and his arms, not less long in proportion, were crossed over his breast. He was leaning against the hedge, which almost hid his face, before which he also held up his hand as if for further concealment. By his side, a little man mounted on a hillock was talking to another tall man who was constantly slipping off the summit of the same hillock, and at each slip catching at the button of his neighbor's doublet. "Yes, Maître Miton," said the little man to the tall one. "Yes, I tell you that there will be 100,000 people around the scaffold of Salcede, 100,000 at least. See, without counting those already on the Place de Grève, or who came there from different parts of Paris, the number of people here, and this is but 1 gate out of 16. 100,000. That is much, Friard," replied Monsieur Miton. "Be sure many people will follow my example, and not go to see this unlucky man quartered, for fear of an uproar." "Monsieur Miton, there will be none, I will answer for it. Do you not think so, monsieur?" continued he, turning to the long-armed man. "What?" said the other, as though he had not heard. "They say there will be nothing on the Place de Grève today." "I think you are wrong, and that there will be the execution of Salcede." "Yes, doubtless, but I mean that there will be no noise about it." "There will be noise of the blows of the whip, which they will give to the horses." "You do not understand. By noise I mean tumult. If there were likely to be any, the king would not have had a stand prepared for him and the 2 queens at the Hôtel de Ville." "Do kings ever know when a tumult will take place?" replied the other, shrugging his shoulders with an air of pity. "Oh," said Monsieur Miton, "this man talks in a singular way. Do you know who he is, compère?" "No." "Then why do you speak to him? You are wrong. I do not think he likes to talk." "And yet it seems to me," replied Friard, loud enough to be heard by the stranger, "that one of the greatest pleasures in life is to exchange thoughts." "Yes, with those whom we know well," answered Monsieur Miton. "Are not all men brothers, as the priests say?" "They were primitively, but in times like ours the relationship is singularly loosened. Talk low if you must talk, and leave the stranger alone." "But I know you so well, I know what you will reply, while the stranger may have something new to tell me." "Hush, he is listening." "So much the better. Perhaps he will answer. Then you think, monsieur," continued he, turning again toward him, "that there will be a tumult?" "I did not say so." "No, but I believe you think so." "And on what do you found your surmise, Monsieur Friard?" "Why, he knows me." "Have I not named you 2 or 3 times?" said Miton. "Ah, true. Well, since he knows me, perhaps he will answer. Now, monsieur, I believe you agree with me, or else would be there while, on the contrary, you are here." "But you, Monsieur Friard, since you think the contrary of what you think I think, why are you not at the Place de Grève? I thought the spectacle would have been a joyful one to all friends of the king. Perhaps you will reply that you are not friends of the king, but of Monsieur de Guise, and that you were waiting here for the Lorraines, who say they are about to enter Paris in order to deliver Monsieur de Salcede." "No, monsieur," replied the little man, visibly frightened at this suggestion. "I wait for my wife, Nicole Friard, who has gone to take 24 tablecloths to the priory of the Jacobins, having the honor to be washerwoman to Dom Modeste Gorenflot, the abbé." "Look, compere," cried Miton, "at what is passing." Monsieur Friard, following the direction of his friend's finger, saw them closing yet another door, while a party of Swiss placed themselves before it. "How? More barriers?" cried he. "What did I tell you?" said Miton. At the sight of this new precaution, a long murmur of astonishment and some cries of discontent proceeded from the crowd. "Clear the road! Back!" cried an officer. This maneuver was not executed without difficulty. The people in carts and on horseback tried to go back and nearly crushed the crowd behind them. Women cried and men swore, while those who could escape did, overturning the others. "The Lorraines! The Lorraines!" cried a voice in the midst of this tumult. "Oh!" cried Miton, trembling, "let us fly!" "Fly? And where?" said Friard. "Into this enclosure," answered Miton, tearing his hands by seizing the thorns of the hedge. "Into that enclosure? It is not so easy. I see no opening, and you cannot climb a hedge that is higher than I am." "I will try," returned Miton, making new efforts. "Oh, take care, my good woman," cried Friard in a tone of distress. "Your ass is on my feet. Oh, monsieur, take care. Your horse is going to kick." While Monsieur Miton was vainly trying to climb the hedge, and Monsieur Friard to find an opening through which to push himself, their neighbor quietly opened his long legs and strode over the hedge with as much ease as one might have leaped it on horseback. Monsieur Miton imitated him at last, after much detriment to his hands and clothes, but poor Friard could not succeed, in spite of all his efforts, till the stranger, stretching out his long arms and seizing him by the collar of his doublet, lifted him over. "Ah, monsieur," said he, when he felt himself on the ground, "on the word of Jean Friard, you are a real Hercules. Your name, monsieur, the name of my deliverer?" "I am called Briquet, Robert Briquet, monsieur." "You have saved me, Monsieur Briquet. My wife will bless you. But, apropos, mon Dieu, she will be stifled in this crowd. Ah, cursed Swiss, only good to crush people." As he spoke, he felt a heavy hand on his shoulder, and looked round, and seeing that it was a Swiss, he took to flight, followed by Miton. The other man laughed quietly, then turning to the Swiss, said, "Are the Lorraines coming?" "No." "Then why did they close the door? I do not understand it." "There is no need that you should," replied the Swiss, laughing at his own wit. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 2. What passed outside the Porte St. Antoine. One of the groups was formed of a considerable number of citizens. They surrounded 4 or 5 of a martial appearance, whom the closing of the doors annoyed very much, as it seemed, for they cried with all their might, "The door! The door!" Robert Briquet advanced toward this group and began to cry also, "The door! The door!" One of the cavaliers, charmed at this, turned toward him and said, Is it not shameful, monsieur, that they should close the gates in open day, as though the Spaniards or the English were besieging Paris?" Robert Briquet looked attentively at the speaker, who seemed to be about 45 years of age and the principal personage in the group. "Yes, monsieur," replied he, "you are right, but may I venture to ask what you think their motive is for these precautions?" "Pardieu, the fear they have lest someone should eat their salcide." "Diable," said a voice, "a sad meal." Robert Briquet turned toward the speaker, whose voice had a strong Gascon accent, and saw a young man from 20 to 25, resting his hand on the crupper of the horse of the first speaker. His head was bare; he had probably lost his hat in the melee. "But as they say," replied Briquet, "that this salcide belongs to Monsieur de Guise." "Bah! They say that." "Then you do not believe it, monsieur?" "Certainly not," replied the cavalier. "Doubtless, if he had, the duke would not have let him be taken, or at all events would not have allowed him to have been carried from Brussels to Paris, bound hand and foot, without even trying to rescue him." "An attempt to rescue him," replied Briquet, "would have been very dangerous, because whether it failed or succeeded, it would have been an avowal on the duke's part that he had conspired against the Duc d'Anjou." "Monsieur de Guise would not, I am sure, have been restrained by such considerations. Therefore, as he has not defended Salcede, it is certain that he is not one of his men." "Excuse me, monsieur, if I insist, but it is not I who invent, for it appears that Salcede has confessed." "Where? Before judges?" "No, monsieur, at the torture." "They asserted that he did it, but they do not repeat what he said." "Excuse me again, monsieur, but they do." "And what did he say?" cried the cavalier impatiently. "As you seem so well informed, what were his words?" "I cannot certify that they were his words," replied Briquet, who seemed to take a pleasure in teasing the cavalier. "Well, then, those they attribute to him." "They assert that he has confessed that he has conspired for Monsieur de Guise." "Against the king, of course?" "No, against the Duc d'Anjou." "If he confessed that—" "Well?" "Well, he is a poltroon," said the cavalier, frowning. "Ah, monsieur, the boot and the thumbscrew make a man confess many things." "Alas, that is true, monsieur." "Bah!" interrupted the Gascon, "the boot and the thumbscrew, nonsense! If Salcede confessed that, he was a knave, and his patron another." "You speak loudly, monsieur," said the cavalier. "I speak as I please, so much the worse for those who dislike it." "More calmly," said a voice at once soft and imperative, of which Briquet vainly sought the owner. The cavalier seemed to make an effort over himself, and then said quietly to the Gascon, "Do you know him of whom you speak?" "Salcede?" "Yes." "Not in the least." "And the Duc de Guise?" "Still less." "Well, then, Salcede is a brave man." "So much the better; he will die bravely." "And know that, when the Duc de Guise wishes to conspire, he conspires for himself." "What do I care?" "What?" "Mayneville, Mayneville," murmured the same voice. "Yes, mordieu, what do I care?" continued the Gascon. "I came to Paris on business, and find the gates closed on account of this execution. That is all I care for." At this moment there was a sound of trumpets. The Swiss had cleared the middle of the road, along which a crier proceeded, dressed in a flowered tunic, and bearing on his breast a scutcheon on which was embroidered the arms of Paris. He read from a paper in his hand the following proclamation: "This is to make known to our good people of Paris and its environs, that its gates will be closed for 1 hour, and that none can enter during that time, and this by the will of the king and the mayor of Paris." The crowd gave vent to their discontent in a long hoot, to which, however, the crier seemed indifferent. The officer commanded silence, and when it was obtained, the crier continued: "All who are the bearers of a sign of recognition, or are summoned by letter or mandate, are exempt from this rule. Given at the Hotel of the Provost of Paris, 26th of October, 1585. Scarcely had the crier ceased to speak when the crowd began to undulate like a serpent behind the line of soldiers. "What is the meaning of this?" cried all. "Oh, it is to keep us out of Paris," said the cavalier, who had been speaking in a low voice to his companions. "These guards, this crier, these bars, and these trumpets are all for us. We ought to be proud of them." "Room!" cried the officer in command. "Make room for those who have the right to pass." "Cap de Bious! I know who will pass, whoever is kept out," said the Gascon, leaping into the cleared space. He walked straight up to the officer who had spoken, and who looked at him for some moments in silence, and then said, "You have lost your hat, it appears, monsieur." "Yes, monsieur." "Is it in the crowd?" "No. I had just received a letter from my sweetheart, and was reading it, Cap de Bious, near the river about a mile from here, when a gust of wind carried away both my letter and my hat. I ran after the letter, although the button of my hat was a single diamond. I caught my letter, but my hat was carried by the wind into the middle of the river. It will make the fortune of the poor devil who finds it." "So that you have none?" "Oh, there are plenty in Paris, Cap de Bious. I will buy a more magnificent one, and put in it a still larger diamond." The officer shrugged his shoulders slightly, and said, "Have you a card?" "Certainly I have one, or rather two." "One is enough, if it be the right one." "But it cannot be wrong. Oh no, Cap de Bious. Is it to Monsieur de Loignac that I have the honor of speaking?" "It is possible," said the officer coldly, and evidently not much charmed at the recognition. "Monsieur de Loignac, my compatriot?" "I do not say no." "My cousin?" "Oh, good. Your card?" "Here it is." And the Gascon drew out the half of a card, carefully cut. "Follow me," said de Loignac, without looking at it, "and your companions, if you have any. We will verify the admissions." The Gascon obeyed, and 5 other gentlemen followed him. The first was adorned with a magnificent cuirass, so marvelous in its work that it seemed as if it had come out of the hands of Benvenuto Cellini. However, as the make of this cuirass was somewhat old-fashioned, its magnificence attracted more laughter than admiration, and it is true that no other part of the costume of the individual in question corresponded with this magnificence. The second, who was lame, was followed by a gray-headed lackey, who looked like the precursor of Sancho Panza, and his master did of Don Quixote. The third carried a child of 10 months old in his arms, and was followed by a woman, who kept a tight grasp of his leathern belt, while 2 other children, one 4 and the other 5 years old, held by her dress. The fourth was attached to an enormous sword, and the 5th, who closed the troop, was a handsome young man mounted on a black horse. He looked like a king by the side of the others. Forced to regulate his pace by those who preceded him, he was advancing slowly when he felt a sudden pull at the scabbard of his sword. He turned round and saw that it had been done by a slight and graceful young man, with black hair and sparkling eyes. "What do you desire, monsieur?" said the cavalier. "A favor, monsieur." "Speak, but quickly, I pray you, for I am waited for." "I desire to enter into the city, monsieur. An imperious necessity demands my presence there. You, on your part, are alone, and want a page to do justice to your appearance." "Well?" "Take me in, and I will be your page." "Thank you, but I do not wish to be served by anyone." "Not even by me?" said the young man, with such a strange glance that the cavalier felt the icy reserve in which he had tried to close his heart melting away. "I mean to say that I could be served by no one," said he. "Yes, I know you are not rich, Monsieur Ernanton de Carmainges," said the young page. The cavalier started, but the lad went on. "Therefore I do not speak of wages. It is you, on the contrary, who, if you grant what I ask, shall be paid 100-fold for the service you will render me. Let me enter with you, then, I beg, remembering that he who now begs has often commanded." Then, turning to the group of which we had already spoken, the lad said, "I shall pass. That is the most important thing, but you, Mainville, try to do so also if possible." "It is not everything that you should pass," replied Mayneville. "It is necessary that he should see you." "Make yourself easy. Once I am through, he shall see me." "Do not forget the sign agreed upon." "2 fingers on the mouth, is it not?" "Yes. Success attend you." "Well, Monsieur Page," said the man on the black horse, "are you ready?" "Here I am," replied he, jumping lightly on the horse behind the cavalier, who immediately joined his friends, who were occupied in exhibiting their cards and proving their right to enter. "Ventre de biche!" said Robert Briquet, "what an arrival of Gascons!" End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 3. The Examination. The process of examination consisted in comparing the half card with another half in the possession of the officer. The Gascon with the bare head advanced first. "Your name?" said de Loignac. "It is on the card." "Never mind, tell it to me." "Well, I am called Perducas de Pincornay." Then, throwing his eyes on the card, Monsieur de Loignac read, "Perducas de Pincornay, 26th October, 1585, at noon precisely, Porte St. Antoine." "Very good, it is all right," said he. "Enter. Now for you," said he to the second. The man with the cuirass advanced. "Your card?" said de Loignac. "What, Monsieur de Loignac, do you not know the son of your old friend, whom you have danced 20 times on your knee?" "No." "I am Pertinax de Montcrabeau," said the young man with astonishment. "Do you not know me now?" "When I am on service, I know no one. Your card, monsieur." He held it out. "All right, pass," said de Loignac. The third now approached, whose card was demanded in the same terms. The man plunged his hand into a little goatskin pouch which he wore, but in vain. He was so embarrassed by the child in his arms that he could not find it. "What the devil are you doing with that child?" asked de Loignac. "He is my son, monsieur." "Well, put your son down. You are married, then?" "Yes, monsieur." "At 20?" "They marry young among us. You ought to know that, Monsieur de Loignac, who were married at 18. "Oh," thought de Loignac, "here is another who knows me." "And why should he not be married?" cried the woman, advancing. "Yes, monsieur, he is married, and here are 2 other children who call him father, besides this great lad behind. Advance, Militor, and bow to Monsieur de Loignac." A lad of 16, vigorous and agile, with an incipient mustache, stepped forward. "They are my wife's sons, monsieur." "In heaven's name, your card!" cried de Loignac. "Lardille," cried the Gascon to his wife, "come and help me." Lardille searched the pouch and pockets of her husband, but uselessly. "We must have lost it," she cried. "Then I arrest you." The man turned pale, but said, "I am Eustache de Miradoux, and Monsieur de Saint-Malin is my patron." "Oh," said de Loignac, a little mollified at this name. "Well, search again." They turned to their pockets again and began to re-examine them. "Why, what do I see there, on the sleeve of that blockhead?" said de Loignac. "Yes, yes," cried the father, "I remember now. Lardille sewed it on." "That you might carry something, I suppose, you great lazy fellow." The card was looked at and found all right, and the family passed on in the same order as before. The fourth man advanced and gave his name as Chalabre. It was found correct, and he also entered. Then came Monsieur de Carmainges. He got off his horse and presented his card, while the page hid his face by pretending to adjust the saddle. "This page belongs to you?" asked de Loignac. "You see, he is attending to my horse." "Pass, then." "Quick, my master," said the page. Behind these men the door was closed, much to the discontent of the crowd. Robert Briquet, meanwhile, had drawn near to the porter's lodge, which had 2 windows. one looking toward Paris and the other into the country. From this post he saw a man who, coming from Paris at full gallop, entered the lodge and said, "Here I am, Monsieur de Loignac." "Good. Where do you come from?" "From the Porte St. Victor." "Your number?" "5." "The cards?" "Here they are." De Loignac took them, examined them, and wrote on a slate the number 5. The messenger left, and 2 others appeared almost immediately. One came from the Porte Bourdelle, and brought the number 4. The other from the Porte du Temple, and announced 6. Then came 4 others. The first from the Porte St. Denis, with the number 5. The next from the Porte St. Jacques, with the number 3. The third from the Porte St. Honoré, with the number 8. And the fourth from the Porte Montmartre, with the number 4. Lastly came a messenger from the Porte Bussy, who announced 4. De Loignac wrote all these down, added them to those who had entered the Porte St. Antoine, and found the total number to be 45. "Good," said he. "Now open the gates, and all may enter." The gates were thrown open, and then horses, mules, and carts, men, women, and children, pressed into Paris, at the risk of suffocating each other, and in a quarter of an hour all the crowd had vanished. Robert Briquet remained until the last. "I have seen enough," said he. "Would it be very advantageous to me to see Monsieur Salcede torn in 4 pieces? No, pardieu. Besides, I have renounced politics. I will go and dine." End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 4. His Majesty Henri III. Monsieur Friard was right when he talked of 100,000 persons as the number of spectators who would meet on the Place de Grève and its environs to witness the execution of Salcede. All Paris appeared to have a rendezvous at the Hôtel de Ville, and Paris is very exact, and never misses a fête, and the death of a man is a fête, especially when he has raised so many passions that some curse and others bless him. The spectators who succeeded in reaching the place saw the archers and a large number of Swiss and light horse surrounding a little scaffold raised about 4 feet from the ground. It was so low as to be visible only to those immediately surrounding it, or to those who had windows overlooking the place. 4 vigorous white horses beat the ground impatiently with their hoofs, to the great terror of the women, who had either chosen this place willingly or had been forcibly pushed there. These horses were unused, and had never done more work than to support, by some chance, on their broad backs the chubby children of the peasants. After the scaffold and the horses, what next attracted all the looks was the principal window of the Hôtel de Ville, which was hung with red velvet and gold, and ornamented with the royal arms. This was for the king. 1:30 had just struck when this window was filled. First came Henri III, pale, almost bald, although he was at that time only 35, and with a somber expression, always a mystery to his subjects, who, when they saw him appear, never knew whether to say "Vive le Roi" or to pray for his soul. He was dressed in black, without jewels or orders, and a single diamond shone in his cap, serving as a fastening to 3 short plumes. He carried in his hand a little black dog that his sister-in-law, Mary Stuart, had sent him from her prison, and on which his fingers looked as white as alabaster. Behind the king came Catherine de Medici, almost bowed by age, for she might be 66 or 67, but still carrying her head firm and erect, and darting bitter glances from under her thick eyebrows. At her side appeared the melancholy but sweet face of the queen, Louise de Touraine. Catherine came as a triumph, she as a punishment. Behind them came 2 handsome young men, brothers, the eldest of whom smiled with wonderful beauty, and the younger with great melancholy. The one was Anne, Duc de Joyeuse, and the other Henri de Joyeuse, Comte de Bouchage. The people had for these favorites of the king none of the hatred which they had felt toward Maugiron, Quelus, and Schomberg. Henri saluted the people gravely, then turning to the young men, he said, "Anne, lean against the tapestry. It may last a long time." "I hope so," said Catherine. "You think, then, that Salcede will speak, mother?"
God will, I trust, give this confusion to our enemies."
Henri looked doubtful.
"My son," said Catherine, "do I not see some tumult yonder?"
"What clear sight you have! I believe you are right. I have such bad eyes, and yet I am not old. Yes, here comes Salcede."
"He fears," said Catherine. "He will speak."
"If he has strength," said the king. "See, his head falls about like that of a corpse." "He is frightful," said Joyeuse. "How should a man be handsome whose thoughts are so ugly? Have I not explained to you, Anne, the secret connection of the physical and the moral, as Hippocrates and Galen understood and expounded them?" "I admit it, sire, but I am not a good pupil. I have sometimes seen very ugly men very good soldiers. Have you not, Henri?" said he, turning to his brother. But he looked without seeing and heard without understanding, so the king answered for him. Mon Dieu, my dear Anne, who says this man is not brave? He is brave, pardieu, like a wolf, a bear, or a serpent. He burned in his house a Norman gentleman, his enemy. He has fought 10 duels and killed 3 of his adversaries. He has now been taken in the act of coining, for which he has been condemned to death."
"That is a well-filled existence, but which will soon finish." "On the contrary," said Catherine, "I trust it will finish as slowly as possible."
"Madame," said Joyeuse,
"I see those 4 stout horses, who appear to me so impatient of their state of inactivity, that I do not believe in a long resistance of the muscles, tendons, and cartilages of Monsieur de Salcede." "Yes, but my son is merciful," replied she, with the smile peculiar to herself. "He will tell the men to go gently." "But, madame," said the queen timidly, "I heard you say this morning that there were only to be 2 draws." "Yes, if he conducts himself well, in that case all will be finished as soon as possible, and as you interest yourself so much in him, you had better let him know as much, my daughter." "Madame," said the queen, "I have not your strength when looking at suffering." "Do not look, then."
The king heard nothing, he was all eyes. They were lifting Salcede from the car onto the scaffold, round which the archers had cleared a large space so that it was distinctly visible to all eyes. Salcede was about 35 years of age, strong and vigorous, and his pale features, on which stood drops of blood, were animated alternately by hope and anguish. He was no vulgar assassin. He was of good birth, and even distantly related to the queen, and had been a captain of some renown. Those bound hands had valiantly borne the sword, and that livid head, on which were depicted the terrors of death, had conceived great designs. Therefore, to many of the spectators he was a hero, to others a victim. Some looked on him as an assassin, but the crowd seldom despises those very great criminals who are registered in the book of history as well as in that of justice. Thus they told in the crowd that Salcede was of a race of warriors, that his father had fought against the Cardinal de Lorraine, but that the son had joined with the Guises to destroy in Flanders the rising power of the Duke d'Anjou, so hated by the French. He had been arrested and conducted to France, and had hoped to be rescued by the way, but unfortunately for him, Monsieur de Bellièvre had kept such good watch that neither Spaniards nor Lorraines nor Leaguers had been able to approach. In the prison, Salcede hoped, during the torture, on the car, even on the scaffold he had still hoped. He wanted neither courage nor resignation, but he was one of those who defend themselves to their last breath. He darted curious glances toward the crowd, but constantly turned away with a look of disappointment. At this moment an usher, raising the tapestry of the royal tent, announced that the President Brisson and 4 councillors desired the honor of an instant's conversation with the king on the subject of the execution. "Good," said the king. "Mother, you will be satisfied."
"Sire, a favor," said Joyeuse.
"Oh, speak, Joyeuse, and provided it be not the pardon of the criminal."
"Sire, permit my brother and me to retire."
"What? You take so little interest in my affairs that you wish to retire at such a moment?"
"Do not say so, sire. All that concerns your majesty profoundly interests me, but I am of a miserable organization, and the weakest woman is stronger than I am on this point. I cannot see an execution without being ill for a week, and as I am the only person who ever laughs at the Louvre, since my brother, I know not why, has given it up, think what would become of the Louvre, so sad already, if I were sad also." "You wish to leave me, then, Anne?" "Peste, sire! You are exacting. An execution is a spectacle of which, unlike me, you are fond. Is not that enough for you, or must you also enjoy the weakness of your friends?" "If you will remain, Joyeuse, you will see that it is interesting." "I do not doubt it, sire. I only think that the interest will be carried to a point that I cannot bear." And he turned toward the door. "Go, then," said Henri, sighing. "My destiny is to live alone." "Quick, de Bouchage," said Anne to his brother. "The king says yes now, but in 5 minutes he will say no." "Thanks, my brother," said Bouchage. "I was as anxious as you to get away." End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 5. The Execution. The councillors entered. "Well, gentlemen," said the king, "is there anything new?" "Sire," replied the president, "we come to beg your majesty to promise life to the criminal. He has revelations to make, which, on this promise, we shall obtain." "But have we not obtained them?" "Yes, in part. Is that enough for your majesty?" "No," said Catherine, "and the king has determined to postpone the execution if the culprit will sign a confession substantiating his depositions before the judge." "Yes," said Henri, "and you can let the prisoner know this." "Your majesty has nothing to add?" "Only that there must be no variation in the confessions, or I withdraw my promise. They must be complete." "Yes, sire, with the names of the compromised parties." "With all the names." "Even if they are of high rank?" "If they were those of my nearest relations." "It shall be as your majesty wishes." "No misunderstanding, Monsieur Brisson. Writing materials shall be brought to the prisoner, and he will write his confessions. After that we shall see." "But may I promise?" "Oh, yes, promise." Monsieur Brisson and the councillors withdrew. "He will speak, sire," said the queen, "and your majesty will pardon him. See the foam on his lips." "No," said Catherine, "he is seeking something. What is it?" "Parbleu," said Henri, "he seeks Monsieur le Duc de Guise, Monsieur le Duc de Parma, and my brother, the very Catholic king. Yes, seek, wait. Do you believe there is more chance of rescue on the Place de Grève than on the route from Flanders?" Salcede had seen the archers sent off for the horses, and he understood that the order for punishment was about to be given, and it was then that he bit his lips till they were covered with blood, as the queen had remarked. "Not one," murmured he, "not one of those who had promised me help. Cowards! Cowards!" The horses were now seen making their way through the crowd, and creating everywhere an opening which closed immediately behind them. As they passed the corner of the Rue Saint Vannerie, a handsome young man, whom we have seen before, was pushed forward impatiently by a young lad, apparently about 17. It was Vicomte Ernanton de Carmainges, and the mysterious page. "Quick!" cried the page. "Throw yourself into the opening. There is not a moment to lose." "But we shall be stifled. You are mad, my little friend." "I must be near," cried the page, imperiously. "Keep close to the horses, or we shall never arrive there." "But before we get there, you will be torn to pieces." "Never mind me, only go on." "The horses will kick." "Take hold of the tail of the last. A horse never kicks when you hold him so." Ernanton gave way in spite of himself to the mysterious influence of this lad, and seized the tail of the horse, while the page clung to him.
And thus, through the crowd, waving like the sea, leaving here a piece of a cloak and there a fragment of a doublet, they arrived with the horses at a few steps from the scaffold. "Have we arrived?" asked the young man, panting. "Yes, happily," answered Ernanton, "for I am exhausted." "I cannot see." "Come before me." "Oh, no, not yet. What are they doing?" "Making slip knots at the ends of the cords." "And he? What is he doing?" "Who?" "The condemned." "His eyes turn incessantly from side to side." The horses were near enough to enable the executioner to tie the feet and hands of the criminal to the harness. Salcede uttered a cry when he felt the cord in contact with his flesh. "Monsieur," said the Lieutenant Tanchon to him politely, "will it please you to address the people?" and added in a whisper, "A confession will save your life." Salcede looked earnestly at him, as though to read the truth in his eyes. "You see," continued Tanchon, "they abandon you. There is no other hope in the world but what I offer you." "Well," said Salcede with a sigh, "I am ready to speak." "It is a written and signed confession that the king exacts." "Then untie my hands, and give me a pen, and I will write it." They loosened the cords from his wrists, and an usher who stood near with writing materials placed them before him on the scaffold. "Now," said Tanchon, "state everything." "Do not fear. I will not forget those who have forgotten me." But as he spoke, he cast another glance around. While this was passing, the page, seizing the hand of Ernanton, cried, "Monsieur, take me in your arms, I beg you, and raise me above the heads of the people who prevent me from seeing." "Ah, you are insatiable, young man." "This one more service. I must see the condemned, indeed I must." Then, as Ernanton still hesitated, he cried, "For pity's sake, monsieur, I entreat you." Ernanton raised him in his arms at this last appeal, and was somewhat astonished at the delicacy of the body he held. Just as Salcede had taken the pen and looked round as we have said, he saw this young lad above the crowd, with 2 fingers placed on his lips. An indescribable joy spread itself instantaneously over the face of the condemned man, for he recognized the signal so impatiently waited for, and which announced that aid was near. After a moment's hesitation, however, he took the paper and began to write. "He writes!" cried the crowd. "He writes!" exclaimed Catherine. "He writes!" cried the king, "and I will pardon him." Suddenly, Salcede stopped and looked again at the lad, who repeated the signal. He wrote on, then stopped to look once more. The signal was repeated again. "Have you finished?" asked Tanchon. "Yes." "Then sign." Salcede signed, with his eyes still fixed on the young man. "For the king alone," said he, and he gave the paper to the usher, though with hesitation. "If you have disclosed all," said Tanchon, "you are safe." A strange smile strayed over the lips of Salcede. Ernanton, who was fatigued, wished now to put down the page, who made no opposition. With him disappeared all that had sustained the unfortunate man. He looked round wildly and cried, "Well, come!" No one answered. "Quick! Quick! The king holds the paper! He is reading!" Still there was no response. The king unfolded the paper. "Thousand devils!" cried Salcede. "If they have deceived me! Yet it was she, it really was she!" No sooner had the king read the first lines than he called out indignantly, "Oh, the wretch!" "What is it, my son?" "He retracts all. He pretends that he confessed nothing, and he declares that the Guises are innocent of any plot." "But," said Catherine, "if it be true—" "He lies!" cried the king. "How do you know, my son? Perhaps the Guises have been calumniated. The judges in their zeal may have put false interpretation on the depositions." "Oh, no, madame, I heard them myself," cried Henri. "You, my son?" "Yes, I."
How so?
When the criminal was questioned, I was behind a curtain and heard all he said.
Well, then if he will have it, order the horses to pull.
Henri in anger gave the sign. It was repeated. The cords were refastened. 4 men jumped on the horses, which, urged by violent blows, started off in opposite directions. A horrible cracking and a terrible cry was heard. The blood was seen to spout from the limbs of the unhappy man, whose face was no longer that of a man, but of a demon. "Ah, heaven!" he cried. "I will speak! I will tell all! Ah, cursed Dutch!" The voice had been heard above everything, but suddenly it ceased.
"Stop! Stop!" cried Catherine. "Let him speak!"
But it was too late. The head of Salcede fell helplessly on one side. He glanced once more to where he had seen the page, and then expired. Tanchon gave some rapid orders to his archers, who plunged into the crowd in the direction indicated by Salcede's glance. "I am discovered," said the page to Ernanton. "For pity's sake, aid me! They come! They come!" "What do you want?" "To fly. Do you not see that it is me they want?" "But who are you, then?"
"A woman. Oh, save me! Protect me!"
Ernanton turned pale, but generosity triumphed over fear. He placed his protégé before him, opened a path with blows, and pushed her toward the corner of the Rue de Mouton, toward an open door. Into this door she entered, and she seemed to have been expected, for it closed behind her. Ernanton had not even time to ask her name, or where he should find her again, but in disappearing she had made a sign full of promise. Meanwhile, Catherine was standing up in her place, full of rage. "My son," said she at last, "you would do well to change your executioner. He is a leaguer." "What do you mean, mother?"
"Salcede suffered only one draw, and he is dead."
"Because he was too sensible to pain."
"No, but because he has been strangled with a fine cord underneath the scaffold, just as he was about to accuse those who let him die. Let a doctor examine him, and I am certain that he will find round his neck the circle that the cord has left."
"You are right," cried Henri with flashing eyes. "My cousin of Guise is better served than I am."
"Hush, my son. No éclat. We shall only be laughed at, for once more we have missed our aim."
"Joyeuse did well to go and amuse himself elsewhere," said the king. "One can reckon on nothing in this world, not even on punishments. Come, ladies, let us go." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 6. The Brothers. Messieurs de Joyeuse had, as we have seen, left the scene and were walking side by side in the streets, generally so populous, but now deserted, for everyone was in the Place de Grève. Henri seemed preoccupied and sad, and Anne was unquiet on account of his brother. He was the first to speak. "Well, Henri," said he, "where are you taking me?" "I take you nowhere, brother. I was only walking before you. Do you wish to go anywhere?" "Do you?" "Oh, I do not care where I go." "Yet you go somewhere every evening, for you always go out at the same hour and return late at night." "Are you questioning me, brother?" said Henri with gentleness. "Certainly not. Let each keep his own secrets if he wishes to do so." "If you wish it, brother, I will have no secrets from you." "Will you not, Henri?" "No, are you not my elder brother and friend?" "Oh, I thought you had secrets from me, who am only a poor layman. I thought you confessed to our learned brother, that pillar of theology, that light of the church, who will be a cardinal some day, and that you obtained absolution from him, and perhaps, at the same time, advice." Henri took his brother's hand affectionately. "You are more than a confessor to me, my dear Anne, more than a father. You are my friend."
Then, my friend, why, from so gay as you used to be, have I seen you become sad? And why, instead of going out by day, do you go out only by night?"
"My brother, I am not sad."
"What then?"
"In love."
"Good. And this preoccupation?"
"Is because I am always thinking of my love."
"And you sigh in saying that?"
"Yes."
"You sigh? You, Henri, Comte de Bouchage? You, the brother of Joyeuse? You, whom some people call the third king in France? You know Monsieur de Guise is the second, if not the first, but you, rich and handsome, who will be peer and duke on the first occasion, are in love, and you sigh? You, whose device is hilariter."
"My dear Anne, I have never reckoned the gifts of fortune, past and to come, as things to constitute happiness. I have no ambitions."
"That is to say, you have not at present."
"At all events, not for the things you speak of."
"Not just now, perhaps, but later you will return to them."
"Never, brother. I desire nothing. I want nothing."
"You are wrong. When one is called Joyeuse, one of the best names in France, when one has a brother, a king's favorite, one desires everything, and has everything."
Henri hung his blonde head sadly.
"Come," continued Anne, "we are quite alone here. Have you anything to tell me?"
"Nothing but that I love."
"Diable! That is not a very serious affair. I also am in love."
"Not like me, brother."
"I also think sometimes of my mistress."
"Yes, but not always."
"I also have annoyances."
"Yes, but you also have joys, for you are loved."
"True, but I have obstacles. They exact from me so much mystery."
"They exact? If your mistress exacts, she loves you."
"Yes, she loves me, and Monsieur de Mayenne, or rather only me, for she would give up Mayenne at once if she was not afraid he would kill her. It is his habit to kill women, you know. I am obliged to be constantly on my guard, but I do not grow sad on that account. I continue to laugh, at least sometimes. Tell me, Henri, is your lady beautiful?"
"Alas, she is not mine."
"Is she beautiful? Her name?"
"I do not know it."
"Come now."
"On my honor."
"My friend, I begin to think it is more dangerous than I thought. It is not sadness, but madness."
"She never spoke but once before me, and since then I have not heard the sound of her voice."
"And you have not inquired about her?"
"Of whom?"
"Why, of the neighbors."
"She lives in her own house, and no one knows her."
"Ah, ça! Then she is a ghost."
"She is a woman, tall and beautiful as a nymph, serious and grave as the angel Gabriel."
"When did you meet her?"
"One day I followed a young girl to the church of La Gypsienne, and I entered a little garden close to it, where there is a stone seat under some trees. Do you know this garden, Anne?"
"No, but never mind, go on."
"It began to grow dark. I had lost sight of the young girl, and in seeking her I arrived at this seat. I saw a woman's dress and held up my hands. 'Pardon, monsieur,' said the voice of a man whom I had not noticed, and he gently but firmly pushed me away."
"He dared to touch you, Henri?"
"Listen, he had his face hidden in a sort of frock, and I took him for a monk. Besides, he impressed me also by the polite manner of his warning, for, as he spoke, he pointed out to me the woman whose white dress had attracted me, and who was kneeling before the seat as though it were an altar. It was toward the beginning of September that this happened. The air was warm. The flowers planted by friends around the tombs scattered their delicate perfume, and the moon, rising above the white clouds, began to shed her silver light all over. Whether it were the place or her own dignity, I know not, but this woman seemed to me like a marble statue, and impressed me with a strange respect. I looked at her earnestly. She bent over the seat, enveloping it in her arms, placed her lips to it, and soon I saw her shoulders heave with such sobs as you never heard, my brother. As she wept, she kissed the stone with ardor. Her tears had troubled me, but her kisses maddened me. But by the Pope, it is she who is mad to kiss a stone and sob for nothing. Oh, it was a great grief that made her sob, a profound love which made her kiss the stone. Only whom did she love? Whom did she weep for? Whom did she pray for? I know not.
Did you not question this man?
Yes.
What did he reply?
That she had lost her husband.
Bah! As if people weep like that for a husband. Were you content with such an answer?
I was obliged to be content, for he would give me no other.
But the man, what is he?
A sort of servant who lives with her.
His name?
He would not tell me.
Young or old?
He might be about 30.
Well, afterward, she did not stop all night praying and weeping, did she?
No. When she had exhausted her tears, she rose, and there was so much mystery and sadness about her that, instead of advancing to her as I might have done to another, I drew back. But she turned toward me, though she did not see me, and the moon shone on her face, which was calm and sad, and the traces of her tears were still on her cheeks. She moved slowly, and the servant went to support her. But, oh, my brother, what dreadful, what superhuman beauty! I have never seen anything like it on earth, only sometimes in my dreams.
Well, Henri, said Anne, interested in spite of himself at a recital at which he had determined to laugh.
Oh, it is nearly finished, brother. Her servant whispered something to her, and she lowered her veil. Doubtless he told her I was there, but she did not glance toward me. I saw her no more, and it seemed to me, when the veil concealed her face, as if the sky had become suddenly overshadowed, that it was no longer a living thing, but a shade escaped from the tomb, which was gliding silently before me. She went out of the garden, and I followed her. From time to time the man turned and saw me, for I did not hide myself. I had still the old habits in my mind, the old leaven in my heart.
What do you mean, Henri?
The young man smiled. I mean, brother, said he, that I have often thought I loved before, and that all women, until now, have been for me, women to whom I might offer my love.
Oh, and what is this one? Said Anne, trying to recover his gaiety, which, in spite of himself, had been a little disturbed by his brother's confidence.
My brother, said Henri, seizing his hand in a fervent grasp, as truly as I live, I know not if she be a creature of this world or not.
Holy fathers, you would make me afraid if a Joyeuse could know fear. However, as she walks, weeps, and gives kisses, it seems to me to augur well. But finish.
There is little more. I followed her, and she did not try to escape or lead me astray. She never seemed to think of it.
Well, and where does she live?
By the side of the Bastille, Rue de l'Esdiguières. At the door the servant turned and saw me.
You asked to speak to him?
You will think it ridiculous, but I dared not.
You entered the house, then?
No, brother.
Really, Henri, I am tempted to disown you this evening. But you returned the next day?
Yes, but uselessly, and equally so to l'Egyptienne.
She had disappeared?
Like a shadow.
But you inquired?
The street has few inhabitants, and no one knew her. I watched for the servant, but he also had disappeared. However, a light which shone every evening through the Venetian blinds consoled me by the knowledge that she was still there. At last this disappeared. She had quitted the Rue de l'Esdiguières, and no one knew where she had gone.
But you found her again?
Chance did it. listen, it is really strange. I was going along the Rue de Bussy a fortnight ago about midnight. You know how strict the regulations are about fire. Well, I saw not only light in the windows of a house, but a real fire, which had broken out in the second story. I knocked at the door, and a man appeared at the window. "You have a fire in your house," I cried. "Silence, I beg. I am occupied in putting it out." "Shall I call the watch?" I asked. "No, in heaven's name, call no one." "But can I help you?" "Will you?" "I shall be very grateful," and he threw me the key out of the window. I mounted the stairs rapidly and entered the room where the fire was burning. It was used as a chemist's laboratory, and in making I know not what experiments, an inflammable liquid had been spilled, which had ignited the floor. When I entered, the fire was almost got under. I looked at the man. A dreadful scar disfigured his cheek, and another his forehead. The rest of his face was hidden by a thick beard. "I thank you, monsieur," said he, "but you see all is finished now. If you are as gallant a man as you seem, have the goodness to retire, for my mistress may return at any moment, and will be angry if she sees a stranger here." The sound of his voice struck me instantly. I was about to cry, "You are the man of l'Egyptienne, of the Rue de l'Esdiguières," for you remember that I had not seen his face before, but only heard his voice, when suddenly a door opened, and a woman entered. "What is the matter, Remy, and why this noise?" she asked. Oh, my brother, it was she, more beautiful than ever by the dying light of the fire. It was she, the woman whose memory had ever lived in my heart. At the cry which I uttered, the servant looked narrowly at me. "Thanks, monsieur," said he again. "You see the fire is out. Go, I beg of you." "My friend," said I, "you dismiss me very rudely." "Madame," said he, "it is he." "Who?" "The young man we met in the garden, and who followed us home." She turned toward me and said, "Monsieur, I beg of you to go." I hesitated. I wished to speak, but my words failed me. I remained motionless and mute, gazing at her. "Take care, monsieur," said the servant sadly. "You will force her to fly again." "Heaven forbid," cried I, "but how do I offend you, madame?" She did not reply. Insensible, mute, and cold, as though she had not heard me, she turned, and I saw her disappear gradually in the shade. "And is that all?" "All." The servant led me to the door, saying, "Forget, monsieur, I beg of you." I fled, bewildered and half crazy, and since then I have gone every evening to this street, and concealed in the angle of the opposite house, under the shade of a little balcony, I see, once in 10 times, a light in her room, and that is my life, my happiness." "What happiness?" "Alas, I should lose this if I tried for more." "But in acting thus, you lose all the amusements of the world." "My brother," said Henri with a sad smile, "I am happy thus." "Not so, mordieu! One monk in a family is enough." "No railleries, brother." "But let me say one thing." "What is it?" "That you have been taken in like a schoolboy." "I am not taken in. I only gave way to a power stronger than mine. When a current carries you away, you cannot fight against it." "But if it lead to an abyss?" "You must be swallowed up." "Do you think so?" "Yes." "I do not, and in your place—" "What would you have done?" "Enough, certainly, to have learned her name, and—" "Anne, you don't know her." "No, but I know you, Henri. You had 50,000 crowns that I gave you out of the last 100,000 the king gave to me." "They are still in my chest, Anne. I have not touched one of them." "Mordieu! If they were not there, you would be in a different position." "Oh, my brother!" "Certainly. An ordinary servant may be bought for 10 crowns, a good one for 100, an excellent one for 1,000, and a marvel for 3,000. Let us see, then. Suppose this man to be the phoenix of all servants, the beau ideal of fidelity, yet, by the Pope, for 20,000 crowns you will buy him.
there would then remain 30,000 crowns for the phoenix of women, and all would be settled." "Anne," sighed Henri, "there are people who cannot be bought. There are hearts that the king is not rich enough to purchase." "Well, perhaps so, but hearts are sometimes given. What have you done to win that of the beautiful statue?" "I believe, Anne, that I have done all I could." "Really, Comte de Bouchage, you are mad. You see a woman sad, solitary, and melancholy, and you become more sad, more recluse, and more melancholy than she. She is alone, keep her company. She is sad, be gay. She regrets, console her, and replace him she regrets." "Impossible, brother." "Have you tried? Are you in love or are you not?" "I have no words to express how much." "Well, I see no reason to despair." "I have no hope." "At what time do you see her?" "I have told you that I do not see her." "Never?" "Never." "Not even at her window?" "Not even at her window." "We must put an end to that. Do you think she has a lover?" "I have never seen anyone enter her house, except the Remy of whom I spoke to you." "Take the house opposite." "It may not be to let." "Bah! Offer double the rent." "But if she sees me there, she will disappear as before." "You shall see her this evening." "I?" "Yes. Be under her balcony at 8 o'clock." "I am always there." "Well, give me the address." "Between the Porte Bussy and the Hotel Saint Denis, near the corner of the Rue des Augustins, and a few steps from a large inn, having for a sign, 'The Sword of the Brave Chevalier.'" "Very well, then, this evening at 8 o'clock." "But what do you intend to do?" "You shall see. Meanwhile, go home, put on your richest dress, and use your finest perfume, and I hope that you will enter the house tonight." "May you be a true prophet, brother." "Well, I leave you for the present, for my lady love waits for me, and I confess that after your account I prefer her to yours. Adieu, Henri, till the evening." The brothers then pressed each other's hands and separated. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 7. The Sword of the Brave Chevalier. During the conversation we have just related, night had begun to fall, enveloping the city with its damp mantle of fog. Salcede dead, all the spectators were ready to leave the Place de Grève, and the streets were filled with people hurrying toward their homes. Near the Porte Bussy, where we must now transport our readers to follow some of their acquaintances and to make new ones, a hum like that in a beehive at sunset was heard proceeding from a house tinted rose color, and ornamented with blue and white pointings, which was known by the sign of the Sword of the Brave Chevalier, and which was an immense inn recently built in this new quarter. This house was decorated to suit all tastes. On the entablature was painted a representation of a combat between an archangel and a dragon breathing flame and smoke, and in which the artist, animated by sentiments at once heroic and pious, had depicted in the hands of the brave chevalier, not a sword but an immense cross, with which he hacked in pieces the unlucky dragon, of which the bleeding pieces were seen lying on the ground. At the bottom of the picture crowds of spectators were represented raising their arms to heaven, while from above angels were extending over the chevalier laurels and palms. Then, as if to prove that he could paint in every style, the artist had grouped around gourds, grapes, a snail on a rose, and 2 rabbits, one white and the other gray. Assuredly, the proprietor must have been difficult to please if he were not satisfied, for the artist had filled every inch of space. There was scarcely room to have added a caterpillar. In spite, however, of this attractive exterior, the hotel did not prosper. It was never more than half full, though it was large and comfortable.
Unfortunately, from its proximity to the Pré-aux-Clercs, it was frequented by so many persons either going or ready to fight, that the most peaceably disposed avoided it. Indeed, the cupids with which the interior was decorated had been ornamented with mustaches in charcoal by the habitués, and Dame Fournichon, the landlady, always affirmed that the sign had brought them ill luck, and that had her wishes been attended to, and the painting represented more pleasing things, such as the rose tree of love surrounded by flaming hearts, all tender couples would have flocked to them. Monsieur Fournichon, however, stuck to his sign, and replied that he preferred fighting men, and that one of them drank as much as 6 lovers. About a month before the execution of Salcede, the host and hostess, all of whose rooms were then empty, were looking out of the window sadly, and were watching the exercises of some soldiery on the Pré-aux-Clercs, when they saw an officer, followed by a single soldier, advancing toward their hotel. He was about to pass, when the host called out loudly, "Oh, wife, what a beautiful horse!" Madame Fournichon replied in an equally audible voice,
"And what a handsome cavalier!"
The officer, who did not appear insensible to flattery, raised his head and looked first at the host and hostess, and then at the hotel. Fournichon ran rapidly downstairs and appeared at the door. "Is the house empty?" asked the officer. "Yes, monsieur, just at present," replied the host, humiliated, "but it is not usually so." However, Dame Fournichon, like most women, was more clear-sighted than her husband, and called out, "If monsieur desires solitude, he will find it here." "Yes, my good woman, that is what I desire at present," said the officer, who dismounted, threw the bridle to the soldier, and entered the hotel. He was a man of about 35 years of age, but he did not look more than 28, so carefully was he dressed. He was tall, with a fine countenance and a distinguished air. "Ah, good," said he, "a large room and not a single guest. But there must be something," he added, "either in your house or conduct that keeps people away." "Neither, monsieur," replied Madame Fournichon, "only the place is new, and we choose our customers." "Oh, very well." "For example," continued she, "for a person like your lordship we would send away a dozen." "Thanks, my kind hostess." "Will monsieur taste the wine?" asked Monsieur Fournichon. "Will monsieur visit the rooms?" added his wife. "Both, if you please." Fournichon descended to the cellar. "And how many people can you lodge here?" asked the captain of the hostess. 30. "That is not enough." "Why so, monsieur?" "I had a project, but we will speak of it no more." "Ah, monsieur, you will find nothing larger except the Louvre itself." "Well, you can lodge 30 people?" "Yes, doubtless." "But for a day?" "Ah, for a day, 40 or even 45. "Without making a commotion outside?" "We have often 80 soldiers here on Sundays." "And no crowd before the house? No spying by the neighbors?" "Mon Dieu, no! Our nearest neighbors are a worthy bourgeois, who meddles with no one, and a lady who lives so retired, that although she has been here for 3 weeks, I have not seen her." "That will do excellently." "So much the better." "And in a month from today?" "That will be the 26th of October." "Precisely. Well, on that day I hire your inn." "The whole of it?" "Yes, the whole. I wish to give a surprise to some countrymen, officers, or at least soldiers. They will be told to come here." "But if it be a surprise?" "Oh, if you are curious or indiscreet—" "No, no, monsieur," cried she. Monsieur Fournichon, who had heard what had passed, added, "Monsieur, you shall be master here, and all your friends will be welcome." "I did not say my friends, I said countrymen," replied the officer, haughtily. "Yes, monsieur, it was my mistake." "You will give them supper?" "Certainly." "If necessary, they will sleep here." "Yes, monsieur." "In a word, give them all they want, and ask no questions."
Very well, monsieur.
Here are 30 livres in advance.
Well, monsieur, these gentlemen shall be treated like princes. Will you assure yourself by tasting the wine?
Thank you, I never drink.
But, monsieur, how shall I know these gentlemen?
That is true. Parfandious, I forgot. Give me paper, light, and wax.
When they were brought, the captain made a seal on the paper with a ring he had on his finger. Do you see this figure? Said he. A beautiful woman?
Yes, a Cleopatra. Well, each of these men will present a similar one, on which you will receive him. You will have further orders afterwards.
The captain then descended the stalls and rode off, leaving the Fournichons delighted with their 30 livres in advance.
Decidedly, said the host, the sign has brought us good fortune.
End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 8. The Gascon. We dare not affirm that Dame Fournichon was as discreet as she had promised to be, for she interrogated the first soldier whom she saw pass as to the name of the captain who had conducted the review. The soldier, more cautious than she, asked her why she wished to know. "Because he has just been here," she replied, "and one likes to know to whom one has been talking."
The soldier laughed. "The captain who conducted the review would not have entered this hotel," said he.
"Why not? Is he too great for that?"
"Perhaps so."
"Well, but it is not for himself that he wanted the hotel."
"For whom, then?"
"For his friends."
"He would not lodge his friends here, I am sure."
"Peste! Why, who can he be, then?"
"Why, my good woman, he who conducted the review is simply Monsieur le Duc Nogaret de la Valette d'Epernon, peer of France and colonel-general of infantry. What do you say to that?"
"That, if it was he did me great honor."
"Did you hear him say, parfandious?"
"Oh, yes."
We may now judge if the 26th of October was impatiently expected. On the evening of the 25th a man entered, bearing a heavy bag, which he placed on Fournichon's table. "It is the price of the repast ordered for tomorrow," said he.
"At how much a head?"
"At 6 livres."
"Will they have only one meal here?"
"That is all."
"Has the captain found them a lodging, then?"
"It appears so," said the messenger, who went and declined to answer any more questions. At last the much-desired day arrived. 12:30 had just struck when some cavaliers stopped at the door of the hotel. One, who appeared to be their chief, came with 2 well-mounted lackeys. Each of them produced the seal of Cleopatra's head, and were received with all sorts of courtesies, especially the young man with the lackeys. Nevertheless, excepting this young man, they all seemed timid and preoccupied. Most of them dispersed, however, until supper time, either to swell the crowd at the execution of Salcede or to see Paris. About 2 o'clock, others began to arrive. One man came in alone, without a hat, a cane in his hand, and swearing at Paris, where he said the thieves were so adroit that they had stolen his hat as he passed through a crowd without his being able to see who had taken it. However, he said, it was his own fault for wearing a hat ornamented with such a superb diamond. At 4 o'clock, 40 people had arrived.
"Is it not strange?" said Fournichon to his wife.
"They are all Gascons."
"Well, what of that? The captain said they were all countrymen, and he is a Gascon. Monsieur d'Epernon is from Toulouse." "Then you still believe it was Monsieur d'Epernon?" "Did he not say 3 times the famous parfandious?"
Very soon the 5 other Gascons arrived. The number of guests was complete. Never was such surprise painted on so many faces. For an hour nothing was heard but "Sadieu," "Mordieu," and "Cap de Bious," and such noisy joy that it seemed to the Fournichons that all Poitou and Languedoc were collected in their room. Some knew and greeted each other.
"Is it not singular to find so many Gascons here?" asked one.
"No," replied Perducas de Pincornay, "the sign is tempting for men of honor."
"Ah, is it you?" said Saint Meline, the gentleman with the lackeys. You have not yet explained to me what you were about to do when the crowd separated us." "What was that?" asked Pincornay, reddening. "How it happens that I met you on the road between Angoulême and Angers without a hat, as you are now." "It seems to interest you, monsieur." "Ma foi, yes. Poitiers is far from Paris, and you came from beyond Poitiers." "Yes, from Saint Andre de Cubsac." "And without a hat?" "Oh, it is very simple. My father has 2 magnificent horses, and he is quite capable of disinheriting me for the accident that has happened to one of them." "What is that?" "I was riding one of them when it took fright at the report of a gun that was fired close to me, and ran away, for it made for the bank of the Dordogne and plunged in." "With you?" "No, luckily I had time to slip off, or I should have been drowned with him." "Oh, then the poor beast was drowned?" "Pardieu, you know the Dordogne, half a league across." "And then?" "Then I resolved not to return home, but to go away as far as possible from my father's anger." "But your hat?" "Diable, my hat had fallen." "Like you?" "I did not fall, I slipped off." "But your hat?" "Ah, my hat had fallen. I sought for it, being my only resource, as I had come without any money." "But how could your hat be a resource?" "Sardou, it was a great one, for I must tell you that the plume of this hat was fastened by a diamond clasp that His Majesty the Emperor Charles V gave to my grandfather when on his way from Spain to Flanders he stopped at our castle." "Ha, ha, ha! And you have sold the clasp and the hat with it? Then, my dear friend, you ought to be the richest of us all, and you should have bought another glove. Your hands are not alike. One is as white as a woman's, and the other as black as a negro's." "But listen. As I turned to seek my hat, I saw an enormous crow seize hold of it." "Of your hat?" "Or rather of the clasp. Attracted by the glitter, and in spite of my cries, he flew away with it, and I saw it no more. So that, overwhelmed by this double loss, I did not dare to return home, but came to seek my fortune in Paris." "Good!" cried a third. "The wind has changed into a crow. I heard you tell Monsieur de Loignac that the wind had carried it away while you were reading a letter from your mistress." "Now," cried St. Maline, "I have the honor of knowing Monsieur d'Aubigné, who, though a brave soldier, writes well, and I recommend you to tell him the history of your hat. He will make a charming story of it." Several stifled laughs were heard. "Ah, gentlemen," cried the Gascon, "do you laugh at me?" They turned away to laugh again. Perducas threw a glance around him, and saw a young man near the fireplace, hiding his face in his hands. He thought it was to laugh, and going up to him, struck him on the shoulder, saying, "Eh, monsieur, if you laugh, at all events show your face." The young man looked up. It was our friend, Ernanton de Carmainges. "I beg you will leave me alone," said he. "I was not thinking of you." Pincornay turned away, grumbling, but at this moment an officer entered. "Monsieur de Loignac!" cried 20 voices. At this name, known through all Gascony, everyone rose and kept silence. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 9. Monsieur de Loignac. "Supper!" cried Monsieur de Loignac, "and from this moment let all be friends and love each other like brothers." "Hum!" said St. Maline. "That would be difficult," added Ernanton. "See!" cried Pincornay, "they laugh at me because I have no hat, and they say nothing to Monsieur Montcrabeau, who is going to supper in a cuirass of the time of the Emperor Pertinax, from whom it probably came. See what it is to have defensive arms." "Gentlemen," cried Montcrabeau, "I take it off. So much the worse for those who prefer seeing me with offensive instead of defensive arms." And he gave his cuirass to his lackey, a man about 50 years of age. "Peace, peace!" cried de Loignac, "and let us go to table."
Meanwhile, the lackey whispered to Pertinax, "And am I not to sup? Let me have something, Pertinax. I am dying of hunger." Pertinax, instead of being offended at this familiar address, replied, "I will try, but you had better see for something for yourself." That is not reassuring." "Have you no money?" "We spent our last crown at Sens." "Diable! Then try to sell something." A few minutes after, a cry was heard in the street of "Old iron! Who wants to sell old iron?" Madame Fournichon ran to the door, while Monsieur Fournichon placed the supper on the table, and to judge by its reception it must have been exquisite, as his wife did not return. However, the host asked the servant what she was doing. "Oh, master," replied he, "she is selling all your old iron for new money." "I hope not my cuirass and arms," said he, running to the door. "No," said de Loignac, "it is forbidden to buy arms." Madame Fournichon entered triumphantly. "You have not been selling my arms?" cried her husband. "Yes, I have." "I will not have them sold." "Bah! In a time of peace, and I have gotten 10 crowns instead of an old cuirass." "10 crowns! Samuel, do you hear?" said Pertinax, looking for his valet, but he was not to be seen. "It seems to me that this man carries on a dangerous trade. But what does he do with them?" "Sells them again by weight." "By weight? And you say he gave you 10 crowns for what?" "A cuirass and a helmet." "Why, even if they weighed 20 pounds, that is half a crown a pound. This hides some mystery." Voices rose, and the mirth grew loud with all except Carmainges, who still thought of the mysterious page. He sat by Monsieur de Loignac, who said to him, "Here are a number of joyful people, and they do not know what for." "Nor I neither, but at least I am an exception." "You are wrong, for you are one of those to whom Paris is a paradise." "Do not laugh at me, Monsieur de Loignac." "I do not. I distinguished you at once, and that other young man also, who looks so grave." "Who?" "Monsieur de Saint-Malin." "And why this distinction, if this question be not too curious?" "I know you, that is all." "Me? You know me?" "You, and he, and all here." "It is strange." "Yes, but necessary." "Why?" "Because a chief should know his soldiers." "And all these men?" "Will be my soldiers tomorrow." "But I thought Monsieur d'Epernon—" "Hush! Do not pronounce that name here." Then rising, Monsieur de Loignac said, "Gentlemen, since chance unites here 45 compatriots, let us empty a glass of wine to the prosperity of all." This proposal gave rise to frantic applause. "They are almost all half drunk," said de Loignac. "It would be a good opportunity to make them repeat their histories, only time does not permit of it." Then he added aloud, "Hola! Monsieur Fournichon, dismiss from the room all women, children, and lackeys." Lardille retired grumbling, but Militor did not move. "Did you not hear, Monsieur Militor?" said de Loignac. "To the kitchen!" There remained only 45 men, and Monsieur de Loignac then said, "Now, gentlemen, each knows who called him to Paris. Good, that will do. Do not call out his name. You know also that you have come to obey him." A murmur of assent came from all, mingled with astonishment, for each one knew only what concerned himself, and was ignorant that his neighbor had been moved by the same influence. "Well, then," continued de Loignac, "you will have time to become acquainted with each other afterward. You agree that you have come here to obey him?" "Yes, yes," they cried. "Then, to begin, go quietly out of this hotel to the lodgings prepared for you." "For all?" asked Saint-Malin. "Yes, for all." "We are all equal here," cried Perducas, whose limbs felt rather doubtful under him. "Yes," replied de Loignac, "all are equal before the will of the master." "Oh!" cried Carmainges, coloring. "I do not know that Monsieur d'Epernon would be called my master." "Wait." "I did not expect that." "Wait, hothead! I did not tell you who was to be your master." "No, but you said we should have one." "Everyone has a master, and if you are too proud to acknowledge him we spoke of, you may look higher. I authorize you." "The king?" murmured Carmainges. "Silence," said de Loignac. "But first, will you do me the favor to read aloud this parchment?" Ernanton took it and read these words: "Order to Monsieur de Loignac to take the command of the 45 gentlemen whom I have sent for to Paris with the consent of his majesty. Nogaret de la Valette, Duc d'Epernon." They all bowed at this. "Thus," continued de Loignac, "you have to follow me at once. Your equipages and servants will remain here. Monsieur Fournichon will take care of them. We will send for them, but now be quick. The boats are ready." "The boats?" cried they. "Certainly. To go to the Louvre, we must go by water." "To the Louvre?" cried they joyfully. "Cap de Buis, we are going to the Louvre." De Loignac made them all pass before him, counting them as they went, and then conducted them to the place where 3 large boats were waiting for them. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 10. The Purchase of Cuirasses. As soon as the valet of Pertinax heard the words of Madame Fournichon, he ran after the dealer, but as it was night and he was doubtless in a hurry, he had gone some little way, and Samuel was obliged to call to him. He appeared to hesitate at first, but seeing that Samuel was laden with merchandise, he stopped. "What do you want, my friend?" said he.
"Pardieu, I want to do a little business with you."
"Well, be quick."
"Are you in a hurry?"
"Yes."
"When you see what I bring you, you will be willing to wait."
"What is it?"
"A magnificent piece, of which the work... But you do not listen."
"Yes, but I am also looking round."
"Why?" "Do you not know that it is forbidden to buy arms?"
Samuel thought it best to feign ignorance, and said,
"I know nothing. I have just arrived from Mont-de-Marsan."
"Oh, that is another thing. But how did you know that I bought arms?"
"I was at the door of the brave chevalier."
"Well, come under that portico. It is too public here. Now, let me see this cuirass," said he when they were there.
"It is so heavy. It is old and out of date."
"A work of art." "I will give you 6 crowns."
"What? 6 crowns? And you gave 10 just now for an old thing."
"6 or none."
"But look at the chasing."
"Of what use is the chasing when I sell by weight?"
"The gilding alone is worth 10 crowns."
"Well, I will give you 7.
"You bargain here, and at the inn you gave anything. You go against the law, and then endeavor to cheat honest people."
"Do not call out so loud."
"Oh, I am not afraid."
"Come then, take 10 crowns and be gone."
"I told you the gold was worth more. Ah, you want to escape. I will call the guard."
And he raised his voice. At the noise, a window opposite was opened. "Come," said the dealer, "I see I must give you what you want. Here are 15 crowns. Now go."
"That will do," said Samuel. "Only these are for my master. I want something for myself."
The dealer half drew his dagger.
Yes, yes, I see your dagger," said Samuel, "but I also see the figure in that balcony, watching you."
The dealer, white with terror, looked up and saw a man who had witnessed the whole scene. "Oh," said he, affecting to laugh, "you get all you want out of me. Here is another crown, and may the devil take you," he added to himself.
"Thanks, my good friend," said Samuel, and he made off.
The dealer began to take up his wares, and was also going, when the bourgeois opposite cried out,
It seems, monsieur, that you buy armor." "No, monsieur," replied the unlucky dealer, "this was a mere chance." "A chance that suits me." "In what respect, monsieur?" "I have a heap of old things that I want to get rid of." "I have as much as I can carry." "But let me show them to you." "It is useless, I have no more money." "Never mind, I will give you credit. You look like an honest man." "Thank you, but I cannot wait." "It is odd how I seem to know you." "Know me?" cried the dealer, trembling. "Look at this helmet," said the bourgeois, showing it from the window. "You say you know me?" asked the dealer. "I thought so. Are you not?" He seemed seeking for the name. "Are you not Nicolas?" The dealer looked frightened. "Nicolas Trouchon, ironmonger, Rue de la Cossonnerie." "No, no," cried the man, breathing more freely again. "Never mind, will you buy all my armor, cuirass, sword, and all?" "It is a forbidden commerce." "I know that. He whom you dealt with just now called it out loud enough." "You heard?" "Yes, all, and you were liberal. But be easy, I will not be hard upon you. I have been a trader myself." "What did you sell?" "Never mind, I have made my fortune." "I congratulate you." "Well, will you buy all my armor?" "No, I only want the cuirass." "Do you only buy cuirasses?" "Yes." "That is odd, for if you buy and sell by weight, one sort of iron is as good as another." "That is true, but I have preferences." "Well, then, buy only the cuirass, or rather, now I think again, buy nothing at all." "What do you mean?" "I mean that in these times everyone wants his arms." "What, in perfect peace?" "My good friend, if we were in perfect peace, you would not buy so many cuirasses, and so secretly too. But really, the longer I look at you, the more I think I know your face. You are not Nicolas Trouchon, but still I know you." "Silence." "And if you buy cuirasses?" "Well?" "I am sure it is for a work agreeable to God." "Hold your tongue." "You enchant me," cried the bourgeois, stretching out a long arm over the balcony and seizing the hand of the dealer. "Then who the devil are you?" cried he, who felt his hand held as if in a vice. "I am Robert Briquet, the terror of schismatics, the friend of the Union, and a fierce Catholic. And you are not Nicolas Gimberlot, the courier?" "No, no, goodbye." "What, are you going?" "Yes," and he ran off. But Robert Briquet was not a man to be foiled. He jumped from his balcony and ran after him. "You are mad," said he. "If I were your enemy, I have but to cry out, and the watch is in the next street. But you are my friend, and now I know your name. You are Nicolas Poulain, lieutenant to the provost of Paris. I knew it was Nicolas something." "I am lost," murmured the man. "No, you are saved. I will do more for the good cause than ever you would. You have found a brother. Take one cuirass, and I will take another. I give you my gloves and the rest of my armor for nothing. Come on, and vive l'Union." "You accompany me?" "I will help you to carry these cuirasses, which are to conquer the Philistines. Go on, I follow." A spark of suspicion lingered in the soul of the lieutenant, but he thought, if he wished me ill, he would not have acknowledged he knew me. "Come on, then," he added aloud, "if you will." "To life or death!" cried Briquet, and he continued to talk in this strain till they arrived near the Hotel Guise, where Nicolas Poulain stopped. "I fancied it would be here," thought Briquet. "Now," said Nicolas with a tragic air, "there is still time to retire before entering the lion's den." "Bah! I have entered many. Et non intermuit medulla mea," exclaimed Briquet. "But pardon me, perhaps you do not understand Latin?" "Do you?" "As you see." "What a catch!" thought Poulain. "Learned, strong, bold, and rich."
Then he added aloud, "Well, let us enter," and he conducted Briquet to the door of the hotel. The court was full of guards and men wrapped in cloaks, and 8 horses, saddled and bridled, waited in a corner. But there was not a light to be seen. Poulain whispered his name to the porter and added, "I bring a good companion." "Pass on." "Take these to the magazine," said Poulain, handing the cuirasses to a soldier. "Now I will present you," said he to Briquet. "No, I am very timid. When I have done some work, I will present myself." "As you please. Then wait here for me." "What are we waiting for?" asked a voice. "For the master," replied another. At this moment a tall man entered. "Gentlemen," said he, "I come in his name." "Ah, it is Monsieur de Mainville," said Poulain. "Ah, really?" said Briquet, making a hideous grimace, which quite altered him. "Let us go, gentlemen," said Monsieur de Mainville, and he descended a staircase leading to a vault. All the others followed, and Briquet brought up the rear, murmuring, "But the page! Where the devil is the page?" End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 11. Still the League. At the moment when Robert Briquet was about to enter, he saw Poulain waiting for him. "Pardon," said he, "but my friends do not know you and decline to admit you to their councils till they know more of you." "It is just, and I retire, happy to have seen so many brave defenders of the Holy Union." "Shall I reconduct you?" "No, I thank you, I will not trouble you." "But perhaps they will not open for you, yet I am wanted." "Have you not a password?" "Yes." "Then give it to me. I am a friend, you know." "True. It is Parma and Lorraine." "And they will open?" "Yes." "Thanks. Now return to your friends." Briquet took some steps as if to go out, and then stopped to explore the locality. The result of his observations was that the vault ran parallel to the exterior wall, and terminated in a hall destined for the mysterious council from which he had been excluded. What confirmed him in this supposition was that he saw a light at a barred window, pierced in the wall and guarded by a sort of wooden pipe, such as they placed at the windows of convents and prisons to intercept the view from without, while the air was still admitted. Briquet imagined this to be the window of the hall, and thought that if he could gain this place he could see all. He looked round him. The court had many soldiers and servants in it, but it was large, and the night was dark. Besides, they were not looking his way, and the porter was busy preparing his bed for the night. Briquet rapidly climbed on to the cornice which ran toward the window in question, and ran along the wall like a monkey, holding on with his hands and feet to the ornaments of the sculpture. Had the soldiers seen in the dark this figure gliding along the wall without apparent support, they would not have failed to cry, "Magic!" But they did not see him. In 4 bounds he reached the window and established himself between the bars and the pipe, so that from the inside he was concealed by the one, and from the outside by the other. He then saw a great hall lighted by a torch and filled with armor of all sorts. There were enough pikes, swords, halberds, and muskets to arm 4 regiments. He gave less attention, however, to the arms than to the people engaged in distributing them, and his piercing eyes sought eagerly to distinguish their faces. "Oh, thought he, there is Monsieur Cruche, Little Brigard, and Leclerc, who dares to call himself Bussy. Peste! The bourgeoisie is grandly represented, but the nobility. Ah! Monsieur de Mainville presses the hand of Nicolas Poulain. What a touching fraternity! Ah, an orator, too!" continued he, as Monsieur de Mainville prepared to harangue the assembly. Briquet could not hear a word, but he thought that he did not make much impression on his audience, for one shrugged his shoulders and another turned his back. But at last they approached, seized his hand, and threw up their hats in the air. But though Briquet could not hear, we must inform our readers of what passed. First, Cruche, Marteau, and Bussy had complained of the inaction of the Duc de Guise. Marteau was spokesman, and said, "Monsieur de Mainville,
You come on the part of Monsieur le Duc de Guise, and we accept you as his ambassador, but the presence of the duke himself is indispensable. After the death of his glorious father, he, when only 18 years of age, made all good Frenchmen join this project of the Union, and enrolled us under this banner. We have risked our lives and sacrificed our fortunes for the triumph of this sacred cause, according to our oaths, and yet, in spite of our sacrifices, nothing progresses, nothing is decided. Take care, Monsieur de Mainville. Paris will grow tired, and then what will you do?" This speech was applauded by all the Leaguers. Monsieur de Mainville replied, "Gentlemen, if nothing is decided, it is because nothing is ripe. Consider our situation. Monsieur le Duc and his brother the Cardinal are at Nancy. The one is organizing an army to keep in check the Huguenots of Flanders, whom Monsieur d'Anjou wishes to oppose to us. The other is expediting courier after courier to the clergy of France and to the Pope to induce them to adopt the Union. The Duc de Guise knows, what you do not, that the old alliance between the Duc d'Anjou and the Béarnais is ready to be renewed, and he wishes, before coming to Paris, to be in a position to crush both heresy and usurpation." "They are everywhere where they are not wanted," said Bussy. "Where is Madame de Montpensier, for instance?" "She entered Paris this morning." "No one has seen her?" "Yes, monsieur." "Who was it?" "Salcede." "Oh, oh!" cried all. "But where is she?" cried Bussy. "Has she disappeared? How did you know she was here?" "Because I accompanied her to the Porte St. Antoine." "I heard that they had shut the gates." "Yes, they had." "Then how did she pass?" "In her own fashion. Something took place at the gates of Paris this morning, gentlemen, of which you appear to be ignorant. The orders were to open only those who brought a card of admission, signed by whom I know not. Immediately before us, 5 or 6 men, some of whom were poorly clothed, passed with these cards before our eyes. Now, who were those men? What were the cards? Reply, gentlemen of Paris, who promised to learn everything concerning your city." Thus Mainville, from the accused, became the accuser, which is the great art of an orator. "Cards and exceptional admissions!" cried Nicolas Poulain. "What can that mean?" "If you do not know who live here, how should I know who live in Lorraine?" "How did these people come?" "Some on foot and some on horseback, some alone and some with lackeys." "Were they soldiers?" "There were but 2 swords among the 6. I think they were Gascons. This concerns you, Monsieur Poulain, to find out. But to return to the League. Salcede, who had betrayed us, and would have done so again, not only did not speak, but retracted on the scaffold, thanks to the Duchess, who, in the suite of one of these card-bearers, had the courage to penetrate the crowd even to the place of execution, and made herself known to Salcede, at the risk of being pointed out. At this sight, Salcede stopped his confession, and an instant after, the executioner stopped his repentance. Thus, gentlemen, you have nothing to fear as to our enterprise in Flanders. This secret is buried in the tomb." It was this last speech which had so pleased all the conspirators. Their joy seemed to annoy Briquet. He slipped down from his place, and returning to the court, said to the porter, "Parma and Lorraine." The gate was opened, and he left. History tells us what passed afterward. Monsieur de Mainville brought from the Guises the plan of an insurrection which consisted of nothing less than to murder all the principal people of the city who were known to be in favor with the king, and then to go through the streets crying, "Vive la Messe! Death to our enemies!" In fact, to enact a second St. Bartholomew, in which, however, all hostile Catholics were to be confounded with the Protestants. End of chapter 11. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 12 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 12. The Chamber of His Majesty Henri III. In a great room at the Louvre sat Henri, pale and unquiet. Since his favorites Schomberg, Quelus, and Maugiron had been killed in a duel,
Saint Magrin had been assassinated by M. de Mayenne, and the wounds left by their deaths were still fresh and bleeding. The affection he bore his new favorites was very different from what he had felt for the old. He had overwhelmed d'Epernon with benefits, but he only loved him by fits and starts, and at certain times he even hated him, and accused him of cowardice and avarice. D'Epernon knew how to hide his ambition, which was indeed vague in its aspirations, but his cupidity governed him completely. When he was rich, he was laughing and good-tempered, but when he was in want of money, he used to shut himself up in one of his castles, where, frowning and sad, he bemoaned his fate, until he had drawn from the weakness of the king some new gift. Joyeuse was very different. He loved the king, who in turn had for him almost a fatherly affection. Young and impulsive, he was perhaps somewhat egotistical, and cared for little but to be happy. Handsome, brave, and rich, nature had done so much for him that Henri often regretted that she had left so little for him to add. The king knew his men well, for he was remarkably clear-sighted, and though often betrayed, was never deceived. But ennui was the curse of his life. He was ennuyé now, and was wondering if anyone would come and amuse him when Monsieur le Duc d'Epernon was announced. Henri was delighted. "Ah, good evening, Duke. I am enchanted to see you. Why were you not present at the execution of Salcede? I told you there would be room in my box." "Sire, I was unable to avail myself of your majesty's kindness." "Unable?" "Yes, sire, I was busy." "One would think that you were my minister, coming to announce with a long face that some subsidy had not been paid." "Ma foi, your majesty is right. The subsidy has not been paid, and I am penniless, but it was not that which occupied me." "What then?" "Your majesty knows what passed at the execution of Salcede." "Parbleu, I was there." "They tried to carry off the criminal." "I did not see that." "It is the rumor all through the city, however." "A groundless one." "I believe your majesty is wrong." "On what do you found your belief?" "Because Salcede denied before the people what he had confessed to the judges." "Ah, you know that already." "I try to know all that interests your majesty." "Thanks, but what do you conclude from all this?" "That a man who dies like Salcede was a good servant, sire." "Well?" "And the master who has such followers is fortunate." "You mean to say that I have none such, or rather, that I no longer have them? You are right, if that be what you mean." "I did not mean that. Your majesty would find, I am sure, were there occasion, followers as devoted as Salcede." "Well, duke, do not look gloomy. I am sad enough already. Do be gay." "Gaiety cannot be forced, sire." The king struck the table angrily. "You're a bad friend," said he. "I lost all when I lost my former ones." "May I dare to say to your majesty that you hardly encourage the new ones?" The king looked at him with an expression which he well understood. "Ah, your majesty reproaches me with your benefits," said he, "but I do not reproach you with my devotion." "Lavalette," cried Henri, "you make me sad, you who are so clever, and could so easily make me joyful. It is not your nature to fight continually like my old favorites, but you are facetious and amusing, and give good counsel. You know all my affairs, like that other more humble friend with whom I never experienced a moment's ennui." "Of whom does your majesty speak?" "Of my poor jester, Chicot. Alas, where is he?" D'Epernon rose, piqued. "Your majesty's souvenirs today are not very amusing for other people," said he. "Why so?" "Your majesty, without intending it perhaps, compared me to Chicot, which is not very flattering." "You are wrong, D'Epernon. I could only compare to Chicot a man who loves me, and whom I love." "It was not to resemble Chicot, I suppose, that your majesty made me a duke?" "Chicot loved me, and I miss him. That is all I can say. Oh, when I think that in the same place where you now are have been all those young men, handsome, brave, and faithful,
that there on that very chair on which you have placed your hat, Chicot has slept more than 100 times." "Perhaps that was very amusing," interrupted the duke, "but certainly not very respectful." "Alas, he has now neither mind nor body." "What became of him?" "He died, like all who loved me." "Well, sire, I think he did well to die. He was growing old, and I have heard that sobriety was not one of his virtues. Of what did he die? Indigestion?" "Of grief." "Oh, he told you so, to make you laugh once more." "You are wrong. He would not sadden me with the news of his illness. He knew how I regretted my friends, he who had so often seen me weep for them." "Then it was his shade that came to tell you?" "No, I did not even see his shade. It was his friend, the worthy Prior Gorenflot, who wrote me this sad news." "I see that if he lived your majesty would make him chancellor." "I beg, duke, that you will not laugh at those who loved me, and whom I loved." "Sire, I do not desire to laugh, but just now you reproached me with want of gaiety. Parfandieu!" "Well, now I am in the mood to hear bad news, if you have any to tell. Luckily, I have the strength to bear it, or I should be dead 10 times a day." "Which would not displease certain people of our acquaintance." "Oh, against them I have the arms of my Swiss." "I could find you a better guard than that." "You?" "Yes, sire." "What is it?" "Will your majesty be so good as to accompany me to the buildings of the Louvre?" "On the site of the Rue de l'Astruce?" "Precisely." "What shall I see there?" "Oh, come first." "It is a long way, duke." "We can go in 5 minutes through the galleries." "D'Epernon." "Well, sire?" "If what you are about to show me be not worth seeing, take care." "I answer for it, sire." "Come, then," said the king, rising. The duke took his cloak, presented the king's sword to him, then, taking a light, preceded his majesty. End of chapter 12. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 13 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 13. The Dormitory. In less than 5 minutes they arrived at their destination. The duke took out a key, and, after crossing a court, opened an arched door, the bottom of which was overgrown with long grass. They went along a dark corridor, and then up a staircase to a room, of which D'Epernon had also the key. He opened the door, and showed the king 45 beds, and in each of them a sleeper. The king looked at all this with a troubled curiosity. "Well," said he, "who are these people?" "People who sleep tonight, but will not do so tomorrow night." "Why not?" "That your majesty may sleep in peace." "Explain yourself. Are these your friends?" "Chosen by me, sire, intrepid guards who will not quit your majesty, and who, gentlemen all, will be able to go wherever your majesty goes, and will let no one approach you." "And you thought of this, D'Epernon?" "I alone, sire." "We shall be laughed at." No, we shall be feared." "But they will ruin me." "How can a king be ruined?" "I cannot pay my Swiss." "Look at these men, sire. Do you think they would be very expensive to keep?" "But they could not always live like this. They would be stifled. And look at their doublets." "Oh, I confess they are not all very sumptuously clothed, but if they had been born dukes and peers—" "Yes, I understand. They would have cost me more." "Just so." "Well, how much will they cost? That will perhaps decide me, for in truth, D'Epernon, they do not look very inviting." Sire, I know they are rather thin and burned by our southern sun, but I was so when I came to Paris. They will fatten and whiten like me."
"How they snore!"
"Sire, you must not judge them tonight. They have supped well."
"Stay, there is one speaking in his sleep. Let us listen."
Indeed, one of the gentlemen called out,
"If you are a woman, fly!"
The king approached him softly. "Ah," said he is a gallant." "What do you think of him, sire?"
"His face pleases me, and he has white hands and a well-kept beard."
"It is Antoine de Carmainges, a fine fellow, who is capable of much."
"He has left behind him some love, I suppose, poor fellow. But what a queer figure his next neighbor is."
"Ah, that is Monsieur de Chalabre. If he ruins your majesty, it will not be without enriching himself, I answer for that."
"And that one with such a somber air, he does not seem as though he dreamed of love."
"What number, sire?"
"Number 12.
Monsieur de Saint-Malin, a brave fellow with a heart of bronze."
"Well, Lavalette, you have had a good idea."
"I should think so. Imagine the effect that will be produced by these new watchdogs, who will follow you like your shadow."
Yes, but they cannot follow me in this guise."
"Now we return to the money, but about this also I have an idea."
"D'Epernon."
"My zeal for your majesty doubles my imagination."
"Well, let us hear it."
"If it depended upon me, each of these gentlemen should find by his bed a purse containing 1,000 crowns, as payment for the first 6 months."
1,000 crowns for 6 months? 6,000 livres a year? You are mad, Duke. An entire regiment would not cost that."
"You forget, sire, that it is necessary they should be well dressed. Each will have to take from his 1,000 crowns enough for arms and equipments. Set down 1,500 livres to effect this in a manner to do you honor, and there would remain 4,500 livres for the first year. Then for subsequent years you could give 3,000 livres."
"That is more reasonable."
"Then your majesty accepts?"
"There is one difficulty, Duke."
"What is it?"
"Want of money."
"Sire, I have found a method. 6 months ago a tax was levied on shooting and fishing."
"Well?"
"The first payment produced 65,000 crowns, which have not yet been disposed of."
"I destined it for the war, Duke."
"The first interest of the kingdom is the safety of the king."
"Well, there would still remain 20,000 crowns for the army."
"Pardon, sire, but I had disposed of them also."
"Ah?"
"Yes, sire, your majesty had promised me money."
"Ah, and you give me a guard to obtain it."
"Oh, sire, but look at them. Will they not have a good effect?"
"Yes, when dressed, they will not look bad. Well, so be it."
"Well then, sire, I have a favor to ask."
"I should be astonished if you had not."
"Your majesty is bitter today."
"Oh, I only mean that having rendered me a service, you have the right to ask for a return."
"Well, sire, it is an appointment."
"Why, you are already Colonel General of Infantry. More would crush you."
"In your majesty's service, I am a Samson."
"What is it, then?"
"I desire the command of these 45 gentlemen."
"What? You wish to march at their head?"
"No, I should have a deputy, only I desire that they should know me as their head."
"Well, you shall have it. But who is to be your deputy?"
"Monsieur de Loignac, sire."
"Ah, that is well."
"He pleases your majesty?"
"Perfectly."
"Then it is decided?"
"Yes, let it be as you wish."
"Then I will go at once to the treasurer and get my 45 purses."
"Tonight?"
"They are to find them tomorrow when they wake."
"Good, then I will return."
"Content, sire?"
Tolerably.
Well guarded, at all events.
By men who sleep.
They will not sleep tomorrow, sire.
End of chapter 13. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 14 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 14. The Shade of Chicot. The king, as we have said, was never deceived as to the character of his friends. He knew perfectly well that D'Epernon was working for his own advantage, but as he expected to have had to give and receive nothing in return, whereas he had got 45 guards, he had thought it a good idea. Besides, it was a novelty, which was a thing that a poor king of France could not always get, and especially Henri III, who, when he had gone through his processions, counted his dogs, and uttered his usual number of sighs, had nothing left to do. Therefore, he became more and more pleased with the idea as he returned to his room. "These men are doubtless brave, and will perhaps be very devoted," thought he, "and 45 swords always ready to leap from their scabbards are a grand thing." This thought brought to his mind the other devoted swords that he regretted so bitterly. He became sad again and inquired for Joyeuse. They replied that he had not returned. "Then call my valet de chambre." When he was in bed, they asked if his reader should attend, for Henri was subject to long fits of wakefulness, and was often read to sleep. "No," replied the king, "I want no one. Only if Monsieur de Joyeuse returns, bring him to me."
"If he returns late, sire?"
"Alas, he is always late. But whatever be the hour, bring him here." The servants extinguished the candles and lighted a lamp of essences, which gave a pale blue flame that the king liked. Henri was tired and soon slept, but not for long. He awoke, thinking he heard a noise in the room. "Joyeuse," he asked, "is it you?" No one replied. The light burned dim and only threw faint circles on the ceiling of the carved oak. "Alone still," murmured the king. "Mon Dieu, I am alone all my life, as I shall be after death." "Alone after death? That is not certain," said a powerful voice near the bed. The king started up and looked round him in terror. "I know that voice," cried he. "Ah, that is lucky," replied the voice. "It is like the voice of Chicot." "You burn, Henri, you burn." Then the king, getting half out of bed, saw a man sitting in the very chair which he had pointed out to D'Epernon. "Heaven protect me!" cried he. "It is the shade of Chicot." "Ah, my poor Henriquet, are you still so foolish?" "What do you mean?" "That shades cannot speak, having no body and consequently no tongue." "Then you are Chicot himself?" cried the king joyfully. "Do not be too sure." "Then you are not dead, my poor Chicot?" "On the contrary, I am dead." "Chicot, my only friend." "You at least are not changed." "But you, Chicot, are you changed?" "I hope so." "Chicot, my friend, why did you leave me?" "Because I am dead." "You said just now that you were not dead." "Dead to some, alive to others." "And to me?" "Dead." "Why dead to me?" "It is easy to comprehend that you are not the master here." "How?" "You can do nothing for those who serve you." "Chicot!" "Do not be angry, or I shall be also." "Speak then, my friend," said the king, fearful that Chicot would vanish. "Well, I had a little affair to settle with Monsieur de Mayenne, you remember?" "Perfectly." "I settled it. I beat this valiant captain without mercy. He sought for me to hang me, and you, whom I thought would protect me, abandoned me and made peace with him. Then I declared myself dead, and buried by the aid of my friend Gorenflot, so that Monsieur de Mayenne has ceased to search for me." "What a frightful courage you had, Chicot! Did you not know the grief your death would cause me?" "I have never lived so tranquilly as since the world thought me dead."
Chicot, my head turns. You frighten me. I know not what to think. Well, settle something. I think that you are dead, and... Then I lie. You are polite. You commence by concealing some things from me, but presently, like the orators of antiquity, you will tell me terrible truths. Oh, as to that, I do not say so. Prepare, poor king. If you are not a shade, how could you come unnoticed into my room through the guarded corridors? And Henri, abandoning himself to new terrors, threw himself down in the bed and covered up his head. Come, come, cried Chicot. You have only to touch me to be convinced. But how did you come? Why, I still have the key you gave me, and which I hung round my neck to enrage your gentlemen, and with this I entered. By the secret door, then? Certainly. And why today more than yesterday? Ah, that you shall hear. Henri, sitting up again, said like a child, Do not tell me anything disagreeable, Chicot. I am so glad to see you again. I will tell the truth, so much the worse if it be disagreeable. But your fear of Mayenne is not serious. Very serious, on the contrary. You understand that Monsieur de Mayenne gave me 50 blows with a stirrup leather, in return for which I gave him 100 with the sheath of my sword. No doubt he thinks, therefore, that he still owes me 50, so that I should not have come to you now, however great your need, had I not known him to be at Soissons. Well, Chicot, I take you now under my protection, and I wish that you should be resuscitated and appear openly. What folly! I will protect you on my royal word. Bah, I have better than that. What? My hole where I remain. I forbid it, cried the king, jumping out of bed. Henri, you will catch cold. Go back to bed, I pray. You are right, but you exasperated me. How, when I have enough guards, Swiss, Scotch, and French, for my own defense, should I not have enough for yours? Well, let us see. You have the Swiss? Yes, commanded by Tocquenot. Good. Then you have the Scotch? Commanded by Larchant. Very well, and you have the French guards? Commanded by Crillon. And then, but I do not know if I ought to tell you. I did not ask you. A novelty, Chicot? A novelty? Yes. Imagine 45 brave gentlemen. 45? What do you mean? 45 gentlemen. Where did you find them? Not in Paris, I suppose. No, but they arrived here yesterday. Oh, cried Chicot with a sudden illumination. I know these gentlemen. Really? 45 beggars who only want the wallet, figures to make one die with laughter. Chicot, there are splendid men among them. Gascons like your Colonel General of Infantry. And like you, Chicot. However, I have 45 formidable swords at my command. Commanded by the 46th, whom they call d'Epernon? Not exactly. By whom, then? De Loignac. And it is with them you think to defend yourself? Yes, mordieu, yes. Well, I have more troops than you. You have troops? Why not? What are they? You shall hear. First, all the army that is Monsieurs de Guise are raising in Lorraine. Are you mad? No, a real army, at least 6,000 men. But how can you, who fear Monsieur de Mayenne so much, be defended by the soldiers of Monsieur de Guise? Because I am dead. Again this joke. No, I have changed my name and position. What are you, then? I am Robert Briquet, merchant and leaguer. You, a leaguer? A devoted one, so that I keep away from Monsieur de Mayenne. I have, then, for me, first the army of Lorraine, 6,000 men, Remember that number."
"I listen."
"Then at least 100,000 Parisians."
"Famous soldiers."
"Sufficiently so to annoy you much. 6,000 and 100,000 are 106,000. Then there is the Pope, the Spaniards, Monsieur de Bourbon, the Flemings, Henri of Navarre, the Duke d'Anjou."
"Have you done?" interrupted Henri impatiently.
"There still remain 3 classes of people."
"What are they?"
"First, the Catholics, who hate you because you only 3 parts exterminated the Huguenots. Then the Huguenots, who hate you because you have 3 parts exterminated them. And the third party is that which desires neither you, nor your brother, nor Monsieur de Guise, but your brother-in-law, Henri of Navarre."
"Provided that he abjure. But these people of whom you speak are all France."
"Just so. These are my troops as a leaguer. Now add and compare."
"You are joking, are you not, Chicot?"
"Is it a time to joke when you are alone against all the world?"
Henri assumed an air of royal dignity. "Alone I am," said he, "but at the same time I alone command. You show me an army, but where is the chief? You will say Monsieur de Guise, but do I not keep him at Nancy? Monsieur de Mayenne, you say yourself, is at Soissons, the Duke d'Anjou is at Brussels, and the King of Navarre at Pau, so that if I am alone, I am free. I am like a hunter in the midst of a plain, waiting to see his prey come within his reach."
"On the contrary, you are the game whom the hunters track to his lair."
"Chicot!"
"Well, let me hear whom you have seen to come."
"No one."
"Yet someone has come."
"Of those whom I named."
"Not exactly, but nearly."
"Who?"
"A woman."
"My sister Margot?"
"No, the Duchesse de Montpensier."
"She? At Paris?"
"Mon Dieu, yes."
"Well, if she be, I do not fear women."
"True, but she comes as the avant courier to announce the arrival of her brother."
"Of Monsieur de Guise?"
"Yes."
"And do you think that embarrasses me? Give me ink and paper."
"What for? To sign an order for Monsieur de Guise to remain at Nancy?"
"Exactly. The idea must be good, since you had it also."
"Execrable, on the contrary."
"Why?"
"As soon as he receives it, he will know he is wanted in Paris, and he will come."
The king grew angry. "If you only return to talk like this," said he, "you had better have stayed away."
"What would you have? Phantoms never flatter. But be reasonable. Why do you think Monsieur de Guise remains at Nancy?"
"To organize an army."
"Well, and for what purpose does he destine this army?"
"Ah, Chicot, you fatigue me with all these questions."
"You will sleep better after it. He destines this army—"
"To attack the Huguenots in the north."
"Or rather to thwart your brother of Anjou, who has called himself Duke of Brabant, and wishes to build himself a throne in Flanders, for which he solicits your aid."
"Which I never sent."
"To the great joy of the Duc de Guise. Well, if you were to feign to send this aid, if they only went halfway—"
"Ah, yes, I understand. Monsieur de Guise would not leave the frontier."
"And the promise of Madame de Montpensier that her brother would be here in a week—"
"Would be broken."
"You see, then."
"So far, good. But in the south?"
"Ah, yes, the Béarnais."
"Do you know what he is at?"
"No."
"He claims the towns which were his wife's dowry," said the king.
"Insolent, to claim what belongs to him."
"Cahors, for example, as if it would be good policy to give up such a town to an enemy."
"No, but it would be like an honest man."
To return to Flanders, I will send someone to my brother, but whom can I trust? Oh, now that I think of it, you shall go, Chicot."
"I, a dead man?"
"No, you shall go as Robert Briquet."
"As a bagman?"
Do you refuse? Certainly. You disobey me? I owe you no obedience. Henri was about to reply when the door opened and the Duc de Joyeuse was announced. Ah, there is your man, said Chicot. Who could make a better ambassador? Chicot then buried himself in the great chair so as to be quite invisible in the dim light. Monsieur de Joyeuse did not see him. The king uttered a cry of joy on seeing his favorite and held out his hand. Sit down, Joyeuse, my child, said he. How late you are! Your Majesty is very good, answered Joyeuse, approaching the bed on which he sat down. End of chapter 14. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 15 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 15. The difficulty of finding a good ambassador. Chicot was hidden in his great chair, and Joyeuse was half lying on the foot of the bed in which the king was bolstered up when the conversation commenced. Well, Joyeuse, said Henri, have you well wandered about the town? Yes, sire, replied the duke carelessly. How quickly you disappeared from the Place de Grève. Sire, to speak frankly, I do not like to see men suffer. Tender heart. No, egotistical heart, rather, than sufferings act on my nerves. You know what passed? Ma foi, no. Salcede denied all. Ah! You bear it very indifferently, Joyeuse. I confess I do not attach much importance to it. Besides, I was certain he would deny everything. But since he confessed before the judges... All the more reason that he should deny it afterward. The confession put the Guises on their guard, and they were at work while your Majesty remained quiet. What? You foresee such things and do not warn me? I am not a minister to talk politics. Well, Joyeuse, I want your brother. He, like myself, is at your Majesty's service. Then I may count on him? Doubtless. I wish to send him on a little mission. Out of Paris? Yes. In that case, it is impossible. How so? Du Bouchage cannot go away just now. The king looked astonished. What do you mean? Said he. Sire, said Joyeuse quietly, it is the simplest thing possible. Du Bouchage is in love, but he had carried on his negotiations badly, and everything was going wrong. The poor boy was growing thinner and thinner. Indeed, said the king, I have remarked it. And he had become sad, mordieu, as if he had lived in your Majesty's court. A kind of grunt proceeding from the corner of the room interrupted Joyeuse, who looked round astonished. It is nothing, Joyeuse, said the king, laughing. Only a dog asleep on the footstool. You say, then, that Du Bouchage grew sad? Sad as death, sire. It seems he has met with some woman of an extraordinary disposition. However, one sometimes succeeds as well with this sort of woman as with others, if you only set the right way to work. You would not have been embarrassed, libertine. You understand, sire, that no sooner had he made me his confidant than I undertook to save him. So that already the cure commences. What, is he less in love? No, but he has more hope of making her so. For the future, instead of sighing with the lady, we mean to amuse her in every possible way. Tonight I stationed 30 Italian musicians under her balcony. Ah, ma foi. Music would not have amused me when I was in love with Madame de Condé. No, but you were in love, sire, and she is as cold as an icicle. And you think music will melt her? Diable! I do not say that she will come at once and throw herself into the arms of Du Bouchage, but she will be pleased at all this being done for herself alone. If she do not care for this, we shall have plays, enchantments, poetry, in fact all the pleasures of the earth, so that even if we do not bring gaiety back to her, I hope we shall to Du Bouchage. Well, I hope so. But since it would be so trying to leave him to Paris, I hope you are not also, like him, the slave of some passion."
"I was never more free, sire."
"Oh, I thought you were in love with a beautiful lady."
"Yes, sire, so I was, but imagine that this evening, after having given my lessons to Bouchage, I went to see her, with my head full of his love story, and believing myself almost as much in love as he, I found a trembling, frightened woman, and thinking I had disturbed her somehow, I tried to reassure her, but it was useless. I interrogated her, but she did not reply. I tried to embrace her, but she turned her head away. I grew angry and we quarreled, and she told me she would never be at home to me any more."
"Poor Joyeuse! What did you do?"
"Pardieu, sire, I took my hat and cloak, bowed, and went out without once looking back."
"Bravo, Joyeuse! It was courageous."
"The more so, sire, that I thought I heard her sigh."
"But you will return?"
"No, I am proud."
"Well, my friend, this rupture is for your good."
"Perhaps so, sire, but I shall probably be horribly ennuyé for a week, having nothing to do. It may perhaps amuse me, however, as it is something new, and I think it distingué."
"Certainly it is. I have made it so," said the king. "However, I will occupy you with something."
"Something lazy, I hope."
A second noise came from the chair. One might have thought the dog was laughing at the words of Joyeuse.
"What am I to do, sire?"
continued Joyeuse. "Get on your boots."
"Oh, that is against all my ideas."
"Get on horseback."
"On horseback? Impossible."
"And why?"
"Because I am an admiral, and admirals have nothing to do with horses."
"Well then, admiral, if it be not your place to mount a horse, it is so at all events to go on board a ship. So you will start at once for Rouen, where you will find your admiral's ship, and make ready to sail immediately for Antwerp."
"For Antwerp?"
cried Joyeuse in a tone as despairing as though he had received an order for Canton or Valparaiso. "I said so," replied the king in a cold and haughty tone, "and there is no need to repeat it." Joyeuse, without making the least further resistance, fastened his cloak and took his hat. "What a trouble I have to make myself obeyed," continued Henri. "Ventrebleu! If I forget sometimes that I am the master, others might remember it." Joyeuse bowed stiffly and said,
"Your orders, sire."
The king began to melt. "Go," said he, "to Rouen, where I wish you to embark, unless you prefer going by land to Brussels." Joyeuse did not answer, but only bowed. "Do you prefer the land route, Duke?" asked Henri.
"I have no preference when I have an order to execute, sire."
"There, now you are sulky. Ah, kings have no friends."
"Those who give orders can only expect to find servants."
"Monsieur," replied the king, angry again, "you will go then to Rouen. You will go on board your ship, and will take the garrisons of Caudebec, Harfleur, and Dieppe, which I will replace afterward. You will put them on board 6 transports, and place them at the service of my brother who expects aid from me."
"My commission, if you please, sire."
"And since when have you been unable to act by virtue of your rank as admiral?"
"I only obey, sire, and as much as possible avoid responsibility."
"Well, then, Monsieur le Duc, you will receive the commission at your hotel before you depart."
"And when will that be?"
"In an hour."
Joyeuse bowed and turned to the door. The king's heart misgave him.
"What?" cried he. "Not even the courtesy of an adieu? You are not polite, but that is a common reproach to naval people."
"Pardon me, sire, but I am a still worse courtier than I am a seaman."
And shutting the door violently, he went out. "See how those love me for whom I have done so much," cried the king. "Ungrateful Joyeuse!"
"Well, are you going to recall him?" said Chicot, advancing. "Because for once in your life you have been firm, you repent it."
"Ah, so you think it very agreeable to go to sea in the month of October? I should like to see you do it."
"You are quite welcome to do so. My greatest desire just now is to travel."
Then if I wish to send you somewhere, you will not object to go?
Not only do I not object, but I request it.
On a mission?
Yes.
Will you go to Navarre?
I would go to the devil.
You are joking.
No, since my death I joke no more.
But you refused just now to quit Paris.
I was wrong, and I repent. I will go to Navarre if you will send me.
Doubtless, I wish it.
I wait your orders, gracious prince, said Chicot, assuming the same attitude as Joyeuse.
But you do not know if the mission will suit you. I have certain projects of embroiling Margot with her husband.
Divide to reign was the ABC of politics 100 years ago.
Then you have no repugnance?
It does not concern me. Do as you wish. I am ambassador, that is all. And as long as I am inviolable, that is all I care for.
But now you must know what to say to my brother-in-law.
I say anything? Certainly not.
Not?
I will go where you like, but I will say nothing.
Then you refuse?
I refuse to give a message, but I will take a letter.
Well, I will give you a letter.
Give it me, then.
What? You do not think such a letter can be written at once? It must be well weighed and considered.
Well, then think over it. I will come or send for it early tomorrow.
Why not sleep here?
Here?
Yes, in your chair.
I sleep no more at the Louvre.
But you must know my intentions concerning Margot and her husband. My letter will make a noise, and they will question you. You must be able to reply.
Mon Dieu, said Chicot, shrugging his shoulders. How obtuse you are, great king. Do you think I am going to carry a letter 150 leagues without knowing what is in it? Be easy. The first halt I make, I shall open your letter and read it. What? Have you sent ambassadors for 10 years to all parts of the world and know no better than that? Come, rest in peace, and I will return to my solitude.
Where is it?
In the cemetery of the Grand Innocent, great prince.
Henri looked at him in astonishment again.
Ha! You did not expect that, said Chicot. Well, till tomorrow, when I or my messenger will come.
How shall I know your messenger when he arrives?
He will say he comes from the shade. And Chicot disappeared so rapidly as almost to reawaken the king's fears as to whether he were a shade or not. End of chapter 15. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 16 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 16. The Serenade. From the Louvre, Chicot had not far to go to his home. He went to the bank of the Seine and got into a little boat which he had left there. It is strange, thought he, as he rowed and looked at the still-lighted window of the king's room, that after so many years Henri is still the same. Others have risen or fallen, while he has gained some wrinkles, and that is all. He has the same weak, yet elevated mind, still fantastical and poetical, still the same egotistical being, always asking for more than one has to give him, friendship from the indifferent, love from the friendly, devotion from the loving, and more sad than anyone in his kingdom. By the by, he did not speak of giving me any money for my journey. That proves at least that he thinks me a friend. And he laughed quietly. He soon arrived at the opposite bank, where he fastened his boat. On entering the Rue des Augustins, he was struck by the sound of instruments and voices in the street at that late hour. "Is there a wedding here?" thought he. "I have not long to sleep, and now this will keep me awake." As he advanced, he saw a dozen flambeaux carried by pages, while 30 musicians were playing on different instruments. The band was stationed before a house that Chicot, with surprise, recognized as his own. He remained for an instant stupefied, and then said to himself, "There must be some mistake. All this noise cannot be for me, unless, indeed, some unknown princess has suddenly fallen in love with me." This supposition, flattering as it was, did not appear to convince Chicot,
and he turned toward the house facing his, but it showed no signs of life. "They must sleep soundly there," said he. "Such a noise is enough to wake the dead." "Pardon me, my friend," said he, addressing himself to a torch-bearer, "but can you tell me, if you please, who all this music is for?" "For the bourgeois who lives there," replied he, pointing out to Chicot his own house. "Decidedly, it is for me," thought he. "Whom do you belong to?" he asked. "To the bourgeois who lives there." "Ah! They not only come for me, but they belong to me? Still better. Well, we shall see." And piercing through the crowd, he opened his door, went upstairs, and appeared at his balcony, in which he placed a chair and sat down. "Gentlemen," said he, "are you sure there is no mistake? Is all this really for me?" "Are you Monsieur Robert Briquet?" "Himself." "Then we are at your service, monsieur," said the leader of the band, giving the sign to recommence. "Certainly it is unintelligible," thought Chicot. He looked around. All the inhabitants of the street were at their windows, excepting those of the opposite house, which, as we have said, remained dark and quiet. But on glancing downward, he saw a man wrapped in a dark cloak, and who wore a black hat with a red feather, leaning against the portico of his own door, and looking earnestly at the opposite house. The leader of the band just then quitted his post and spoke softly to this man, and Chicot instantly guessed that here lay all the interest of the scene. Soon after, a gentleman on horseback, followed by two squires, appeared at the corner of the street, and pushed his way through the crowd while the music stopped. "Monsieur de Joyeuse," murmured Chicot, who recognized him at once. The cavalier approached the gentleman under the balcony. "Well, Henri," said he, "what news?" "Nothing, brother." "Nothing?" "No, she has not even appeared." "They have not made noise enough." "They have roused all the neighborhood." "They did not cry as I told them, that it was all in honor of this bourgeois." "They cried it so loud that there he is, sitting in his balcony listening." "And she has not appeared?" "Neither she nor anyone." "The idea was ingenious, however, for she might, like the rest of the people, have profited by the music given to her neighbor." "Ah, you do not know her, brother." "Yes, I do, or at all events I know women, and she is but a woman. We will not despair." "Ah, you say that in a discouraged tone, brother." "Not at all. Only give the bourgeois his serenade every night." "But she will go away." "Not if you do not speak to her, or seem to be doing it on her account, and remain concealed. Has the bourgeois spoken?" "Yes, and he is now speaking again." "Hold your tongue up there, and go in," cried Joyeuse, out of humor. "Diable! You have had your serenade, so keep quiet." "My serenade? That is just what I want to know the meaning of. To whom is it addressed?" "To your daughter." "I have none." "To your wife, then." "Thank God, I am not married." "Then to yourself, and if you do not go in," cried Joyeuse, advancing with a menacing air. "Ventre de biche! But if the music be for me—" "Old fool!" growled Joyeuse, "if you do not go in and hide your ugly face, they shall break their instruments over your head." "Let the man alone, brother," said Henri. "The fact is, he must be very much astonished." "Oh, but if we get up a quarrel, perhaps she will look to see what is the matter. We will burn his house down, if necessary." "No, for pity's sake, brother, do not let us force her attention. We are beaten, and must submit." Chicot, who heard all, was mentally preparing the means of defense, but Joyeuse yielded to his brother's request, and dismissed the pages and musicians. Then he said to his brother, "I am in despair. All conspires against us." "What do you mean?" "I have no longer time to aid you." "I see now that you are in traveling dress. I did not remark it before." "I set off tonight for Antwerp, by desire of the king." "When did he give you the order?" "This evening." "Mon Dieu!" "Come with me, I entreat."
"Do you order me, brother?" said Henri, turning pale at the thought. "No, I only beg you." "Thank you, brother. If I were forced to give up passing my nights under this window, well, I should die." "You are mad." "My heart is here, brother, my life is here." Joyeuse crossed his arms with a mixture of anger and pity. "If our father," he said, "begged you to let yourself be attended by Miron, who is at once a philosopher and a doctor?" "I should reply to my father that I am well and that my brain is sound, and that Miron cannot cure love sickness." "Well, then, Henri, I must make the best of it. She is but a woman, and at my return I hope to see you more joyous than myself." "Yes, yes, my good brother, I shall be cured. I shall be happy, thanks to your friendship, which is my most precious possession." "After your love?" "Before my life." Joyeuse, most touched, interrupted him. "Let us go, brother," said he. "Yes, brother, I follow you," said Du Bouchage, sighing. "Yes, I understand. The last adieu to the window. But you have also one for me, brother." Henri passed his arms round the neck of his brother, who leaned down to embrace him. "No," cried he, "I will accompany you to the gates." And with a last look toward the window, he followed his brother. Chicot continued to watch. Gradually everyone disappeared, and the street was deserted. Then one of the windows of the opposite house was opened, and a man looked out. "There is no longer anyone, madame," said he. "You may leave your hiding place, and go down to your own room." And lighting a lamp, he gave it into a hand stretched out to receive it. Chicot looked earnestly, but as he caught sight of her pale but sublime face, he shuddered and sat down, entirely subjugated in his turn by the melancholy influence of the house. End of chapter 16. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 17 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 17. Chicot's Purse. Chicot passed the remainder of the night dreaming in his armchair, for the face of that woman brought before him a number of illustrious shades connected with many happy or terrible souvenirs, and he who had regretted his sleep on first arriving now thought no more of it. When morning dawned, he got up, threw a cloak over his shoulders, and with the firmness of a sage, examined the bottom of his purse and his shoes. Chicot, a man of lively imagination, had made in the principal beam which ran through his house a cavity, 1.5 feet long and 6 inches wide, which he used as a strong box to contain 1,000 crowns in gold. He had made the following calculation: "I spend the 20th part of one of these crowns every day. Therefore I have enough to last me for 20,000 days. I cannot live so long as that, but I may live half as long, and as I grow older my wants and expenses will increase, and this will give me 25 or 30 good years to live, and that is enough." He was therefore tranquil as to the future. "Ventre de biche!" he cried, "times are hard, and I need not be delicate with Henri. This money did not come from him, but from an old uncle. If it were still night, I would go and get 100 crowns from the king, but now I have no resource but in myself, or in Gorenflot." This idea of drawing money from Gorenflot made him smile. It would be odd, thought he, if Gorenflot should refuse 100 crowns to the friend through whom he was appointed prior to the Jacobins. But this letter of the king's, I must go and fetch it. But these Joyeuses are in truth capable of burning my house down some night to attract the lady to her window, and my 1,000 crowns. Really, I think it would be better to hide them in the ground. However, if they burn my house, the king shall pay me for it. Thus reassured, he left the house, and at that moment saw at the window of the opposite house the servant of the unknown lady. This man, as we have said, was completely disfigured by a scar extending from the left temple to the cheek, but although bald and with a gray beard, he had a quick, active appearance and a fresh and young-looking complexion. On seeing Chicot, he drew his hood over his head, and was going in, but Chicot called out to him, "Neighbor, the noise here last night quite disgusted me, and I am going for some weeks to my farm.
will you be so obliging as to look after my house a little?"
"Willingly, monsieur."
"And if you see robbers?"
"Be easy, monsieur. I have a good arquebus."
"I have still one more favor to ask."
"What is it?"
"I hardly like to call it out."
"I will come down to you."
He came down accordingly, with his hood drawn closely round his face, saying as a sort of apology,
"It is very cold this morning."
"Yes," said Chicot, "there is a bitter wind. Well, monsieur, I am going away."
"You told me that before."
"Yes, I know, but I leave a good deal of money behind me."
"So much the worse. Why not take it with you?"
"I cannot, but I leave it well hidden, so well that I have nothing to fear but fire. If that should happen, will you try and look after that great beam you see on the right?"
"Really, monsieur, you embarrass me. This confidence would have been far better made to a friend than to a stranger of whom you know nothing."
"It is true, monsieur, that I do not know you, but I believe in faces, and I think yours that of an honest man."
"But, monsieur, it is possible that this music may annoy my mistress also, and then she might move."
"Well, that cannot be helped, and I must take my chance."
"Thanks, monsieur, for your confidence in a poor unknown. I will try to be worthy of it."
And bowing, he went into the house. Chicot murmured to himself, "Poor young man, what a wreck! And I have seen him so gay and so handsome." End of chapter 17. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 18 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 18. The Priory of the Jacobins. The priory which the king had bestowed upon Gorenflot was situated near the Porte St. Antoine. This was at that time a very favorite quarter, for the king frequently visited the chateau of Vincennes, and different noblemen had built charming residences in its neighborhood. The priory was built on four sides of an immense court, planted with trees. It had a kitchen garden behind, and a number of outhouses, which made it look like a small village. 200 monks occupied the dormitories situated at the end of the courtyard, while in the front 4 large windows, with a balcony before them, gave to these apartments air and light. It was maintained on its own resources and dependencies. Its pasture land fed a troop of 50 oxen and 99 sheep, for by some traditional law no religious order was allowed to possess 100 of anything, while certain outbuildings sheltered 99 pigs of a particular breed, which were most carefully reared and fattened. The espaliers of the priory, which were exposed to the midday sun, furnished peaches, apricots, and grapes, while preserves of these fruits were skillfully made by a certain brother Eusebius, who was the architect of the famous rock constructed of sweetmeats, which had been presented to the 2 queens by the Hôtel de Ville of Paris at the last state banquet which had taken place there. In the interior of this paradise for gourmands and sluggards, in a sumptuous apartment, we shall find Gorenflot, ornamented with an additional chin, and characterized by that sort of venerable gravity which the constant habit of repose and good living gives to the most vulgar faces. 7:30 in the morning had just struck. The prior had profited by the rule which gave to him an hour's more sleep than to the other monks, and now, although he had risen, he was quietly continuing his sleep in a large armchair as soft as eiderdown. The furniture of the room was more mundane than religious: a carved table, covered with rich cloth, books of religious gallantry, that singular mixture of love and devotion, which we only meet with at that epoch of art. Expensive vases and curtains of rich damask were some of the luxuries of which Dom Modeste Gorenflot had become possessed by the grace of God, of the king, and of Chicot. Gorenflot slept, as we have said, in his chair, when the door opened softly and 2 men entered. The first was about 35 years of age, thin and pale, and with a look which commanded even before he spoke. Lightnings seemed to dart from his eyes when they were open, although the expression was generally softened by a careful lowering of the white eyelids. This was Brother Borromée, who had been for the last 3 weeks treasurer of the convent. The other was a young man about 17 or 18, with piercing black eyes, a bold look, and whose turned-up sleeves displayed two strong arms, quick in gesticulation.
"The prior sleeps still, Father Borromée," said he. "Shall we wake him?"
"On no account, Brother Jacques."
"Really, it is a pity to have a prior who sleeps so long, for we might have tried the arms this morning. Did you notice what beautiful cuirasses and arquebuses there were among them?" "Silence, brother, you will be heard." "How unlucky!" cried the young man, impatiently stamping his feet. "It is so fine today, and the court is so dry."
"We must wait, my child," replied Borromée, with a submission his glance belied.
"But why do you not order them to distribute the arms?"
"I order?"
"Yes, you. You know that I am not the master here. There is the master." "Yes, asleep, when everyone else is awake," replied Jacques, impatiently.
"Let us respect his sleep," said Borromée, overturning a chair, however, as he spoke. At the sound, Gorenflot looked up and said sleepily, "Who is there?"
"Pardon us," said Borromée, "if we interrupt your pious meditations, but I have come to take your orders."
"Ah, good morning, Brother Borromée. What orders do you want?"
"About the arms."
"What arms?"
"Those which your reverence ordered to be brought here."
"I? And when?"
"About a week ago."
"I ordered arms?"
"Without doubt," replied Borromée firmly.
"And what for?"
"Your reverence said to me, 'Brother Borromée, it would be wise to procure arms for the use of the brethren. Gymnastic exercises develop the bodily forces, as pious exhortations do those of the soul.'"
"I said that?"
"Yes, reverend prior, and I, an unworthy but obedient brother, hasten to obey."
"It is strange, but I remember nothing about it."
"You even added this text, 'Militat spiritu, militat gladio.'"
"What?" cried Gorenflot. "I added that text?"
"I have a faithful memory," said Borromée, lowering his eyes.
"Well, if I said so, of course I had my reasons for it. Indeed, that has always been my opinion."
"Then I will finish executing your orders, reverend prior," said Borromée, retiring with Jacques.
"Go,"
said Gorenflot, majestically. "Ah," said Borromée, "I had forgotten. There is a friend in the parlor who asks to see your reverence."
"What is his name?"
"Monsieur Robert Briquet."
"Oh, he is not a friend, only an acquaintance."
"Then your reverence will not see him?"
"Oh, yes, let him come up. He amuses me."
Chapter 17. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.
Chapter 19 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 19. The Two Friends. When Chicot entered, the prior did not rise, but merely bent his head. "Good morning," said Chicot.
"Ah, there you are. You appear to have come to life again."
"Did you think me dead?"
"Diable, I never saw you."
"I was busy."
"Ah."
Chicot knew that before being warmed by 2 or 3 bottles of old Burgundy, Gorenflot was sparing of his words, and so, considering the time of the morning, it was probable that he was still fasting. Chicot sat down to wait.
"Will you breakfast with me, Monsieur Briquet?"
asked Gorenflot.
"Perhaps."
"You must not be angry with me, if it has become impossible for me to give you as much time as I could wish."
"And who the devil asked you for your time? I did not even ask you for a breakfast. You offered it."
"Certainly, I offered it, but—"
"But you thought I should not accept?"
"Oh, no. Is that my habit?"
"Ah, a superior man like you can adopt any habits, Monsieur le Prior."
Gorenflot looked at Chicot. He could not tell whether he was laughing at him or speaking seriously. Chicot rose.
"Why do you rise, Monsieur Briquet?" asked Gorenflot.
"Because I am going away."
And why are you going away when you said you would breakfast with me?
I did not say I would, I said perhaps.
You are angry.
Chicot laughed. I angry, said he. At what? Because you are impudent, ignorant, and rude? Oh, my dear monsieur, I have known you too long to be angry at these little imperfections. Gorenflot remained stupefied. Adieu, said Chicot.
Oh, do not go.
My journey will not wait.
You travel?
I have a mission.
From whom?
From the king.
A mission from the king? Then you have seen him again?
Certainly.
And how did he receive you?
With enthusiasm. He has a memory, king as he is.
A mission from the king,
stammered Gorenflot. Adieu, repeated Chicot. Gorenflot rose and seized him by the hand.
Come, let us explain ourselves,
said he. On what?
On your susceptibility today.
I am the same today as on all other days.
No.
A simple mirror of the people I am with. You laugh and I laugh. You are rude, so am I.
Well, I confess I was preoccupied.
Really?
Can you not be indulgent to a man who has so much work on his shoulders? Governing this priory is like governing a province. Remember, I command 200 men.
Ah, it is too much indeed for a servant of God.
Oh, you are ironical, Monsieur Briquet. Have you lost all your Christian charity? I think you are envious, really.
Envious of whom?
Why, you say to yourself, Dom Modeste Gorenflot is rising. He is on the ascending scale.
While I am on the descending one, I suppose.
It is the fault of your false position, Monsieur Briquet.
Monsieur Gorenflot, do you remember the text, he who humbles himself shall be exalted?
Nonsense,
cried Gorenflot. Ah, now he doubts the Holy Writ, the heretic.
Heretic indeed. But what do you mean, Monsieur Briquet?
Nothing, but that I set out on a journey, and that I have come to make you my adieu. So, goodbye.
You should not leave me thus.
I must.
A friend?
In grandeur, one has no friends.
Chicot!
I am no longer Chicot. You reproached me with my false position just now.
But you must not go without eating. It is not wholesome.
Oh, you live too badly here.
Badly here,
murmured the prior in astonishment. I think so.
You had to complain of your last dinner here?
I should think so.
Diable! And of what?
The pork cutlets were burned.
Oh.
The stuffed ears did not crack under your teeth.
Ah.
The capon was soft.
Good heavens!
The soup was greasy.
Misericorde!
And then you have no time to give me.
I?
You said so, did you not? It only remains for you to become a liar.
Oh, I can put off my business. It was only a lady who asks me to see her.
See her, then.
No, no, dear Monsieur Chicot, although she has sent me 100 bottles of Sicilian wine.
100 bottles?
I will not receive her, although she is probably some great lady. I will receive only you.
You will do this?
To breakfast with you, dear Monsieur Chicot, to repair my wrongs towards you.
Which came from your pride?
I will humble myself.
From your idleness?
Well, from tomorrow I will join my monks in their exercises.
What exercises?
Of arms.
Arms?
Yes, but it will be fatiguing to command.
Who had this idea?
I, it seems.
You? Impossible.
No, I gave the order to Brother Borromée.
Who is he?
The new treasurer.
And where does he come from?
Monsieur le Cardinal de Guise recommended him.
In person?
No, by letter.
And it is with him you decided on this?
Yes, my friend.
That is to say, he proposed it and you agreed?
No, my dear Monsieur Chicot, the idea was entirely mine.
And for what end?
To arm them.
Oh, pride, pride! Confess that the idea was his.
Oh, I do not know, and yet it must have been mine, for it seems that I pronounced a very good Latin text on the occasion.
You, Latin, do we remember it?
Militat spiritu.
Militat gladio?
Yes, that was it.
Well, you have excused yourself so well that I pardon you. You are still my true friend. Gorenflot wiped away a tear. Now let us breakfast, and I promise to be indulgent.
Listen, I will tell the cook that if the fare not be regal, he shall be placed in confinement, and we will try some of the wine of my penitent.
And I will aid you with my judgment. End of chapter 19. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 20 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 20. The Breakfast. Gorenflot was not long in giving his orders. The cook was summoned.
"Brother Eusebius," said Gorenflot in a severe voice, "listen to what my friend, Monsieur Briquet, is about to tell you. It seems that you are negligent, and I hear of grave faults in your last soup, and a fatal mistake in the cooking of your ears. Take care, brother, take care. A single step in the wrong direction may be irremediable."
The monk grew red and pale by turns and stammered out an excuse.
"Enough," said Gorenflot. "What can we have for breakfast today?"
Eggs fried with coxcombs.
After?
Mushrooms.
Well?
Crabs cooked with Madeira.
Those are all trifles. Tell us of something solid.
A ham boiled with pistachios. Chicot looked contemptuous. Pardon, cried Eusebius. It is cooked in sherry wine.
Gorenflot hazarded an approving glance towards Chicot. Good, is it not, Monsieur Briquet? Said he.
Chicot made a gesture of half satisfaction.
And what have you besides?
You can have some eels.
Oh, we will dispense with the eels, said Chicot.
I think, Monsieur Briquet, replied the cook, that you would regret it if you had not tasted my eels.
What? Are they rarities?
I nourish them in a particular manner.
Oh, yes, added Gorenflot. It appears that the Romans or the Greeks, I forget which, nourished their lampreys as Eusebius does his eels. He read of it in an old author called Suetonius.
Yes, monsieur, I mince the intestines and livers of fowls and game with a little pork, and make a kind of sausage meat which I throw to my eels, and they are kept in soft water, often renewed, in which they become large and fat. The one which I shall offer you today weighs 9 pounds.
It must be a serpent, said Chicot.
It swallowed a chicken at a meal.
And how will it be dressed?
Skinned and fried in anchovy paste, and done with breadcrumbs, and I shall have the honor of serving it up with a sauce flavored with garlic and allspice, lemons and mustard.
Perfect,
cried Chicot. Brother Eusebius breathed again.
Then we shall want sweets, said Gorenflot.
I will invent something that shall please you.
Well then, I trust to you, be worthy of my confidence.
Eusebius bowed and retired. 10 minutes after they sat down, and the program was faithfully carried out. They began like famished men, drank Rhine wine, Burgundy, and Hermitage, and then attacked that of the fair lady.
What do you think of it?
asked Gorenflot. Good, but light. What is your fair petitioner's name?
I do not know. She sent an ambassador.
They ate as long as they could, and then sat drinking and talking, when suddenly a great noise was heard.
What was that?
asked Chicot.
It is the exercise which commences.
Without the chief? Your soldiers are badly disciplined, I fear.
Without me, never, cried Gorenflot, who had become excited with wine. That cannot be, since it is I who command, I who instruct. And stay, here is Brother Borromée, who comes to take my orders.
Indeed, as he spoke, Borromée entered, throwing on Chicot a sharp and oblique glance. Reverend Prior, said he, we only wait for you to examine the arms and cuirasses.
Cuirasses, thought Chicot. I must see this, and he rose quietly. You will be present at our maneuvers, said Gorenflot, rising in his turn, like a block of marble on legs. Your arm, my friend. You shall see some good instruction.
End of chapter 20. Recording by John Van Stan. Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 21 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 21. Brother Borromée. When Chicot, sustaining the Reverend Prior, arrived in the courtyard, he found there 2 bands of 100 men each, waiting for their commander. About 50 among the strongest and most zealous had helmets on their heads and long swords hanging to belts from their waists. Others displayed with pride bucklers, on which they loved to rattle an iron gauntlet. Brother Borromée took a helmet from the hands of a novice and placed it on his head. While he did so, Chicot looked at it and smiled. "You have a handsome helmet there, Brother Borromée," said he. "Where did you buy it, my dear prior?" Gorenflot could not reply, for at that moment they were fastening a magnificent cuirass upon him, which, although spacious enough to have covered Hercules, Farnese constrained woefully the undulations of the flesh of the worthy prior, who was crying, "Not so tight! I shall stifle! Stop!" But Borromée replied, "It made part of a lot of armor that the reverend prior bought yesterday to arm the convent." "I?" said Gorenflot. "Yes. Do you not remember that they brought several cuirasses and casques here, according to your reverence's orders?" "It is true," said Gorenflot. "Ventre de biche!" thought Chicot. "My helmet is much attached to me, for, after having taken it myself to the Hotel Guise, it comes here to meet me again." At a sign from Borromée, the monks now formed into lines, while Chicot sat down on a bench to look on. Gorenflot stood up. "Attention!" whispered Borromée to him. Gorenflot drew a gigantic sword from the scabbard, and waving it in the air, cried in the voice of a stentor, "Attention!" "Your reverence will fatigue yourself, perhaps, in giving the orders," said Borromée softly. "If it please you to spare your precious health, I will command today." "I should wish it. I am stifling." Borromée bowed and placed himself at the head of the troop. "What a complaisant servant," said Chicot. "He is charming. I told you so." "I am sure he does the same for you every day." "Oh, every day. He is as submissive as a slave." "So that you really have nothing to do here. Brother Borromée acts for you?" "Oh, mon Dieu, yes." It was wonderful to see Borromée with his arms in his hands, his eye dilated, and his vigorous arm wielding his sword in so skillful a manner that one would have thought him a trained soldier. Each time that Borromée gave an order, Gorenflot repeated it, adding, "Brother Borromée is right, but I told you all that yesterday. Pass the pike from one hand to the other. Raise it to the level of the eye." "You are a skillful instructor," said Chicot. "Yes, I understand it well." "And Borromée an apt pupil." "Oh, yes, he is very intelligent." While the monks went through their exercises, Gorenflot said, "You shall see my little Jacques." "Who is Jacques?" "A nice lad, calm-looking but strong, and quick as lightning. Look, there he is, with a musket in his hand, about to fire." "And he fires well." "That he does." But stay.
Do you know him?
No, I thought I did, but I was wrong. While they spoke, Jacques loaded a heavy musket, and placing himself at 100 yards from the mark, fired, and the ball lodged in the center, amid the applause of the monks. "That was well done!" cried Chicot. "Thank you, monsieur," said Jacques, whose cheeks colored with pleasure. "You manage your arms well," added Chicot. "I study, monsieur."
"But he is best at the sword," said Gorenflot. "Those who understand it say so, and he is practicing from morning till night."
"Ah, let us see," said Chicot. "No one here, except perhaps myself, is capable of fencing with him. But you will try him yourself, monsieur," said Borromée. "I am but a poor bourgeois," said Chicot. "Formerly I have used my sword like others, but now my legs tremble, and my arm is weak." "But you practice still?" "A little," replied Chicot with a smile. "However, you, brother Borromée, who are all muscles and tendon, give a lesson to brother Jacques, I beg, if the prior will permit it."
"I shall be delighted,"
cried Gorenflot. The two combatants prepared for the trial. Borromée had the advantage in height and experience. The blood mounted to the cheeks of Jacques, and animated them with a feverish color. Borromée gradually dropped all appearance of a monk, and was completely the maître d'armes. He accompanied each thrust with a counsel or a reproach, but often the vigor and quickness of Jacques triumphed over the skill of his teacher, who was several times touched. When they paused, Chicot said, "Jacques touched 6 times, and Borromée 9. That is well for the scholar, but not so well for the master." The flash of Borromée's eyes showed Chicot that he was proud. "Monsieur," replied he, in a tone which endeavored to render calm, "the exercise of arms is a difficult one, especially for poor monks." "Nevertheless," said Chicot, "the master ought to be at least half as good again as his pupil, and if Jacques were calmer, I am certain he would fence as well as you." "I do not think so," replied Borromée, biting his lips with anger. "Well, I am sure of it." "Monsieur Briquet, who is so clever, had better try Jacques himself," replied Borromée in a bitter tone. "Oh, I am old." "Yes, but learned." "Ah, you mock," thought Chicot, "but wait." Then he said, "I am certain, however, that brother Borromée, like a wise master, often let Jacques touch him out of complaisance." "Ah!" cried Jacques, frowning in his turn. "No," replied Borromée, "I love Jacques, certainly, but I do not spoil him in that manner. But try yourself, Monsieur Briquet." "Oh, no." "Come, only one pass." "Try," said Gorenflot. "I will not hurt you, monsieur," said Jacques. "I have a very light hand." "Dear child," murmured Chicot with a strange glance. "Well," said he, "since everyone wishes it, I will try." And he rose slowly and prepared himself with about the agility of a tortoise. End of chapter 21. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 22 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 22. The Lesson. Fencing was not at that time the science that it is now. The swords, sharp on each side, made them strike as often with the edge as with the point. Besides, the left hand, armed with a dagger, was at the same time offensive and defensive, and hence resulted a number of slight wounds, which, in a real combat, kept up a continual excitement. Fencing, then in its infancy, consisted in a crowd of evolutions, in which the actor moved continually, and which, on a ground chosen by chance, might be continually impeded by its nature. It was common to see the fencer throw himself forward, draw back again, or jump to the right or left, so that agility, not only of the hand but of the whole body, was necessary. Chicot did not appear to have learned in this school, but seemed to have forestalled the modern style, of which the superiority in grace is in the agility of the hands and immovability of the body. He stood erect and firm, with a wrist at once strong and supple, and with a sword which seemed a flexible reed from the point to the middle of the blade, and an inflexible steel from thence to the guard.
At the very first commencement, Jacques, seeing before him this man of bronze, whose wrist alone seemed alive, gave some impatient passes, which merely made Chicot extend his arm, and at every opening left by the young man, strike him full on the chest. Jacques, red with anger and emulation as this was repeated, bounded back, and for 10 minutes displayed all the resources of his wonderful agility. He flew like a tiger, twisted like a serpent, and bounded from right to left, but Chicot, with his calm air and his long arm, seized his time, and putting aside his adversary's sword, still sent his own to the same place, while Borromée grew pale with anger. At last, Jacques rushed a last time on Chicot, who, parrying his thrust with force, threw the poor fellow off his equilibrium, and he fell, while Chicot himself remained firm as a rock. "You did not tell us you were a pillar," said Borromée, biting his nails with vexation. "I, a poor bourgeois," said Chicot. "But, monsieur, to manage a sword as you do, you must have practiced enormously." "Oh, mon Dieu, yes, monsieur. I have often held the sword, and have always found one thing." "What is that?" "That for him who holds it, pride is a bad counselor, and anger a bad assistant. Now listen, Jacques," added he, "you have a good wrist, but neither legs nor head. You are quick, but you do not reason. There are 3 essential things in arms: first the head, then the hands and legs. With the one you can defend yourself, with the others you may conquer, but with all 3 you can always conquer." "Ah, monsieur," said Jacques, "try Brother Borromée, I should like to see it." "No," said the treasurer, "I should be beaten, and I would rather confess it than prove it." "How modest and amiable he is," said Gorenflot. "On the contrary," whispered Chicot, "he is stupid with vanity. At his age I would have given anything for such a lesson." And he sat down again. Jacques approached him, and admiration triumphing over the shame of defeat. "Will you give me some lessons, Monsieur Briquet?" said he. "The prior will permit it, will you not, your reverence?" "With pleasure, my child." "I do not wish to interfere with your master," said Chicot, bowing to Borromée. "Oh, I am not his only master," said he. "Neither all the honor nor the defeat are wholly due to me." "Who is the other, then?" "Oh, no one," cried Borromée, fearing he had committed an imprudence. "Who is he, Jacques?" asked Chicot. "I remember," said Gorenflot. "He is a little fat man who comes here sometimes, and drinks well." "I forget his name," said Borromée. "I know it," said a monk who was standing by. "It is Bussy Leclerc." "Ah, a good sword," said Chicot. Jacques reiterated his request. "I cannot teach you," said Chicot. "I taught myself by reflection and practice, and I advise you to do the same." Gorenflot and Chicot now returned to the house. "I hope," said Gorenflot with pride, "that this is a house worth something, and well managed." "Wonderful, my friend. And when I return from my mission—" "Ah, true, dear Monsieur Chicot. Let us speak of your mission." "So much the more willingly that I have a message to send to the king before I go." "To the king, my dear friend? You correspond with the king?" "Directly." "And you want a messenger?" "Yes." "Will you have one of our monks? It would be an honor to the priory." "Willingly." "Then you are restored to favor?" "More than ever." "Then," said Gorenflot, "you can tell the king all that we are doing here in his favor." "I shall not fail to do so." "Ah, my dear Chicot," cried Gorenflot, who already believed himself a bishop. "But first I have 2 requests to make." "Speak." "First, money, which the king will restore to you." "Money? I have my coffers full." "Ma foi, you are lucky." "Will you have 1,000 crowns?" "No, that is far too much. I am modest in my tastes, humble in my desires, and my title of ambassador does not make me proud. Therefore 100 crowns will suffice." "Here they are. And the second thing?" "An attendant." "An attendant?" "Yes, to accompany me. I love society." "Ah, my friend, if I were but free as formerly."
"But you are not."
"Greatness enslaves me," murmured Gorenflot.
"Alas!" said Chicot, "one cannot do everything at once. But, not being able to have your honorable company, my dear prior, I will content myself with that of the little Jacques. He pleases me."
"You are right, Chicot. He is a rare lad."
"I am going to take him 250 leagues, if you will permit it."
"He is yours, my friend."
The prior struck a bell, and when the servant appeared, said,
"Let brother Jacques come here, and also our messenger."
10 minutes after, both appeared at the door.
"Jacques," said Gorenflot, "I give you a special mission."
"Me?" cried the young man, astonished.
"Yes, you are to accompany Monsieur Robert Briquet on a long journey."
"Oh!" cried he enthusiastically, "that will be delightful. We shall fight every day, shall we not, monsieur?"
"Yes, my child."
"And I may take my arquebus?"
"Certainly." Jacques bounded joyfully from the room.
"As to the message, I beg you to give your orders. Advance, brother Panurge."
End of chapter 22. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 23 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 23. The Penitent. Panurge advanced. He looked intelligent, but like a fox. "Do you know the Louvre?" said Chicot.
"Yes, monsieur."
"And in the Louvre a certain Henri de Valois?"
"The king?"
"People generally call him so."
"Is it to him that I am to go?"
"Just so. You will ask to speak to him."
"Will they let me?"
"Yes, till you come to his valet de chambre. Your frock is a passport, for the king is very religious."
"And what shall I say to the valet de chambre?"
"Say you are sent by the shade."
"What shade?"
"Curiosity is a vice, my brother."
"Pardon."
"Say then that you want the letter."
"What letter?"
"Again."
"Ah, true."
You will add that the shade will wait for it, going slowly along the road to Charenton."
"It is on that road, then, that I am to join you?"
"Exactly." As Panurge went out, Chicot thought he saw someone listening at the door, but he could not be sure. He fancied it was Paul-Emile.
"Where do you go?"
asked Gorenflot. "Towards Spain."
"How do you travel?"
"Oh, anyhow, on foot, on horseback, in a carriage, just as it happens."
"Jacques will be good company for you."
"Thanks, my good friend. I have now, I think, only to make my adieu."
"Adieu. I will give you my benediction."
"Bah, it is useless between us."
"You are right, but it does for strangers."
And they embraced.
"Jacques!"
called the prior.
"Jacques!"
Borromée appeared.
"Brother Jacques?"
repeated the prior. "Jacques is gone."
"What, gone?"
cried Chicot. "Did you not wish someone to go to the Louvre?"
"Yes, but it was Panurge."
"Oh,
stupid that I am!" cried Borromée. "I understood it to be Jacques." Chicot frowned, but Borromée appeared so sorry that it was impossible to say much. "I will wait, then," said he, "till Jacques returns." Borromée bowed, frowning in his turn. "Apropos," said he, "I forgot to announce to your reverence that the unknown lady has arrived and desires to speak to you."
"Is she alone?"
asked Gorenflot. "No, she has a squire with her."
"Is she young?"
Borromée lowered his eyes. "She seems so," said he. "I will leave you," said Chicot, "and wait in a neighboring room."
"It is far from here to the Louvre, monsieur, and Jacques may be long, or they may hesitate to confide an important letter to a child."
"You make these reflections rather late," replied Chicot. "However, I will go on the road to Charenton, and you can send him after me." And he turned to the staircase. "Not that way, if you please," said Borromée. "The lady is coming up, and she does not wish to meet anyone." "You are right," said Chicot, smiling. "I will take the little staircase." "Do you know the way?" "Perfectly." And Chicot went out through a cabinet which led to another room, from which led the secret staircase. The room was full of armor, swords, muskets, and pistols. "They hide Jacques from me," thought Chicot, "and they hide the lady. Therefore, of course, I ought to do exactly the opposite of what they want me to do. I will wait for the return of Jacques, and I will watch the mysterious lady. Here is a fine shirt of mail thrown into a corner. It is much too small for the prior, and would fit me admirably. I will borrow it from Gorenflot, and give it to him again when I return." And he quietly put it on under his doublet. He had just finished when Borromée entered. Chicot pretended to be admiring the arms. "Is monsieur seeking some arms to suit him?" asked Borromée. "I, mon Dieu, what do I want with arms?" "You use them so well." "Theory, all theory. I may use my arms well, but the heart of a soldier is always wanting in a poor bourgeois like me. But time passes, and Jacques cannot be long. I will go and wait for him at the Croix Faubin." "I think that will be best." "Then you will tell him as soon as he comes?" "Yes." "And send him after me?" "I will not fail." "Thanks, brother Borromée. I am enchanted to have made your acquaintance." He went out by the little staircase, and Borromée locked the door behind him. "I must see the lady." He went out of the priory and went on the road he had named. Then, when out of sight, he turned back, crept along a ditch, and gained, unseen, a thick hedge which extended before the priory. Here he waited to see Jacques return, or the lady go out. End of chapter 23. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 24 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 24. The Ambush. Chicot made a slight opening through the hedge, that he might see those who came and went. The road was almost deserted as far as he could see. There was no one but a man poorly clothed, measuring the ground with a long pointed stick. Chicot had nothing to do, and therefore was preparing to watch this man, when a more important object attracted his attention. The window of Gorenflot's room opened, with folding doors, onto a balcony, and Chicot saw them open, and Gorenflot came out, with his most gallant manner and winning smile, leading a lady almost hidden under a mantle of velvet and fur. "Oh," thought Chicot, "here is the penitent. She looks young, it is very odd, but I find resemblances in everyone I see. And here comes the squire. As for him, there is no mistake. I know him, and if he be Mainville, ventre de biche! Why should not the lady be Madame de Montpensier? And, morbleu, that woman is the duchess." After a moment, he saw the pale head of Borromée behind them. "What are they about?" thought Chicot. "Does the duchess want to board with Gorenflot?" At this moment Chicot saw Monsieur de Mainville make a sign to someone outside. Chicot looked round, but there was no one to be seen but the man measuring. It was to him, however, that the sign was addressed, for he had ceased measuring, and was looking toward the balcony. Borromée began also to gesticulate behind Mainville in a manner unintelligible to Chicot, but apparently clear to this man, for he went further off and stationed himself in another place, where he stopped at a fresh sign. Then he began to run quickly toward the gate of the priory, while Monsieur de Mainville held his watch in his hand. "Diable!" said Chicot, "this is all very odd." As the man passed him, he recognized Nicolas Poulain, the man to whom he had sold his armor the day before. Shortly after, they all re-entered the room and shut the window, and then the duchess and her squire came out of the priory and went toward the litter which waited for them. Gorenflot accompanied them to the door, exhausting himself in bows and salutations. The curtains of the litter were still open when a monk, in whom Chicot recognized Jacques, advanced from the Porte St. Antoine, approached, and looked earnestly into it. The duchess then went away, and Nicolas Poulain was following, when Chicot called out from his hiding place, "Come here, if you please."
Poulain started and turned his head. "Do not seem to notice, Monsieur Nicolas Poulain," said Chicot. The lieutenant started again. "Who are you, and what do you want?" asked he. "I am a friend, new but intimate. What I want will take long to explain. Come here to me." "To you?" "Yes, here in the ditch." "What for?" "You shall know when you come." "But—" "Come and sit down here, without appearing to notice me." "Monsieur?" "Oh, Monsieur Robert Briquet has the right to be exacting." "Robert Briquet!" cried Poulain, doing as he was desired. "That is right. It seems you were taking measures in the road." "I?" "Yes, there is nothing surprising that you should be a surveyor, especially as you acted under the eyes of such great people." "Great people? I do not understand." "What? You did not know?" "What do you mean?" "You did not know who that lady and gentleman on the balcony were?" "I declare—" "Oh, how fortunate I am to be able to enlighten you. Only imagine, Monsieur Poulain, you had for admirers Madame de Montpensier and Monsieur de Mayneville. Do not go away. If a still more illustrious person, the king, saw you—" "Ah, Monsieur Briquet!" "Never mind. I am only anxious for your good." "But what harm have I done to the king, or to you, or anybody?" "Dear Monsieur Poulain, my ideas may be wrong, but it seems to me that the king would not approve of his lieutenant of the provostry acting as surveyor for Monsieur de Mayneville, and that he might also take it ill that you should omit in your daily report the entrance of Madame de Montpensier and Monsieur de Mayneville yesterday into his good city of Paris." "Monsieur Briquet, an omission is not an offense, and his majesty is too good." "Monsieur Poulain, I see clearer than you, and I see—" "What?" "A gallows." "Monsieur Briquet!" "And more, a new cord. 4 soldiers at the 4 cardinal points, a number of Parisians around, and a certain lieutenant of my acquaintance at the end of the cord." Nicolas Poulain trembled so that he shook the hedge. "Monsieur!" cried he, clasping his hands. "But I am your friend, dear Monsieur Poulain, and I will give you a counsel." "A counsel?" "Yes, and very easy to follow. Go at once, you understand, to—" "Whom?" "Let me think. To Monsieur d'Epernon." "Monsieur d'Epernon, the king's friend?" "Take him aside, and tell him all about this." "This is folly." "No, it is wisdom. It is clear that if I denounce you as the man of the cuirasses and measures, they will hang you; but if, on the contrary, you disclose all with a good grace, they will reward you. You do not appear convinced, however. Well, that will give me the trouble of returning to the Louvre, but I do not mind doing that for you." And he began to rise. "No, no, stay here, I will go." "Good, but you understand, no subterfuges, or tomorrow I shall send a little note to the king, whose intimate friend I have the honor to be, so that if you are not hanged till the day after tomorrow, you will only be hanged the higher." "I will go, but you abuse your position." "Oh, Monsieur Poulain, you were a traitor 5 minutes ago, and I make you the savior of your country. Now go quickly, for I am in a hurry. The Hotel d'Epernon, do not forget." Nicolas Poulain ran off with a despairing look. "Ah, it was time," said Chicot, "for someone is leaving the priory. But it is not Jacques; that fellow is half as tall again." Chicot then hastened to the Coif Albin, where he had given the rendezvous. The monk who was there to meet him was a giant in height. His monk's robe, hastily thrown on, did not hide his muscular limbs, and his face bore anything but a religious expression. His arms were as long as Chicot's own, and he had a knife in his belt. As Chicot approached him, he turned and said, "Are you Monsieur Robert Briquet?" "I am." "Then I have a letter for you from the reverend prior." Chicot took the letter and read as follows: "My dear friend, I have reflected since we parted. It is impossible for me to let the lamb confided to me go among the wolves of the world. I mean, you understand, our little Jacques, who has fulfilled your message to the king. Instead of him, who is too young, I send you a good and worthy brother of our order. His manners are good, and his humor innocent, and I am sure you will like him. I send you my benediction. Adieu, dear friend."
"What fine writing," said Chicot. "I will wager it is the treasurer's."
"It was Brother Borromée who wrote it," said the Goliath.
"In that case you will return to the priory, my friend."
"I?"
"Yes, and tell his reverence that I have changed my mind, and intend to travel alone."
"What? You will not take me, monsieur?"
said the man with astonishment, mixed with menace. "No, my friend."
"And why, if you please?"
"Because I must be economical, and you would eat too much."
"Jacques eats as much as I do."
"Yes, but Jacques was a monk."
"And what am I?"
"You, my friend, are a gendarme or a foot soldier."
"What do you mean? Do you not see my monk's robe?"
"The dress does not make the monk, my friend. Tell Brother Borromée that, if you please." The giant disappeared, grumbling like a beaten hound. End of chapter 24. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 25 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 25. The Guises. On the evening of the same day on which Chicot set off for Navarre, we shall find again, in a large room at the Hotel Guise, the person who, disguised as a page, had entered Paris behind Carmainges, and who was also, as we know, the penitent of Gorenflot. On this occasion her sex was disclosed, and elegantly dressed, with her hair glittering with precious stones. She was waiting impatiently for someone. At last a horse's step was heard, and the usher almost immediately announced Monsieur le Duc de Mayenne. Madame de Montpensier ran to her brother so hastily that she forgot to proceed on the point of the right foot, as was her habit, in order to conceal her lameness. "Are you alone, brother?" asked she. "Yes, my sister." "But Henri, where is Henri? Do you know that everyone expects him here?" "Henri has nothing to do here, and plenty to do in Flanders and Picardy. We have work to do there, and why should we leave it to come here, where our work is done?" "But where it will be quickly undone if you do not hasten."
"Bah!"
"Bah, if you like. I tell you the citizens will be put off no longer. They insist upon seeing their Duke Henri." "They shall see him at the right time. And Salcede?" "Is dead." "Without speaking?" "Without uttering a word."
"Good. And the arming?"
"Finished."
"And Paris?"
"Is divided into 16 quarters."
"And each quarter has the chief pointed out?"
"Yes."
"Then let us live in peace, and so I shall say to our good bourgeoisie."
"They will not listen to you."
"Bah!"
"I tell you they are furious." "My sister, you judge others by your own impatience. What Henri says must be done, and he says we are to remain quiet." "What is to be done, then?" asked the duchess impatiently.
"What do you wish to do?"
"Firstly, to take the king."
"That is your fixed idea. I do not say it is bad, if it could be done, but think how often we have failed already."
"Times are changed. The king has no longer defenders."
"No, except the Swiss, Scotch, and French guards."
"My brother, when you wish it, I will show you the king on the road with only 2 lackeys."
"I have heard that 100 times, and never seen it once."
"You will see it if you stay here only 3 days."
"Another project. Tell me what it is."
"You will laugh at a woman's idea."
At this moment Monsieur de Mayneville was announced.
"My accomplice," said she. "Let him enter."
"One word, monseigneur," said he to Monsieur de Mayenne as he entered.
"They suspect your arrival at the Louvre."
"How so?"
I was conversing with the captain of the guards at Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois when two Gascons passed." "Do you know them?" "No, they were quite newly dressed. 'Cap de Bious,' said one, 'you have a magnificent doublet, but it will not render you so much service as your cuirass of yesterday.' 'Bah,' said the other, 'however heavy the sword of M. de Mayenne may be, it will do no more harm to this satin than to my cuirass.' And then he went on in a series of bravadoes, which showed that they knew you were near." "And to whom did these men belong?" "I do not know. They talked so loudly that some passers-by approached and asked if you were really coming. They were about to reply, when a man approached whom I think was de Loignac, and touched them on the shoulder. He said some words in a low voice, and they looked submissive and accompanied him, so that I know no more, but be on your guard." "You did not follow them?" "Yes, but from afar. They went toward the Louvre and disappeared behind the Hotel de Meubles." "I have a very simple method of reply," said the duke. "What?" "To go and pay my respects to the king tonight." "To the king?" "Certainly. I have come to Paris. He can have nothing to say against that." "The idea is good," said Mayneville. "It is imprudent," said the duchess. "It is indispensable, sister, if they indeed suspect my arrival. Besides, it was the advice of Henri to go at once and present to the king the respects of the family. That once done, I am free, and can receive whom I please." "The members of the committee, for example, who expect you?" "I will receive them at the Hotel St. Denis on my return from the Louvre. You will wait for us, if you please, my sister." "Here?" "No, at the Hotel St. Denis, where I have left my equipages. I shall be there in 2 hours." End of chapter 25. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 26 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 26. The Louvre. That same day, about noon, the king came out of his cabinet and called for M. d'Epernon. The duke, when he came, found the king attentively examining a young monk. The king took d'Epernon aside. "Look, what an odd-looking monk," said he. "Does your majesty think so? I think him very ordinary." "Really?" Then to the monk the king said, "What is your name?" "Brother Jacques, sire." "Your family name?" "Clement." "Good. You have performed your commission very well." "What commission, sire?" said the duke with his wonted familiarity. "Nothing," said Henri. "It is a little secret between me and someone you do not know." "How strangely you look at that lad, sire. You embarrass him." "It is true. I know not why, but it seems to me that I have seen him before. Perhaps it was in a dream. Go, my child. I will send the letter to him who asks for it. Be easy. D'Epernon, give him 10 crowns. "Thanks, sire," said the monk. "You did not say that as if you meant it," said D'Epernon, who did not understand a monk despising 10 crowns. "I would rather have one of those beautiful Spanish knives on the wall," said Jacques. "What? You do not prefer money?" "I've made a vow of poverty." "Give him a knife, then, and let him go, Lavalette," said the king. The duke chose one of the least rich and gave it to him. Jacques took it, quite joyful to possess such a beautiful weapon. When he was gone, the king said to D'Epernon, "Duke, have you among your 45 2 or 3 men who can ride?" 12 at least, sire, and in a month all will be good horsemen." "Then choose 2, and let them come to meet me at once." The duke went out, and calling de Loignac, said to him, "Choose me 2 good horsemen to execute a commission for his majesty." De Loignac went to the gallery where they were lodged, and called M. de Carmainges and M. de Saint-Malin. They soon appeared, and were conducted to the duke, who presented them to the king, who dismissed the duke. "You are of my 45, then?" said he to the young men. "I have that honor, sire," said Saint-Malin. "And you, monsieur?" "And I also, sire," replied Carmainges, "and I am devoted to your majesty's service as much as anyone in the world." "Good.
Then mount your horses and take the road to Tours. Do you know it?
We will inquire.
Go by Charenton.
Yes, sire. And proceed till you overtake a man traveling alone.
Will your majesty describe him? Said Saint Meline.
He has long arms and legs, and has a large sword by his side.
May we know his name, sire? Asked Carmainges.
He is called the Shade.
We will ask the name of every traveler we see, sire, and we will search the hotels. When you find him, give him this letter. Both the young men held out their hands. The king was embarrassed.
What is your name? Said he.
Ernanton de Carmainges, sir.
And yours?
René de Saint Meline. Monsieur de Carmainges, you shall carry the letter, and you, Monsieur de Saint Meline, shall deliver it.
Ernanton took the precious deposit and was going to place it in his doublet, when Saint Meline stopped him, kissed the letter, and then returned it to Ernanton.
This made Henri smile. "Come, gentlemen," said he, "I see I shall be well served."
"Is this all, sire?"
"Yes, gentlemen, only our last recommendation. This letter is more precious than the life of a man. For your heads, do not lose it. Give it secretly to the Shade, who will give you a receipt for it, which you will bring back to me, and above all, travel as though it were on your own affairs. Go."
The two young men went out, Ernanton full of joy, and Saint Meline filled with jealousy. Monsieur d'Epernon waited for them and wished to question them, but Ernanton replied, "Monsieur le Duc, the king did not authorize us to speak." They went to the stables, when the king's huntsman gave them two strong horses. Monsieur d'Epernon would have followed them, but at that moment he was told that a man much wished to speak to him at once. "Who is he?" he asked.
"The lieutenant of the provost of the Ile-de-France."
"Parfandious! Am I sheriff or provost?" "No, monsieur, but you are a friend of the king, and as such, I beg you to hear me," said a humble voice at his side.
The duke turned. Near him was a man, bowing perpetually.
"Who are you?" asked the duke.
"Nicolas Poulain, monsieur."
"And you wish to speak to me?"
"I beg for that favor."
"I have no time."
"Not even to hear a secret?"
"I hear 100 every day."
"But this concerns the life of his majesty,"
said Poulain in a low voice.
Oh, then come into my cabinet."
End of chapter 26. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 27 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 27. The Revelation. Monsieur d'Epernon, in traversing the antechamber, addressed himself to one of the gentlemen who stood there. "What is your name, monsieur?" said he.
"Pertinax de Montcrabeau, monsieur."
"Well, Monsieur de Montcrabeau, place yourself at that door, and let no one enter."
"Yes, monsieur le duc."
And Monsieur Pertinax, who was sumptuously dressed, with a blue satin doublet and orange stockings, obeyed. Nicolas Poulain followed the duke into his cabinet. "Now let us hear your conspiracy," said the duke.
"Oh, monsieur le duc, it concerns the most frightful crimes."
"They wish to kill me, I suppose?"
"It does not concern you, monsieur. It is the king. They wish to carry him off."
"Oh, again that old story," replied the duke disdainfully.
"This time the thing is serious, monsieur le duc."
"On what day do they intend to do it?"
"The first time that his majesty goes to Vincennes in his litter."
"How will they do it?"
"By killing his two attendants."
"And who will do it?"
"Madame de Montpensier."
D'Epernon began to laugh. "The poor duchess! What things are attributed to her?"
"Less than she projects, monsieur."
"And she occupies herself with that at Soissons?"
"No, she is in Paris."
"In Paris?"
"I can answer for it."
"Have you seen her?"
"Yes."
"You thought you did?"
"I have had the honor of speaking to her."
"The honor?"
"I am wrong, the misfortune." But, my dear lieutenant, the duchess cannot carry off the king." "With her associates, of course." "And where will she be when this takes place?" "At a window of the Jacobin priory, which is, as you know, on the road to Vincennes." "What the devil do you tell me?" "The truth, monsieur. All is prepared to stop the litter at the gate of the priory." "And who made the preparations?" "Alas!" "Finish quickly." "I did, monsieur." D'Epernon started back. "You, who denounced them?" "Monsieur, a good servant should risk all in the service of the king." "Mordieu, you risk hanging." "I prefer death to infamy, or to the death of the king. Therefore I came, and I thought, Monsieur le Duc, that you, the friend of the king, would not betray me, and would turn my news to good account." The duke looked fixedly at Poulain. "There must be more in it," said he. "Resolute as the duchess is, she would not attempt such an enterprise alone." "She expects her brother." "The Duke Henri?" "No, monsieur, only the Duc de Mayenne." "Ah, good," said D'Epernon. "Now I must set to work to counteract these fine projects." "Doubtless, monsieur, it was for that I came." "If you have spoken the truth, you shall be rewarded." "Why should I lie, monsieur? Where is my interest? I who eat the king's bread. If you do not believe me, I will go to the king himself." "No, parfandious! You shall not go to the king. You shall have to deal with me alone." "I only said it because you seem to hesitate." "No, I do not hesitate. And first, here are 1,000 crowns for you, and you shall keep this secret between you and me." "I have a family, monsieur." "Well, 1,000 crowns, parfandious!" "If they knew in Lorraine that I had spoken, each word would cost me a pint of blood, and in case of any misfortune my family must be able to live. Therefore I accept the 1,000 crowns." The duke approached a coffer. Poulain thought that it was for the money, and held out his hand, but he only drew out a little book and wrote, 3,000 livres to Monsieur Nicolas Poulain. "It is as if you had them," said he. Nicolas bowed and looked puzzled. "Then it is agreed?" said the duke. "What, monsieur?" "That you will continue to instruct me." Nicolas hesitated. "What, has your noble devotion vanished already?" "No, monsieur." "Then I may count on you?" "You may." "And I alone know this?" "You alone." "Now you may go, my friend, and, parfandious, let Monsieur de Mayenne look to himself." When D'Epernon returned to the king, he found him playing at cup and ball. D'Epernon assumed a thoughtful air, but the king did not remark it. However, as the duke remained perfectly silent, the king raised his head and said, "Well, Lavalette, what is the matter? Are you dead?" "I wish I were," replied D'Epernon, "and I should not see what I do see." "What, my cup and ball?" "Sire, in a time of great peril the subject may be alarmed for the safety of his master." "What, again perils? Devil take you, duke!" "Then you are ignorant of what is passing?" "Ma foi, perhaps." "Your most cruel enemies surround you at this moment." "Bah! Who are they?" "First, the Duchesse de Montpensier." "Yes, that is true. She came to see Salcede, but what is that to me?" "You knew it, then?" "You see I did." "But that Monsieur de Mayenne is here?" "Yes, since yesterday evening." "What, this secret?" cried D'Epernon, with a disagreeable surprise. "Are there then any secrets from the king? You are zealous, dear Lavalette, but you are slow. This news would have been good at 4 o'clock yesterday, but today—" "Well, sire, today?" "It comes too late, you will agree." "Still too soon, sire, it seems, since you will not listen to me." "I have been listening for half an hour." "You are menaced. They lay ambushes for you." "Well, yesterday you gave me a guard, and assured me that my immortality was secured. Are your 45 no longer worth anything? Your Majesty shall see. I should not be sorry, Duke. When shall I see? Sooner, perhaps, than you think. Ha! You want to frighten me. You shall see, sire. Apropos, when do you go to Vincennes? On Saturday. That is enough, sire. D'Epernon bowed and withdrew. End of chapter 27. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 28 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 28. Two Friends. We will now follow the two young men sent by the king. Scarcely on horseback, Ernanton and St. Malin, determined that one should not get before the other, nearly crushed each other in the gateway. The face of St. Malin became purple, and that of Ernanton pale. "You hurt me, monsieur," cried the former. "Do you wish to crush me?" "You also hurt me, only I did not complain." "You wish to give me a lesson, I believe." "I wish to give you nothing." "Ah!" cried St. Malin. "Pray repeat that." "You are seeking a quarrel, are you not?" replied Ernanton, quietly. "So much the worse for you." "And why should I wish to quarrel? I do not know you," replied St. Malin disdainfully. "You know me perfectly, monsieur, because at home my house is but 2 leagues from yours, and I am well known there, being of an old family. But you are furious at seeing me in Paris, when you thought that you alone were sent for, also because the king gave me the letter to carry." "Well," said St. Malin, "it may be true, but there is one result." "What is it?" "That I do not like to be near you." "Go away, then, pardieu. I do not want to keep you. On the contrary, I understand perfectly. You would like to take the letter from me and carry it yourself, but, unfortunately, you must kill me first." "And who tells you that I do not wish to do that?" "To desire and to do are 2 different things." "Descend with me to the banks of the water, and you will see that with me they are the same." "My dear monsieur, when the king gives me a letter to carry, I carry it." "I will tear it from you by force." "You will not force me, I hope, to shoot you like a dog." "You?" "Yes, I have a pistol, and you have not." "You shall pay for this." "I trust so, after my commission is over. But meanwhile I beg you to observe that as we belong to the king, it is setting a bad example to quarrel." St. Malin was furious. He bit his fingers with rage. As they crossed the Rue Saint Antoine, Ernanton saw a litter with a lady in it. "My page!" cried he, and he rode toward it, but she did not seem to recognize him, and passed on. The young men now rode on without speaking. St. Malin soon discovered to his chagrin that his horse was not as good as Ernanton's, and could hardly keep pace with him. This annoyed him so much that he began to quarrel with his horse, and to fret him so perpetually with the spur, that at last the animal started off and made for the river Bièvre, where he got rid of his rider by throwing him in. One might have heard half a mile off the imprecations of St. Malin, although he was half stifled by the water. By the time he scrambled out, his horse had got some little way off. He himself was wet and muddy, and his face bleeding with scratches, and he felt sure that it was useless to try and catch it, and to complete his vexation, he saw Ernanton going down a crossroad, which he judged to be a shortcut. He climbed up the banks of the river, but now could see neither Ernanton nor his own horse. But while he stood there, full of sinister thoughts toward Ernanton, he saw him reappear from the crossroad, leading the runaway horse, which he had made a detour to catch. At this sight St. Malin was full of joy and even of gratitude, but gradually his face clouded again as he thought of the superiority of Ernanton over himself, for he knew that in the same situation he should not even have thought of acting in a similar manner. He stammered out thanks, to which Ernanton paid no attention, then furiously seized the reins of his horse and mounted again. They rode on silently till about 2:30, when they saw a man walking with a dog by his side. Ernanton passed him, but St. Malin, hoping to be more clever, rode up to him and said, "A traveler, do you expect something?" The man looked at him, Certainly his aspect was not agreeable. His face still bore marks of anger, and the mud half dried on his clothes and the blood on his cheeks, and his hand extended more in menace than interrogation, all seemed very sinister to the traveler. "If I expect something," said he, "it is not someone, and if I expect someone, it is not you." "You are impolite," said St. Maline, giving way to the anger that he had restrained so long, and as he spoke he raised his hand armed with a cane to strike the traveler, but he, with his stick, struck St. Maline on the shoulder, while the dog rushed at him, tearing his clothes as well as his horse's legs. The horse, irritated by the pain, rushed furiously on. St. Maline could not stop him for some time, but he kept his seat. They passed thus before Ernanton, who took no notice. At last St. Maline succeeded in quieting his horse, and they rode on again in silence till Ernanton said, "There is he whom we seek waiting for us." End of chapter 28. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 29 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 29. Saint Maline. Ernanton was not deceived. The man he saw was really Chicot. He on his side had seen the cavaliers coming, and suspecting that it was for him that they came, waited for them. Ernanton and Saint Maline looked at each other. "Speak, monsieur, if you wish," said Ernanton to his adversary. Saint Maline was suffocated by this courtesy. He could not speak. He could only bend his head. Then Ernanton, advancing, said to Chicot, "Monsieur, would it be indiscreet to inquire your name?" "I am called the Shade." "Do you expect anything?" "Yes, monsieur." "Will you be good enough to tell us what?" "A letter." "From where?" "From the Louvre." "Sealed with what seal?" "The royal seal." Ernanton put his hand into the breast of his doublet and drew out a letter. "That is it," said Chicot, "and for greater certainty, I was to give you something in exchange, was I not?" "A receipt?" "Yes." "Monsieur," continued Ernanton, "I was told to carry it, but this gentleman was to deliver it," and he handed the letter to Saint Maline, who gave it to Chicot. "You see," said Ernanton, "that we have faithfully fulfilled our mission. There is no one here, and no one has seen us give you the letter." "It is true, gentlemen, but to whom am I to give the receipt?" "The king did not say," said Saint Maline with a meaning air. "Write two, monsieur, and give one to each of us. It is far from this to the Louvre, and some misfortune may happen to one of us on the road." And as he spoke, Ernanton's eyes flashed in their turn. "You are wise," said Chicot, drawing his tablets from his pocket, from which he tore out 2 pages and wrote on each, "Received from the hands of Saint Maline the letter brought by Monsieur Ernanton de Carmainges, the Shade." "Adieu, monsieur," said Saint Maline, taking his. "Adieu, monsieur, and a pleasant journey to you," added Ernanton. "Have you anything else to send to the Louvre?" "Nothing, I thank you." Then the young men set off toward Paris, and Chicot in the opposite direction. When he was out of sight— "Now, monsieur," said Ernanton to Saint Maline, "dismount, if you please." "And why so?" "Our task is accomplished. We have now to converse, and this place appears excellent for an explanation of this sort." "As you please, monsieur," and they got off their horses. Then Ernanton said, "You know, monsieur, that without any cause on my part, you have during the whole journey insulted me grievously. You wished to make me fight at an inopportune time, and I refused, but now the time is good, and I am your man." But Saint Maline was angry no longer, and did not wish to fight. "Monsieur," replied he, "when I insulted you, you responded by rendering me a service. I can no longer hold the language I did just now." "No, but you think the same." "How do you know?" "Because your words were dictated by hatred and envy, and they cannot already be extinct in your heart." Saint Maline colored, but did not reply. Ernanton continued, "If the king preferred me to you, it was because I pleased him best. If I was not thrown into the Bièvre like you, it was because I ride better. If I did not accept your challenge before, it was because I was wiser than you. If I was not bitten by the dog, it was because I had more sagacity. If I now summon you to draw your sword, it is because I have more honor, and if you hesitate, I shall say more courage." St. Malin looked like a demon, and drew his sword furiously. "I have fought 11 times," said he, "and 2 of my adversaries are dead. Are you aware of that, monsieur?" "And I, monsieur, have never fought, for I have never had occasion, and did not seek it now. I wait your pleasure, monsieur." "Oh," said St. Malin, "we are compatriots, and we are both in the king's service. Do not let us quarrel. You are a brave man, and I would give you my hand if I could." "What would you have? I am envious. It is my nature. Monsieur de Chalabre or Monsieur de Montcrabeau would not have made me angry. It was your superior merit. Console yourself, therefore, for I can do nothing against you, and unluckily your merit remains. I should not like anyone to know the cause of our quarrel." "No one will know it, monsieur." "No one?" "No, for if we fight I should kill you, or you would kill me. I do not despise life; on the contrary, I cling to it, for I am only 23 years of age, have a good name, and am not poor, and I shall defend myself like a lion." "Well, I, on the contrary, am 30, am disgusted with life, but still I would rather not fight with you." "Then will you apologize?" "No, I have said enough. If you are not content, so much the better, for you are not superior to me." "But, monsieur, one cannot end a quarrel thus, without the risk of being laughed at." "I know it." "Then you refuse to fight?" "With you." "After having provoked me?" "I confess it." "But if my patience fail, and I attack you?" "I will throw my sword away, but I shall then have reason to hate you, and the first time I find you in the wrong, I will kill you." Ernanton sheathed his sword. "You are a strange man," said he, "and I pity you." "You pity me?" "Yes, for you must suffer." "Horribly." "Do you never love?" "Never." "Have you no passions?" "One alone, jealousy, but that includes all others to a frightful degree. I adore a woman as soon as she loves another. I love gold when another possesses it. Yes, you are right. I am unhappy." "Have you never tried to become good?" "Yes, and failed. What does the venomous plant? What do the bear and bird of prey? They destroy, but certain people use them for the chase. So shall I be in the hands of Messieurs d'Epernon and Loignac, till the day when they shall say, 'This plant is hurtful, let us tear it up. This beast is furious, let us kill him.'" Ernanton was calmed. St. Malin was no longer an object of anger, but of pity. "Good fortune should cure you," said he. "When you succeed, you should hate less." "However high I should rise, others would be higher." They rode on silently for some time. At last Ernanton held out his hand to St. Malin and said, "Shall I try to cure you?" "No, do not try that. You would fail. Hate me, on the contrary, and I shall admire you." An hour after they entered the Louvre, the king had gone out, and would not return until evening. End of chapter 29. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 30 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 30. De Loignac's interview with the 45. Each of the young men placed himself at a window to watch for the return of the king. Ernanton, however, soon forgot his present situation, and became abstracted in thinking who the woman could be who had entered Paris as his page, and whom he had since seen in such a splendid litter, and with a heart more disposed to love adventure than to make ambitious calculations, he forgot why he was sitting there, till suddenly raising his head, he saw that St. Malin was no longer there. He understood at once that he had seen the king arrive, and had gone to him. He rose quickly, traversed the gallery, and arrived at the king's room, just as St. Malin was coming out. "Look!" cried he joyfully, "what the king has given me!" And he showed a gold chain. "I congratulate you, monsieur," said Ernanton quietly, and he entered in his turn. St. Malin waited impatiently until he came out, which he did in about 10 minutes, although it appeared an hour to St. Malin. When Ernanton came out, he looked all over him, and seeing nothing, he cried joyfully, "And you, monsieur, what has he given you?" "His hand to kiss," replied Ernanton. St. Malin crushed his chain impatiently in his hands, and they both returned in silence. As they entered the hall, the trumpet sounded, and at this signal all the 45 came out of their rooms, wondering what was the matter, while they profited by this reunion to examine each other. Most of them were richly dressed, though generally in bad taste. They all had a military tournure, and long swords, boots, and gloves of buckskin or buffalo, all well gilded or well greased, were almost universal. The most discreet might be known by their quiet colors, the most economical by the substantial character of their equipments, and the most gay by their white or rose-colored satins. Perducas de Pincornay had bought from some Jew a gold chain as thick as a cable. Pertinax de Montcrabeau was all bows and embroidery. He had bought his costume from a merchant who had purchased it of a gentleman who had been wounded by robbers. It was rather stained with blood and dirt, it was true, but he had managed to clean it tolerably. There remained 2 holes made by the daggers of the robbers, but Pertinax had had them embroidered in gold. Eustache de Miradoux did not shine. He had had to clothe Lardille, Militor, and the 2 children. All the gentlemen were there admiring each other, when Monsieur de Loignac entered frowning, and placed himself in front of them with a countenance anything but agreeable. "Gentlemen," said he, "are you all here?" "All," they replied. "Gentlemen, you have been summoned to Paris as a special guard to the king. It is an honorable title, but it engages you too much. Some of you seem not to have understood your duties. I will therefore recall them to you. If you do not assist at the deliberations of the council, you will constantly be called upon to execute the resolutions passed there. Therefore, the responsibility of those secrets rests upon you. Suppose now that one of the officers on whom the safety of the state and the tranquillity of the crown reposes betray the secrets of the council, or a soldier charged with a commission does not execute it, his life is the forfeit. You know that." "Doubtless," replied many voices. "Well, gentlemen, this very day a measure of his Majesty's has been betrayed, and a step which he wished to take rendered perhaps impossible." Terror began to replace pride in the minds of the 45, and they looked at each other with suspicion and disquietude. "2 of you gentlemen," continued de Loignac, "have been heard in the open street chattering like a couple of old women, and that about grave things." St. Malin advanced. "Monsieur," said he, "pray explain at once, that suspicion may not rest on us all." "That is easy. The king heard today that one of his enemies, precisely one of those whom we have been enrolled to guard him against, had arrived in Paris to conspire against him. This name was pronounced quietly, but was overheard by a soldier on guard, that is to say, by a man who should be regarded as a wall, deaf, dumb, and immovable. However, that man repeated this name in the street with a noise and boasting which attracted the attention of the passers-by, and raised quite an emotion. I know it, for I was there, and heard and saw all, and had I not placed my hand on his shoulder to stop him, he would have compromised such grave interests that, had he not been quiet at my touch, I should have been compelled to poniard him on the spot." Pertinax de Montcrabeau and Perducas de Pincornay turned deadly pale, and Montcrabeau tried to stammer out some excuses. All eyes were turned toward them. "Nothing can excuse you," said de Loignac. "Even if you were drunk, you should be punished for that, and you shall be punished." A terrible silence ensued. Then Pertinax said, "Pardon, monsieur. We are provincials, new to the court and unaccustomed to politics." "You should not have accepted your posts without weighing their duties." "For the future we will be as mute as sepulchres, we swear to you." "Good, but can you repair the evil you have done today?" "We will try." "It is impossible, I tell you." "Then, for this time, pardon us." "You live," continued de Loignac, "with a sort of license which I must repress. Those who find the terms too hard will return. I can easily replace them, but I warn you that justice will be done among us, secretly and expeditiously. Traitors will be punished with death on the spot." Montcrabeau nearly fainted, and Pertinax grew paler than ever. "I shall have," de Loignac continued, "for smaller offences lighter punishments, as imprisonment, for instance. For this time I spare the lives of Monsieur de Montcrabeau and Monsieur de Pincornay, because they probably acted in ignorance, and shall only enforce against them my third method of punishment, a fine. You have received 1,000 livres apiece, gentlemen. You will each return 100. 100! cried Pincornay. Cap de Biou! I have not got them. I have spent them on my equipment. Sell your chain, then. But I have something else to add. I have remarked many signs of irritation between different members of your body, and each time a difference arises I wish the matter referred to me, and I alone shall have the power of allowing a duel to take place. Dueling is much in fashion now, but I do not wish that, to follow the fashion, my company be constantly left imperfect. The first duel, therefore, that takes place without my permission will be punished with a rigorous imprisonment and a heavy fine. Now, 15 of you will place yourselves this evening at the foot of the staircase when his majesty receives. 15 will keep without, and 15 remain at home. Also, as you should have some chief, and I cannot be everywhere, I will each day name a chief for the 15, so that all shall learn to obey and command. At present I do not know the capacities of anyone, but I shall watch and learn. Now, go, gentlemen, and Monsieur de Montcrabeau and Monsieur de Pincornay, you will remember that I expect your fines to be paid tomorrow. They all retired except Ernanton, who lingered behind. Do you wish anything? asked de Loignac. Yes, monsieur, said Ernanton, bowing. It seems to me that you have forgotten to point out to us our duties. To be in the king's service has a glorious sound, doubtless, but I should wish to know in what this service consists. That, monsieur, is a question to which I cannot reply. May I ask why, monsieur? Because I myself am often ignorant in the morning of what I shall have to do in the evening. Monsieur, you are placed in such a high position that you must know much of which we are ignorant. You love the king, I suppose? I do, and I ought to do so as a subject and a gentleman. Well, that is the cardinal point by which to regulate your conduct. Very well, monsieur, but there is one point which disquiets me. What is it? Passive obedience. It is an essential condition. So I understand, but it is sometimes difficult for persons who are delicate on points of honor. That does not concern me, Monsieur de Carmainges. But, monsieur, when an order displeases you— I read the signature of Monsieur d'Epernon, and that consoles me. And Monsieur d'Epernon? He reads the signature of his majesty and consoles himself, as I do. You are right, monsieur, and I am your humble servant. And Ernanton was about to retire when de Loignac stopped him. I will say to you, said he, what I have not said to the others, for no one else has had the courage to speak to me thus. Ernanton bowed. Perhaps, continued de Loignac, a great personage will come to the Louvre this evening. If so, do not lose sight of him, and follow him when he leaves. Pardon me, monsieur, but that seems the work of a spy. Do you think so? It is possible, but look here. And he drew out a paper which he presented to Ernanton, who read, Have Monsieur de Mayenne followed this evening if he presents himself at the Louvre, d'Epernon. Well, monsieur? I will follow Monsieur de Mayenne, said Ernanton, bowing. End of chapter 30. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 31 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 31. The Bourgeois of Paris. Monsieur de Mayenne, with whom they were so much occupied at the Louvre, set out from the Hotel Guise, booted and on horseback, as though he had just arrived. He was received by the king affectionately. "Well, cousin," said he, "you have then come to visit Paris?" "Yes, sire, I come in my brother's name and my own, to recall to your majesty that you have no more faithful subjects than ourselves." "Mordieu," said the king, "that is so well known that you might have spared yourself this trouble. You must have had some other motive." "Sire, I feared that your regard for us might be shaken by the reports which our enemies circulate about us." "What reports?" asked Henri. "What?" cried Mayenne, rather disconcerted. "Has not your majesty heard any reports unfavorable to us?" "My cousin, know once for all that I allow no one to speak ill in my presence of the Guises." "Well, sire, I do not regret my visit, since I have had the pleasure of finding my king so well disposed toward us, but I will allow that it was needless." "Oh, there is always something to do in Paris." "Yes, sire, but we have our business at Soissons." "What business, duke?" "Your majesty's, sire." "Oh, true. Continue, Mayenne, to do as you have done. I know how to appreciate the conduct of my subjects." The duke retired smiling. The king rubbed his hands, and de Loignac made a sign to Ernanton, who spoke to his valet and then followed Monsieur de Mayenne. There was no fear of missing him, for the news of his arrival had spread, and some 100 Leaguers had assembled to greet him. As the duke reached his hotel, Ernanton saw a litter pierce through the crowd. De Mayenne approached it, and the curtains were opened, and Ernanton thought he recognized his former page. The litter disappeared under the gateway, and Mayenne followed an instant after. Monsieur de Mainville appeared on the balcony and thanked the Parisians in the duke's name, but begged them to disperse and go home. All went away accordingly, except 10 men who had entered after the duke. These were the deputies of the League, who were sent to thank Monsieur de Mayenne for his visit, and to beg that his brothers would come also. They had a number of plans, which only wanted the sanction and support of the chiefs. Bussy-Leclerc came to announce that he had instructed the monks of 3 monasteries in the use of arms, and had enrolled 500 bourgeois in a regiment. La Chapelle Marteau had worked on the magistrates, and had 200 black robes ready for councillors. Brigard had gained the merchants of the Rue Lombard and the Rue Saint-Denis. Cruz could answer for the University of Paris, and Delbar promised for all the sailors in the port, a dangerous body of 500 men. Each of the others had something to offer, even Nicolas Poulain, the friend of Chicot. When Mayenne had heard them all, he said, "I admire your strength, but I do not see the end you propose to yourselves." Bussy-Leclerc answered, "We want a change, and as we are the strongest—" "But how will you arrive at this change?" "It seems to me," replied Bussy boldly, "that as the idea of the Union came from our chiefs, it is for them to point out its aim." "You are perfectly right," said Mayenne, "but it is also for them to judge of the proper time for action. The troops of Monsieur de Guise may be ready, but he does not give the signal until he thinks fit." "But, monseigneur, we are impatient." "For what?" "To arrive at our end. We also have our plan." "Ah, that is different. If you have your own plan, I say no more." "Yes, monseigneur, but may we count on your aid?" "Doubtless, if this plan be approved by my brother and myself." "We believe it will." "Let me hear it, then." The Leaguers looked at each other, then Marteau advanced. "Monseigneur," said he, "we think the success of our plan certain. There are particular points where all the strength of the city lies: the great and the little Châtelet, the Hotel de Ville, the Arsenal, and the Louvre." "It is true." "All these are guarded, but could easily be surprised." "I admit this also." "The town itself, however, is defended outside, firstly by the chevalier of the watch with his archers. We thought of seizing him in his house, which could be easily done, as it is a lonely place." Mayenne shook his head. "However lonely," said he, "you cannot force a door and fire 20 shots without attracting attention." "We have foreseen this objection, but one of the archers of the watch is on our side. In the middle of the night, 2 or 3 of us will go and knock at the door. The archer will open and tell his chief that the king wishes to speak to him, which would not appear strange, as he is often sent for in this manner. Once the door is open, we will introduce 10 men, sailors who lodge near, who will soon finish him." "Murder him?" "Yes, monseigneur. At the same time we will force the doors of the other functionaries who might take his place, such as Monsieur d'O, Monsieur de Cheverny, and Monsieur le Procureur Laguesle. Saint Bartholomew has taught us how to manage." "This is all well, gentlemen, but you have not told me if you mean, at the same time, to force the doors of the Louvre, that strong and well-guarded fortress. Believe me, the king is not so easily taken as the chevalier of the watch." "We have chosen 4,000 men, who hate the king, for this undertaking." And you think that enough?" "Doubtless. We shall be 10-1." "Why, the Swiss are 4,000 strong." "Yes, but they are at Lagny, and that is 8 leagues from Paris, and supposing they were to send for them, it would take 2 hours for the messenger to go on horseback, and 8 for them to return on foot, so that they would just arrive in time to be stopped at the gates, and in a few hours we should be masters of Paris." "Very good, but supposing all this accomplished, the watch disarmed, the authorities disappeared, and all obstacles removed, what do you mean to do?" "Form a new government of honest people. As for ourselves, so long as our commerce is successful and we have enough for our wives and children, we care for little else. Some among us might desire a command, and they should have it. We are not difficult to satisfy." "I know you are all honest, and would not suffer a mixture in your ranks." "No, no," cried several voices. "Now, Monsieur Poulain," said the duke, "are there many idlers and bad people in the Ile-de-France?" Nicolas Poulain, who had hitherto kept in the background, was now forced to advance. "Certainly, monseigneur, there are a great many," he replied.
"Could you guess at their number?"
"About 4,000 thieves, 3,000 or more beggars, and 400 or 500 assassins."
"Well, there are at least 8,000 good-for-nothings. Of what religion are they?"
Poulain laughed. "Of all, monseigneur, or rather of none. Gold is their god, and blood their prophet."
"Yes, but their politics. Are they Valois, Leaguers, Navarrais, or what?"
"Robbers only."
"Monseigneur," said Cruce, "do not suppose that we mean to take these people for allies." "No, I do not suppose so, and that is what disturbs me."
"And why so, monseigneur?" they asked with surprise.
"Because as soon as there are no longer magistrates in Paris, as soon as there is no longer royalty or public force or anything to restrain them, they will begin to pillage your shops while you fight, and your houses while you occupy the Louvre. Sometimes they will join the Swiss against you, and sometimes you against the Swiss, so that they will always be the strongest."
"Diable!"
cried the deputies, looking at each other. "I think this is a question for grave consideration, gentlemen," said the duke. "I will think it over and endeavor to find the means of overcoming the difficulty. Your interests before our own has ever been our maxim." The deputies gave a murmur of approbation. "Now, gentlemen, permit a man who has traveled 24 leagues on horseback in 48 hours to seek a little sleep." "We humbly take our leave, monseigneur," said Brigard. "What day shall you fix for our next meeting?" "As soon as possible, gentlemen. Tomorrow or the day after. Au revoir." No sooner had he disappeared than a door opened and a woman rushed in.
"The duchess!" they cried.
"Yes, gentlemen, who comes to save you from your embarrassments. What the Hebrews could not do, Judith did. Hope, then, gentlemen, for I also have my plan." And she disappeared through the same door as her brother.
"To Dieu!"
cried Bussy Leclerc.
"I believe that is the man of the family."
"Oh," murmured Nicolas Poulain,
"I wish I were out of all this."
End of chapter 31. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 32 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 32. Brother Borromée. It was about 10 o'clock in the evening when the deputies returned home. Nicolas Poulain remained behind the others, reflecting on the perplexing situation in which he found himself, and considering whether he should report all that he had heard to Monsieur d'Epernon, when, in the middle of the Rue de la Pierre au Réal, he ran right against a Jacobin monk. They both began to swear, but, looking up, recognized each other.
"Brother Borromée!"
cried Poulain.
"Nicolas Poulain!"
exclaimed the monk.
"How are you?"
asked Nicolas cautiously.
"Where in the world were you running to in such a hurry at this time of night? Is the priory on fire?"
"No, I was going to the Duchess de Montpensier's hotel to speak to Monsieur de Mainville."
"And what for?"
"Oh, it is very simple," said Borromée, seeking for a specious answer.
The reverend prior was solicited by the duchess to become her confessor. He accepted at the time, but since then he has had scruples and has sent me to tell her not to rely upon him." "Very good, but you are going away from the Hotel Guise." "Exactly so, for I hear she is at the Hotel St. Denis with her brother." "Quite true, but why do you deceive me? It is not the treasurer who is sent with these sort of messages." "But to a princess. Now, do not detain me, or I shall miss her." "She will return. You might have waited for her." "True, but I shall not be sorry to see Monsieur le Duc also." "Oh, that is more like the truth. So go on. There is something new going on," thought Nicholas. "But why should I try to discover what it is?" Meanwhile, the brother and sister had been conversing together, and had settled that the king had no suspicions, and was therefore easy to attack. They also agreed that the first thing to be done was to organize the League more generally in the provinces, while the king abandoned his brother, who was the only enemy they had to fear, so long as Henri of Navarre occupied himself only with love affairs. "Paris is all ready, but must wait," said Mayenne. At this moment, Monsieur de Mainville entered and announced Borromée. "Borromée? Who is he?" cried the duke. "The man who you sent me from Nancy when I asked for a man of action and mind." "I remember, I told you he was both, but he was called Borroville." "Yes, monseigneur, but now he is a monk and a Borromée." "Borroville a monk, and why so?" "That is our secret, monseigneur. You shall know hereafter, but now let us see him, for his visit disquiets me." "Why, Borroville!" cried the duke, laughing as he entered. "What a disguise!" "Yes, monseigneur, I am not much at my ease in this devil of a dress, I confess, but as it is worn in the service of her highness, I do not complain." "And what do you want so late?" "I could not have come sooner. I have all the priory on my hands." "Well, now speak." "Monsieur le Duc, the king is sending succors to the Duc d'Anjou." "Bah! We have heard that the last 3 years." "Yes, but this time it is certain. At 2 o'clock this morning, Monsieur de Joyeuse set out for Rouen. He is to take ship at Dieppe, and convey 3,000 men to Antwerp." "Oh, who told you that, Borroville?" "I heard it from a man who is going to Navarre." "To Navarre? To Henri?" "Yes, monseigneur." "And who sends him?" "The king, with a letter." "What is his name?" "Robert Briquet. He is a great friend of Gorenflot's." "And an ambassador of the king's?" "Yes, I am sure of it, for he sent one of our monks to the Louvre to fetch the letter." "And he did not show you the letter?" "The king did not give it to him. He sent it by his own messenger." "We must have this letter." "Certainly," said the duchess. "How was it that this did not occur to you?" said Mainville. "I did think of it, and wished to send one of my men, who is a perfect Hercules, with Monsieur Briquet, but he suspected and dismissed him." "You must go yourself." "Impossible." "And why?" "Because he knows me." "As a monk, but not as a captain, I hope." "Ma foi, I do not know. He seems to know everything." "What is he like?" "He is tall, all nerves, muscles, and bones, silent but mocking." "Ah, and clever with his sword?" "Marvelously." "A long face?" "Yes." "And an old friend of the prior's?" "Yes." "Oh, I have a suspicion which I must have cleared up. Borroville, you must go to Soissons, to my brother." "But the priory?" "Oh, you can invent some excuse to Gorenflot. He believes all you say," said Mainville. "You will tell my brother all you know about the mission of Monsieur de Joyeuse." "Yes, monseigneur." "And Navarre?" said the duchess. "Oh, I charge myself with that," said Mayenne. "Let them saddle me a fresh horse, Mainville." Then he murmured to himself, "Can he be still alive?"
Chapter 32. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.
Chapter 33 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 33. Chicot Latinist. After the departure of the young men, Chicot went on quietly, but as soon as they had disappeared in the valley, he stopped at the top of a hill and looked all around him. Then, seeing no one, he seated himself and commenced an examination. He had now 2 purses, for he perceived that the packet he had received contained money besides the letter. It was quite a royal purse, embroidered with an H at each end. "It is pretty," said Chicot. "No one could be more generous or more stupid. Decidedly, I shall never make anything of the king. All that astonishes me is that he did not have the letter embroidered outside also. Now, let me see how much money he has sent. 100 crowns, just the sum I borrowed from Gorenflot. Ah, pardon, Henri, this is good. But the purse annoys me. If I were to keep it, I should feel as if the very birds, as they flew over my head, would denounce me as a royal messenger." So saying, he drew from his pocket Gorenflot's bag, emptied the king's money into it, then placed a stone in the purse and threw it into the Orge, which flowed under the bridge at his feet. "So much for myself. Now for Henri," said Chicot, and he took up the letter, broke the seal with the utmost tranquillity, and sent the envelope into the river after the purse. "Now," said he, "let us read. Dear brother, the deep love which you felt for our late dear brother and king, Charles IX, still clings to the Louvre and to my heart. It grieves me, therefore, to have to write to you about vexatious things. You are strong, however, against ill fortune, so that I do not hesitate to communicate these things to you, things which can only be told to a tried friend. Besides, I have an interest in warning you, the honor of my name and of your own, my brother. We resemble each other in one thing, that we are each surrounded with enemies. Chicot will explain to you. Monsieur de Turenne, your servant, causes daily scandal at your court. God forbid that I should interfere in your affairs, except where your honor is concerned. But your wife, whom to my regret I call my sister, should be more careful than she is of your honor. I advise you, therefore, to watch the communications of Margot with Turenne, that she does not bring shame on the house of Bourbon. Act as soon as you shall be sure of the fact, into which I pray you to inquire as soon as Chicot shall have explained to you my letter. Those whom as brother and king I denounce to you generally meet at a little chateau called Loignac, the pretext being generally the chase. This chateau is, besides, the focus for intrigues to which the Guises are not strangers, and you know the strange love with which my sister pursued Henri de Guise. I embrace you, and am ever ready to aid you in all, and for all. Meanwhile, aid yourself by the advice of Chicot, whom I send to you. Your affectionate, etc. Age actore, Chicot, said Chicot. Here am I, installed counselor of the King of Navarre. This seems to me a bad commission, and in flying one ill, I have fallen into a worse one. Really, I should almost prefer Mayenne. But the letter is clever, and if Henriot be like other husbands, it will embroil him at once with his wife, Turenne, the Guises, and even with Spain. But if Henri de Valois is so informed of all that passes in Navarre, he must have some spy there. Then again, continued he, this letter will lead me into mischief if I meet a Spaniard, a Lorraine, a Béarnais, or a Fleming curious enough to wish to know what brings me here, and I should be very foolish not to remember that there is a chance of that. Monsieur Borromée, above all, I suspect may play me some trick. Besides, what did I seek in asking the king for this mission? Tranquillity. And now I am going to embroil the King of Navarre with his wife. However, that is not my affair, except that I shall make mortal enemies, who will prevent me from ever reaching the happy age of 80. Ma foi! But that is not much, for it is only worth living when you are young. But then I might as well have waited for the knife of Monsieur de Mayenne. However, I will take precautions, and will translate this fine letter into Latin, and engrave it on my memory. Then I will buy a horse, because from Juvisy to Pau I should have too often to put the right foot before the left if I walked. But first I will destroy this letter. This he proceeded to do, tearing it into an infinite number of little pieces, sending some into the river, others into the air, and burying the rest in holes in the ground. Now let me think of my Latin theme, said he,
and this study occupied him until he arrived at Corbeil, where he bestowed a glance at the cathedral, but fixed an earnest look at a traiteur's, whence came an appetizing smell of dinner. We will not describe either the dinner he made or the horse he bought. Suffice it to say that the dinner was long and the horse was bad. End of chapter 33. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 34 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 34. The Four Winds. Chicot, with his little horse, which ought to have been a big one to have carried him, after having slept at Fontainebleau, made a detour to the right, and proceeded toward the little village of Orgeval. He would have gone further that day, but his horse failed him. He put up, therefore, at a good hotel, and went through the rooms to select one where the doors closed well, and chose an apartment which had just been repaired, and the door of which was furnished with a formidable lock. Before going to bed, although the hotel had appeared almost empty, he locked the door and placed a heavy table and a chest of drawers against it. He then put his purse under his pillow, and repeated to himself 3 times over the translation of the king's letter. There was an extremely high wind blowing, and as it howled in the neighboring trees, it was with a feeling of great satisfaction that Chicot plunged into a very comfortable bed. He had a lamp by his bedside, and he occupied himself for some time in reading a book which he had brought with him. But although he liked the book, in reading the 3rd chapter he fell asleep. The wind moaned about the house, sometimes like a child crying, and sometimes like a husband scolding his wife. And as Chicot slept, it seemed to him in his dreams that the tempest came nearer and nearer. All at once a sudden squall of invisible force broke locks and bolts, pushed the chest of drawers, which fell on the lamp, which it extinguished, and on the table, which it smashed. Chicot had the faculty of waking quickly, and with all his senses about him, so he jumped out of bed and got hold in an instant of his purse and his sword. It was quite dark, but it seemed to him that the whole room was being torn to pieces by the 4 winds of heaven, for the chairs were falling, and the table breaking more and more under the weight of the drawers. As he could do nothing against the gods of Olympus, he contented himself with standing in one corner with his sword held out before him, so that if any of these mythological personages approached, they would split themselves upon it. At last he profited by a momentary cessation in the uproar to cry loudly, "Help! Help!" He made so much noise that it seemed to quiet the elements, as if Neptune had pronounced the famous Quos ego, and after 6 or 7 minutes, during which Eurus, Notus, Boreas, and Aquilo seemed to beat a retreat, the host appeared with a lantern and enlightened the scene, which looked deplorably like a field of battle. The great chest of drawers was overturned on the broken table. The door was held only by one of its hinges, and the bolts were broken. 3 or 4 chairs were on the floor with their legs in the air, and to crown all, the crockery which had been on the table lay in bits on the floor. "This is a regular pandemonium," cried Chicot, recognizing his host. "Oh, monsieur," cried the host, clasping his hands, "what has happened?" "Are there demons lodging here?" asked Chicot. "Oh, what weather!" replied the host pathetically. "But the bolts do not hold. This house must be made of cardboard. I would rather go away. I prefer the road." "Oh, my poor furniture!" sighed the host. "But my clothes, where are they? They were on this chair." "If they were there, they ought to be there still," replied the host. "What? If they were there? Do you think I came here yesterday in this costume?" "Mon Dieu, monsieur," answered the host with embarrassment, "I know you were clothed." "It is lucky you confess it." "But—" "But what?" "The wind has dispersed everything." "Ah, that is a reason." "You see." "But, my friend, when the wind comes in, it comes from outside, and it must have come in here if it made this destruction." "Certainly, monsieur." "Well, the wind in coming in here should have brought with it the clothes of others instead of carrying mine out." "So it should, and yet the contrary seems to have happened." "But what is this? The wind must have walked in the mud, for here are footmarks on the floor," and Chicot pointed out the traces left by a muddy boot, on seeing which the host turned pale. "Now, my friend," said Chicot, I advise you to keep a watch over these winds which enter hotels, penetrate rooms by breaking doors, and retire, carrying away the clothes of the guests." The host drew back toward the door. "You call me thief?" said he. "You are responsible for my clothes, and they are gone. You will not deny that." "You insult me!" Chicot made a menacing gesture. "Hola!" cried the host. "Hola! Help!" 4 men armed with sticks immediately appeared. "Ah, here are the 4 winds!" cried Chicot, making a thrust with his sword at one of them, but they all rapidly disappeared, not, however, before one of them had whispered something to the host. "Your clothes shall be found," growled he. "Well, that is all I ask." They soon made their appearance, but visibly deteriorated. "Ah, there are nails in your staircase. What a devil of a wind it was!" said Chicot. "Now will you go to bed again?" said the host. "No, I thank you, I have slept enough. Leave me your lantern, and I will read." Chicot replaced the chest of drawers against the door, dressed himself, got into bed again, and read till daybreak, when he asked for his horse, paid his bill, and went away, saying to himself, "We shall see tonight." End of chapter 34. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 35 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 35. How Chicot continued his journey, and what happened to him. Chicot passed his morning in congratulating himself on the sang-froid and patience he had displayed through his night of trials. But, thought he, they never take an old wolf twice in the same snare. Therefore, it is nearly certain that they will invent some new devilry to practice on me today, so I must be on my guard. The result of this reasoning was that Chicot made a march that day worthy of being immortalized by Xenophon. Every tree, rising ground, or wall served him for a point of observation. He also concluded on the road alliances, if not offensive, at least defensive. 4 grocers from Paris, who were going to Orleans to order preserves, and to Limoges for dried fruits, allowed Chicot, who called himself a hosier from Bordeaux, returning home to join their company, which was rendered more formidable by 4 clerks, who were following their masters. It was quite a little army, and scarcely less formidable in mind than in number, so warlike a spirit had the League introduced among the Parisian shopkeepers. At all events, 3 cowards together have less fear than 1 brave man alone. At last they reached Etampes, the town fixed on for supper and sleeping. They supped, and then each went to his room. Chicot, who had not been sparing during the repast, either of his fun, which amused his companions, or of the Muscat and Burgundy, went to bed, after having settled to travel again with the grocers on the morrow. Chicot, therefore, thought himself guarded like a prince by the 4 travelers, whose rooms were in the same corridor and close to his own. Indeed, at this epoch, the roads being far from safe, travelers were in the habit of promising each other mutual aid in case of need. Chicot then, after bolting his door and striking the walls, which returned everywhere a satisfactory sound, went to bed and to sleep. But there arrived, during his first sleep, an event which the Sphinx himself, the diviner par excellence, could not have foreseen. But the devil was mixing himself up with Chicot's affairs, and he is more cunning than all the Sphinxes in the world. About 9:30, a blow was struck on the door of the room where all the clerks slept. One of them opened in a very bad humor, and found himself face to face with the host. "Gentlemen," said he, "I see with pleasure that you are sleeping already dressed, for I wish to render you a great service. Your masters grew very warm over politics at supper time, and it seems that a sheriff of the town heard them and reported it. Now, as we are very loyal here, the mayor set down the watch, and they have arrested your masters and carried them off. The prison is near the Hotel de Ville. Go, my lads, your mules are ready for you. Your masters will join you on the road." The 4 clerks shook like hares, ran downstairs, jumped on their mules, and took the road back to Paris, telling the host to let their masters know if they should return to the hotel. Having seen them disappear, the host went to knock very gently at one of the doors in the corridor. One of the merchants cried out in a loud voice, "Who is there?" "Silence," replied the host, "and come quietly to the door." The merchant obeyed, but before opening he said again, "Who are you?" Your host, do you not recognize my voice?" "Mon Dieu, what is the matter?" "Why, it seems you talked rather too freely at table, and the mayor has been informed by some spy, and has sent to arrest you. Luckily, I thought of showing them your clerks' rooms instead of yours, so that they are busy upstairs arresting them." "Can this be true?" "Pure and simple truth. Make haste and escape while you can." "But my companions?" "Oh, I will tell them." And while the merchant dressed, the host awakened the others, and very soon they all disappeared, walking on the points of their toes that they might not be heard. "That poor hosier," said they. "It will all fall on him. But it is true he said the most." Of course, Chicot had received no warning. While the merchants were flying, he was sleeping peacefully. The host now descended into the hall, where stood 6 armed men, one of whom seemed to command the others. "Well," said this one. "I have obeyed your orders, monsieur." "Your inn is deserted?" "Absolutely." "The person is not awakened?" "No." "You know in whose name we act, and what cause we serve, for you serve the same." "Yes, certainly. Therefore I have sacrificed, to keep my oath, the money that these men would have spent at my house, for it is said in the oath, 'I will sacrifice my goods to the defense of the Catholic religion.'" "And my life, you forget that," replied the officer. "Oh, I have a wife and children." "You must obey blindly what is ordered you." "Oh, I will obey." "Then go to bed, shut the doors, and whatever you see or hear, do not come out, even if your house is burning." "Oh, I am ruined." "I am instructed to indemnify you. Here are 30 crowns." "My house estimated at 30 crowns," cried the innkeeper piteously. "We shall not break even a window, complainer that you are." "Oh, what a champion of the Holy League!" The host went away and did as he was told. Then the officer ordered 2 men to place themselves under Chicot's window, while he himself, with the 3 others, mounted to his room. "You know the order," said the officer. "If he opens and lets us search, and we find what we seek, we will not do him the least harm. But if the contrary happens, a good blow with a dagger, no, pistol, you understand. Besides, it is useless, being 4 against 1. The officer knocked. "Who is there?" cried Chicot. "Your friends the grocers, who have something important to tell you." "Oh," cried Chicot, "how last night's wine has strengthened your voice." The officer lowered his voice and said in an insinuating tone, "Open quickly, dear companion." "Ventre de biche! I do not smell the grocery." "Ah, you will not open?" cried the officer impatiently. "Break open the door." Chicot ran to the window, but saw below 2 naked swords shining. "I am caught," said he. "Ah, ah!" cried the officer, who had heard the noise of the window opening. "You fear the perilous leap, and you are right. Come, open." "Ma foi, no. The door is solid, and I shall get help when you make a noise." And he began to call for the merchants. The officer laughed. "Fool!" cried he. "Do you think we have left you their help? Undeceive yourself. You are alone, so make up your mind to it. Go on, soldiers." Chicot heard 3 blows struck on the door. "They have 3 muskets," said he, "and below there are only 2 swords, and only 15 feet to jump. I prefer the swords to the muskets." And tying his bag to his belt, he got on the window sill with his drawn sword. The 2 men below stood ready with their drawn swords, but as Chicot guessed, on seeing him jump sword in hand, they drew back, intending to strike him as he came to the ground. Chicot alighted on his feet, and one of the men gave him a thrust immediately. Thanks, however, to Gorenflot's coat of mail, the blade broke like glass. "He has armor!" cried the soldier. "Pardieu!" said Chicot, cutting open his head with a blow of his sword. The other began to cry out, thinking now only of defending himself, but at the second pass Chicot laid him by his comrade, so that when the door was burst open, the officer saw through the window his 2 sentinels lying in their blood, and Chicot running quietly away. "He is a demon! He is steel-proof!" cried he. "Yes, but not ball-proof," cried the soldiers. "No firing, no noise! You will wake the city. We shall catch him tomorrow,"
End of chapter 35. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 36 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 36. The third day of the journey. Chicot knew he was safe in the city of Étampes, where he was under the protection of magistrates who would have arrested the officer immediately on his complaint. It was the knowledge of this which had induced the officer to stop his men from firing and to abstain from pursuit. Therefore he retired with his soldiers, leaving the 2 dead men on the ground after laying their swords by them, that it might seem as though they had killed each other. Chicot vainly searched for his former companions, and then determined to stay for a time in the city, and even after watching the officer and his men leave the town, had the audacity to return to the inn. There he found the host, who had not recovered from his terror, and who watched him saddling his horse as though he had been a phantom, and never even asked him for his money. Then he went and finished his night in the public room at another inn, among all the drinkers, who were far from thinking that this tall unknown, who looked so smiling and gracious, had just killed 2 men. At break of day he started again, but a prey to anxiety, for although 2 attempts had failed, the third might be successful. He determined, when he reached Orleans, to send to the king to ask for an escort. But as the road to Orleans was passed without accident, Chicot began to think again that it was needless, and that the king would lose his good opinion of him, and also that an escort would be a great trouble. He went on, therefore, but his fears began to return as evening advanced. All at once he heard behind him the galloping of horses, and turning round he counted 7 cavaliers, of whom 4 had muskets on their shoulders. They gained rapidly on Chicot, who, seeing flight was hopeless, contented himself with making his horse move in zigzags, so as to escape the balls which he expected every moment. He was right, for when they came about 50 feet from him they fired, but thanks to his maneuver all the balls missed him. He immediately abandoned the reins and let himself slip to the ground, taking the precaution to have his sword in one hand and a dagger in the other. He came to the ground in such a position that his head was protected by the breast of his horse. A cry of joy came from the troop, who, seeing him fall, believed him dead. "I told you so," said a man riding up with a mask on his face. "You failed because you did not follow my orders. This time here he is, search him, and if he moves, finish him." Chicot was not a pious man, but at such a moment he remembered his God and murmured a fervent prayer. 2 men approached him sword in hand, and, as he did not stir, came fearlessly forward. But instantly Chicot's dagger was in the throat of one, and his sword half buried in the side of the other. "Ah, treason!" cried the chief. "He is not dead. Charge your muskets." "No, I am not dead," cried Chicot, attacking the speaker. But 2 soldiers came to the rescue. Chicot turned and wounded one in the thigh. "The muskets!" cried the chief. "Before they are ready, you will be pierced through the heart," cried Chicot. "Be firm, and I will aid you," cried a voice which seemed to Chicot to come from heaven. It was that of a fine young man on a black horse. He had a pistol in each hand, and cried again to Chicot, "Stoop, morbleu, stoop!" Chicot obeyed. 1 pistol was fired, and a man rolled at Chicot's feet. Then the second, and another man fell. "Now we are 2 to 2," cried Chicot. "Generous young man, you take one, here is mine," and he rushed on the masked man, who defended himself as if used to arms. The young man seized his opponent by the body, threw him down, and bound him with his belt. Chicot soon wounded his adversary, who was very corpulent, between the ribs. He fell, and Chicot, putting his foot on his sword to prevent him from using it, cut the strings of his mask. "Monsieur de Mayenne, ventre de biche, I thought so," said he. The duke did not reply. He had fainted from the loss of blood and the weight of his fall. Chicot drew his dagger and was about coolly to cut off his head, when his arm was seized by a grasp of iron, and a voice said, "Stay, monsieur, one does not kill a fallen enemy." "Young man," replied Chicot, "you have saved my life, and I thank you with all my heart. But accept a little lesson very useful in the time of moral degradation in which we live. When a man has been attacked 3 times in 3 days, when he has been each time in danger of death, when his enemies have without provocation fired 4 musket balls at him from behind, as they might have done to a mad dog, then, young man, he may do what I am about to do." And Chicot returned to his work. But the young man stopped him again. "You shall not do it while I am here. You shall not shed more of that blood which is now issuing from the wound you have already inflicted."
Bah! Do you know this wretch?"
"That wretch is Monsieur le Duc de Mayenne, a prince equal in rank to many kings." "All the more reason. And who are you?" "He who has saved your life, monsieur." "And who, if I do not deceive myself, brought me a letter from the king 3 days ago." "Precisely." "Then you are in the king's service?" "I have that honor." "And yet you save Monsieur de Mayenne? Permit me to tell you, monsieur, that that is not being a good servant." "I think differently." "Well, perhaps you are right. What is your name?" "Ernanton de Carmainges." "Well, Monsieur Ernanton, what are we to do with this great carcass?" "I will watch over Monsieur de Mayenne, monsieur." "And his follower, who is listening there?" "The poor devil hears nothing. I have bound him too tightly, and he has fainted." "Monsieur de Carmainges, you have saved my life today, but you endanger it furiously for the future." "I do my duty today. God will provide for the future." "As you please, then, and I confess I dislike killing a defenseless man. Adieu, monsieur, but first I will choose one of these horses." "Take mine. I know what it can do." "Oh, that is too generous." "I have not so much need as you have to go quickly." Chicot made no more compliments, but got on Ernanton's horse and disappeared. End of chapter 36. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 37 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 37. Ernanton de Carmainges. Ernanton remained on the field of battle, much embarrassed what to do with the 2 men who would shortly open their eyes. As he deliberated, he saw a wagon coming along, drawn by 2 oxen and driven by a peasant. Ernanton went to the man and told him that a combat had taken place between the Huguenots and Catholics, that 4 had been killed, but that 2 were still living. The peasant, although desperately frightened, aided Ernanton to place first Monsieur de Mayenne and then the soldier in the wagon. The 4 bodies remained. "Monsieur," said the peasant, "were they Catholics or Huguenots?" "Huguenots," said Ernanton, who had seen the peasant cross himself in his first terror. "In that case there will be no harm in my searching them, will there?" "None," replied Ernanton, who thought it as well that the peasant should do it, as the first passer-by. The man did not wait to be told twice, but turned out their pockets. It seemed that he was far from disappointed, for his face looked smiling when he had finished the operation, and he drove on his oxen at their quickest pace in order to reach his home with his treasure. It was in the stable of this excellent Catholic, on a bed of straw, that Monsieur de Mayenne recovered his consciousness. He opened his eyes and looked at the men and the things surrounding him with a surprise easy to imagine. Ernanton immediately dismissed the peasant. "Who are you, monsieur?" asked Mayenne. Ernanton smiled. "Do you not recognize me?" said he. "Yes, I do now. You are he who came to the assistance of my enemy." "Yes, but I am he who prevented your enemy from killing you." "That must be true, since I live, unless, indeed, he thought me dead." "He went away knowing you to be alive." "Then he thought my wound mortal." "I do not know, but had I not opposed him, he would have given you one which certainly would have been so." "But then, monsieur, why did you aid him in killing my men?" "Nothing more simple, monsieur, and I am astonished that a gentleman, as you seem to be, does not understand my conduct. Chance brought me on your road, and I saw several men attacking one. I defended the one, but when this brave man, for whoever he may be, he is brave, when he remained alone with you and would have decided the victory by your death, then I interfered to save you." "You know me, then?" said Mayenne with a scrutinizing glance. "I had no need to know you, monsieur. You were a wounded man, and that was enough." "Be frank. You knew me." "It is strange, monsieur, that you will not understand me. It seems to me that it is equally ignoble to kill a defenseless man as 6 men to attack one." "There may be reasons for all things." Ernanton bowed, but did not reply. "Did you not see," continued Mayenne, "that I fought sword to sword with that man?"
It is true. Besides, he is my most mortal enemy. I believe it, for he said the same thing of you. Do you think me dangerously wounded? I have examined your wound, monsieur, and I think that, although it is serious, you are in no danger of death. I believe the sword slipped along the ribs and did not penetrate the breast. Breathe, and I think you will find no pain in the lungs. It is true. But my men are dead, all but one. Are they left on the road? Yes. Have they been searched? The peasant whom you must have seen on opening your eyes, and who is your host, searched them. What did he find? Some money. Any papers? I think not. Ah, said Mayenne with evident satisfaction. But the living man, where is he? In the barn close by. Bring him to me, monsieur. If you are a man of honor, promise me to ask him no questions. I am not curious, monsieur, and I wish to know no more of this affair than I know already. The duke looked at him uneasily. Monsieur, said Ernanton, will you charge someone else with the commission you have just given me? I was wrong, monsieur. I acknowledge it. Have the kindness to render me the service I ask of you. 5 minutes after, the soldier entered the stable. He uttered a cry on seeing the duke, and he put his finger on his lips, and the man was silent. Monsieur, said Mayenne to Ernanton, my gratitude to you will be eternal, and doubtless some day we shall meet under more favorable circumstances. May I ask to whom I have the honor of speaking? I am the Vicomte Ernanton de Carmainges, monsieur. You are going to Beaugency? Yes, monsieur. Then I have delayed you, and you cannot go on tonight. On the contrary, monsieur, I am about to start at once. For Beaugency? No, for Paris, said Ernanton, somewhat unwillingly. The duke appeared astonished. Pardon, said he, but it is strange that going to Beaugency and being stopped by an unforeseen circumstance, you should return without fulfilling the end of your journey. Nothing is more simple, monsieur. I was going to a rendezvous for a particular time, which I have lost by coming here with you. Therefore I return. Oh, monsieur, will you not stay here with me for 2 or 3 days? I will send this soldier to Paris for a surgeon, and I cannot remain here alone with these peasants who are strangers to me. Then let the soldier remain with you, and I will send you a doctor. Do you know the name of my enemy? No, monsieur. What? You saved his life, and he did not tell you his name? I did not ask him. You did not ask him? I have saved your life also, monsieur. Have I asked you your name? But in exchange, you both know mine. I see, monsieur, there is nothing to be learned from you. You are as discreet as brave. I observe that you say that in a reproachful manner, but, on the contrary, you ought to be reassured, for a man who is discreet with one person will be so with another. You are right. Your hand, Monsieur de Carmainges. Ernanton did quietly as he was asked. You have blamed my conduct, monsieur, said Mayenne, but I cannot justify myself without revealing important secrets. You defend yourself, monsieur, when I do not accuse. Well, I will only say that I am a gentleman of good rank, and able to be of use to you. Say no more, monsieur. Thanks to the master whom I serve, I have no need of assistance from anyone. Your master? Who is he? I have asked no questions, monsieur. It is true. Besides, your wound begins to inflame. I advise you to talk less. You are right, but I want my surgeon. I am returning to Paris. As I told you, give me his address. Monsieur de Carmainges, give me your word of honor that if I entrust you with a letter, it shall be given to the person to whom it is addressed. I give it, monsieur. I believe you. I am sure I may trust you. I must tell you a part of my secret. I belong to the guards of Madame de Montpensier. Oh, I did not know she had guards. In these troublous times, monsieur, everyone guards himself as well as he can, and the house of Guise being a princely one. I asked for no explanation, monsieur. Well, I had a mission to Amboise. When on the road I saw my enemy. You know the rest." "Yes." "Stopped by this wound. I must report to the Duchess the reason of my delay." "Well?" "Will you therefore put into her own hands the letter I am about to write?" "I will seek for ink and paper." "It is needless. My soldier will get my tablets." He instructed the soldier to take them from his pocket, opened them by a spring, wrote some lines in pencil, and shut them again. It was impossible for anyone who did not know the secret to open them without breaking them. "Monsieur," said Ernanton, "in 3 days these tablets shall be delivered." "Into her own hands?" "Yes, monsieur." The duke, exhausted by talking and by the effort of writing the letter, sank back on his straw. "Monsieur," said the soldier in a tone little in harmony with his dress, "you bound me very tight, it is true, but I shall regard my chains as bonds of friendship, and will prove it to you some day." And he held out a hand whose whiteness Ernanton had already remarked. "So be it," said he, smiling. "It seems I have gained 2 friends." "Do not despise them. One has never too many." "That is true," said Ernanton, and he left them. End of chapter 37. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 38 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 38. The Stable Yard. Ernanton arrived at Paris on the 3rd day. At 3 in the afternoon he entered the Louvre among his comrades. The Gascons called out in surprise at seeing him, and Monsieur de Loignac looked gloomy and signed to him to enter a little room, where he always gave his private audiences. "This is nice behavior, monsieur," said he. 5 days and nights absent, and you whom I thought so well of." "Monsieur, I did what I was told to do." "What were you told to do?" "To follow Monsieur de MÄ, and I have followed him." "For 5 days and nights?" "Yes, monsieur." "Then he has left Paris?" "He left that same evening, and that seemed to me suspicious." "You are right, monsieur. Go on." Ernanton related clearly and energetically all that had taken place. When Ernanton mentioned the letter— "You have it, monsieur?" asked de Loignac. "Yes, monsieur." "Diable! That deserves attention. Come with me, I beg of you." Ernanton followed de Loignac to the courtyard of the Louvre. All was preparing for the king's going out, and Monsieur d'Epernon was seeing 2 new horses tried, which had been sent from England as a present from Elizabeth to Henry, and which were that day to be harnessed to the king's carriage for the first time. De Loignac approached d'Epernon. "Great news, Monsieur le Duc," said he. "What is it?" said d'Epernon, drawing to one side. "Monsieur de Carmainges has seen Monsieur de MÄ lying wounded in a village beyond Orléans." "Wounded?" "Yes, and more. He has written a letter to Madame de Montpensier, which Monsieur de Carmainges has in his pocket." "Oh, oh! Send Monsieur de Carmainges to me." "Here he is," said de Loignac, signing to Ernanton to advance. "Well, monsieur, it seems you have a letter from Monsieur de MÄ." "Yes, monsieur." "Addressed to Madame de Montpensier?" "Yes, monsieur." "Give it to me." And the duke extended his hand. "Pardon, monsieur, but did you ask me for the duke's letter?" "Certainly." "You do not know that this letter was confided to me?" "What matters that?" "It matters much, monsieur. I passed my word to the duke to give it to Madame la Duchesse herself." "Do you belong to the king or Monsieur de MÄ?" "To the king." "Well, the king wishes to see the letter." "Monsieur, you are not the king." "I think you forget to whom you speak, Monsieur de Carmainges." "I remember perfectly, monsieur, and that is why I refuse." "You refuse?" "Yes, monsieur." "Monsieur de Carmainges, you forget your oath of fidelity." "Monsieur, I have sworn fidelity only to one person, and that is the king. If he asks me for the letter, he must have it, but he is not here." "Monsieur de Carmainges," said the duke, growing very angry, "you are like the rest of the Gascons. Blind in prosperity, your good fortune dazzles you, and the possession of a state secret is a weight too heavy for you to carry." "The only thing I find heavy, monsieur, is the disgrace into which I seem likely to fall. Not my fortune, which my refusal to obey you renders, I know, very precarious, but no matter, I do what I ought to do, and no one, excepting the king, shall see this letter but the person to whom it is addressed." "De Loignac!" cried D'Epernon, "place Monsieur de Carmainges in arrest at once." "It is certain that will prevent me from delivering the letter for a time, but once I come out—" "If you never do come out?" "I shall come out, monsieur, unless you have me assassinated. Yes, I shall come out. The walls are less strong than my will, and then—" "Well?" "I will speak to the king." "To prison with him, and take away the letter!" cried D'Epernon, beside himself with rage. "No one shall touch it!" cried Ernanton, starting back, and drawing from his breast the tablet of Monsieur de Mayenne. "For I will break it to pieces, since I can save it in no other way. Monsieur de Mayenne will approve my conduct, and the king will pardon me." The young man was about to execute his threat, when a touch arrested his arm. He turned and saw the king, who, coming down the staircase behind them, had heard the end of the discussion. "What is the matter, gentlemen?" said he. "Sire," cried D'Epernon furiously, "this man, one of your 45 Guardsmen, of which he shall soon cease to form part, being sent by me to watch Monsieur de Mayenne in Paris, followed him to Orleans, and received from him a letter for Madame de Montpensier." "You have received this letter?" asked the king of Ernanton. "Yes, sire, but Monsieur d'Epernon does not tell you under what circumstances." "Well, where is this letter?" "That is just the cause of the quarrel, sire. Monsieur de Carmainges resolutely refuses to give it to me, and determines to carry it to its address." Carmainges bent on one knee before the king. "Sire," said he, "I am a poor gentleman, but a man of honor. I saved the life of your messenger, who was about to be assassinated by Monsieur de Mayenne and 6 of his followers, for I arrived just in time to turn the fortune of the combat." "And Monsieur de Mayenne?" "Was dangerously wounded." "Well, after?" "Your messenger, sire, who seemed to have a particular hatred of Monsieur de Mayenne," the king smiled, "wished to kill his enemy. Perhaps he had the right, but I thought that in my presence, whose sword belongs to your majesty, this vengeance became a political assassination, and—" "Go on, monsieur." "I saved the life of Monsieur de Mayenne, as I had saved that of your messenger." D'Epernon shrugged his shoulders with a scornful smile. "Go on," said the king. "Monsieur de Mayenne, reduced to one companion, for the 4 others were killed, did not wish to separate from him, and, ignorant that I belonged to your majesty, confided to me a letter to his sister. I have this letter, sire, and here it is. I offer it to your majesty, who has the right to dispose of it and of me. My honor is dear to me, sire, but I place it fearlessly in your hands." Ernanton, so saying, held out the tablets to the king, who gently put them back. "What did you say, D'Epernon?" said he. "Monsieur de Carmainges is an honest man and a faithful servant?" "What did I say, sire?" "Yes, I heard you pronounce the word prison. Mordieu! On the contrary, when one meets a man like Monsieur de Carmainges, it is reward we should speak of. A letter, duke, belongs only to the bearer and to the person to whom it is sent. You will deliver your letter, Monsieur de Carmainges." "But, sire," said D'Epernon, "think of what that letter might contain. Do not play at delicacy when perhaps your majesty's life is concerned." "You will deliver your letter, Monsieur de Carmainges," said the king. "Thanks, sire," said Carmainges, beginning to retire. "Where do you take it?" "To Madame la Duchesse de Montpensier. I believed I had the honor of telling your majesty." "I mean to the Hotel Guise, Saint Denis, or where?" "I had no instructions on that subject, sire. I shall take the letter to the Hotel Guise, and there I shall learn where Madame de Montpensier is." "And when you have found her?" "I will deliver my letter." "Just so. Monsieur de Carmainges, have you promised anything else to Monsieur de Mayenne than to deliver that letter to his sister?" "No, sire." "No secrecy as to the place where you find her?" "No, sire." Then I will impose only one condition on you.
I am your majesty's servant.
Deliver your letter, and then come to me at Vincennes, where I shall be this evening.
Yes, sire.
And you will tell me where you found the duchess?
I will, sire.
I ask no other confidences, remember.
Sire, I promise.
What imprudence, sire! Cried D'Epernon.
These are men you cannot understand, Duke. This one is loyal to Mayenne, he will be loyal to me.
Toward you, sire, I shall be more than loyal, I shall be devoted, cried Ernanton. Now, D'Epernon, no more quarrels, said the king, and you must at once pardon in this brave fellow what you looked upon as a want of loyalty, but which I regard as a proof of honesty.
Sire,
said Ernanton, Monsieur le Duc is too superior a man not to have discovered, through my disobedience, for which I confess my regret, my respect for him, only before all things, I must do what I believe to be my duty.
Parfandious,
said the duke, changing his expression like a mask. This trial has done you honor, my dear Carmainges, and you are really a fine fellow. Is he not, de Loignac? However, we gave him a good fright. And the duke burst out laughing. De Loignac did not answer. He could not lie like his illustrious chief. If it was a trial, so much the better, said the king doubtfully. But I counsel you not to try these experiments often. Too many people would give way under them. Now, let us go, Duke. You accompany me.
It was your majesty's order that I should ride by the door?
Yes, and who goes the other side?
A devoted servant of your majesty's, Monsieur de Saint-Malin, said D'Epernon, glancing at Ernanton to see the effect of his words. But Ernanton remained unmoved. End of chapter 38. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 39 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 39. The 7 Sins of Magdalena. The king, however, on seeing his horses, did not wish to be alone in the carriage, but desired D'Epernon to sit by him. De Loignac and Saint-Malin rode on each side, and an outrider in front. The king was, as usual, surrounded by dogs, and there was also a table in the carriage, covered with illuminated pictures, which the king cut out with wonderful skill, in spite of the movement of the carriage. He was just then occupied with the life of Magdalena, the sinner. The different pictures were labeled, Magdalena gives way to the sin of anger, Magdalena gives way to the sin of gluttony, and so on through the 7 cardinal sins. The one that the king was occupied with as they passed through the Porte St. Antoine represented Magdalena giving way to anger. The beautiful sinner, half lying on cushions and with no other covering than the magnificent hair with which she was afterward to wipe the feet of Jesus, was having a slave who had broken a precious vase thrown into a pond filled with lampreys, whose eager heads were protruding from the water, while on the other side a woman even less dressed than her mistress, as her hair was bound up, was being flogged because she had, while dressing her mistress's head, pulled out some of those magnificent hairs, whose profusion might have rendered her more indulgent to such a fault. In the background were visible some dogs being whipped for having allowed beggars to pass quietly, and some cocks being murdered for having crowed too loudly in the morning. On arriving at the coif à bon, the king had finished this figure and was passing to Magdalena giving way to the sin of gluttony. This represented a beautiful woman lying on one of those beds of purple and gold on which the ancients used to take their repasts. All that the Romans had most recherché in meat and fish and in fruit, dormice and honey, red mullets, lobsters from Stromboli, and pomegranates from Sicily, ornamented the table, while on the ground some dogs were disputing for a pheasant, while the air was full of birds, which had carried off from the table figs, strawberries, and cherries. Magdalena held in her hand, filled with white liqueur, one of those singularly shaped glasses which Petronius had described in his feasts. Fully occupied with this important work, the king merely raised his eyes as they passed by the convent of the Jacobins, from which vespers was sounding on every bell, and of which every window and door was closed. But 100 steps further on, an attentive observer would have seen him throw a more cautious glance on a fine-looking house on his left, which, built in the midst of a charming garden, opened on the road.
This house was called Bel-Esbat, and, unlike the convent, had every window open, with the exception of one, before which hung a blind. As the king passed, this blind moved imperceptibly. Henri smiled at D'Epernon, and then fell to work on another picture. This was the sin of luxury. The artist had represented this in such glowing colors, and had painted the sin with so much courage and minuteness, that we can only describe a small part of it, viz., that Magdalena's guardian angel was flying back to heaven affrighted, and hiding his face in his hands. All this occupied the king so much that he never noticed an image of vanity who rode by his carriage. It was a pity, for Saint Merlin was very happy and proud on his horse, as he rode so near that he could hear the king say to his dog, "Gently, Monsieur Louvre, you get in my way," or to Monsieur le Duc d'Epernon, "Duke, I believe these horses will break my neck." From time to time, however, Saint Merlin glanced at the Loignac, who was too much accustomed to these honors not to be indifferent to them, and he could not but feel the superiority of his calm and modest demeanor, and even would try to imitate for a few minutes until the thought would recur again. "I am seen and looked at, and people say, 'Who is that happy gentleman who accompanies the king?'" Saint Merlin's happiness seemed likely to last for a long time, for the horses, covered with harness heavy with gold and embroidery, and imprisoned in shafts like those of David's ark, did not advance rapidly. But as he was growing too proud, something peculiarly annoying to him came to temper it down. He heard the king pronounce the name of Ernanton, and not once, but 2 or 3 times. Saint Merlin strained his attention to hear more, but some noise or movement always prevented him. Either the king uttered some exclamation of regret at an unlucky cut of the scissors, or one of the dogs began to bark, so that between Paris and Vincennes the name of Ernanton had been pronounced 6 times by the king and 4 times by D'Epernon, without Saint Merlin's knowing the reason. He persuaded himself that the king was merely inquiring the cause of Ernanton's disappearance, and that D'Epernon was explaining it. At last they arrived at Vincennes, and, as the king had still 3 sins to cut out, he went at once to his own room to finish them. It was a bitterly cold day, therefore Saint Merlin sat down in a chimney corner to warm himself, and was nearly falling asleep, when de Loignac put his hand on his shoulder. "You must work today," said he. "You shall sleep some other day, so get up, Monsieur de Saint Merlin." "I will not sleep for a fortnight if necessary, monsieur." "Oh, we shall not be so exacting as that." "What must I do, monsieur?" "Get on your horse and return to Paris." "I am ready, my horse is standing saddled." "Good. Go then straight to the room of the 45, and awaken everyone, but excepting 3 whom I will name to you. No one must know where he is going, nor what he is about to do." "I will obey these instructions implicitly." "Here then are some more. Leave 14 of these gentlemen at the Porte St. Antoine, 15 others halfway, and bring the rest here." "Yes, monsieur. But at what hour must we leave Paris?" "When night falls." "On horseback or on foot?" "On horseback." "Armed?" "Fully, with daggers, pistols, and swords." "With armor?" "Yes." "What else?" "Here are 3 letters, one for Monsieur de Chalabre, one for Monsieur de Biron, and one for yourself. Monsieur de Chalabre will command the first party, Monsieur de Biron the second, and yourself the third." "Good, monsieur." "These letters are only to be opened at 6 o'clock. Monsieur de Chalabre will open his at the Porte St. Antoine, Monsieur de Biron his at Quoiffarbin, and you yours on your return." "Must we come quickly?" "As quickly as possible, without creating suspicion. Let each troop come out of Paris by a different gate. Monsieur de Chalabre by the Porte Bourdelle, Monsieur de Biron by the Porte du Temple, and you through the Porte St. Antoine. All other instructions are in the letters. Go quickly from here to the Quoiffarbin, but then slowly. You have still 2 hours before dark, which is more than necessary. Now, do you well understand your orders?" "Perfectly, monsieur." 14 in the first troop, 15 in the second, 15 in the third. It is evident they do not count Ernanton, and that he no longer forms part of the 45, said Saint Merlin to himself when de Loignac was gone. He fulfilled all his directions punctually. When he arrived among the 45, the greater number of them were already preparing for their supper. Thus the noble Lardille de Chevautrade had prepared a dish of mutton stewed with carrots and spices, after the method of Gascony, to which Militor had occasionally aided by trying the pieces of meat and vegetable with a fork. Pertinax, de Montcrabeau, and the singular servant who spoke to him so familiarly were preparing supper for themselves and 6 companions, who had each contributed 6 sous toward it. Each one, in fact, was disposing according to his fancy of the money of his majesty Henri III. One might judge of the character of each man by the aspect of his little lodging. Some loved flowers and displayed on their window sills some fading rose or geranium. Others had, like the king, a taste for pictures. Others had introduced a niece or housekeeper, and M. d'Epernon had told M. de Loignac privately to shut his eyes on these things. At 8 o'clock in winter and 10 in summer they went to bed, but always leaving 15 on guard. As, however, it was but 9:30 when St. Malin entered, he found everyone about, and, as we said, gastronomically inclined. But with one word he put an end to all this. "To horse, gentlemen!" said he, and leaving them without another word, went to explain his orders to Messieurs de Biron and Chalabre. Some, while buckling on their belts and grasping their cuirasses, ate great mouthfuls, washed down by a draught of wine, and others, whose supper was less advanced, armed themselves with resignation. They called over the names, and only 44, including St. Malin, answered. "Monsieur Ernanton de Carmainges is missing," said de Chalabre, whose turn it was to exercise these functions. A profound joy filled the heart of St. Malin, and a smile played on his lips, a rare thing with this somber and envious man. The 44 therefore set off on their different routes. End of chapter 39. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 40 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 40. Bel-Esbat. It is needless to say that Ernanton, whom St. Malin thought ruined, was on the contrary pursuing the course of his unexpected and ascending fortunes. He had, of course, gone first to the Hotel Guise. There, after having knocked at the great door and had it opened, he was only laughed at when he asked for an interview with the duchess. Then, as he insisted, they told him that he ought to know that her highness lived at Soissons and not at Paris. Ernanton was prepared for this reception, so it did not discourage him. "I am grieved at her highness's absence," said he, "for I had a communication of great importance to deliver to her from the Duke de Mayenne." "From the Duke de Mayenne? Who charged you to deliver it?" "The duke himself." "The duke? And where, pray? For he is not at Paris either." "I know that, as I met him on the road to Blois." "On the road to Blois?" said the porter, a little more attentive. "Yes, and he there charged me with a message for Madame de Montpensier." "A message?" "A letter." "Where is it?" "Here," said Ernanton, striking his doublet. "Will you let me see it?" "Willingly," and Ernanton drew out the letter. "What a singular ink!" said the man. "It is blood," said Ernanton calmly. The porter grew pale at these words, and at the idea that this blood belonged to Monsieur de Mayenne. At this time, when there was great dearth of ink and abundance of blood spilled, it was not uncommon for lovers to write to their mistresses or absent relations to their families in this liquid. "Monsieur," said the servant, "I do not know if you will find Madame de Montpensier in Paris or its environs, but go to a house in the Faubourg St. Antoine called Bel-Esbat, which belongs to the duchess. It is the first on the left hand, going to Vincennes, after the convent of the Jacobins. You will be sure to find someone there in the service of the duchess, sufficiently in her confidence to be able to tell you where Madame la Duchess is just now." "Thank you," said Ernanton, who saw that the man either could or would say no more. He found Bel-Esbat easily, and without more inquiries rang, and the door opened. "Enter," said a man, who then seemed to wait for some password, but as Ernanton did not give any, he asked him what he wanted. "I wish to speak to Madame la Duchesse de Montpensier." "And why do you come here for her?" "Because the porter at the Hotel Guise sent me here." "Madame la Duchesse is not here." "That is unlucky, as it will prevent me from fulfilling the mission with which Monsieur de Mayenne charged me." "For Madame la Duchesse?" "Yes." "From Monsieur le Duc de Mayenne?" "Yes." The valet reflected a moment. "Monsieur," said he, "I cannot answer. There is someone else whom I must consult. Please to wait." These people are well served, thought Ernanton. Certainly there must be dangerous people who think it necessary to hide themselves in this manner. One cannot enter a house of the Guises as you can the Louvre. I begin to think that it is not the true king of France whom I serve." He looked around him. The courtyard was deserted, but all the doors of the stables were open, as if they expected some troop to enter and take up their quarters. He was interrupted by the return of the valet, followed by another. "Leave me your horse, monsieur," said he, "and follow my comrade. You will find someone who can answer you much better than I can." Ernanton followed the valet and was shown into a little room, where a simply though elegantly dressed lady was seated at an embroidery frame. "Here is the gentleman from Monsieur de MÄ, madame," said the servant. She turned, and Ernanton uttered a cry of surprise. "You, madame!" cried he, recognizing at once his page and the lady of the litter. "You!" cried the lady in her turn, letting her work drop and looking at Ernanton. "Leave us," said she to the valet. "You are of the household of Madame de Montpensier, madame," said Ernanton. "Yes, but you, monsieur, how do you bring here a message from the Duc de MÄ?" "Through unforeseen circumstances which it would take too long to repeat," replied Ernanton cautiously. "Oh, you are discreet, monsieur," said the lady, smiling. "Yes, madame, whenever it is right to be so." "But I see no occasion for your discretion here, for if you really bring a message from the person you say—oh, do not look angry. If you really do, I say, it interests me sufficiently that, in remembrance of our acquaintance, short though it was, you should tell it to me." The lady threw into these words all the caressing and seductive grace that a pretty woman can. "Madame," replied Ernanton, "you cannot make me tell what I do not know." "And still less what you will not tell." "Madame, all my mission consists in delivering a letter to her highness." "Well, then, give me the letter," said the lady, holding out her hand. "Madame, I believed I had had the honor of telling you that this letter was addressed to the duchess." "But as the duchess is absent, and I represent her here, you may—" "I cannot, madame." "You distrust me, monsieur." "I ought to do so, madame, but," said the young man, with an expression there was no mistaking, "in spite of the mystery of your conduct, you have inspired me, I confess, with very different sentiments." "Really?" said the lady, coloring a little under Ernanton's ardent gaze. Ernanton bowed. "Take care, monsieur," said she, laughing. "You are making a declaration of love." "Yes, madame, I do not know if I may ever see you again, and the opportunity is too precious for me to let it slip." "Then, monsieur, I understand." "That I love you, madame, that is easy to understand." "No, but how you came here." Pardon, madame, but now it is I who do not understand." "I think that, wishing to see me again, you invented a pretext to get in." "I, madame, you judge me ill. I was ignorant if I should ever see you again, and I hoped only from chance, which already had twice thrown me in your way. But invent a pretext I could never do. I am strange, perhaps. I do not think like all the world." "Oh, you say you are in love, and you have scruples as to the manner of introducing yourself again to her you love. It is very fine, monsieur, but I partly guessed it." "How, madame, if you please?" "The other day you met me, I was in a litter. You recognized me, and you did not follow me." "Madame, you are confessing you paid some attention to me." "And why not? Surely the way in which we first met justified my putting my head out of my litter to look after you when you passed. But you galloped away after uttering an 'ah' which made me tremble in my litter." "I was forced to go away, madame." "By your scruples?" "No, madame, by my duty." "Well," said the lady, laughing, "I see that you are a reasonable, circumspect lover who, above all things, fears to compromise himself." "If you had inspired me with certain fears, there would be nothing astonishing in it. Is it customary that a woman should dress as a man, force the barriers, and come to see an unfortunate wretch drawn to pieces? using meanwhile all sorts of gesticulations perfectly incomprehensible. The lady grew rather pale, although she tried to smile. Ernanton went on. Is it natural also that this lady, after this strange announcement, fearful of being arrested, should fly as though she were a thief, although she is in the service of Madame de Montpensier, a powerful princess, although not much in favor at court? This time the lady smiled again, but ironically. You are not clear-sighted, monsieur, in spite of your pretension to be an observer, for with a little sense all that seems obscure to you would have been explained. Was it not very natural that Madame de Montpensier should be interested in the fate of Monsieur de Salcede, in what he might be tempted to say, what true or false revelations he might utter to compromise the house of Lorraine? And if that was natural, monsieur, was it not also so that this princess should send someone, some safe, intimate friend, to be present at the execution and bring her all the details? Well, monsieur, this person was I. Now, do you think I could go in my woman's dress? Do you think I could remain indifferent to what was going on? You are right, madame, and now I admire as much your logic and talent as I did before your beauty. Thank you, monsieur. And now that we know each other and that everything is explained, give me the letter, since it does exist. Impossible, madame. The unknown seemed trying not to grow angry. Impossible? Repeated she. Yes, impossible, for I swore to Monsieur de Mayenne to deliver it only to the Duchess herself. Say rather, cried the lady, giving way to her irritation, that you have no letter, that in spite of your pretended scruples, it was a mere pretext for getting in here, that you wished to see me again, and that was all. Well, monsieur, you are satisfied. Not only you have effected your entrance, but you have seen me and have told me you adore me. In that, as in all the rest, I have told you the truth, madame. Well, so be it. You adore me, you wish to see me, and you have seen me. I have procured you a pleasure in return for a service. We are quits. Adieu. I will obey you, madame, since you send me away. I will go. Yes, cried she, now really angry, but if you know me, I do not know you. You have too much advantage over me. You think you can enter on some pretext into the house of a princess, and go away and say, I succeeded in my perfidy? Ah, monsieur, that is not the behavior of a gallant man. It seems to me, madame, that you are very hard on what would have been, after all, only a trick of love, if it had not been, as I have already told you, an affair of the greatest importance. I put aside all your injurious expressions, and I will forget all I might have said, affectionate or tender, since you are so badly disposed toward me, but I will not go out from here under the weight of your unworthy suspicions. I have a letter from the duke for Madame de Montpensier, and here it is. You can see the handwriting and the address. Ernanton held out the letter to the lady, but without leaving go of it. She cast her eyes on it and cried, His writing! Blood! Without replying, Ernanton put the letter back in his pocket, bowed low, and very pale and bitterly hurt, turned to go. But she ran after him and caught him by the skirt of his cloak. What is it, madame? Said he. For pity's sake, pardon me. Has any accident happened to the duke? You ask me to pardon you only that you may read this letter, and I have already told you that no one shall read it but the Duchess. Ah, obstinate and stupid that you are, cried the Duchess with a fury mingled with majesty. Do you not recognize me? Or rather, could you not divine that I was the mistress? And are these the eyes of a servant? I am the Duchess de Montpensier. Give me the letter. You are the Duchess? Cried Ernanton, starting back. Yes, I am. Give it to me. I want to know what has happened to my brother. But instead of obeying as the Duchess expected, the young man, recovering from his first surprise, crossed his arms. How can I believe you, when you have already lied to me twice? The Duchess's eyes shot forth fire at these words, but Ernanton stood firm. Ah, you doubt still? You want proofs? cried she, tearing her lace ruffles with rage. Yes, madame. She darted toward the bell and rang it furiously. A valet appeared. What does madame want? Said he. She stamped her foot with rage. Mayneville, cried she. I want Mayneville. Is he not here? Yes, madame. Let him come here. The valet went, and a minute after Mayneville entered. Did you send for me, madame? Said he. Madame? And since when am I simply madame? Cried she angrily. Your Highness, said Mayneville in surprise. Good, said Ernanton. I have now a gentleman before me, and if he has lied, I shall know what to do. You believe, then, at last? Said the duchess. Yes, madame, I believe, and here is the letter. And bowing, the young man gave to Madame de Montpensier the letter so long disputed. End of chapter 40. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 41 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 41. The letter of Monsieur de MÄ. The duchess seized the letter, opened it, and read it eagerly, while various expressions passed over her face, like clouds over the sky. When she had finished, she gave it to Mayneville to read. It was as follows. My sister, I tried to do myself the work I should have left to others, and I have been punished for it. I have received a sword wound from the fellow whom you know. The worst of it is that he has killed 5 of my men, and among them Bouleron and Desnoises, who are my best, after which he fled. I must tell you that he was aided by the bearer of this letter, a charming young man, as you may see. I recommend him to you. He is discretion itself. One merit which he will have, I presume in your eyes, my dear sister, is having prevented my conqueror from killing me, as he much wished, having pulled off my mask when I had fainted and recognized me. I recommend you, sister, to discover the name and profession of this discreet cavalier, for I suspect him, while he interests me. To my offers of service he replied that the master whom he served let him want for nothing. I can tell you no more about him, but that he pretends not to know me. I suffer much, but believe my life is not in danger. Send me my surgeon at once. I am lying like a horse upon straw. The bearer will tell you where. Your affectionate brother, Mayenne. When they had finished reading, the duchess and Mayneville looked at each other in astonishment. The duchess broke the silence first. To whom, said she, do we owe the signal service that you have rendered us, monsieur? To a man who, whenever he can, helps the weak against the strong. Will you give me some details, monsieur? Ernanton told all he had seen, and named the duke's place of retreat. Madame de Montpensier and Mayneville listened with interest. When he had finished, the duchess said, May I hope, monsieur, that you will continue the work so well begun, and attach yourself to our house? These words, said in the gracious tone that the duchess knew so well how to use, were very flattering to Ernanton, after the avowal which he had made, but the young man, putting vanity aside, attributed them to simple curiosity. He knew well that the king, in making it a condition that he should reveal the duchess's place of abode, had some object in view. 2 interests contended within him: his love, that he might sacrifice, and his honor, which he could not. The temptation was all the stronger that by avowing his position near the king, he should gain an enormous importance in the eyes of the duchess, and it was not a light consideration for a young man to be important in the eyes of the Duchess de Montpensier. Saint Malines would not have resisted a minute. All these thoughts rushed through Ernanton's mind, but ended by making him stronger than before. Madame, said he, I have already had the honor of telling Monsieur de MÄ that I serve a good master, who treats me too well for me to desire to seek another. My brother tells me in his letter, monsieur, that you seem not to recognize him. How, if you did not know him then, did you use his name to penetrate to me? Monsieur de MÄ seemed to wish to preserve his incognito, madame, and I therefore did not think I ought to recognize him. And it might have been disagreeable for the peasants to know what an illustrious guest they were entertaining. Here there was no reason for secrecy. On the contrary, the name of Monsieur de MÄ opened the way to you. So I thought that here, as there, I acted rightly. The duchess smiled and said, "No one could extricate himself better from an embarrassing question, and you are, I must confess, a clever man."
"I see no cleverness in what I have had the honor of telling you, madame."
"Well, monsieur," said the duchess impatiently, "I see clearly that you will tell nothing. You do not reflect that gratitude is a heavy burden for one of my house to bear, that you have twice rendered me a service, and that if I wished to know your name, or rather who you are—"
"I know, madame, you would learn it easily, but you would learn it from someone else, and I should have told nothing."
"He is always right," cried the duchess, with a look which gave Ernanton more pleasure than ever a look had done before. Therefore he asked no more, but, like the gourmand who leaves the table when he thinks he has had the best bit, he bowed and prepared to take leave. "Then, monsieur, that is all you have to tell me?"
"I have executed my commission, and it only remains for me to present my humble respects to your highness."
The duchess let him go, but when the door shut behind him, she stamped her foot impatiently. "Mainville," said she, "have that young man followed."
"Impossible, madame. All our household are out. I myself am waiting for the event. It is a bad day on which to do anything else than what we have decided to do."
"You are right, Mainville, but afterward—"
"Oh, afterward, if you please, madame."
"Yes, for I suspect him, as my brother does."
"He is a brave fellow at all events, and really we are lucky, a stranger coming to render us such a service."
"Nevertheless, Mainville, have him watched. But night is falling, and Valois must be returning from Vincennes."
"Oh, we have time before us. It is not 8 o'clock, and our men have not arrived."
"All have the word, have they not?"
"All."
"They are trustworthy?"
"Tried, madame."
"How many do you expect?"
50. It is more than necessary, for besides them we have 200 monks, as good as soldiers, if not better."
"As soon as our men have arrived, range your monks on the road."
"They are all ready, madame. They will intercept the way, our men will push the carriage toward them, the gates of the convent will be open, and will have but to close behind the carriage."
"Let us sup, then, Mainville. It will pass the time. I am so impatient, I should like to push the hands of the clock."
"The hour will come. Be easy."
"But our men?"
"They will be here. It is hardly 8."
"Mainville, my poor brother asks for his surgeon. The best surgeon, the best cure for his wound, will be a lock of the Valois' shaved head, and the man who should carry him that present, Mainville, would be sure to be welcome."
"In 2 hours, madame, that man shall set out to find our dear duke in his retreat. He who went out of Paris as a fugitive shall return triumphantly."
"One more word, Mainville. Are our friends in Paris warned?"
"What friends?"
"The Leaguers."
"Heaven forbid, madame! To tell a bourgeois is to tell all Paris. Once the deed is done, and the prisoners safe in the cloister, we can defend ourselves against an army. Then we should risk nothing by crying from the roof of the convent, 'We have the Valois!'"
"You are both skillful and prudent, Mainville. Do you know, though, that my responsibility is great, and that no woman will ever have conceived and executed such a project?"
"I know it, madame. Therefore I counsel you in trembling."
"The monks will be armed under their robes?"
"Yes."
"Mind you kill those 2 fellows whom we saw pass, riding at the sides of the carriage. Then we can describe what passes as pleases us best."
"Kill those poor devils, madame? Do you think that necessary?"
"De Loignac, would he be a great loss?"
"He is a brave soldier."
"Ah, parvenu, like that other ill-looking fellow who pranced on the left, with his fiery eyes and his black skin."
"Oh, that one I do not care so much about. I do not know him, and I agree with your highness in disliking his looks."
"Then you abandon him to me?"
laughed the duchess. "Oh, yes, madame. What I said was only for your renown and the morality of the party that we represent."
"Good, Mainville. I know you are a virtuous man, and I will sign you a certificate of it if you like.
You need have nothing to do with it. They will defend the Valois and get killed.
To you I recommend that young man." "Who?" "He who just left us. See if he be really gone, and if he be not some spy sent by our enemies." Mayneville opened the window and tried to look out. "Oh, what a dark night!" said he. "An excellent night. The darker the better. Therefore good courage, my captain." "Yes, but we shall see nothing." "God, whom we fight for, will see for us." Mayneville, who did not seem quite so sure of the intervention of Providence in affairs of this nature, remained at the window looking out. "Do you see anyone?" asked the duchess. "No, but I hear the tramp of horses." "It is they. All goes well." And the duchess touched the famous pair of golden scissors at her side. End of chapter 41. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 42 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 42. How Dom Gorenflot blessed the king as he passed before the priory of the Jacobins. Ernanton went away with a full heart, but a quiet conscience. He had had the singular good fortune to declare his love to a princess, and to get over the awkwardness which might have resulted from it by the important conversation which followed. He had neither betrayed the king, Monsieur de MÄ, nor himself. Therefore he was content, but he still wished for many things, and among others a quick return to Vincennes, where the king expected him, then to go to bed and dream. He set off at full gallop as soon as he left Bel-Esbat, but he had scarcely gone 100 yards when he came on a body of cavaliers who stretched right across the road. He was surrounded in a minute, and half a dozen swords and pistols presented at him. "Oh," said Ernanton, "robbers on the road a league from Paris?" "Silence, if you please," said a voice that Ernanton thought he recognized. "Your sword, your arms, quick!" And one man seized the bridle of the horse, while another stripped him of his arms. "Peste! What clever thieves!" said Ernanton. "At least, gentlemen, do me the favor to tell me." "Why, it is Monsieur de Carmainges," said the man who had seized his sword. "Monsieur de Pincornay?" cried Ernanton. "Oh, fie! What a bad trade you have taken up." "I said silence!" cried the voice of the chief, "and take this man to the depot." "But, Monsieur de Saint-Merlin, it is our companion, Ernanton de Carmainges." "Ernanton here?" cried Saint-Merlin angrily. "What is he doing here?" "Good evening, gentlemen," said Carmainges. "I did not, I confess, expect to find so much good company." "Diable!" growled Saint-Merlin, "this is unforeseen." "By me also, I assure you," said Ernanton, laughing. "It is embarrassing. What were you doing here?" "If I asked you that question, would you answer?" "No." "Then let me act as you would." "Then you will not tell me?" "No." "Nor where you were going?" Ernanton did not answer. "Then, monsieur, since you do not explain, I must treat you like any other man." "Do what you please, monsieur, only I warn you, you will have to answer for it." "To Monsieur de Loignac?" "Higher than that." "Monsieur d'Epernon?" "Higher still." "Well, I have my orders, and I shall send you to Vincennes." "That is capital. It is just where I was going." "It is lucky that this little journey pleases you so much." Ernanton was then conducted by his companions to the courtyard of Vincennes. Here he found 50 disarmed cavaliers, who, looking pale and dispirited, and surrounded by 50 light horses, were deploring their bad fortune, and anticipating a disastrous ending to an enterprise so well planned. The 45 had taken all these men, either by force or cunning, as they had, for precaution, come to the rendezvous either singly or 2 or 3 together at most. Now, all this would have rejoiced Ernanton had he understood it, but he saw without understanding. "Monsieur," said he to Saint-Merlin, "I see that you were told of the importance of my mission, and that, fearing some accident for me, you were good enough to take the trouble to escort me here. Now I will tell you that you were right. The king expects me, and I have important things to say to him. I will tell the king what you have done for his service." Saint-Malin grew red and then pale, but he understood, being clever when not blinded by passion, that Ernanton spoke the truth, and that he was expected. There was no joking with Messieurs de Loignac and d'Epernon. Therefore he said, "You are free, Monsieur Ernanton. I am delighted to have been agreeable to you." Ernanton waited for no more, but began to mount the staircase which led to the king's room. Saint-Malin followed him with his eyes, and saw de Loignac meet him on the stairs, and signed to him to come on. De Loignac then descended to see the captives with his own eyes, and pronounced the road perfectly safe and free for the king's return. He knew nothing of the Jacobin convent and the artillery and musketry of the fathers, but d'Epernon did, being perfectly informed by Nicolas Poulain. Therefore, when de Loignac came and said to his chief, "Monsieur, the roads are free," d'Epernon replied, "Very well. The king orders that the 45 guards form themselves into 3 compact bodies, one to go before and one on each side of the carriage, so that if there be any firing it may not reach the carriage." "Very good," said de Loignac, "only I do not see where firing is to come from." "At the priory of the Jacobins, monsieur. They must draw close." This dialogue was interrupted by the king, who descended the staircase, followed by several gentlemen, among whom Saint-Malin, with rage in his heart, recognized Ernanton. "Gentlemen," said the king, "are my brave 45 all here?" "Yes, sire," said d'Epernon, showing them. "Have the orders been given?" "Yes, sire, and will be followed." "Let us go, then." The light horse were left in charge of the prisoners, and forbidden to address a word to them. The king got into his carriage with his naked sword by his side, and as 9 o'clock struck, they set off. Monsieur de Mayneville was still at his window, only he was infinitely less tranquil and hopeful, for none of his soldiers had appeared, and the only sound heard along the silent black road was now and then horses' feet on the road to Vincennes. When this occurred, Mayneville and the duchess vainly tried to see what was going on. At last Mayneville became so anxious that he sent off a man on horseback, telling him to inquire of the first body of cavaliers he met. The messenger did not return, so the duchess sent another, but neither reappeared. "Our officer," said the duchess, always hopeful, "must have been afraid of not having sufficient force, and must have kept our men to help him. It is prudent, but it makes one anxious." "Yes, very anxious," said Mayneville, whose eyes never quitted the horizon. "Mayneville, what can have happened?" "I will go myself, madame, and find out." "Oh, no, I forbid that. Who would stay with me? Who would know our friends when the time comes? No, no, stay, Mayneville. One is naturally apprehensive when a secret of this importance is concerned, but, really, the plan was too well combined, and, above all, too secret not to succeed." 9 o'clock, replied Mayneville, rather to himself than to the duchess. "Well, here are the Jacobins coming out of their convent and ranging themselves along the walls." "Listen!" cried the duchess. They began to hear from afar a noise like thunder. "It is cavalry!" cried the duchess. "They are bringing him. We have him at last!" And she claps her hands in the wildest joy. "Yes," said Mayneville, "I hear a carriage and the gallop of horses." And he cried out loudly, "Outside the walls, my brothers, outside!" Immediately the gates of the priory opened, and 100 armed monks marched out, with Borromée at their head. And they heard Gorenflot's voice crying, "Wait for me! Wait for me! I must be at the head to receive his majesty." "Go to the balcony, prior," cried Borromée, "and overlook us all." "Ah, true! I forgot that I had chosen that place, but luckily you are here to remind me." Borromée dispatched 4 monks to stand behind the prior, on the pretense of doing him honor. Soon the road was illumined by a number of torches, thanks to which the duchess and Mayneville could see cuirasses and swords shining. Incapable of moderation, she cried, "Go down, Mayneville, and bring him to me." "Yes, madame, but one thing disquiets me." "What is it?" "I do not hear the signal agreed on." "What use is the signal, since they have him?" "But they were to arrest him only here, before the priory." "They must have found a good opportunity earlier." "I do not see our officer."
I do.
Where?
See that red plume?
Ventrebleu! That red plume!
Well?
It is Monsieur d'Epernon, sword in hand.
They have left him his sword.
Mordieu, he commands.
Our people? There has been treason.
Oh, madame, they are not our people.
You are mad, Mainville.
But at that moment de Loignac, at the head of the first body of guards, cried, brandishing his large sword,
"Vive le roi! Vive le roi!" replied enthusiastically all the 45 with their Gascon accent. The duchess grew pale and sank down, almost fainting. Mainville, sombre but resolute, drew his sword, not knowing but what the house was to be attacked. The cortege advanced and had reached Bel-Esbat. Paul-Emile came a little forward, and as de Loignac rode straight up to him, he immediately saw that all was lost, and determined on his part. "Room for the king!" cried de Loignac. Gorenflot, delighted with the scene, extended his powerful arm and blessed the king from his balcony. Henri saw him and bowed smilingly, and at this mark of favor Gorenflot gave out a "Vive le roi!" with his stentorian voice. The rest, however, remained mute. They expected a different result from their 2 months' training, but Paul-Emile, feeling certain from the absence of the duchess's troops of the fate of the enterprise, knew that to hesitate a moment was to be ruined, and he answered with a "Vive le roi!" almost as sonorous as Gorenflot's. Then all the rest took it up. "Thanks, reverend father, thanks," cried Henri, and then he passed the convent, where his course was to have terminated, like a whirlwind of fire, noise, and glory, leaving behind him Bel-Esbat in obscurity. From her balcony, hidden by the golden scutcheon, behind which she was kneeling, the duchess saw and examined each face on which the light of the torches fell.
"Oh!" cried she, "look, Mainville! That young man, my brother's messenger, is in the king's service. We are lost."
"We must fly immediately, madame. Now the Valois is conqueror."
"We have been betrayed. It must have been by that young man. He must have known all."
The king had already, with all his escort, entered the Porte St. Antoine, which had opened before him and shut behind him. End of chapter 42. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 43 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 43. How Chicot blessed King Louis II for having invented posting, and resolved to profit by it. Chicot, to whom our readers will now permit us to return after his last adventure, went on as rapidly as possible. Between the duke and him would now exist a mortal struggle, which would end only with life. Mayenne, wounded in his body, and still more grievously in his self-love, would never forgive him. Skillful in all mimicry, Chicot now pretended to be a great lord, as he had before imitated a good bourgeois, and thus never prince was served with more zeal than Monsieur Chicot, when he had sold Ernanton's horse and had talked for a quarter of an hour with the postmaster. Chicot, once in the saddle, was determined not to stop until he reached a place of safety, and he went as quickly as constant fresh relays of horses could manage. He himself seemed made of iron, and at the end of 60 leagues, accomplished in 20 hours, to feel no fatigue. When, thanks to this rapidity, in 3 days he reached Bordeaux, he thought he might take a breath. A man can think while he gallops, and Chicot thought much. What kind of prince was he about to find in that strange Henri, whom some thought a fool, others a coward, and all a renegade without firmness? But Chicot's opinion was rather different to that of the rest of the world, and he was clever at divining what lay below the surface. Henri of Navarre was to him an enigma, although an unsolved one. But to know that he was an enigma was to have found out much. Chicot knew more than others by knowing, like the old Grecian sage, that he knew nothing. Therefore, where most people would have gone to speak freely and with their hearts on their lips, Chicot felt that he must proceed cautiously and with carefully guarded words. All this was impressed on his mind by his natural penetration, and also by the aspect of the country through which he was passing. Once within the limits of the little principality of Navarre, a country whose poverty was proverbial in France,
Chicot, to his great astonishment, ceased to see the impress of that misery which showed itself in every house and on every face in the finest provinces of that fertile France which he had just left. The woodcutter who passed along, with his arm leaning on the yoke of his favorite ox, the girl with short petticoats and quiet steps, carrying water on her head, the old man humming a song of his youthful days, the tame bird who warbled in his cage or pecked at his plentiful supply of food, the brown, thin, but healthy children playing about the roads, all said in a language clear and intelligible to Chicot, "See, we are happy here." Often he heard the sound of heavy wheels, and then saw coming along the wagon of the vintages, full of casks and of children with red faces. Sometimes an arquebus from behind a hedge, or vines, or fig trees, made him tremble for fear of an ambush, but it always turned out to be a hunter, followed by his great dogs, traversing the plain, plentiful in hares, to reach the mountain, equally full of partridges and heathcocks. Although the season was advanced, and Chicot had left Paris full of fog and hoarfrost, it was here warm and fine. The great trees, which had not yet entirely lost their leaves, which, indeed, in the south they never lose entirely, threw deep shadows from their reddening tops. The Béarnais peasants, their caps over one ear, rode about on the little cheap horses of the country, which seem indefatigable, go 20 leagues at a stretch, and never combed nor never covered, give themselves a shake at the end of their journey, and go to graze on the first tuft of heath, their only and sufficing repast. "Ventre de biche!" said Chicot, "I have never seen Gascony so rich. I confess the letter weighs on my mind, although I have translated it into Latin. However, I have never heard that Henriot, as Charles IX called him, knew Latin, so I will give him a free French translation." Chicot inquired, and was told that the king was at Nerac. He turned to the left to reach this place, and found the road full of people returning from the market at Condom. He learned, for Chicot, careful in answering the questions of others, was a great questioner himself, that the King of Navarre led a very joyous life, and was always changing from one love to another. He formed the acquaintance of a young Catholic priest, a sheep owner, and an officer, who had joined company on the road, and were traveling together. This chance association seemed to him to represent Navarre, learned, commercial, and military. The officer recounted to him several sonnets which had been made on the loves of the king and the beautiful La Fosseuse, daughter of René de Montmorency, Baron de Fosseux. "Oh," said Chicot, "in Paris we believe that the king is mad about Mademoiselle de Rebord." "Oh, that is at Pau." "What, has the king a mistress in every town?" "Very likely. I know that he was the lover of Mademoiselle de Dayelle, while I was in garrison at Castelnaudry." "Oh, Mademoiselle Dayelle, a Greek, was she not?" "Yes," said the priest, "a Cyprian." "I am from Agen," said the merchant, "and I know that when the king was there he made love to Mademoiselle La Tignonville." "Ventre de biche!" said Chicot, "he is a universal lover. But to return to Mademoiselle Dayelle, I knew her family." "She was jealous and was always threatening. She had a pretty little poniard which she used to keep on her work table, and one day the king went away and carried the poniard with him, saying that he did not wish any misfortune to happen to his successor." "And Mademoiselle de Rebord?" "Oh, they quarreled." "Then La Fosseuse is the last?" "Oh, mon Dieu! Yes, the king is mad about her." "But what does the queen say?" "She carries her griefs to the foot of the crucifix," said the priest. "Besides," said the officer, "she is ignorant of all these things." "That is not possible," said Chicot. "Why so?" "Because Nerac is not so large that it is easy to hide things there." "As for that, there is a park there containing avenues more than 3,000 feet long of cypresses, plane trees, and magnificent sycamores, and the shade is so thick that it is almost dark in broad daylight. Think what it must be at night." "And then the queen is much occupied." "Occupied?" "Yes." "With whom, pray?" "With God, monsieur," said the priest. "With God?" "Yes, the queen is religious." "Religious? But there is no mass at the palace, is there?" "No mass? Do you take us for heathens? Learn, monsieur, that the king goes to church with his gentlemen, and the queen hears mass in her private chapel."
"The queen?"
"Yes."
"Queen Marguerite?"
"Yes, and I, unworthy as I am, received 2 crowns for officiating there. I even preached a very good sermon on the text. God has separated the wheat from the chaff. It is in the Bible. God will separate. But as it is a long time since that was written, I supposed that the thing was done."
"And the king?"
"He heard it and applauded."
"I must add," said the officer, "that they do something else than hear mass at the palace. They give good dinners.
And the promenades!
I do not believe in any place in France there are more mustaches shown than in the promenades at Nerac." Chicot knew Queen Marguerite well, and he knew that if she was blind to these love affairs, it was when she had some motive for placing a bandage over her eyes.
"Ventre de biche," said he, "these alleys of cypresses and 3,000 feet of shade make me feel uncomfortable. I am coming from Paris, to tell the truth, at Nerac, where they have such deep shade that women do not see their husbands walking with other women. Corbieu! They will be ready to kill me for troubling so many charming promenades. Happily, I know the king is a philosopher, and I trust in that. Besides, I am an ambassador, and sacred."
Chicot entered Nerac in the evening, just at the time of the promenades which occupied the king so much. Chicot could see the simplicity of the royal manners by the ease with which he obtained an audience. A valet opened the door of a rustic-looking apartment bordered with flowers, above which was the king's antechamber and sitting-room. An officer or page ran to find the king, wherever he might be when anyone wished for an audience, and he always came at the first invitation. Chicot was pleased with this. He judged the king to be open and candid, and he thought so still more when he saw the king coming up a winding walk bordered with laurels and roses, an old hat on his head, and dressed in a dark green doublet and gray boots, and with a cup and ball in his hand. He looked gay and happy, as though care never came near him.
"Who wants me?" said he to the page.
"A man who looks to me half courtier, half soldier." Chicot heard these words and advanced.
"It is I, sire."
"What,
Monsieur Chicot in Navarre? Ventre de gris! Welcome, dear Monsieur Chicot." "1,000 thanks, sire."
"Quite well?"
"Ah, parbleu, we will drink together. I am quite delighted. Chicot, sit down there."
And he pointed to a grass bank.
"Oh, no, sire."
"Have you come 200 leagues for me to leave you standing?
No, no, sit down. One cannot talk standing."
"But, sire, respect—"
"Respect? Here in Navarre? You are mad, my poor Chicot."
"No, sire, I am not mad, but I am an ambassador." A slight frown contracted Henri's brow, but disappeared at once. "Ambassador from whom?"
"From Henri III. I come from Paris and the Louvre, sire."
"Oh, that is different. Come with me," said the king, rising with a sigh.
"Page, take wine up to my room. Come, Chicot, I will conduct you."
Chicot followed the king, thinking, "How disagreeable, to come and trouble this honest man in his peace and his ignorance. Bah, he will be philosophical." End of chapter 43. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 44 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 44. How the King of Navarre guesses that Turennius means Turenne and Margota, Margot. The King of Navarre's room was not very sumptuous, for he was not rich, and did not waste the little he had. It was large, and with his bedroom occupied all the right wing of the castle. It was well, though not royally furnished, and had a magnificent view over meadows and rivers. Great trees, willows, and planes hid the course of the stream every here and there, which glanced between, golden in the sunlight or silver by that of the moon. This beautiful panorama was terminated by a range of hills, which looked violet in the evening light. The windows on the other side looked on to the court of the castle. All these natural beauties interested Chicot less than the arrangements of the room, which was the ordinary sitting room of Henri. The king seated himself with his constant smile in a great armchair of leather with gilt nails, and Chicot, at his command, sat down on a stool similar in material. Henri looked at him smilingly, but with curiosity. "You will think I'm very curious, dear Monsieur Chicot," began the king, "but I cannot help it. I have so long looked on you as dead, that in spite of the pleasure your resurrection causes me, I can hardly realize the idea. Why did you so suddenly disappear from this world?" "Oh, sire," said Chicot, with his usual freedom, "you disappeared from Vincennes. Everyone eclipses himself according to his need." "I recognize by your ready wit that it is not to your ghost I am speaking." Then more seriously, "But now we must leave wit and speak of business." "If it does not too much fatigue your majesty, I am ready." Henri's eyes kindled. "Fatigue me? It is true I grow rusty here. I have today exercised my body much, but my mind little." "Sire, I am glad of that. For ambassador from a king, your relation and friend, I have a delicate commission to execute with your majesty." "Speak quickly, you pique my curiosity." "Sire." "First, your letters of credit. I know it is needless, since you are the ambassador, but I must do my duty as king." "Sire, I ask your majesty's pardon, but all the letters of credit that I had I have drowned in rivers or scattered in the air." "And why so?" "Because one cannot travel charged with an embassy to Navarre as if you were going to buy cloth at Lyons. And if one has the dangerous honor of carrying royal letters, one runs a risk of carrying them only to the tomb." "It is true," said Henri. "The roads are not very safe, and in Navarre we are reduced, for want of money, to trust to the honesty of the people, but they do not steal much." "Oh, no, sire, they behave like lambs or angels, but that is only in Navarre. Out of it one meets wolves and vultures around every prey. I was a prey, sire, so I had both." "At all events, I am glad to see they did not eat you." "Ventre de biche, sire, it was not their faults. They did their best, but they found me too tough, and could not get through my skin. But to return to my letter." "Since you have none, dear Monsieur Chicot, it seems to me useless to return to it." "But I had one, sire, but I was forced to destroy it, for Monsieur de Mayenne ran after me to steal it from me." "Mayenne?" "In person." "Luckily he does not run fast. Is he still getting fatter?" "Ventre de biche! Not just now, I should think." "Why not?" "Because you understand, sire, he had the misfortune to catch me, and unfortunately got a sword wound." "And the letter?" "He had not a glimpse of it, thanks to my precautions." "Bravo! Well, your journey is interesting. You must tell me the details. But one thing disquiets me. If the letter was destroyed for Monsieur de Mayenne, it is also destroyed for me. How then shall I know what my brother Henri wrote?" "Sire, it exists in my memory." "How so?" "Sire, before destroying it, I learned it by heart." "An excellent idea, Monsieur Chicot. You will recite it to me, will you not?" "Willingly, sire." "Word for word?" "Yes, sire, although I do not know the language, I have a good memory." "What language?" "Latin." "I do not understand you. Was my brother Henri's letter written in Latin?" "Yes, sire." "And why?" "Ah, sire, doubtless because Latin is an audacious language, a language which may say anything, and in which Persius and Juvenal have immortalized the follies and errors of kings." "Kings?" "And of queens, sire." The king began to frown. "I mean emperors and empresses," continued Chicot. "You know Latin, Monsieur Chicot?" "Yes and no, sire." "You are lucky if it is yes, for you have an immense advantage over me, who do not know it. But you—" "They taught me to read it, sire, as well as Greek and Hebrew." "You are a living book, Monsieur Chicot." "Your majesty has found the exact word. A book. They print something on my memory, they send me where they like, I arrive, I am read and understood." "Or not understood." "How so, sire?" "Why, if one does not know the language in which you are printed—" "Oh, sire, kings know everything." "That is what we tell the people, and what flatterers tell us."
Then, sire, it is useless for me to recite to your majesty the letter which I learned by heart, since neither of us would understand it. Is Latin not very much like Italian? So they say, sire. And Spanish? I believe so. Then let us try. I know a little Latin, and my Gascon patois is something like Spanish. Perhaps I may understand Latin without ever having learned it. Your majesty orders me to repeat it, then? I beg you, dear Monsieur Chicot. Chicot began. Frater carissime, sincerus amo quo te prosequibator, Germanus noster Carolus nonus, functus nuper, colerusque regiam nostrum et pectori meo pertinaciter adheret. If I am not mistaken, said Henri, interrupting, they speak in this phrase of love, obstinacy, and of my brother Charles IX. It is very likely, said Chicot. Latin is such a beautiful language that all that might go in one sentence. Go on, said the king. Chicot began again, and Henri listened with the utmost calm to all the passages about Turenne and his wife. Only at the word Turennius he said, Does not Turennius mean Turenne? I think so, sire. And Margota must be the pet name which my brothers gave to their sister Marguerite, my beloved wife. It is possible, said Chicot, and he continued his letter to the end without the king's face changing in the least. Is it finished? Asked Henri when he stopped. Yes, sire. It ought to be superb. I think so also, sire. How unlucky that I only understood 2 words, Turennius and Margota. An irreparable misfortune, sire, unless your majesty decides on having it translated by someone. Oh, no. You yourself, Monsieur Chicot, who were so discreet in destroying the autograph, you would not counsel me to make this letter public. But I think that the king's letter to you, recommended to me so carefully and sent to your majesty by a private hand, must contain something important for your majesty to know. Yes, but to confide these important things to anyone, I must have great confidence in him. Certainly. Well, I have an idea. Go and find my wife. She is learned and will understand it if you recite it to her. Then she can explain it to me. That is an excellent plan. Is it not? Go. I will, sire. Mind not to alter a word of the letter. That would be impossible, sire. To do that I must know Latin. Go then, my friend. Chicot took leave and went, more puzzled with the king than ever. End of chapter 44. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 45 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 45. The Avenue 3,000 feet long. The queen inhabited the other wing of the castle. The famous avenue began at her very window, and her eyes rested only on grass and flowers. A native poet, Marguerite in the provinces as in Paris was always the star of the poets, had composed a sonnet about her. She wishes, said he, by all these agreeable sights to chase away painful souvenirs. Daughter, sister, and wife of a king as she was, she had indeed suffered much. Her philosophy, although more boasted of then than that of the king, was less solid, for it was due only to study, while his was natural. Therefore, stoical as she tried to be, time and grief had already begun to leave their marks on her countenance. Still, she was remarkably beautiful. With her joyous yet sweet smile, her brilliant and yet soft eyes, Marguerite was still an adorable creature. She was idolized at Nerac, where she brought elegance, joy, and life. She, a Parisian princess, supported patiently a provincial life, and this alone was a virtue in the eyes of the inhabitants. Everyone loved her, both as queen and as a woman. Full of hatred for her enemies, but patient that she might avenge herself better, feeling instinctively that under the mask of carelessness and long-suffering worn by Henri of Navarre, he had a bad feeling toward her, she had accustomed herself to replace by poetry, and by the semblance of love, relations, husbands, and friends. No one, excepting Catherine de Medici, Chicot, or some melancholy ghosts returned from the realms of death, could have told why Marguerite's cheeks were often so pale, why her eyes often filled with tears, or why her heart often betrayed its melancholy void, Marguerite had no more confidants. She had been betrayed too often. However, the bad feeling which she believed Henri to have for her was only an instinct, and came rather from the consciousness of her own faults than from his behavior. He treated her like a daughter of France, always spoke to her with respectful politeness or grateful kindness, and was always the husband and friend. When Chicot arrived at the place indicated to him by Henri, he found no one. Marguerite, they said, was at the end of the famous avenue. When he had gone about 2/3 down it, he saw at the end, in an arbor covered with jasmine, clematis, and broom, a group covered with ribbons, feathers, velvets, and swords. Perhaps all this finery was slightly old-fashioned, but for Nerac it was brilliant, and even Chicot, coming straight from Paris, was satisfied with the coupe d'oeil. A page preceded Chicot.
"What do you want, d'Aubiac?" asked the queen when she saw him.
"Madame, a gentleman from Paris, an envoy from the Louvre to the King of Navarre, and sent by his majesty to you, desires to speak to your majesty." A sudden flush passed over Marguerite's face, and she turned quickly. Chicot was standing near, and Marguerite quitted the circle, and waving an adieu to the company, advanced toward the Gascon.
"Monsieur Chicot!"
cried she in astonishment. "Here I am, at your majesty's feet," said he, "and find you ever good and beautiful, and queen here as at the Louvre."
"It is a miracle to see you here, monsieur. They said you were dead."
"I pretended to be so."
"And what do you want with us, Monsieur Chicot? Am I happy enough to be still remembered in France?"
"Oh, madame," said Chicot, smiling, "we do not forget queens of your age and your beauty. The King of France even writes on this subject to the King of Navarre." Marguerite colored.
"He writes?"
"Yes, madame."
"And you have brought the letter?"
"I have not brought it, madame, for reasons that the King of Navarre will explain to you, but learned it by heart and repeated it."
"I understand. This letter was important, and you feared to lose it, or have it stolen."
"That is the truth, madame, but the letter was written in Latin."
"Oh, very well. You know I know Latin."
"And the King of Navarre, does he know it?"
"Dear Monsieur Chicot, it is very difficult to find out what he does or does not know. If one can believe appearances, he knows very little of it, for he never seems to understand when I speak to anyone in that language. Then you told him the purport of the letter?"
"It was to him it was addressed."
"And did he seem to understand?"
"Only 2 words."
"What were they?"
"Tyrrhenius et Margota."
"Tyrrhenius et Margota?"
"Yes, these 2 words were in the letter."
"Then what did he do?"
"He sent me to you, madame."
"To me?"
"Yes, saying that the letter contained things of too much importance to be confided to a stranger, and that it was better to take it to you, who were the most beautiful of learned ladies, and the most learned of beautiful ones."
"I will listen to you, Monsieur Chicot, since such are the king's orders."
"Thank you, madame. Where would you please it to be?"
"Come to my room."
Marguerite looked earnestly at Chicot, who, through pity for her, had let her have a glimpse of the truth. Perhaps she felt the need of a support, for she turned toward a gentleman in the group and said,
"Monsieur de Turenne, your arm to the castle. Precede us, Monsieur Chicot."
Chapter 45. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 46 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 46. Marguerite's Room. Marguerite's room was fashionably furnished, and tapestries, enamels, china, books, and manuscripts in Greek, Latin, and French covered all the tables, while birds in their cages, dogs on the carpet, formed a living world round Marguerite. The queen was a woman to understand Epicurus, not in Greek only, but she occupied her life so well that from 1,000 griefs she drew forth a pleasure. Chicot was invited to sit down in a beautiful armchair of tapestry, representing a Cupid scattering a cloud of flowers, and a page, handsome and richly dressed, offered to him refreshment. He did not accept it, but as soon as the Vicomte de Turenne had left them, began to recite his letter. We already know this letter, having read it in French with Chicot, and therefore think it useless to follow the Latin translation. Chicot spoke with the worst accent possible, but Marguerite understood it perfectly and could not hide her rage and indignation. She knew her brother's dislike to her, and her mind was divided between anger and fear, but as he concluded, she decided on her part. "By the Holy Communion," said she, when Chicot had finished, "my brother writes well in Latin. What vehemence! What style! I should never have believed him capable of it. But do you not understand it, Monsieur Chicot? I thought you were a good Latin scholar." "Madame, I have forgotten it. All that I remember is that Latin has no article, that it has a vocative, and that the head belongs to the neuter gender." "Really?" said someone, entering noiselessly and merrily. It was King of Navarre. "The head is of the neuter gender, Monsieur Chicot. Why is it not masculine?" "Ah, sire, I do not know. It astonishes me as much as it does your majesty." "It must be because it is sometimes the man, sometimes the woman that rules according to their temperaments." "That is an excellent reason, sire." "I am glad to be a more profound philosopher than I thought. But to return to the letter. Madame, I burn to hear news from the court of France, and Monsieur Chicot brings them to me in an unknown tongue." "Do you not fear, sire, that the Latin is a bad prognostic?" said Chicot. "Monsieur Chicot is right, sire," said the queen. "What?" said Henri. "Does the letter contain anything disagreeable, and from your brother, who is so clever and polite?" "Even when he had me insulted in my litter, as happened near Sens, when I left Paris to rejoin you, sire?" "When one has a brother whose own conduct is irreproachable," said Henri, in an indefinable tone between jest and earnest, "a brother, a king, and very punctilious." "He ought to care for the true honor of his sister and of his house. I do not suppose, sire, that if your sister, Catherine d'Albret, occasioned some scandal, you would have it published by a captain of the guards." "Oh, I am like a good-natured bourgeois, not a king. But the letter, since it was addressed to me, I wish to know what it contains." "It is a perfidious letter, sire." "Bah!" "Oh, yes, and which contains more calumnies than are necessary to embroil a husband with his wife, and a friend with his friends." "Oh, embroil a husband with his wife? You and me, then?" "Yes, sire." Chicot was on thorns. He would have given much, hungry as he was, to be in bed without supper. "The storm is about to burst," thought he. "Sire," said Marguerite, "I much regret that your majesty has forgotten your Latin." "Madame, of all the Latin I learned, I remember but one phrase, Deus et virtus aeterna, a singular assemblage of masculine, feminine, and neuter." "Because, sire, if you did understand, you would see in the letter many compliments to me." "But how could compliments embroil us, madame? For as long as your brother pays you compliments, I shall agree with him. If he speaks ill of you, I shall understand his policy." "Ah, if he spoke ill of me, you would understand it." "Yes, he has reasons for embroiling us, which I know well." "Well, then, sire, these compliments are only an insinuating prelude to calumnious accusations against your friends and mine." "Come, ma mie, you have understood badly. Let me hear if all this be in the letter." Marguerite looked defiant. "Do you want your followers or not, sire?" said she. "Do I want them? What a question! What should I do without them, and reduced to my own resources?" "Well, sire, the king wishes to detach your best servants from you." "I defy him." "Bravo, sire," said Chicot. "Yes," said Henri, with that apparent candor with which to the end of his life he deceived people, "for my followers are attached to me through love, and not through interest. I have nothing to give them." "You give them all your heart and your faith, sire. It is the best return a king can make his friends." "Yes, ma mie, I shall not fail to do so till I find that they do not merit it." "Well, sire, they wish to make you believe that they do not." "Ah, but how?" "I cannot tell you, sire, without compromising," and she glanced at Chicot. "Dear Monsieur Chicot," said Henri, "pray wait for me in my room. The queen has something particular to say to me." End of chapter 46. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 47 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 47. The Explanation. To get rid of a witness whom Marguerite believed to know more of Latin than he allowed was already a triumph, or at least a pledge of security for her, for alone with her husband she could give whatever translation of the Latin that she pleased. Henri and his wife were then left tête-à-tête. He had on his face no appearance of disquietude or menace. Decidedly, he could not understand Latin.
"Monsieur," said Marguerite, "I wait for you to interrogate me."
"This letter preoccupies you much, ma mie. Do not alarm yourself thus."
"Sire, because a king does not send a special messenger to another without some reason that he believes important."
"Well, ma mie, let us leave it for the present. Have you not something like a ball this evening?"
"Yes, sire," said Marguerite, astonished. "But that is not extraordinary. You know we dance nearly every evening."
"I have a great chase for tomorrow."
"Each our pleasure, sire. You love the chase, I the dance."
"Yes, ma mie, and there is no harm in that," said Henri, sighing.
"Certainly not, but your majesty sighed as you said it."
"Listen to me, madame. I am uneasy."
"About what, sire?"
"About a current report."
"A report? Your majesty uneasy about a report?"
"What more simple, when this report may annoy you?"
"Me?"
"Yes, you."
"Sire, I do not understand you."
"Have you heard nothing?" Marguerite began to tremble.
I am the least curious woman in the world," said she. "I hear nothing but what is cried in my very ears. Besides, I think so little of reports that I should not listen to them if I heard them."
"It is then your opinion, madame, that one should despise reports?"
"Absolutely, sire, particularly kings and queens."
"Why so, madame?"
"Because as everyone talks of us, we should have enough to do to listen to them all."
"Well, I believe you are right, ma mie, and I am about to furnish you with an excellent opportunity of exercising your philosophy." Marguerite believed that the decisive moment had come, and rallied all her courage.
"So be it, sire," said she.
Henri began in the tone of a penitent who has some great sin to acknowledge. "You know the great interest I take in Fosseuse."
"Ah!"
cried Marguerite triumphantly, seeing he was not about to accuse her.
Yes, yes, the little Fosseuse, your friend."
"Yes, madame."
"My lady in waiting?"
"Yes."
"Your passion, your love?"
"Ah, you speak now just like one of the reports you were abusing just now."
"It is true, sire, I ask your pardon," said Marguerite, smiling.
"Ma mie, you are right. Public report often lies, and we sovereigns have great reason to establish this theory." And he laughed ironically.
"Well, and Fosseuse?" said Marguerite.
"She is ill, ma mie, and the doctors do not understand her malady."
"That is strange, sire. Fosseuse, who you say is a pearl of purity, ought to allow the doctors to penetrate into the secret of her illness."
"Alas, it is not so."
"What?" cried the queen. "Is she not a pearl of purity?"
"I mean that she persists in hiding the cause of her illness from her doctors."
"But to you, sire, her confidant, her father?"
"I know nothing, or at least wish to know nothing."
"Then, sire,"
said Marguerite, who now believed that she had to confer instead of asking a pardon,
"then, sire, I do not know what you want, and wait for you to explain."
"Well then, ma mie, I will tell you. I wish you, but it is asking a great deal."
"Speak on, sire."
"To have the goodness to go to Fosseuse."
"I go to visit this girl, whom everyone says has the honor of being your mistress, a thing which you do not deny."
"Gently, gently, ma mie. On my word, you will make a scandal with your exclamations. and really I believe that will rejoice the court of France, for in the letter from my brother-in-law that Chicot repeated to me, there were these words, quotidienne scandalurn, which must mean daily scandal. It is not necessary to know Latin to understand that. It is almost French.
But, sire, to whom did these words apply?
Ah, that is what I want to know, but you who know Latin can help me to find out.
Marguerite colored up to her ears.
Well, monsieur, said she, you wish me to take a humiliating step for the sake of peace, and therefore I will comply.
Thanks, mummy, thanks.
But what is the object of this visit?
It is very simple, madame.
Still, you must tell me, for I am not clever enough to guess it.
Well, you will find Fosseuse among the ladies of honor, sleeping in their room, and they, you know, are so curious and indiscreet that one cannot tell to what extremity Fosseuse may be reduced.
But then she fears something, cried Marguerite with a burst of anger and hatred. She wishes to hide herself?
I do not know. All I do know is that she wishes to quit the room of the maids of honor.
If she wishes to hide, let her not count on me. I may shut my eyes to certain things, but I will never be an accomplice, said Marguerite.
Henri seemed not to have heard, but he stood for a minute in a thoughtful attitude, and then said,
Margota cum Torrenio. Ah, those were the names. Madame, Margota cum Torrenio.
Marguerite grew crimson.
Calumnies, sire, cried she.
What calumnies? Replied he with the most natural air possible. Do you find any calumny in it? It is a passage from my brother's letter. Margota cum Torrenio conveniunt in castello nomine Loignac? Decidedly, I must get this letter translated.
Leave this comedy, sire, said Marguerite tremblingly, and tell me at once what you want from me.
Well, I wish, mummy, that you should separate Fosseuse from the other girls, and send her a discreet doctor, your own, for example.
Ah, I see what it is, cried the queen. Fosseuse, the paragon, is near her accouchement.
I do not say so, mummy. It is you who affirm it.
It is so, monsieur, your insinuating tone, your false humility, prove it to me. But there are sacrifices that no man should ask of his wife. Take care of Fosseuse yourself, sire. It is your business, and let the trouble fall on the guilty, not on the innocent.
The guilty? Ha! That makes me think of the letter again.
How so?
Guilty is no sense, is it not?
Yes.
Well, there was that word in the letter. Margota cum Torrenio ambo nocentes conveniunt in castello nomine Loignac. Mon Dieu, how I regret that my knowledge is not as great as my memory is good.
Ambo nocentes,
repeated Marguerite in a low voice, and turning very pale.
He understood it all.
Margota cum Torrenio ambo nocentes, repeated Henri. What the devil could my brother mean by ambo? Ventre Saint Gris, mummy, it is astonishing that you who know Latin so well have not yet explained it to me. Oh, pardieu! There is Turennius walking under your windows, and looking up as if he expected you. I will call to him to come up. He is very learned, and he will explain it to me.
Sire, sire, be superior to all the calumniators of France.
Oh, ma mie, it seems to me that people are not more indulgent in Navarre than in France. You yourself were very severe about poor Fosseuse just now.
I severe?
Yes, and yet we ought to be indulgent here. We lead such a happy life, you with your balls, and I with my chase.
Yes, sire, you are right. Let us be indulgent.
Oh, I was sure of your heart, mummy.
You know me well, sire.
Yes, then you will go and see Fosseuse.
Yes, sire.
And separate her from the others.
Yes, sire.
And send her your doctor.
Yes, sire.
And if unluckily what you say were true, and she had been weak, for women are frail."
"Well, sire, I am a woman, and know the indulgence due to my sex."
"Oh, you know all things, mã mie. You are in truth a model of perfection, and I kiss your hands."
"But believe, sire, that it is for the love of you alone that I make this sacrifice."
"Oh, yes, mã mie. I know you well, madame, and my brother of France also, he who speaks so well of you in this letter, and adds, fiat sanum exemplum statim, atque res certior eveniet. Doubtless, mã mie, it is you who give this good example." And Henri kissed the cold hand of Marguerite. Then, turning on the threshold of the door, he said, "Say everything kind from me to Fosseuse, and do for her as you have promised me. I set off for the chase. Perhaps I shall not see you till my return. Perhaps never. These wolves are wicked beasts. Come, and let me embrace you, mã mie." Then he embraced Marguerite almost affectionately, and went out, leaving her stupefied with all she had heard. End of chapter 47. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 48 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 48. The Spanish Ambassador. The king rejoined Chicot, who was still agitated with fears as to the explanation. "Well, Chicot," said Henri, "do you know what the queen says?" "No." "She pretends that your cursed Latin will disturb our peace." "Oh, sire, forget it, and all will be at an end. It is not with a piece of spoken Latin as though it were written. The wind carries away the one, fire cannot sometimes destroy the other." "Ay, I think of it no more." "That is right." "I have something else to do." "Your majesty prefers amusing yourself?" "Oh, mon cher, here we do everything openly, love, war, and politics." "The first more than the two last, do you not, sire?" "Ma foi, yes, I confess it, my dear friend. This country is so fine, and its women so beautiful." "Oh, sire, you forget the queen. Can the Navarrese women be more pleasing and beautiful than she is? If they are, I compliment them." "Ventre Saint Gris, you are right, Chicot, and I who forgot that you are an ambassador and represent King Henri III, and that he is the brother of Marguerite, and that consequently before you I ought to place her before everyone. But you must excuse my imprudence. I am not accustomed to ambassadors." At this moment the door of the room opened, and D'Aubiac announced, "The ambassador from Spain." Chicot gave a start which made the king smile. "Ma foi," said Henri, "that is a contradiction that I did not expect. And what the devil can he want here?" "Yes," said Chicot, "what the devil does he want here?" "We shall know soon. Perhaps our Spanish neighbor has some frontier dispute to settle with us." "I will retire," said Chicot. "This is doubtless a real ambassador from his majesty Philippe II, while I—" "Open that library door, Chicot, and go in there." "But from there I shall hear all, in spite of myself." "Oh, never mind, I have nothing to hide. Apropos, have you nothing more to say to me from your king?" "Nothing at all, sire." "Very well, then. You have nothing to do but to see and hear, like all other ambassadors, and the library will do excellently for that purpose. Look with all your eyes, and listen with all your ears, my dear Chicot. D'Aubiac, let the ambassador enter." Chicot hastened to his place of concealment and drew the tapestry close. When the first preliminaries of etiquette were over, the ambassador said, "Can I speak freely to your majesty?" "You may, monsieur." "Sire, I bring the answer from his Catholic majesty." An answer, thought Chicot. Then there was a question. "An answer to what?" said Henri. "To your proposals of last month." "Ma foi, I am very forgetful. Please to recall to me what they were." "About the invasions of the Lorraine princes." "Yes, I remember, particularly those of Monsieur de Guise. Go on, monsieur." "Sire, the king, my master, although much begged to sign a treaty of alliance with Lorraine, prefers one with Navarre. I know my master's intentions with regard to you." "May I also know them?" Sire, my master will refuse nothing to Navarre."
Chicot bit his fingers to convince himself that he was not dreaming.
"What can I ask, then?" said Henri. "Whatever your majesty pleases." "Diable! If your majesty will speak openly and frankly." "Ventre Saint Gris, it is embarrassing." "Shall I tell you his majesty the King of Spain's proposal?" "I listen." "The King of France treats the Queen of Navarre as an enemy. He repudiates her as a sister and covers her with opprobrium. All this, but I beg your majesty's pardon for touching on so delicate a subject." "Go on." "All this, then, is public." "Well, monsieur, and what of all this?" "It is consequently easy for your majesty to repudiate as a wife her whom her brother disclaims as a sister. This once done, the alliance between the King of Navarre and the King of Spain is concluded, and the King of Spain will give the Infanta, his daughter, to your majesty, and he himself will marry Madame Catherine de Navarre, your majesty's sister."
A movement of pride shook Henri, while Chicot shuddered with terror. The one saw his star rising, radiant like the morning sun; the other saw the scepter of the Valois ready to decline and fall. For an instant there was profound silence, and then Henri said, "The proposal, monsieur, is magnificent, and crowns me with honor." "His majesty," said the negotiator, who already calculated on an enthusiastic acceptance, "proposes only one condition." "Ah, a condition. That is but just. Let me hear it." "In aiding your majesty against the Lorraine princes, that is to say, in opening to your majesty a way to the throne, my master desires to facilitate by your alliance the safety of Flanders, which the Duc d'Anjou is already attacking. Your majesty will understand that it is pure preference on my master's part for you over the Lorraine princes, since Messieurs de Guise, his natural allies as Catholic princes, make of themselves a party against the Duc d'Anjou in Flanders. Now, this is the only condition, which you must think reasonable. His majesty the King of Spain, allied to you by a double marriage, will help you to—" The ambassador seemed to seek for the right word.
"To succeed to the King of France, and you will guarantee Flanders to him. I may then now, knowing your majesty's wisdom, regard the negotiation as happily terminated."
Henri took 2 or 3 turns up and down the room. "This, then," said he at last, "is the answer you were charged to bring to me?"
"Yes, sire."
"Nothing else?"
"Nothing else, sire."
"Well, I refuse the offer of the King of Spain."
"You refuse the hand of the Infanta?"
cried the Spaniard with a start, as though he had received a sudden wound. "It would be a great honor, but I cannot think it a greater one than that of having married a daughter of France."
"No, but that alliance brought you nearly to the tomb, and this will bring you to the throne."
"An incomparable piece of good fortune, monsieur, I know, but I will never buy it with the blood and honor of my future subjects. What, monsieur, I draw the sword against the King of France, my brother-in-law, for the Spaniards. I arrest the standard of France in its career of glory. I kill brothers by brothers' hands. I bring the stranger into my country. No, monsieur, I ask the King of Spain for aid against the Guises, who wish to rob me of my inheritance, but not against the Duc d'Anjou, my brother-in-law, not against Henri III, my friend, not against my wife, sister of my king. You will aid the Guises, you will say, and lend them your support. Do so, and I will let loose on you and on them all the Protestants of Germany and France. The King of Spain wishes to reconquer Flanders, which is slipping from him. Let him do what his father Charles V did, and ask a free passage to go and claim his title of first Bourgeois of Ghent, and Henri III, I am certain, will grant it to him, as Francois I did. I wish for the throne of France, says his Catholic Majesty. It is possible, but I do not need him to aid me in getting it. I will do that for myself, once it is vacant, in spite of all the kings in the world. Adieu, then, monsieur. Tell my brother Philippe that I am grateful for his offers, but cannot believe for a moment that he thought me capable of accepting them. Adieu, monsieur."
"Take care, sire," said the ambassador. "The good understanding between two neighbors, may be destroyed by a hasty word."
"Monsieur, my crown is so light that I should scarcely feel the difference if it slipped off. Besides, I believe I can guard it. Therefore, once more adieu, monsieur, and tell the king your master that I have greater ambitions than he dreams of." And the Béarnais, becoming once more not himself, but what he generally seemed to be, conducted the ambassador with a courteous smile to the door. End of chapter 48. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 49 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 49. The Poor of Henri of Navarre. Chicot remained plunged in profound surprise. Henri lifted the tapestry, and striking him on the shoulder, said, "Well, Monsieur Chicot, how do you think I managed?" "Wonderfully, sire, and really, for a king who is not accustomed to ambassadors." "It is my brother Henri who sends me such ambassadors." "How so, sire?" "If he did not incessantly persecute his poor sister, others would not dream of it. Do you believe that if the King of Spain had not heard of the public insult offered to the queen, when a captain of the guards searched her litter, that he would have proposed to me to repudiate her?" "I see with pleasure, sire," replied Chicot, "that all attempts will be useless, and that nothing can interrupt the harmony that exists between the queen and yourself." "Oh, my friend, the interest they have in making us quarrel is too clear." "I confess to you, sire, that I am not so penetrating as you are." "Doubtless Henri would be delighted if I repudiated his sister." "How so? Pray explain to me." "You know they forgot to pay me my wife's dowry." "I guessed as much, sire." "This dowry was to consist of 300,000 golden crowns, and some towns, among others Cahors." "A pretty town, mordieu." "I have claimed not the money, but Cahors." "Ventre de biche, sire, in your place I should have done the same." "And that is why, do you understand now?" "No, indeed, sire." "Why they wish me to quarrel with my wife and repudiate her. No wife, no dowry, no more 300,000 crowns, no Cahors. It is one way of eluding a promise, and Henri is clever in laying snares." "You would much like to hold Cahors, sire?" "Doubtless, for after all, what is my principality of Béarn? A poor little place, clipped by the avarice of my mother-in-law and brother-in-law." "While Cahors?" "Cahors would be my rampart, the safeguard of my religion." "Well, sire, go into mourning for Cahors, for whether you break with Madame Marguerite or not, the King of France will never give it to you unless you take it." "Oh, I would soon take it, if it was not so strong, and, above all, if I did not hate war." "Cahors is impregnable, sire." "Oh, impregnable! But if I had an army, which I have not—" "Listen, sire, we are not here to flatter each other. To take Cahors, which is held by Monsieur de Vezin, one must be a Hannibal or a Caesar, and your majesty—" "Well," said Henri with a smile, "has just said you do not like war." Henri sighed, and his eyes flashed for a minute. Then he said, "It is true I have never drawn the sword, and perhaps never shall. I am a king of straw, a man of peace, but by a singular contrast I love to think of warlike things. That is in my blood. St. Louis, my ancestor, pious by education and gentle by nature, became on occasion a brave soldier and a skillful swordsman. Let us talk, if you please, of Monsieur Vezin, who is a Caesar and a Hannibal." "Sire, pardon me if I have wounded or annoyed you. I spoke only of Monsieur de Vezin to extinguish all hope in your heart. Cahors, you see, is so well guarded because it is the key of the south." "Alas, I know it well. I wish so much to possess Cahors, that I told my poor mother to make it in a sine qua non of our marriage. See, I am speaking Latin now. Cahors, then, was my wife's dowry. They owe it to me." "Sire, to owe and pay—" "Are two different things, I know. So your opinion is that they will never pay me?" "I fear not." "Diable!" "And frankly?" "Well?" "They will be right, sire." "Why so?"
because you did not know your part of king. You should have got it at once."
"Do you not then remember the tocsin of Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois?" said Henri bitterly. "It seems to me that a husband whom they try to murder on the night of his marriage might think less of his dowry than of his life."
"Yes, but since then, sire, we have had peace. And excuse me, sire, you should have profited by it, and instead of making love, have negotiated. It is less amusing, I know, but more profitable. I speak, sire, as much for my king as for you. If Henri of France had a strong ally in Henri of Navarre, he would be stronger than anyone, and if the Protestants and Catholics of France and Navarre would unite in a common political interest, they would make the rest of the world tremble."
"I do not pretend to make others tremble, so long as I do not tremble myself. But if I cannot get Cahors, then, and you think I cannot—"
"I think so, sire, for 3 reasons."
"Tell them to me, Chicot."
"Willingly. The first is that Cahors is a town of good produce, which Henri III will like to keep for himself."
"That is not very honest."
"It is very royal, sir."
"It is royal to take what you like."
"Yes, that is called taking the lion's share, and the lion is the king of animals."
"I shall remember your lesson, Chicot. Now your second reason."
"Madame Catherine."
"Oh, does my good mother still mix in politics?"
"Always, and she would rather see her daughter at Paris than at Nerac, near her than near you."
You think so? Yet she does not love her daughter to distraction."
"No, but Madame Marguerite serves you as a hostage, sire."
"You are cunning, Chicot. Devil take me if I thought of that! But you may be right. A daughter of France would be a hostage in case of need. Well, the third—"
"Between the Duc d'Anjou, who seeks to make a throne for himself in Flanders,
between Messieurs de Guise, who wish for a crown and shake that of France, and His Majesty the King of Spain, who wishes for universal monarchy, you hold the balance and maintain a certain equilibrium." "I without weight?"
"Just so. If you became powerful, that is to say, heavy, you would turn the scale, and would be no longer a counterpoise, but a weight."
"Ah, I like that reason, and it is admirably argued. This is the explanation of my situation."
"Complete."
"And I, who did not see all this, and went on hoping."
"Well, sire, I counsel you to cease to hope."
"Then I must do for this debt what I do for those of my farmers who cannot pay their rent. I put a P against their names."
"Which means paid?"
"Just so."
"Put 2 P's, sire, and give a sigh."
"So be it, Chicot. You see I can live in Béarn, even without Cahors."
"I see that, and also that you are a wise and philosophical king. But what is that noise?"
"Noise? Where?"
"In the courtyard, I think."
"Look out of the window."
"Sire, there are below a dozen of poorly clothed people."
"Ah, they are my poor," said the king, rising.
"Your Majesty is poor?"
"Doubtless. Does not God recommend charity? If I am not a Catholic, Chicot, I am a Christian."
"Bravo, sire."
"Come, Chicot, we will give alms together, and then go to supper."
"Sire, I follow you."
"Take that purse lying on the table, near my sword. Do you see?"
They went down, but Henri seemed thoughtful and preoccupied. Chicot looked at him and thought, "What the devil made me talk politics to this brave prince, and make him sad? Fool that I was!" Once in the court, Henri approached a group of mendicants. There were a dozen men in different costumes. Henri took the purse from the hands of Chicot and made a sign. Then each man came forward and saluted Henri with an air of humility, which did not preclude a glance full of intelligence at the king. Henri replied by a motion of the head, then putting his fingers into the purse, which Chicot held open, he took out a piece. "Do you know that it is gold, sire?" said Chicot.
"Yes, my friend, I know."
"Peste! You are rich."
"Do you not see that each of these pieces serves for 2? On the contrary, I am so poor that I am forced to cut my gold in 2.
"It is true," said Chicot with surprise. "They are half pieces, with fantastic designs." Oh, I am like my brother Henri, who amuses himself in cutting out images. I amuse myself with clipping my ducats." "Nevertheless, sire, it is an odd method of giving charity," said Chicot, who divined some hidden mystery. "What would you do?" "Instead of cutting the gold, I would give one piece between two." "They would fight, and I should do harm instead of good." Henri then took one of the pieces, and placing himself before the first beggar, looked at him inquiringly. "Again," said the man. "How many?" asked Henri. 500. "Cahors," and he gave him the piece and took a second. The man bowed and withdrew. The next advanced and said, "Oh." "How many?" 350. "Cahors," and he gave him his piece. "Narbonne," said the third. "How many?" 800. "Cahors," and he gave him his piece. "Montauban," said the fourth. "How many?" 600. "Cahors." Each one in this way pronounced a name and a number, and received a piece of gold, and each Henri replied, "Cahors." This over, there were no pieces left in the purse. "That is all, sire," said Chicot. "Yes, I have finished." "Sire, am I permitted to be curious?" "Why not? Curiosity is natural." "What did these beggars say, and what did you reply?" Henri smiled. "Indeed," continued Chicot, "all is mysterious here." "Do you think so?" "Yes, I have never seen alms given in that way." "It is the custom at Nerac." "A singular one, sire." "No, nothing is more simple. Each of those men came from a different city." "Well, sire?" "Well, that I may not always give to the same, they each tell me the name of their town, so that I can distribute my benefits equally among all the unfortunates in my kingdom." "Yes, sire, but why did you answer Cahors?" "Ah!" cried Henri, with a most natural air of surprise. "Did I say Cahors?" "Yes, sire." "You think so?" "I am sure of it." "It must have been because we had been talking so much about it. I wish for it so much that I must have spoken of it without meaning to do so." "Hum," said Chicot suspiciously. "And then there was something else." "What, something else?" "A number that each one pronounced, and which, added together, made more than 8,000. "Ah, as to that, Chicot, I did not understand it myself, unless as the beggars are divided into corporations, they each named the number of members, which seems to me probable." "Sire, sire." "Come and sup, my friend. Nothing enlightens the mind like eating and drinking. Let us go to table, and you shall see that if my pistoles are cut, my bottles are full." Then, passing his arm familiarly through Chicot's, the king went back to his room, where supper was served. Passing by the queen's room, he glanced at it and saw no light. "Page," said he, "is not her majesty at home?" "Her majesty is gone to see Mademoiselle de Montmorency, who is ill." "Ah, poor Fosseuse," said Henri. "It is true, the queen has such a good heart. Come to supper, Chicot."
End of chapter 49. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 50 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 50. The true mistress of the King of Navarre. The repast was joyous. Henri seemed no longer to have any weight either on his heart or his mind, and he was an excellent companion. As for Chicot, he dissembled the uneasiness he had felt since the coming of the Spanish ambassador and the scene with the mendicants. He endeavored to drink a little and keep cool, to observe everything, but this Henri would not allow. However, Chicot had a head of iron, and as for Henri, he said he could drink these wines of the country like milk. "I envy you," said Chicot to the king. "Your court is delightful, and your life pleasant." "If my wife were here, Chicot, I would not say what I am about to say, but in her absence I will tell you that the best part of my life
is that which you do not see." "Ah, sire, they tell indeed fine tales of you." Henri leaned back in his chair to laugh. "They say I reign more over my female than my male subjects, do they not?" said he. "Yes, sire, and it astonishes me." "Why so?" "Because, sire, you have much of that restless spirit which makes great kings." "Ah, Chicot, you are wrong. I am lazy, and the proof of it is in my life. If I have a love to choose, I take the nearest; if a wine, the bottle closest to my hand. To your health, Chicot." "Sire, you do me honor," said Chicot, emptying his glass. "Thus," continued the king, "what quarrels in my household?" "Yes, I understand. All the ladies in waiting adore you, sire." "They are my neighbors, Chicot." "Then, sire, it might result from this, that if you lived at Saint Denis instead of in the Rock, the king might not live very tranquilly." "The king! What do you say, Chicot? Do you think I am a Guise? I wish for Cahors, it is true, because it is near to me." "Ventre de biche, sire, this ambition for things within the reach of your hand resembles much that of Caesar Borgia, who gathered together a kingdom city by city, saying that Italy was an artichoke to be eaten leaf by leaf." "This Caesar Borgia was not a bad politician, it seems to me, compere." "No, but he was a very dangerous neighbor, and a bad brother." "Ah, would you compare me to the son of a pope, I, a Huguenot chief?" "Sire, I compare you to no one." "Why not?" "I believe he would be wrong who should liken you to any other than yourself. You are ambitious, sire." "Here is a man determined to make me want something," cried Henri. "God forbid, sire. I desire with all my heart, on the contrary, that your majesty should want nothing." "Nothing calls you back to Paris, does it, Chicot?" "No, sire." "Then you will pass some days with me?" "If your majesty does me the honor to wish for my company, I ask no better than to give you a week." "So be it. In a week you will know me like a brother. Drink, Chicot." "Sire, I am no longer thirsty," said Chicot, who had given up all hopes of seeing the king take too much. "Then I will leave you. A man should not stay at table when he does nothing. Drink, I tell you." "Why, sire?" "To sleep better. Do you like the chase, Chicot?" "Not much, sire, and you?" "Passionately, since I lived at the court of Charles IX." "Why did your majesty do me the honor to ask me?" "Because I hunt tomorrow, and thought to take you with me." "Sire, it would be a great honor, but—" "Oh, this chase will rejoice all eyes. Besides, I am a good hunter, and I wish you to see me to advantage." "Sire, I am at your orders." "Good, then it is settled. Ah, here is a page to disturb us." "Some important business, sire." "Business at table! You think you are still at the court of France, my dear Chicot. Learn one thing: at Nerac, when we have supped, we go to bed." "But this page—" "Well, cannot he come for anything but business?" "Ah, I understand, and I will go to bed." Chicot rose, and the king did the same, and took his arm. This haste to send him away appeared suspicious to Chicot, and he determined not to leave the room if he could help it. "Oh, oh!" said he, tottering, "it is astonishing, sire." The king smiled. "What is astonishing?" "Ventre de biche! My head turns. While I sat still, it was all very well, but when I rise—" "Bah!" said Henri, "we only tasted the wine." "You call that tasting, sire? You are a drinker, and I do you homage as to my superior." "Chicot, my friend," said Henri, endeavoring to make out by one of his keen glances if Chicot were really drunk or pretending, "the best thing you can do is to go to bed." "Yes, sire. Good night." "Good evening, Chicot." "Yes, sire, you are right. The best thing Chicot can do is go to bed," and he lay down on the floor. Henri glanced toward the door, and then approaching him, said, "You are so drunk, my poor Chicot, that you have taken my floor for your bed." "Chicot does not mind little things." but I expect someone." "For supper, yes, let us sup." And Chicot made a fruitless effort to rise. "Ventre Saint Gris, how quickly you get drunk! But go along, mordieu, she is getting impatient." "She who?" "The lady I expect." "A lady? Why did you not say, Henriquet? Ah, pardon, I thought I was speaking to the King of France. He has spoiled me, that good Henriquet. Ah, I will go." "You are a gentleman, Chicot. Now go quickly." "Adieu, sire. A good night to you." "Adieu, and sleep well. You will find the page in the gallery, who will show you your room." Chicot went out, but after taking a few steps, returned just in time to see Henri let in, not a woman, but a man. Chicot put his eye to the large keyhole. The man took off his hat, and Chicot saw the noble but severe face of Duplessis Mornay, the rigid and vigilant counselor of Henri of Navarre. "Ah," thought Chicot, "this will annoy our lover more than I did." But Henri's face showed only joy, and after locking the door, he sat down eagerly to examine some maps, plans, and letters which his minister had brought him. The king then began to write and to mark the maps. "Oh, this is the way Henri of Navarre makes love," thought Chicot. At this moment he heard steps behind him, and fearful of being surprised, he turned hastily away, and seeing the page, asked for his room. "Come with me, if you please, monsieur," said D'Aubiac, "and I will conduct you." Chicot began to understand the King of Navarre. Therefore, instead of going to sleep, he sat somber and thoughtful on his bed, while the moon shed its silver light over stream and meadows. "Henri is a real king, and he conspires," thought Chicot. "All this palace, park, town, the whole province, is a focus of conspiracy. All the women make love, but it is political love, and all the men live in the hope of a future. Henri is clever, his talent borders on genius, and he is in communication with Spain, the land of deceit. Who knows if even his noble answer to the ambassador was not a farce, and if he did not warn the ambassador of it by some sign unknown to me? Henri has spies. Those beggars were nothing more nor less than gentlemen in disguise. Those pieces of gold, so artistically cut, were pledges of recognition, rallying signs. Henri feigns to care for nothing but love and pleasure, and then passes his time working with Mornay, who never seems to sleep, and does not know what love means. Queen Marguerite has lovers, and the king knows it and tolerates them because he has need of them, or of her, perhaps of both. Happily, God, in giving him the genius for intrigue, did not add to it that of war, for they say he is afraid of the noise of musketry, and that when he was taken, when quite young, to battle, he could not stay more than a quarter of an hour in the saddle. It is lucky, for if he had the arm as well as the head, this man might do anything. There is certainly the Duc de Guise, who has both, but he has the disadvantage of being known as brave and skillful, so that every one is on their guard against him, while no one fears the Béarnais. I alone have seen through him. Well, having seen through him, I have no more to do here, so while he works or sleeps, I will go quietly out of the city. There are not many ambassadors, I think, who can boast of having fulfilled their mission in one day, as I have, so I will leave Nerac and gallop till I am in France. And he began to put on his spurs. End of chapter 50. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 51 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 51. Chicot's astonishment at finding himself so popular in Nerac. Chicot, having taken his resolution, began to prepare his little packet. How much time will it take me, he thought, as he did so, to carry to the king the news of what I have seen and fear? 2 days to arrive at a city whence the governor can send couriers, Cahors, for example, of which Henri of Navarre thinks so much. Once there, I can rest, for after all, a man must rest sometime. Come then, Chicot, speed and sang-froid. You thought you had accomplished your mission, and you are but halfway through it. Chicot now extinguished the light, opened his door softly, and began to creep downstairs on tiptoe. He went into an antechamber, but he had hardly gone 4 steps before he kicked against something. This something was D'Aubiac, lying on a mat. "Ah, good evening, Monsieur D'Aubiac. said Chicot. "But get out of the way a little, I beg. I want to go for a walk." "Ah, but it is forbidden to walk by night near this castle." "Why so?" "Because the king fears robbers and the queen lovers." "Diable! None but robbers or lovers want to walk at night when they ought to be sleeping." "However, dear Monsieur d'Aubiac," said Chicot with his most charming smile, "I am neither the one nor the other, but an ambassador, very tired from having talked Latin with the queen and supped with the king. Let me go out then, my friend, for I want a walk." "In the city, Monsieur Chicot?" "Oh no, in the gardens." "Peste! That is still more forbidden than in the city." "My little friend, you are very vigilant for your age. Have you nothing to occupy yourself with?" "No." "You neither gamble nor fall in love?" "To gamble one must have money, Monsieur Chicot, and to be in love one must find a lady." "Assuredly," said Chicot, and feeling in his pocket he drew out 10 pistoles and slipped them into the page's hand, saying, "Seek well in your memory, and I bet you will find some charming woman, to whom I beg you to make some presents with this." "Oh, Monsieur Chicot," said the page, "it is easy to see that you come from the court of France. You have manners to which one can refuse nothing. Go then, but make no noise." Chicot went on, glided like a shadow into the corridor and down the staircase, but at the bottom he found an officer sleeping on a chair, placed right against the door so that it was impossible to pass. "Ah, little wretch of a page," murmured Chicot, "you knew this." Chicot looked round him to see if he could find no other way by which he could escape with the assistance of his long legs. At last he saw what he wanted. It was an arched window of which the glass was broken. Chicot climbed up the wall with his accustomed skill and without making more noise than a dry leaf in the autumn wind, but, unluckily, the opening was not big enough. So when he had got his head and one shoulder through, and had taken away his foot from its resting place on the wall, he found himself hanging between heaven and earth, without being able either to advance or retreat. He began then a series of efforts, of which the first result was to tear his doublet and scratch his skin. What rendered his position more difficult was his sword, of which the handle would not pass, making a hook by which Chicot hung on to the sash. He exerted all his strength, patience, and industry to unfasten the clasp of his shoulder belt, but it was just on this clasp that his body leaned, therefore he was obliged to change his maneuver. At last he succeeded in drawing his sword from its sheath and pushing it through one of the interstices. The sword therefore fell first on the flagstones, and Chicot now managed to get through after it. All this, however, was not done without noise. Therefore Chicot, on rising, found himself face to face with a soldier. "Ah, mon Dieu, have you hurt yourself, Monsieur Chicot?" said he. Chicot was surprised, but said, "No, my friend, not at all." "That is very lucky. There are not many people who could do such a thing." "But how the devil did you know my name?" "I saw you today at the palace, and asked who was the gentleman that was talking with the king." "Well, I am in a hurry. Allow me to pass." "But no one goes out of the palace by night. Those are my orders." "But you see they do come out, since I am here." "Yes, but—" "But what?" "You must go back, Monsieur Chicot." "Oh, no." "How? No?" "Not by that way, at all events. It is too troublesome." "If I were an officer instead of a soldier, I would ask you why you come out so, but that is not my business, which is only that you should go back again. Go in, therefore, Monsieur Chicot, I beg you." And the soldier said this in such a persuasive tone that Chicot was touched. Consequently, he put his hand in his pocket and drew out another 10 pistoles. "You must understand, my friend," said he, "that as I have torn my clothes in passing through once, I should make them still worse by going back again, and should have to go naked, which would be very indecent in a court where there are so many young and pretty women. Let me go then to my tailor." And he put the money in his hand. "Go quickly then, Monsieur Chicot," said the man. Chicot was in the street at last. The night was not favorable for flight, being bright and cloudless, and he regretted the foggy nights of Paris, where people might pass close to each other unseen. The unfortunate fugitive had no sooner turned the corner of the street than he met a patrol. He stopped of himself, thinking it would look suspicious to try and pass unseen. "Oh, good evening, Monsieur Chicot," said the chief. "Shall we reconduct you to the palace? You seem as though you had lost your way." "It is very strange," murmured Chicot. "Everyone knows me here." Then aloud, and as carelessly as he could, "No, Cornet, I am not going to the palace." "You are wrong, Monsieur Chicot," replied the officer gravely. "Why so, monsieur?" "Because a very severe edict forbids the inhabitants of Nerac to go out at night without permission and without a lantern." "Excuse me, monsieur, but this edict cannot apply to me, who do not belong to Nerac." "But you are at Nerac. Inhabitant means living at. Now, you cannot deny that you live at Nerac, since I see you here." "You are logical, monsieur. Unluckily, I am in a hurry. Make an exception to your rule and let me pass, I beg." "You will lose yourself, Monsieur Chicot. Nerac is a strange town. Allow 3 of my men to conduct you to the palace." "But I am not going there, I tell you." "Where are you going, then?" "I cannot sleep well at night, and then I always walk. Nerac is a charming city, and I wish to see it." "My men shall conduct you where you please." "Oh, monsieur, I would rather go alone." "You will be assassinated." "I have my sword." "Ah, true. Then you will be arrested for bearing arms." Chicot, driven to despair, drew the officer aside and said, "Come, monsieur, you are young, you know what love is, an imperious tyrant." "Doubtless, Monsieur Chicot." "Well, Cornet, I have a certain lady to visit." "Where?" "In a certain place." "Young?" 23 years old." "Beautiful?" "Has the graces." "I felicitate you, Monsieur Chicot." "Then you will let me pass?" "It seems I must." "And alone I cannot compromise." "Of course not. Pass on, Monsieur Chicot." "You are a gallant man, Cornet. But how did you know me?" "I saw you at the palace with the king. Apropos, which way are you going?" "Toward the port of Agen. Am I not in the right road?" "Yes, go straight on. I wish you success." "Thank you." And Chicot went on. But before he had taken 100 steps, he met the watch. "Peste! This town is well guarded," thought Chicot. "You cannot pass," cried the provost in a voice of thunder. "But, monsieur, I want—" "Ah, Monsieur Chicot, is it you? In the streets in this cold?" asked the officer. Decidedly. It must be a bet," thought Chicot, and bowing, he tried to pass. "Monsieur Chicot, take care," said the provost. "Take care of what?" "You are going wrong. You are going toward the gates." "Just so." "Then I arrest you." "Not so, monsieur. You would be very wrong." "However—" "Approach, monsieur, that your soldiers may not hear." The man approached. "The king has given me a commission for the lieutenant of the port of Agen." "Ha! That astonishes you?" "Yes." "It ought not, since you know me." "I know you from having seen you at the palace with the king." Chicot stamped his foot impatiently. "That should prove to you that I possess the king's confidence." "Doubtless. Go on, Monsieur Chicot, and execute your commission." "Come," thought Chicot, "I advance slowly, but I do advance. Ventre de biche! Here is a gate. It must be that of Agen. In 5 minutes I shall be out." He arrived at the gate, which was guarded by a sentinel walking up and down, his musket on his shoulder. "My friend, will you open the gate for me?" said Chicot. "I cannot, Monsieur Chicot," replied the man, "being only a private soldier." "You also know me?" cried Chicot in a rage. "I have that honor. I was on guard at the palace this morning, and saw you talking with the king." "Well, my friend, the king has given me a very urgent message to convey to Agen. Open the postern for me." "I would with pleasure, but I have not the keys." "And who has them?" "The officer for the night." Chicot sighed. "And where is he?" The soldier rang a bell to wake his officer. "What is it?" said he, passing his head through a window. Lieutenant, it is a gentleman who wants the gate opened." "Ah, Monsieur Chicot," cried the officer, "I will be down in a moment." "What! Does everyone know me?" cried Chicot. "Nerac seems a lantern, and I the candle." "Excuse me, monsieur," said the officer, approaching, "but I was asleep." "Oh, monsieur, that is what night is made for. Will you be good enough to open the door? Unluckily, I cannot sleep, for the king, whom you doubtless also saw me talking to—" "Yes, I did, monsieur." "Of course," growled Chicot. "Well, the king has sent me on a commission to Agen. This is the right gate, is it not?" "Yes, Monsieur Chicot." "Will you please to have it opened?" "Of course. Antoine, open the gate quickly for Monsieur Chicot." Chicot began to breathe, the door creaked on its hinges and opened, and Chicot saw liberty through it. "Adieu, monsieur," said he, advancing. "Adieu, Monsieur Chicot. A pleasant journey. But stay, one moment. I have forgotten to ask you for your pass," cried he, seizing Chicot by the sleeve to stop him. "How? My pass?" "Certainly, Monsieur Chicot. You know what a pass is. You understand that no one can leave a town like Nerac without a pass, particularly when the king is in it." "And who must sign this pass?" "The king himself. So if he sent you, he cannot have forgotten to give you a pass." "Ah, you doubt that the king sent me?" cried Chicot with flashing eyes, for he saw himself on the point of failing, and had a great mind to kill the officer and sentinel, and rush through the gate. "I doubt nothing you tell me, but reflect that if the king gave you this commission—" "In person, monsieur." "All the more reason, then, if he knows you are going out. I shall have to give up your pass tomorrow morning to the governor." "And who is he?" "Monsieur de Mornay, who does not jest with disobedience, Monsieur Chicot." Chicot put his hand to his sword, but another look showed him that the outside of the gate was defended by a guard who would have prevented his passing if he had killed the officer and sentinel. "Well," said Chicot to himself with a sigh, "I have lost my game," and he turned back. "Shall I give you an escort, Monsieur Chicot?" said the officer. "No, thank you." Chicot retraced his steps, but he was not at the end of his griefs. He met the chief of the watch, who said, "What, have you finished your commission already, Monsieur Chicot? Peste, how quick you are!" A little further on, the cornet cried to him, "Well, Monsieur Chicot, what of the lady? Are you content with Nerac?" Finally, the soldier in the courtyard said, "Cordieu, Monsieur Chicot, the tailor has not done his work well. You seem more torn than when you went out." Chicot did not feel inclined to climb back through the window, but by chance, or rather by charity, the door was opened, and he returned into the palace. Here he saw the page, who said, "Dear Monsieur Chicot, shall I give you the key to all this?" "Yes, serpent," murmured Chicot. "Well, the king loves you so much, he did not wish to lose you." "And you knew and never told me?" "Oh, Monsieur Chicot, impossible! It was a state secret." "But I paid you, knave." "Oh, dear Monsieur Chicot, the secret was worth more than 10 pistoles." Chicot returned to his room in a rage. End of chapter 51. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 52 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 52. How they hunted the wolf in Navarre. When Marguerite left the king, she went at once to the apartments of the maids of honor and performed her promise with regard to Fosseuse. When she returned, the king thanked her warmly, and then went up to Chicot's room, where he found him still asleep. Henri shook him to wake him. "Come, compere," said he, "get up, it is 2 in the morning." "Ah, you make me a prisoner," cried Chicot. "I, an ambassador, sire! You violate the rights of nations." Henri began to laugh, and Chicot could not help joining him. "You are mad," said Henri. "Why the devil did you want to go away from here? Have you not been well treated?" "Too well, ventre de biche, too well. It seems to me as if I were like a goose being fattened. Everyone says to me, 'Pretty little Chicot, how gentle he is.' but they clipped my wings and shut the doors on me."
"Oh, reassure yourself, Chicot. You are not fat enough for my table."
"Sire, you seem very gay this morning. What is it?"
"I am always gay when I am setting off for the chase. Come, out of bed, compere."
"You want me, sire?"
"Yes, you shall be my historian."
"To count the shots?"
"Just so."
Chicot dressed murmuringly, while the king remained in the antechamber.
"My horse!" cried Henri, "and tell Monsieur de Mornay that I am ready."
"What, is Monsieur de Mornay chief huntsman?" asked Chicot.
"Monsieur de Mornay is everything here," replied Henri. "I am so poor that I can afford but one man."
"Yes, but he is a good one." Chicot found the preparations much less sumptuous than those of Henri III. A dozen or 15 gentlemen only, among whom he recognized the Vicomte de Turenne, formed the whole suite, and as they were none of them rich, they all wore, instead of the usual hunting dress, their helmets and cuirasses, which made Chicot ask if the wolves in Gascony used muskets and artillery.
"No," said Henri, "but they are fierce beasts, who have claws and teeth, and draw hunters into places where they are likely to tear their clothes in the thorns. If they wear silk and velvet, or even cloth and buff, but not if they wear cuirasses."
"That is a reason, but not a good one, sire."
"What would you have? I have no other."
"Then I must be content with this."
"You had better."
"So be it."
"You are angry at being disturbed for this chase?"
"Ma foi, yes."
"So you find fault?"
"Is it forbidden?"
"Oh, no."
"You understand, sire, I am no hunter, and have nothing to do, so I must amuse myself, while you are thinking of all the wolves that a dozen men are going to kill."
"Ah, yes, laugh away, Chicot. First it was the clothes, now the number of wolves."
"Oh, sire."
"But I must say you are not indulgent, for Béarn is not as large as France, so the king goes there with 200 huntsmen, I with a dozen, as you see."
"Yes, sire."
"But," said Henri, "sometimes the country gentlemen, hearing I am going, quit their chateau and join me, which sometimes makes up a good escort for me."
When they had ridden about half an hour,
"Look," said Henri to Chicot, "are not those cavaliers that I see there?"
Chicot looked and said, "Yes, sire, cavaliers, but not huntsmen."
"Why not?"
"Because they are armed like Amadis or Rolando," replied Chicot.
"Ah, what matters the dress, my dear Chicot? You see we are not particular as to that."
"But I see at least 200 men there."
"Ah, that is a good number."
Chicot began to feel very curious. He had really named too low a number, for the group before them consisted of 200 men, who came silently and joined their party. Each man was well armed and mounted, and they were led by a gentleman who came and kissed Henri's hand with much devotion. They passed the river Gers, and then came on a second troop of 100 men. The chief approached, and seemed to be making excuses for not bringing more men. Henri gave him his hand. They went on till they came to the Garonne. This they also passed, and about half a league on the other side 300 cavaliers, hidden in a pine forest, suddenly came in sight.
"Oh,
Monseigneur," said Chicot, "are not these enemies who have heard of your chase and wish to oppose it?"
"No, my son, you are wrong. They are friends from Puzmirol."
"Mordieu, sire, you will have more men in your escort than trees in your forest."
"Chicot, I really believe the news of your arrival must have spread through the country, and all these people have come to welcome the ambassador from France."
Chicot saw he was being laughed at, and felt rather offended. The day finished at Mareuil, where the gentlemen of the country gave a grand supper to the king, of which Chicot took his part enthusiastically, as it had not been deemed necessary to stop on the road for anything so unimportant as dinner, and he had eaten nothing since he had left Nerac. Henri had the best house in the town. Half the troop slept within doors, the other half in the street where the king was. "When are we to begin the hunt?" asked Chicot of Henri, as he was undressing.
"We are not yet in the territory of the wolves, my dear Chicot."
"And when shall we be?"
"Curious."
"Not so, sire, but you understand, one likes to know where one is going."
"You will know tomorrow. Meanwhile, lie down there on the cushions on my left. Here is Mornay snoring already at my right."
Peste, said Chicot. He makes more noise asleep than awake. It is true he is not very talkative, but see him at the chase. Day had partly appeared when a great noise of horses awoke Chicot. They dressed, drank some spiced wine, and took other refreshment, and then Henri cried, "To horse, gentlemen! We have a long day's work before us." Chicot saw with astonishment that 500 cavaliers had swelled the train during the night. "Sire," cried he, "you have an army." "Wait," replied Henri. At Lauzerte, 600 more men came and ranged themselves behind the cavaliers. "Foot soldiers!" cried Chicot. "Nothing but beaters," said the king. Chicot frowned and spoke no more. 20 times his eyes turned toward the country, and the idea of flight presented itself to him. But Chicot had his guard of honor, doubtless as ambassador of the King of France, and so well was he recommended to this guard that he could not make a movement that was not repeated by 10 men. This annoyed him, and he said so to the king. "Diable," said Henri, "it is your own fault. You tried to run away from Nerac, and I am afraid you will try it again." "Sire, if I give my word as a gentleman not to do so—" "That will do." "Besides, I should be wrong to do so." "How so?" "Yes, for if I stay, I believe I shall see curious things." "I am of your opinion, my dear Chicot." At this moment they were going through the town of Montcuq, and 4 field pieces took their place in the army. "I return to my first idea," said Chicot, "that the wolves in this country are different from others, and are differently treated. With artillery, for instance." "Ah," said Henri, "it is a mania of the people of Montcuq. Since I gave them these 4 pieces, they take them about everywhere." "Well, sire, shall we arrive today?" "No, tomorrow." "Tomorrow morning or evening?" "Morning." "Then," said Chicot, "it is at Cahors we are to hunt, is it not, sire?" "On that side," replied Henri. "But, sire, you who have infantry, cavalry, and artillery to hunt wolves with, should also have taken the royal standard, and then the honor to the wolves would have been complete." "We have not forgotten it, Chicot. Ventre Saint Gris. Only it is left in the case for fear of dirtying it. But if you wish to see it, and know under whose banner you march, you shall see it." No, it is useless. Leave it where it is." "Well, be easy. You will see it before long." They passed the second night at Catou. Troops kept arriving all night. "It is lucky we are not going on to Paris," said Chicot. "We should arrive with 100,000 men." The next morning, by 8 o'clock, they were before Cahors with 1,000 foot soldiers and 2,000 horse. They found the city in a state of defense, Monsieur de Vezin having heard rumors of the advance. "Ah," said the king, "he is warned. That is very annoying." "We must lay siege in due form, sire," said Mornay. "We expect still about 2,000 men, and that is enough." "Let us assemble the council, and begin the trenches." Chicot listened to all this in amazement. The pensive air of Henri alone reassured him, for it confirmed his suspicions that he was no warrior. He let everyone speak, and said nothing. All at once he raised his head, and said in a commanding tone, "Gentlemen, this is what we must do. We have 3,000 men, and you say you expect 2,000 more, Mornay?" "Yes, sire." "That will make 5,000. In a regular siege we should lose 1,000 or 1,500 men in 2 months. Their death would discourage the other, and we should lose 1,000 more in retreating. Let us sacrifice 500 men at once and take Cahors by assault." "What do you mean, sire?" asked Mornay. "My dear friend, we will go straight to the nearest gate. We shall find a fosse in our way, which we will cover with fascines. We may leave 200 men on the road, but we shall reach the gate." "After, sire?" "Then we will break it down with petards and go in. It will not be difficult." Chicot looked at Henri astonished. "Oh," growled he, "perhaps he is a coward and a boaster." "Let us not lose time, gentlemen," cried Henri. "Forward, and let all who love me follow." Chicot approached Mornay. "Well, Monsieur le Comte," said he, "do you all want to be cut to pieces?" "Oh, we'll take our chance." "But the king will get killed." "Bah, he has a good cuirass." "But he will not be foolish enough to fight himself, I suppose." Mornay shrugged his shoulders and turned on his heel. After all, I like him better asleep than awake. He is more polite snoring than speaking," said Chicot. End of chapter 52. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.
Chapter 53 of The 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 53. How Henri of Navarre behaved in battle. The little army advanced near the town, then they breakfasted. The repast over, 2 hours were given for the officers and men to rest. Henri was very pale, and his hands trembled visibly when at 3 o'clock in the afternoon the officers appeared under his tent. "Gentlemen," said he, "we are here to take Cahors, therefore we must take it by force. Do you understand? Monsieur de Biron, who has sworn to hang every Huguenot, is only 45 leagues from here, and doubtless a messenger is already dispatched to him by Monsieur de Vezin. In 4 or 5 days he will be on us, and as he has 10,000 men with him, we should be taken between the city and him. Let us then take Cahors before he comes, that we may receive him well. Come, gentlemen, I will put myself at your head, and let the blows fall as thick as hail." The men replied to this speech by enthusiastic cries. "Well said," said Chicot to himself. "It was lucky he had not to speak with his hands, though, or he would have stammered finely. Let us see him at the work." As they were setting off, the king said to Chicot, "Pardon me, friend Chicot. I deceived you by talking of wolves, hunting, and such things, but you see, Henri will not pay me his sister's dowry, and Margot cries out for her dear Cahors. One must do what one's wife wants, for peace's sake, therefore I am going to try and take Cahors." "Why did she not ask you for the moon, sire, as you are such a complaisant husband?" "I would have tried for it, Chicot. I love my dear Margot so much." "You will have quite enough to do with Cahors, and we shall see how you will get out of it." "Yes, the moment is critical and very disagreeable. I am not brave, and my nature revolts at every cannonade. Chicot, my friend, do not laugh too much at the poor Béarnais, your compatriot and friend. If I am afraid, and you find it out, tell no one." "If you are afraid?" "Yes." "Are you, then, afraid of being afraid?" "I am." "But then, ventre de biche, why the devil do you undertake such a thing?" "I must." "Monsieur de Vezin is a terrible person." "Oh, I know it well." "Who gives quarter to no one." "You think so, Chicot?" "I am sure of it. Red plume or white, he will not care, but cry, 'Fire!'" "You say that for my white feather, Chicot?" "Yes, sire, and as you are the only one who wears that color—" "Well?" "I would take it off." "But I put it on that I might be recognized." "Then you will keep it?" "Yes, decidedly." And Henri trembled again as he said it. "Come, sire," said Chicot, who did not understand this difference between words and gestures. "There is still time. Do not commit a folly. You cannot mount on horseback in that state." "Am I, then, very pale, Chicot?" "As pale as death, sire." "Good." "How good?" At this moment the noise of cannon and a furious fire of musketry was heard. It was Monsieur de Vezin's reply to the summons to surrender given by Mornay. "Ahem," said Chicot. "What do you think of this music, sire?" "It makes me cold in the marrow of my bones," replied Henri. "Here, my horse, my horse!" cried he. Chicot looked and listened, unable to understand him. Henri mounted, and then said, "Come, Chicot, get on horseback too. You are not a warrior either, are you?" "No, sire." "Well, come, we will be afraid together. Come and see, my friend. A good horse here for Monsieur Chicot." Henri set off at full gallop, and Chicot followed him. On arriving in front of his little army, Henri raised his visor and cried, "Out with the banner! Out with the new banner!" They drew forth the banner, which had the double scutcheon of Navarre and Bourbon. It was white, and had chains of gold on one side and fleur-de-lis on the other. Again the cannon from Cahors were fired, and the balls tore through a file of infantry near the king. "Ventre Saint Gris! Did you see, Chicot?"
said the king, whose teeth chattered. "He will be ill," thought Chicot.
"Cursed body," murmured Henri. "Ah, you fear, you tremble. Wait till you have something to tremble for."
And striking his spurs into his horse, he rushed onward before cavalry, infantry, and artillery, and arrived at 100 feet from the place, red with the fire of the batteries which thundered from above. There he kept his horse immovable for 10 minutes, his face turned toward the gate of the city, and crying, "The fascines! Ventre Saint Gris, the fascines!" Mornay had followed him, sword in hand, and then came Chicot. Behind them the young Huguenot gentleman, crying, "Vive Navarre!" and each with a fascine, which he threw in, and the fosse was soon filled. Then came the artillery, and with the loss of 30 men succeeded in placing their petards under the gate. The shot whistled like a whirlwind of iron round Henri's head, and 20 men fell in an instant before his eyes.
"Forward!"
cried he, and rushed on through the midst of the fire, and arrived just as the soldiers had fired the first petard. The gate was broken in 2 places, the second petard was lighted, and a new opening was made in the wood, but 20 arquebuses immediately passed through, vomiting balls on the soldiers and officers, and the men fell like mowed grass.
"Sire," cried Chicot, "in heaven's name, retire!"
Mornay said nothing. He was proud of his pupil, but from time to time he tried to place himself before him. Once Henri felt the damp on his brow, and a cloud passed over his eyes.
"Ah, cursed nature!"
cried he.
"You shall not conquer me!"
Then jumping off his horse,
"An axe!"
cried he, and with a vigorous arm he struck down wood and iron. At last a beam gave way, and a part of the gate and a portion of the wall fell, and 100 men rushed to the breach, crying, "Navarre, Navarre, Cahors is ours!" Chicot had not quitted the king. He was with him under the gate when he entered, one of the first, but at each discharge he saw him shudder and lower his head.
"Ventre Saint Gris, did you ever see such a coward, Chicot?"
said he. "No, sire, I have never seen a coward like you." The soldiers of M. de Vezin now tried to dislodge Henri and his advanced guards, who received them sword in hand. But the besieged were the strongest, and succeeded in forcing Henri and his troops back beyond the fosse.
"Ventre Saint Gris!" cried the king. "I believe my flag retreats. I must carry it myself."
And snatching it from the hands of those who held it, he was the first to rush forward again, half enveloped in its folds. The balls whistled round him and pierced the flag with a hollow sound. A long hand-to-hand fight ensued, above all the uproar of which Monsieur de Vezin's voice was heard crying, "Barricade the streets! Let trenches be dug, and the houses garrisoned!"
"Oh!"
cried Monsieur de Turenne, "the siege of the city is over, Vezin!" And as he spoke he fired at him and wounded him in the arm.
"You are wrong, Turenne," cried Monsieur de Vezin. "There are 20 sieges in Cahors, so if one is over, there are 19 to come."
Monsieur de Vezin defended himself during 5 days and nights from street to street and from house to house. Luckily for the rising fortunes of Henri of Navarre, he had counted too much on the walls and garrisons of Cahors, and had neglected to send to Monsieur de Biron. During these 5 days and nights, Henri commanded like a captain and fought like a soldier, slept with his head on a stone, and awoke sword in hand. Each day they conquered a street or a square, which each night the garrison tried to retake. On the 4th night the enemy seemed willing to give some rest to the Protestant army. Then it was Henri who attacked in his turn. He forced an entrenched position, but it cost him 700 men. Monsieur de Turenne and nearly all the officers were wounded, but the king remained untouched. To the fear that he had felt at first, at which he had so heroically vanquished, succeeded a feverish restlessness, a rash audacity. All the fastenings of his armor were broken, as much by his own efforts as by the blows of the enemy. He struck so vigorously that he always killed his man. When this last post was forced, the king entered into the enclosure, followed by the eternal Chicot, who, silent and sad, had for 5 days seen growing at his sides the phantom of a monarchy destined to destroy that of the Valois.
"Well, Chicot, of what are you thinking?"
said Henri to him. "Sire, that you are a real king." "And I, sire, that you are too imprudent," said Mornay, "to put up your visor when they are firing at you from all sides." As he spoke, a dozen arquebuses were fired at them. One ball struck off a plume from Henri's helmet. His horse was killed by another, and Mornay's had his leg broken.
The king fell, and there might have finished his career, but Chicot, whirling his sword round to keep off the nearest, helped Henri up and gave him his own horse, saying, "Sire, you will testify to the King of France that, if I drew the sword against him, I killed no one." "Ventre Saint Gris, you must be mine, Chicot," cried Henri. "You shall live and die with me." "Sire, I have but one service to follow, that of my king. His star diminishes, but I shall be faithful to his adverse fortunes. Let me serve and love him as long as I live, sire. I shall soon be alone with him. Do not envy him his last servant." "Chicot, you will always be dear to me, and after Henri of France, you will have Henri of Navarre for a friend." "Yes, sire," said Chicot, simple, kissing his hand. The siege was soon over after this. Monsieur de Vezin was taken, and the garrison surrendered. Then Henri dictated to Mornay a letter which Chicot was to carry to the King of France. It was written in bad Latin, and finished with these words: "Quod mihi desisti profuit multum, cognosco meos devotos, nosce tuos, Chicots cetera expedi." Which means, "What you told me was very useful. I know my faithful followers, know yours. Chicot will tell you the rest." "And now, friend Chicot," said Henri, "embrace me, but take care not to soil yourself, for, mordieu, I am as bloody as a butcher. Take my ring, and adieu, Chicot. I keep you no longer. Gallop to France and tell all you have seen." End of chapter 53. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 54 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 54. What was passing at the Louvre about the time Chicot entered Nerac. The necessity of following Chicot to the end of his mission has kept us a long time away from the Louvre. The king, after having passed so bravely through his adventurous return from Vincennes, experienced that retrospective emotion which sometimes is felt by the bravest heart after the danger is over. He entered the Louvre without saying anything, made his prayers longer than usual, forgetting to thank the officers and guards who had served him so well. Then he went to bed, astonishing his valets by the rapidity of his toilet, and D'Epernon, who remained in his room to the last, expecting thanks at least, went away in a very bad humor. At 2 o'clock everyone slept in the Louvre. The next day Henri took 4 billons in bed instead of 2, and then sent for Messieurs de Villeguie and D'O to come to his room, to speak about a new financial edict. The queen received the order to dine alone, but it was added that in the evening the king would receive. All day he played with Love, saying every time that the animal showed his white teeth, "Ah, rebel, you want to bite me also, you attack your king also, but you are conquered, Monsieur Love, conquered. Wretched leaguer, conquered." His secretaries of state were somewhat astonished at all this, particularly as he said nothing else and signed everything without looking at it. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon he asked for D'Epernon. They replied that he was reviewing the light horse. Then he inquired for de Loignac, but he also was absent. He asked for lunch, and while he ate had an edifying discourse read to him, which he interrupted by saying to the reader, "Was it not Plutarch who wrote the life of Sylla?" "Yes, sire," said the reader, much astonished at being interrupted in his pious reading by this profane question. "Do you remember that passage where the historian recounts how the dictator avoided death?" The reader hesitated. "Not precisely, sire. It is a long time since I read Plutarch." At this moment the Cardinal de Joyeuse was announced. "Ah, here is a learned man, he will tell me at once," cried the king. "Sire," said the cardinal, "am I lucky enough to arrive apropos? It is a rare thing in this world." "Ma foi, yes. You heard my question?" "Your majesty asked, I think, in what manner and when Sylla narrowly escaped death?" "Just so. Can you answer me, cardinal?" "Nothing more easy, sire." "So much the better." "Sylla, who had killed so many men, never risked his life but in combats. Did your majesty mean in one of those?" "Yes, in one in which I think I recollect he was very near death. Open a Plutarch, cardinal. There should be one there translated by Amyot. and read me the passage where he escaped the javelins of his enemies, thanks to the swiftness of his white horse."
"Sire, there is no need of opening Plutarch. The event took place in the combat with Telescrius the Samnite and Lamponius the Lucanian."
"You are so learned, my dear cardinal."
"Your Majesty is too good."
"Now explain to me how this Roman lion, who was so cruel, was never annoyed by his enemies."
"Sire, I will reply to your Majesty in the words of this same Plutarch."
"Go on, Joyeuse."
"Carbon, the enemy of Sylla, said often, 'I have to fight at once a lion and a fox who inhabit the soul of Sylla, but it is the fox who gives me most trouble.'"
"Ah, it was the fox?"
"Plutarch says so, sire."
"And he is right, cardinal. But apropos of combats, have you any news of your brother?"
"Of which brother, sire?
I have two." "Of the Duc d'Arc, my friend."
"Not yet, sire."
"If Monsieur d'Anjou, who always plays the fox, will only play the lion a little for once."
The cardinal did not reply, so Henri, signing to him to remain, dressed himself sumptuously and passed into the room where the court waited for him. He entered, looking full of good humor, kissed the hands of his wife and mother, paid all sorts of compliments to the ladies, and even offered them sweetmeats.
"We were unquiet about your health, my son,"
said Catherine. "You were wrong, madame. I have never been better."
"And to what happy influence do you owe this amelioration, my son?"
"To having laughed much, madame." Everyone looked astonished.
"Laughed? You can laugh much, my son. Then you are very happy."
"It is true, madame."
"And about what were you so much amused?"
"I must tell you, mother, that yesterday I went to Vincennes."
"I knew it."
"Oh, you knew it? Well, my people told me before my return of an enemy's army whose muskets shone on the road."
"An enemy's army on the road to Vincennes?"
"Yes, mother."
"And where?"
"In front of the Jacobins, near the house of our good cousin."
"Near Madame de Montpensier's?"
"Precisely so, near Bel-Esbat. I approached bravely to give battle, and I perceived—" "What, sire?" cried the queen in alarm. "Reassure yourself, madam. I perceived an entire priory of good monks, who presented arms to me with acclamations." Everyone laughed, and the king continued, "Yes, you are right to laugh. I have in France more than 10,000 monks, of whom I can make, if necessary, 10,000 musketeers. Then I will create a grand master of the tonsured musketeers, and give the place to you, cardinal."
"Sire, I accept."
The ladies now, according to etiquette, rose, and bowing to the king, retired. The queen followed with her ladies of honor. The queen mother remained. The king's gaiety was a mystery that she wished to fathom. "Cardinal," said the king, "what has become of your brother Du Bouchage?" "I do not know, sire." "How? You do not know?" "No, I never see him now." A grave, sad voice from the end of the room said, "Here I am, sire." "Ah, it is he!" cried Henri. "Approach, comte, approach." The young man obeyed. "Mon Dieu!" cried the king, "he is no longer a man, but a shade." "Sire, he works hard," said the cardinal, stupefied himself at the change in his brother during the last week. He was as pale as wax, and looked thin and wan. "Come here, young man," said the king. "Thanks, cardinal, for your quotation from Plutarch. In a similar case I shall apply to you again." The cardinal saw that Henri wished to be left alone with his brother, and took his leave. There only remained the queen mother, D'Epernon, and Du Bouchage. The king beckoned to the latter, and said, "Why do you hide thus behind the ladies? Do you not know it gives me pleasure to see you?" "Your kind words do me honor, sire," said the young man, bowing. "Then how is it that we never see you here now?" "If your majesty has not seen me, it is because you have not deigned to cast an eye on the corner of the room.
I am here every day regularly. I have never failed and never will, as long as I can stand upright. It is a sacred duty to me."
"And is it that makes you so sad?"
"Oh, your Majesty cannot think so."
"No, for you and your brother love me, and I love you. Apropos, do you know that poor Anne has written to me from Dieppe?"
"I did not, sire."
"Yes, but you know he did not like going."
"He confided to me his regrets at leaving Paris."
"Yes, but do you know what he said? That there existed a man who would have regretted Paris much more, and that if I gave you this order you would die."
"Perhaps, sire."
"He said yet more, for your brother talks fast when he is not sulky. He said that if I had given such an order you would have disobeyed it."
"Your Majesty was right to place my death before my disobedience. It would have been a greater grief to me to disobey than to die, and yet I should have disobeyed."
"You are a little mad, I think, my poor comte," said Henri.
"I am quite so, I believe."
"Then the case is serious."
Joyeuse sighed.
"What is it? Tell me."
Joyeuse tried to smile. "A great king like you, sire, would not care for such confidences."
"Yes, Henri, yes, tell me. It will amuse me," said the king.
"Sire, you deceive yourself. There is nothing in my grief that could amuse a noble heart like yours."
The king took the young man's hand. "Do not be angry, Du Bouchage," said he. "You know that your king also has known the griefs of an unrequited love."
"I know it, sire, formerly."
"Therefore I feel for your sufferings."
"Your Majesty is too good."
"Not so. But when I suffered what you suffer, no one could aid me, because no one was more powerful than myself, whereas I can aid you."
"Sire?"
"And consequently, hope soon for an end of your sorrows."
The young man shook his head.
"Du Bouchage, you shall be happy, or I am no longer King of France," cried Henri.
"Happy? Alas, sire, it is impossible," said the young man with a bitter smile.
"And why so?"
"Because my happiness is not of this world."
"Henri, your brother, when he went, recommended you to my friendship. I wish, since you consult neither the experience of your father nor the wisdom of your brother the cardinal, to be an elder brother to you. Come, be confiding and tell me all. I assure you, Du Bouchage, that for everything except death, my power and love shall find you a remedy."
"Sire," replied the young man, falling at the king's feet, "do not confound me by the expression of a goodness to which I cannot reply. My misfortune is without remedy, for it is that which makes my only happiness."
"Du Bouchage, you are mad. You will kill yourself with fancies."
"I know it well, sire."
"But," cried the king impatiently, "is it a marriage you wish for?"
"Sire, my wish is to inspire love. You see that the whole world is powerless to aid me in this. I alone can obtain it for myself."
"Then why despair?"
"Because I feel that I shall never inspire it."
"Try, try, my child. You are young and rich. Where is the woman that can resist at once beauty, youth, and wealth? There are none, Du Bouchage."
"Sire, your goodness is great."
"If you wish to be discreet and tell me nothing, do so. I will find out and then act. You know what I have done for your brother. I will do as much for you. 100,000 crowns shall not stop me."
Du Bouchage seized the king's hand and pressed his lips to it. "May your Majesty ask one day for my blood, and I will shed it to the last drop, to show you how grateful I am for the protection that I refuse."
Henri III turned on his heel angrily. "Really," said he, "these Joyeuses are more obstinate than a Valois. Here is one who will bring me every day his long face and eyes circled with black. That will be delightful."
"Oh, sire, I will smile so when I am here, that everyone shall think me the happiest of men."
"Yes, but I shall know the contrary, and that will sadden me."
"Does your Majesty permit me to retire?" asked Du Bouchage.
"Go, my child, and try to be a man."
When he was gone, the king approached D'Epernon and said, "Lavalette, have money distributed this evening to the 45, and give them holiday for a night and a day to amuse themselves. By the mass, they saved me like Scylla's white horse."
"Saved?" said Catherine.
"Yes, mother."
"From what?"
"Ah, ask D'Epernon."
"I ask you, my son."
"Well, madame, our dear cousin, the sister of your good friend, Monsieur de Guise, oh, do not deny it, you know he is your good friend, laid an ambush for me."
"An ambush?"
"Yes, madame, and I narrowly escaped imprisonment or assassination."
"By Monsieur de Guise?"
"You do not believe it?"
"I confess I do not."
"D'Epernon, my friend, relate the adventure to my mother. If I go on speaking and she goes on shrugging her shoulders, I shall get angry, and that does not suit my health. Adieu, madame. Cherish Monsieur de Guise as much as you please, but I would advise them not to forget Salcede."
End of chapter 54. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.
Chapter 55 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 55. Red Plume and White Plume. It was 8 in the evening, and the house of Robert Briquet, solitary and sad-looking, formed a worthy companion to that mysterious house of which we have already spoken to our readers. One might have thought that these two houses were yawning in each other's face. Not far from there the noise of brass was heard, mingled with confused voices, vague murmurs, and squeaks. It was probably this noise that attracted a young and handsome cavalier with a violet cap, red plume, and grey mantle, who, after stopping for some minutes to hear this noise, went on slowly and pensively towards the house of Robert Briquet. Now this noise of brass was that of saucepans, these vague murmurs those of pots boiling on fires and spits turned by dogs. Those cries, those of Monsieur Fournichon, host of the Brave Chevalier, and of Madame Fournichon, who was preparing her rooms. When the young man with the violet hat had well looked at the fire, inhaled the smell of the fowls, and peeped through the curtains, he went away, then returned to recommence his examinations. He continued to walk up and down, but never passed Robert Briquet's house, which seemed to be the limit of his walk. Each time that he arrived at this limit he found there, like a sentinel, a young man about his own age, with a black cap, a white plume, and a violet cloak, who, with frowning brow and his hand on his sword, seemed to say, "Thou shalt go no further." But the other took 20 turns without observing this, so preoccupied was he. Certainly he saw a man walking up and down like himself, but as he was too well dressed to be a robber, he never thought of disquieting himself about him. But the other, on the contrary, looked more and more black at each return of the red plume, till at last it attracted his attention, and he began to think that his presence there must be annoying to the other, and wondering for what reason, he looked first at Briquet's house, then at the one opposite, and seeing nothing, turned round and recommenced his walk from west to east. This continued for about 5 minutes, until, as they once again came face to face, the young man in the white plume walked straight up to the other, who, taken unawares, with difficulty saved himself from falling. "Monsieur," cried he, "are you mad, or do you mean to insult me?" "Monsieur, I wish to make you understand that you annoy me much. It seems to me that you might have seen that without my telling you." "Not at all, monsieur. I never see what I do not wish to see." "There are, however, certain things which would attract your attention, I hope, if they shone before your eyes." And he drew his sword as he spoke, which glittered in the moonlight. The red plume said quietly, "One would think, monsieur, that you had never drawn a sword before, you are in such a hurry to attack one who does not attack you." "But who will defend himself, I hope." "Why so?" replied the other, smiling. "And what right have you to prevent me from walking in the street?" "Why do you walk in this street?" "Parbleu! Because it pleases me." "Ah, it pleases you?" "Doubtless. Are you not also walking here? Have you a license from the king to keep to yourself the Rue de Bussy?" "What is that to you?" "A great deal, for I am a faithful subject of the king's and would not disobey him." "Ah, you laugh." "And you threaten."
Heaven and earth, I tell you, you annoy me, monsieur, and that if you do not go away willingly, I will make you. Oh, we shall see that. Yes, we shall see. Monsieur, I have particular business here. Now, if you will have it, I will cross swords with you, but I will not go away. Monsieur, I am Comte Henri de Boussage, brother of the Duc de Joyeuse. Once more, will you yield me the place and go away? Monsieur, replied the other, I am the Vicomte Ernanton de Carmainges. You do not annoy me at all, and I do not ask you to go away. Du Boussage reflected a moment, and then put his sword back in its sheath. Excuse me, monsieur, said he. I am half mad, being in love. And I also am in love, but I do not think myself mad for that. Henri grew pale. You are in love? Said he. Yes, monsieur. And you confess it? Is it a crime? But with someone in this street? Yes, for the present. In heaven's name, tell me who it is. Ah, Monsieur de Boussage, you have not reflected on what you are asking me. You know a gentleman cannot reveal a secret, of which only half belongs to him. It is true. Pardon, Monsieur de Carmainges, but in truth, there is no one so unhappy as I am under heaven. There was so much real grief and eloquent despair in these words that Ernanton was profoundly touched. Oh, mon Dieu, I understand, said he. You fear that we are rivals. I do. Well, monsieur, I will be frank. Joyeuse grew pale again. I, continued Ernanton, have a rendezvous. A rendezvous? Yes. In this street? Yes. Written? Yes, in very good writing. A woman's? No, a man's. What do you mean? When I say I have an invitation to a rendezvous with a woman written by a man, it seems she has a secretary. Ah, go on, monsieur. I cannot refuse you, monsieur. I will tell you the tenor of the note. I listen. You will see if it is like yours. Oh, monsieur, I have no rendezvous, no note. Ernanton then drew out a little paper. Here is the note, monsieur, said he. It would be difficult to read it to you by this obscure light, but it is short, and I know it by heart, if you will trust to me. Oh, entirely. This is it, then. Monsieur Ernanton, my secretary is charged by me to tell you that I have a great desire to talk with you for an hour. Your merit has touched me. I pass over another phrase still more flattering. Then you are waited for? No, I wait, as you see. Are they to open the door to you? No, to whistle 3 times from the window. Henri, trembling all over, placed one hand on Ernanton's arm, and with the other pointed to the opposite house. From there? Said he. Oh, no, from there, said Ernanton, pointing to the brave chevalier. Henri uttered a cry of joy. Oh, 1,000 thanks, monsieur, said he. Pardon my incivility, my folly. Alas, you know, for a man who really loves, there exists but one woman, and seeing you always return to this house, I believe that it was here you were waited for. I have nothing to pardon, monsieur, for really I half thought you had come on the same errand as myself. And you had the incredible patience to say nothing? Ah, you do not love, you do not love. Ma foi, I have no great rights as yet, and these great ladies are so capricious, and would perhaps enjoy playing me a trick. Oh, Monsieur de Carmainges, you do not love as I do, and yet— Yet what? You are more happy. Ah, are they cruel in that house? Monsieur de Carmainges, for 3 months I have loved like a madman her who lives there, and I have not yet had the happiness of hearing the sound of her voice. Diable, you are not far advanced. But stay. What is it? Did not someone whistle? Indeed, I think I heard something. A second whistle was now distinctly heard. Monsieur le Comte, said Ernanton, you will excuse me for taking leave, but I believe that is my signal. A third whistle sounded. Go on, monsieur, said Joyeuse, and good luck to you. Ernanton made off quickly, while Joyeuse began to walk back more gloomily than ever. Now for my accustomed task, said he. Let me knock as usual at this cursed door, which never opens to me. End of chapter 55. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 56 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 56. The Door Opens. On arriving at the door of the house, poor Henri was seized by his usual hesitation. "Courage," said he to himself. But before knocking, he looked once more behind him and saw the bright light shining through the windows of the hotel. "There," said he, "enter for love and joy, people who are invited almost without desiring. Why have I not a tranquil and careless heart? Perhaps I might enter there also, instead of vainly trying here." 10 o'clock struck. Henri lifted the knocker and struck once, then again. "There," said he, listening. "There is the inner door opening, the stairs creaking, the sound of steps approaching. Always the same thing." And he knocked again. "There," said he. "He peeps through the trellis work, sees my pale face, and goes away, always without opening. Adieu, cruel house, until tomorrow." And he turned to go, but scarcely had he taken 2 steps when the key turned in the lock, and to his profound surprise the door opened, and a man stood bowing on the threshold. It was the same whom he had seen before. "Good evening, monsieur," said he in a harsh voice, whose sound appeared to Dubuissage sweeter than the song of birds. Henri joined his hands and trembled so that the servant put out a hand to save him from falling, with a visible expression of respectful pity. "Come, monsieur," said he, "here I am. Explain to me, I beg, what you want." "I have loved so much," replied the young man. "My heart has beat so fast that I hardly know if it still beats." "Will it please you, monsieur, to sit down and talk to me?" "Oh, yes." "Speak, then, monsieur, and tell me what you desire." "My friend, you already know. Many times, you know, I have waited for you and surprised you at the turn of a street, and have offered you gold enough to enrich you, had you been the greediest of men. At other times I have threatened you, but you have never listened to me, and have always seen me suffer without seeming to pity me. Today you tell me to speak, to express my wishes. What then has happened, mon Dieu?" The servant sighed. He had evidently a pitying heart under a rough covering. Henri heard this sigh, and it encouraged him. "You know," continued he, "that I love, and how I love. You have seen me pursue a woman and discover her in spite of her efforts to fly me, but never in my greatest grief has a bitter word escaped me, or have I given heed to these violent thoughts which are born of despair and the fire of youth." "It is true, monsieur, and in this my mistress renders you full justice." "Could I not," continued Henri, "when you refused me admittance, have forced the door, as is done every day by some lad tipsy or in love? Then, if but for a minute, I should have seen this inexorable woman, and have spoken to her." "It is true." "And," continued the young count sadly, "I am something in this world. My name is great as well as my fortune. The king himself protects me. Just now he begged me to confide to him my griefs, and to apply to him for aid." "Ah," said the servant anxiously. "I would not do it," continued Joyeuse. "No, no, I refused all. To come and pray at this door with clasped hands, a door which never yet opened to me." "Monsieur le Comte, you have indeed a noble heart, and worthy to be loved." "Well, then, he whom you call worthy, to what do you condemn him? Every morning my page brings a letter, it is refused. Every evening I knock myself at the door, and I am disregarded. You let me suffer, despair, die in the street, without having the compassion for me that you would have for a dog that howled. Ah, this woman has no woman's heart. She does not love me. Well, one can no more tell one's heart to love than not to love. But you may pity the unfortunate who suffers and give him a word of consolation. Reach out your hand to save him from falling. But no, this woman cares not for my sufferings. Why does she not kill me, either with a refusal from her mouth or some blow from a poniard? Dead, I should suffer no more." "Monsieur le Comte," replied the man, "the lady whom you accuse is, believe me, far from having the hard and sensible heart you think. She has seen you and understood what you suffer, and feels for you the warmest sympathy." "Oh, compassion, compassion!" cried the young man. "But may that heart of which you boast some day know love such as I feel, and may they offer her compassion in exchange? I shall be well avenged." "Monsieur le Comte, not to reply to love is no reason for never having loved. This woman has perhaps felt the passion more than ever you will, has perhaps loved as you can never love." "When one loves like that, one loves forever," cried Henri, raising his eyes to heaven. "Did I tell you that she loved no more?" Henri uttered a doleful cry. "She loves," cried he. "Ah, mon Dieu!" "Yes, she loves, but be not jealous of the man she loves, Monsieur le Comte, for he is no more of this world. My mistress is a widow." These words restored hope and life to the young man. "Oh," cried he, "she is a widow, and recently. The source of her tears will dry up in time. She is a widow, then she loves no one, or only a shadow, a name. She will love me. Oh, mon Dieu! All great griefs are calmed by time. When the widow of Mousol, who had sworn in eternal grief at her husband's tomb, had exhausted her tears, she was cured. Regrets are a malady from which everyone who survives comes out as strong as before." The servant shook his head. "This lady, Monsieur le Comte, has also sworn eternal fidelity to death, but I know her. She will keep her word better than the forgetful woman of whom you speak." "I will wait 10 years if necessary. Since she lives, I may hope." "Oh, young man, do not reckon thus. She has lived, you say. Yes, so she has. Not a month or a year, but 7 years. You hope that she will console herself. Never, Monsieur le Comte, never. I swear it to you, I who was but the servant of him who is dead, and yet I shall never be consoled." This man so much regretted, this husband. "It was not her husband, it was her lover, Monsieur le Comte, and a woman like her whom you unluckily love has but one lover in her life." "My friend," cried Joyeuse, "intercede for me." "I? Listen, Monsieur le Comte. Had I believed you capable of using violence toward my mistress, I would have killed you long ago with my own hand. If, on the contrary, I could have believed that she would love you, I think I should have killed her. Now, Monsieur le Comte, I have said what I wish to say. Do not seek to make me say more, for, on my honor, and although not a nobleman, my honor is worth something, I have told you all I can." Henri rose. "I thank you," said he, "for having had compassion on my misfortunes. Now I have decided." "Then you will be calmer for the future. Monsieur le Comte, you will go away and leave us to ourselves?" "Yes, be easy. I will go away, and forever." "You mean to die?" "Why not? I cannot live without her." "Monsieur le Comte, believe me, it is bad to die by your own hand." "Therefore I shall not choose that death, but there is for a young man like me a death which has always been reckoned the best, that received in defending your king and country." "If you suffer beyond your strength, if you owe nothing to those who survive you, if death on the field of battle is offered to you, die, Monsieur le Comte. I should have done so long ago, had I not been condemned to live." "Adieu, and thank you," replied Joyeuse. "Au revoir, in another world." And he went away rapidly, throwing a heavy purse of gold at the feet of the servant. End of chapter 56. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 57 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 57. How a Great Lady Loved in the Year 1586. The whistles which Ernanton had heard were really his signal. Thus, when the young man reached the door, he found Dame Fournichon on the threshold waiting for her customers with a smile which made her resemble a mythical goddess painted by a Flemish painter, and in her large white hands she held a golden crown, which another hand, whiter and more delicate, had slipped in passing. She stood before the door so as to bar Ernanton's passage. "What do you want?" said she to him. "Were not 3 whistles given from one of those windows just now?" "Yes." "Well, they were to summon me." "You?" "Yes." "On your honor?" "As a gentleman, Dame Fournichon." "Enter, then, monsieur, enter." And happy at having a client after her own heart, fit for the rose tree of love, the hostess conducted Ernanton up the stairs herself. A little door, vulgarly painted, gave access to a sort of antechamber which led to a room furnished, decorated, and carpeted with rather more luxury than might have been expected in this remote corner of Paris. But this was Madame Fournichon's favorite room, and she had exerted all her taste to embellish it. When the young man entered the antechamber, he smelled a strong aromatic odor, the work, doubtless, of some susceptible person, who had thus tried to overcome the smell of cooking exhaled from the kitchen. Ernanton, after opening the door, stopped for an instant to contemplate one of those elegant female figures which must always command attention, if not love. Reposing on cushions, enveloped in silk and velvet, this lady was occupied in burning in the candle the end of a little stick of aloes, over which she bent so as to inhale the full perfume. By the manner in which she threw the branch in the fire and pulled her hood over her masked face, Ernanton perceived that she had heard him enter, but she did not turn. "Madame," said the young man, "you sent for your humble servant. Here he is."
"Ah, very well," said the lady. "Sit down, I beg, Monsieur Ernanton."
"Pardon, madame, but before anything I must thank you for the honor that you do me."
"Ah, that is civil, and you are right, but I presume you do not know whom you are thanking, Monsieur de Carmainges."
"Madame, you have your face hidden by a mask, or your hands by gloves. I cannot then recognize you. I can but guess."
"And you guess who I am?"
"Her whom my heart desires, whom my imagination paints. Young, beautiful, powerful, and rich. Too rich and too powerful for me to be able to believe that what has happened to me is real, and that I am not dreaming."
"Had you any trouble to enter here?"
asked the lady, without replying directly to the words which had escaped from the full heart of Ernanton. "No, madame, the admittance was easier than I could have thought."
"Yes, all is easy for a man, it is so different for a woman. What were you saying before, monsieur?"
added she carelessly, and pulling off her glove to show a beautiful hand, at once plump and taper. "I said, madame, that without having seen your face, I know who you are, and without fear of making a mistake, may say that I love you."
"Then you are sure that I am her whom you expected to find here?"
"My heart tells me so."
"Then you know me?"
"Yes."
"Really? You, a provincial, only just arrived, you already know the women of Paris?"
"In all Paris, madame, I know but one."
"And that is me?"
"I believe so."
"By what do you recognize me?"
"By your voice, your grace, and your beauty."
"My voice, perhaps. I cannot disguise it. My grace, I may appropriate the compliment, but as for my beauty, it is veiled."
"It was less so, madame, on the day when, to bring you into Paris, I held you so near to me that your breast touched my shoulders, and I felt your breath on my neck."
"Then, on the receipt of my letter, you guessed that it came from me?"
"Oh, no, madame, not for a moment. I believed I was the subject of some joke, or the victim of some error, and it is only during the last few minutes that, seeing you and touching you—" and he tried to take her hand, but she withdrew it.
"Enough," said the lady. "The fact is that I have committed a great folly."
"In what, madame?"
"In what? You say that you know me, and then ask."
"Oh, it is true, madame, that I am very insignificant and obscure near your highness."
"Mon Dieu!
Monsieur, pray be silent. Have you no sense?" What have I done?" cried Ernanton, frightened. "You see me in a mask, and if I wear one, it is for disguise, and yet you call me your highness." Pardon me, madame," said Ernanton, "but I believed in the discretion of these walls." "It appears you are credulous." "Alas, madame, I am in love." "And you are convinced that I reciprocate this love?" Ernanton rose, piqued. "No, madame," replied he. "Then what do you believe?" "I believe that you have something important to say to me, and that, not wishing to receive me at your hotel or at Bel-Esbat, you preferred this isolated spot." "You thought that?" "Yes." "And what do you think I could have to say to you?" asked the lady rather anxiously. "How can I tell? Perhaps something about Monsieur de Mayenne." "Had you not already told me all you knew of him?" "Perhaps, then, some question about last night's event." What event? Of what do you speak?" asked the lady, visibly agitated. "Of the panic experienced by Monsieur d'Epernon, and the arrest of the Lorraine gentlemen." "They arrested them?" "Yes, those who were found on the road to Vincennes." "Which is also the road to Soissons, where Monsieur de Guise holds his garrison. Ah, Monsieur Ernanton, you who belong to the court can tell me why they arrested these gentlemen." "I belong to the court?" "Certainly." "You know that, madame?" "Ah, to find out your address, we were forced to make inquiries. But what resulted from all this?" "Nothing, madame, to my knowledge." "Then why did you think I should wish to speak of it?" "I am wrong again, madame." "From what place are you, monsieur?" "From Agen." "What! You are a Gascon, and yet are not vain enough to suppose that when I saw you at the Porte St. Antoine, on the day of Sacide's execution, I liked your looks?" Ernanton reddened and looked confused. The lady went on. "That I met you in the street and found you handsome?" Ernanton grew scarlet. "That afterwards, when you brought me a message from my brother, I liked you?" "Madame, I never thought so. I protest." "Then you were wrong," said the lady, turning on him two eyes which flashed through her mask. Ernanton clasped his hands. "Madame, are you mocking me?" cried he. "Ma foi, no. The truth is that you pleased me." "Mon Dieu!" "But you yourself dared to declare your love to me." "But then I did not know who you were, madame, and now that I do know, I humbly ask your pardon." "Oh," cried the lady, "say all you think, or I shall regret having come." Ernanton fell on his knees. "Speak, madame, speak, that I may be sure this is not all a dream, and perhaps I shall dare to answer." "So be it. Here are my projects for you," said the lady, gently pushing Ernanton back, while she arranged the folds of her dress. "I fancy you, but I do not yet know you. I am not in the habit of resisting my fancies, but I never commit follies. Had we been equals, I should have received you at my house and studied you before I hinted at my feelings. But as that was impossible, I was driven to this interview. Now you know what to do. Be worthy of me, it is all I ask." Ernanton exhausted himself in protestations. "Oh, less warmth, Monsieur de Carmainges, I beg. It is not worth while," replied she carelessly. "Perhaps it was only your name that pleased me. Perhaps it was a caprice, and will pass away. However, do not think yourself too far from perfection, and begin to despair. I hate perfect people, but I adore devoted ones, remember that." Ernanton was beside himself. This haughty language and proud superiority, yet this frank declaration and abandon, terrified and yet delighted him. He seated himself near the proud and beautiful lady, and then tried to pass his arm behind the cushions on which she reclined. "Monsieur," said she, "it appears you have heard but not understood me. No familiarity, if you please. Let us each remain in our places.
Some day I shall give you the right to call me yours, but this right you have not yet."
Ernanton rose, pale and angry. "Excuse me, madame," said he. "It seems I commit nothing but follies here. I am not yet accustomed to the habits of Paris. Among us in the provinces, 200 leagues off, when a woman says 'I love,' she loves, and does not hold herself aloof or take pretext for humiliating the man at her feet. It is your custom as a Parisian, and your right as a princess. I accept it, therefore, only I have not been accustomed to it. The habit, doubtless, will come in time."
"Ah, you are angry, I believe," said the duchess haughtily.
"I am, madame, but it is against myself, for I have for you, madame, not a passing caprice, but a real love. It is your heart I seek to obtain, and therefore I am angry with myself for having compromised the respect that I owe you, and which I will only change into love when you command me. From this moment, madame, I await your orders."
"Come, come, do not exaggerate, Monsieur de Carmainges. Now you are all ice after being all flame."
"It seems to me, however, madame—"
"A truce to politeness. I do not wish to play the princess. Here is my hand. Take it. It is that of a simple woman."
Ernanton took this beautiful hand respectfully.
"Well, you do not kiss it?" cried the duchess. "Are you mad, or have you sworn to put me in a passion?"
"But just now—"
"Just now I drew it away, while now I give it to you."
Ernanton kissed the hand, which was then withdrawn. "Another lesson," said he. "Assuredly, you will end by killing my passion. I may adore you on my knees, but I should have neither love nor confidence for you."
"Oh, I do not wish that, for you would be a sad lover, and it is not so that I like them. No, remain natural, be yourself, Monsieur Ernanton, and nothing else. I have caprices. Oh, mon Dieu, you told me I was beautiful, and all beautiful women have them. Do not fear me, and when I say to the too impetuous Ernanton, 'Calm yourself,' let him consult my eyes and not my voice."
At these words she rose. It was time, for the young man seized her in his arms, and his lips touched her mask, but through this mask her eyes darted such a flaming glance that he drew back.
"Well," said she, "we shall meet again. Decidedly you please me, Monsieur de Carmainges."
Ernanton bowed.
"When are you free?"
asked she. "Alas, very rarely, madame."
"Ah, your service is fatiguing, is it not?"
"What service?"
"That which you perform near the king. Are you not some kind of guard to his majesty?"
"I form part of a body of gentlemen, madame."
"That is what I mean. They are all Gascons, are they not?"
"Yes, madame."
"How many are there? I forget."
45.
"What a singular number."
"I believe it was chance."
"And these 45 gentlemen never quit the king, you say?"
"I did not say so, madame."
"Ah, I thought you did. At least, you said you had very little liberty."
"It is true, I have very little, because by day we are on service near the king, and at night we stay at the Louvre."
"In the evening?"
"Yes."
"Every evening?"
"Nearly."
"What would have happened then this evening if your duty had kept you? I, who waited for you, and should have been ignorant of the cause of your absence, should have thought my advances despised."
"Ah, madame, to see you I will risk all, I swear to you."
"It would be useless and absurd. I do not wish that."
"But then—"
"Do your duty. I will arrange who am free and mistress of my time."
"What goodness, madame!"
"But you have not explained to me," said the duchess with her insinuating smile, "how you happen to be free this evening, and how you came."
"This evening, madame, I was thinking of asking permission of de Loignac, our captain, who is very kind to me, when the order came to give a night's holiday to the 45.
"And on what account was this leave given?"
"As recompense, I believe, madame, for a somewhat fatiguing service yesterday at Vincennes."
"Ah, very well."
"Therefore, to this circumstance I owe the pleasure of seeing you tonight at my ease."
"Well, listen, Carmainges.
said the duchess with a gentle familiarity which filled the heart of the young man with joy. "This is what you must do. Whenever you think you shall be at liberty, send a note here to the hostess, and every day I will send a man to inquire." "Oh, mon Dieu! Madame, you are too good." "What is that noise?" said the duchess, laying her hand on his arm. Indeed, a noise of spurs, of voices, of doors shutting, and joyous exclamations came from the room below, like the echo of an invasion. Ernanton looked out. "It is my companions," said he, "who have come here to spend their holiday." "But by what chance? Just where we are." "Because it is just here, madame, that we each had a rendezvous on our arrival, and on the happy day of their entry in Paris my friends conceived an affection for the wine and the cooking of Monsieur Fournichon. But you, how did you come to choose this place?" "I chose, and you will easily understand that, the most deserted part of Paris, a place near the river, where no one was likely to recognize me or suspect that I could come. But, mon Dieu, how noisy your companions are!" Indeed, the noise was becoming a perfect storm, but all at once they heard a sound of footsteps on the little staircase which led to their room, and Madame Fournichon's voice crying from below, "Monsieur de Saint Méline! Monsieur de Saint Méline!" "Well," replied the young man, "do not go up there, I beg." "And why not, dear Madame Fournichon? Is not all the house ours tonight?" "Not the turrets." "Bah! They are part of the house," cried 5 or 6 voices. "No, they are not. They are private. Do not disturb my lodgers." "Do not disturb me, Madame Fournichon," replied Saint Méline. "For pity's sake!" cried Madame Fournichon. "Madame," replied he, "it is midnight, and at 9 all fires ought to be extinguished. There is a fire now in your turret, and I must see what disobedient subject is transgressing the king's edicts." And Saint Méline continued to advance, followed by several others. "Mon Dieu! Monsieur de Carmainges!" cried the duchess. "Will those people dare to enter here?" "I am here, madame. Have no fear." "Oh, they are forcing the doors!" cried she. Indeed, Saint Méline rushed so furiously against the door that, being very slight, it was at once broken open. End of chapter 57. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 58 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 58. How Saint Méline entered into the turret, and what followed. Ernanton's first thought when he saw the door of the antechamber fly open was to blow out the light. "Monsieur de Saint Méline," cried the hostess, "I warn you that the persons whom you are troubling are your friends."
"Well, all the more reason to present our compliments to them," cried Père Ducas de Bincornet in a tipsy voice. "And what friends are they? We will see," cried Saint Méline. The good hostess, hoping to prevent a collision, glided among them, and whispered Ernanton's name in Saint Méline's ear. "Ernanton!" cried Saint Méline aloud, for whom this revelation was oil instead of water thrown on the fire. "That is not possible."
"And why so?"
"Oh, because Ernanton is a model of chastity, and a melange of all the virtues. No, you must be wrong, Madame Fournichon. It cannot be Ernanton who is shut in there." And he approached the second door to treat it as he had done the first. When it was opened, and Ernanton appeared on the threshold, with a face which did not announce that patience was one of the virtues which, according to Saint Méline, he possessed. "By what right has Monsieur de Saint Méline broken down one door, and intends to break a second?" said he. "Ah, it is he, really, it is Ernanton!" cried Saint Méline. "I recognize his voice, but as to his person, devil take me if I can see it in this darkness." "You do not reply to my question, monsieur," said Ernanton. Saint Méline began to laugh noisily, which reassured some of his comrades, who were thinking of retiring. "I spoke. Did you not hear me, Monsieur de Saint Méline?" said Ernanton. "Yes, monsieur, perfectly." "Then what have you to say?" "We wish to know, my dear friend, if it was you up here." "Well, monsieur, now you know it. Leave me in peace." "Cap de Biou! Have you become a hermit?" "As for that, monsieur, permit me to leave you in doubt." "Ah, bah!" cried Saint Méline, trying to enter. Are you really alone? You have no light."
"Gentlemen," said Ernanton, "I know that you are half drunk, and I forgive you. But there is a limit, even to the patience that one owes to men beside themselves. Your joke is over. Do me the favor to retire."
Oh, retire? How you speak!"
said St. Malin. "I speak so as you may not be deceived in my wishes, and I repeat, gentlemen, retire, I beg."
"Not before we have been admitted to the honor of saluting the person for whom you desert our company, Monsieur de Montcrabeau," continued he. "Go down and come back with a light."
"Monsieur de Montcrabeau," cried Ernanton, "if you do that, remember it will be a personal offense to me." Montcrabeau hesitated.
"Good," replied St. Malin. "We have our oath, and Monsieur de Carmainges is so strict that he will not infringe discipline. We cannot draw our swords against each other. Therefore, a light, Montcrabeau, a light."
Montcrabeau descended, and in 5 minutes returned with a light, which he offered to St. Malin.
"No, no," said he, "keep it. I may perhaps want both hands."
And he made a step forward.
"I take you all to witness," cried Ernanton, "that I am insulted without reason, and that in consequence," and he drew his sword, "I will bury the sword in the breast of the first man who advances."
St. Malin, furious, was about to draw his sword also, but before he had time to do so, the point of Ernanton's was on his breast, and as he advanced a step, without Ernanton's moving his arm, St. Malin felt the iron on his flesh, and drew back furious, but Ernanton followed him, keeping the sword against his breast. St. Malin grew pale. If Ernanton had wished it, he could have pinned him to the wall, but he slowly withdrew his sword.
"You merit 2 deaths for your insolence," said he, "but the oath of which you spoke restrains me, and I will touch you no more. Let me pass.
Come, madame, I answer for your free passage." Then appeared a woman, whose head was covered by a hood and her face by a mask, and who took Ernanton's arm tremblingly. St. Malin stood by, stifling with rage at his merited punishment. He drew his dagger as Ernanton passed him by. Did he mean to strike Ernanton, or only to do what he did? No one knew, but as they passed, his dagger cut through the silken hood of the duchess and severed the string of her mask, which fell to the ground. This movement was so rapid that in the half-light no one saw or could prevent it. The duchess uttered a cry. St. Malin picked up the mask and returned it to her, looking now full in her uncovered face.
"Ah!" cried he in an insolent tone, "it is the beautiful lady of the litter. Ernanton, you get on fast."
Ernanton stopped and half drew his sword again, but the duchess drew him on, saying, "Come on, I beg you, Monsieur Ernanton."
"We shall meet again, Monsieur de St. Malin," said Ernanton, "and you shall pay for this, with the rest."
And he went on without meeting with any further opposition, and conducted the duchess to her litter, which was guarded by 2 servants. Arrived there, and feeling herself in safety, she pressed Ernanton's hand and said, "Monsieur Ernanton, after what has just passed, after the insult which, in spite of your courage, you could not defend me from, and which might probably be renewed, we can come here no more. Seek, I beg of you, some house in the neighborhood to sell or to let. Before long, you shall hear from me." "Must I now take leave of you, madame?" said Ernanton, bowing in token of obedience to the flattering orders he had just received. "Not yet, Monsieur de Carmainges. Follow my litter as far as the new bridge, lest that wretch who recognized in me the lady of the litter, but did not know me for what I am, should follow to find out my residence." Ernanton obeyed, but no one watched them. When they arrived at the Pont Neuf, which then merited the name, as it was scarcely 7 years since Ducerceau had built it, the duchess gave her hand to Ernanton, saying, "Now go, monsieur." "May I dare to ask when I shall see you again, madame?" "That depends on the length of time which you take in executing my commission, and your haste will be a proof to me of your desire to see me again."
"Oh, madame, I shall not be idle."
"Well, then, go, Ernanton." "It is strange," thought the young man as he retraced his steps. "I cannot doubt that she likes me, and yet she does not seem the least anxious as to whether or not I get killed by that brute of a St. Malin. But, poor woman, she was in great trouble, and the fear of being compromised is, particularly with princesses, the strongest of all sentiments." Ernanton, however, could not forget the insult he had received, and he returned straight to the hotel. He was naturally decided to infringe all orders and oaths, and to finish with St. Malin. He felt in the humor to fight 10 men if necessary. This resolution sparkled in his eyes when he reached the door of the brave chevalier. Madame Fournichon, who expected his return with anxiety, was standing trembling in the doorway. At the sight of Ernanton she wiped her eyes as if she had been crying, and throwing her arms round the young man's neck, begged for his pardon, in spite of her husband's representations that, as she had done no wrong, she had nothing to be pardoned for. Ernanton assured her that he did not blame her at all, that it was only her wine that was in fault. While this passed at the door, all the rest were at table, where they were warmly discussing the previous quarrel. Many frankly blamed St. Merlin, others abstained, seeing the frowning brow of their comrade. They did not attack with any less enthusiasm the supper of Monsieur Fournichon, but they discussed as they ate. "As for me," said Hector de Bizan, "I know that Monsieur de St. Merlin was wrong, and that had I been Ernanton de Carmainges, Monsieur de St. Merlin would be at this moment stretched on the ground instead of sitting here." St. Merlin looked at him furiously. "Oh, I mean what I say," continued he, "and stay, there is someone at the door who appears to agree with me." All turned at this, and saw Ernanton standing in the doorway, looking very pale. He descended from the step as the statue of the commander from his pedestal, and walked straight up to St. Merlin firmly but quietly. At this sight, several voices cried, "Come here, Ernanton, come this side. Carmainges, there is room here." "Thank you," replied the young man, "but it is near Monsieur de St. Merlin that I wish to sit." St. Merlin rose, and all eyes were fixed on him, but as he rose his face changed its expression. "I will make room for you, monsieur," said he gently, "and in doing so address to you my frank and sincere apologies for my stupid aggression just now. I was drunk. Forgive me." This declaration did not satisfy Ernanton, but the cries of joy that proceeded from all the rest decided him to stay no more, although a glance at St. Merlin showed him that he was not to be trusted. St. Merlin's glass was full, and he filled Ernanton's. "Peace! Peace!" cried all the voices. Carmainges profited by the noise, and leaning towards St. Merlin with a smile on his lips, so that no one might suspect the sense of what he was saying, whispered, "Monsieur de St. Merlin, this is the second time that you have insulted me without giving me satisfaction. Take care, for at the third offense I will kill you like a dog." And the two mortal enemies touched glasses as though they had been the best friends. End of chapter 58. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 59 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 59. What was passing in the mysterious house? While the hotel of the brave chevalier, the abode, apparently, of the most perfect concord, with closed doors and open cellars, showed through the openings of the shutters the light of its candles and the mirth of its guests, an unaccustomed movement took place in that mysterious house of which our readers have as yet only seen the outside. The servant was going from one room to another, carrying packages which he placed in a trunk. These preparations over, he loaded a pistol, examined his poniard, then suspended it by the aid of a ring to the chain which served him for a belt, to which he attached, besides, a bunch of keys and a book of prayers bound in black leather. While he was thus occupied, a step, light as that of a shadow, came up the staircase, and a woman, pale and phantom-like under the folds of her white veil, appeared at the door, and a voice, sad and sweet as the song of a bird in the wood, said, "Remy, are you ready?" "Yes, madame, I only wait for your box." "Do you think these boxes will go easily on our horses?" "Oh, yes, madame, but if you have any fear, I can leave mine. I have all I want there." "No, no, Remy, take all that you want for the journey. Oh, Remy, I long to be with my father. I have sad presentiments, and it seems an age since I saw him." "And yet, madame, it is but 3 months, not a longer interval than usual." "Remy, you are such a good doctor, and you yourself told me, the last time we quitted him, that he had not long to live." "Yes, doubtless, but it was only a dread, not a prediction. Sometimes death seems to forget old men, and they live on as though by the habit of living, and often, besides, an old man is like a child, ill today and well tomorrow." "Alas, Remy, like the child also, he is often well today and dead tomorrow." Remy did not reply, for he had nothing really reassuring to say, and silence succeeded for some minutes.
"At what hour have you ordered the horses?" said the lady at last.
"At 2 o'clock."
"And one has just struck."
"Yes, madame."
"No one is watching outside?"
"No one."
"Not even that unhappy young man?"
"Not even he," and Remy sighed.
"You say that in a strange manner, Remy."
"Because he has also made a resolution."
"What is it?"
"To see us no more; at least, not to try to see us any more."
"And where is he going?"
"Where we all are going, to rest."
"God give it him eternally," said the lady in a cold voice. "And yet—"
"Yet what, madame?"
"He had nothing to do here?"
"He had to love if he had been loved."
"A man of his name, rank, and age should think of his future."
"You, madame, are of an age, rank, and name little inferior to his, and you do not look forward to a future."
"Yes, Remy, I do," cried she, with a sudden flashing of the eyes. "But listen, is that not the trot of a horse that I hear?"
"Yes, I think so."
"Can it be ours?"
"It is possible, but it is an hour too soon."
"It stops at the door, Remy."
Remy ran down and arrived just as 3 hurried blows were struck on the door. "Who is there?" said he.
"I,"
replied a trembling voice. "I, Grandchamp, the Baron's valet." "Ah, mon Dieu! Grandchamp, you at Paris? Speak low. Whence do you come?" "From Meridor. Alas, dear Monsieur Remy!"
"Well,"
cried the lady from the top of the stairs.
"are they our horses, Remy?"
"No, madame, it is not them." "What is it, Grandchamp?" "You do not guess?" "Alas, I do. What will she do, poor lady?"
"Remy,"
cried she again.
"you are talking to someone."
"Yes, madame."
"I thought I knew the voice."
"Indeed, madame." She now descended, saying,
"Who is there, Grandchamp?"
"Yes, madame, it is I," replied the old man sadly, uncovering his white head.
"Grandchamp, you! Oh, mon Dieu! My presentiments were right. My father is dead?"
"Indeed, madame, Meridor has no longer a master." Pale, but motionless and firmly, the lady listened. Remy went to her and took her hand softly.
"How did he die? Tell me, my friend,"
said she. "Madame, Monsieur le Baron, who could no longer leave his armchair, was struck a week ago by an attack of apoplexy. He muttered your name for the last time, then ceased to speak, and soon was no more." Diana went up again without another word. Her room was on the first story, and looked only into a courtyard. The furniture was somber but rich. The hangings, in Arras tapestry, represented the death of our Saviour. A prie-dieu and stool in carved oak, a bed with twisted columns, and tapestries like the walls, were the sole ornaments of the room. Not a flower, no gilding, but in a frame of black was contained a portrait of a man, before which the lady now knelt down with dry eyes but a sad heart. She fixed on this picture a long look of indescribable love. It represented a young man about 28, lying half naked on a bed. From his wounded breast the blood still flowed. His right hand hung mutilated, and yet it still held a broken sword. His eyes were closed as though he were about to die. Paleness and suffering gave to his face that divine character which the faces of mortals assume only at the moment of quitting life for eternity. Under the portrait, in letters red as blood, were written, "Aut Caesar aut nihil." The lady extended her arms, and spoke as though it could hear her.
"I had begged thee to wait, although thy soul must have thirsted for vengeance, and as the dead see all, thou hast seen, my love, that I lived only not to kill my father, else I would have died after you. And then, you know, on your bleeding corpse I uttered a vow to give death for death, blood for blood. But I would not do it while the old man called me his innocent child. Thou hast waited, beloved, and now I am free. The last tie which bound me to earth is broken. I am all yours, and now I am free to come to you."
She rose on one knee, kissed the hand, and then went on.
"I can weep no more.
My tears have dried up in weeping over your tomb. In a few months I shall rejoin you, and you will then reply to me, dear shade, to whom I have spoken so often without reply." Diana then rose and seated herself in her chair, muttered, "Poor father," and then fell into a profound reverie. At last she called Remy. The faithful servant soon appeared. "Here I am, madame." "My worthy friend, my brother, you, the last person who knows me on this earth, say adieu to me."
"Why so, madame?"
"Because the time has come for us to separate."
"Separate?" cried the young man. "What do you mean, madame?"
"Yes, Remy, my project of vengeance seemed to me noble and pure while there remained an obstacle between me and it, and I only contemplated it from afar off. But now that I approach the execution of it, now that the obstacle has disappeared, I do not draw back, but I do not wish to drag with me into a crime a generous and pure soul like yours. Therefore you must quit me, my friend." Remy listened to the words of Diana with a somber look.
"Madame," replied he, "do you think you are speaking to a trembling old man? Madame, I am but 26, and snatched as I was from the tomb, if I still live, it is for the accomplishment of some terrible action, to play an active part in the work of Providence. Never, then, separate your thoughts from mine, since we both have the same thoughts, sinister as they may be. Where you go, I will go. What you do, I will aid in. Or, if in spite of my prayers, you persist in dismissing me—"
"Oh," murmured she, "dismiss you? What a word, Remy!"
"If you persist in that resolution," continued the young man, "I know what I have to do, and all for me will end with 2 blows from a poniard, one in the heart of him whom you know, and the other in your own."
"Remy, Remy!" cried Diana, "do not say that. The life of him you threaten does not belong to you. It is mine. I have paid for it dearly enough. I swear to you, Remy, that on the day on which I knelt beside the dead body of him," and she pointed to the portrait, "on that day I approached my lips to that open wound, and the trembling lips seemed to say to me, 'Avenge me, Diana, avenge me.'"
"Madame—"
"Therefore, I repeat, vengeance is for me, and not for you. Besides, for whom and through whom did he die? By me and through me."
"I must obey you, madame, for I also was left for dead. Who carried me away from the middle of the corpses with which that room was filled? You. Who cured me of my wounds? You. Who concealed me? You always. Order, then, and I will obey, provided that you do not order me to leave you."
"So be it, Remy. You are right. Nothing ought to separate us more."
Remy pointed to the portrait. "Now, madame," said he was killed by treason. It is by treason that he must be revenged. Ah, you do not know one thing. The hand of God is with us, for tonight I have found the secret of the aqua tofana, that poison of the Medicis and of René the Florentine."
"Really?"
"Come and see, madame."
"But where is Grandchamp?"
"The poor old man has come 60 leagues on horseback. He is tired out and has fallen asleep on my bed."
"Come, then," said Diana, and she followed Remy. End of chapter 59. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 60 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 60. The Laboratory. Remy led the lady into a neighboring room, and pushing a spring which was hidden under a board in the floor, and which, opening, disclosed a straight, dark staircase, gave his hand to Diana to help her to descend. 20 steps of this staircase, or rather ladder, led into a dark and circular cave, whose only furniture was a stove with an immense hearth, a square table, 2 rush chairs, and a quantity of vials and iron boxes. In the stove a dying fire still gleamed, while a thick black smoke escaped through a pipe fastened onto the wall. From a still placed on the hearth, a few drops of a liquid, yellow as gold, was dropping into a thick white phial. Diana looked round her without astonishment or terror. The ordinary feelings of life seemed to be unknown to her, who lived only in the tomb. Remy lighted a lamp, and then approached a well hollowed out in the cave, attached a bucket to a long cord, let it down into the well, and then drew it up full of a water as cold as ice and as clear as crystal. "Approach, madame," said he. Diana drew near. In the bucket he let fall a single drop of the liquid contained in the phial, and the entire mass of the water became instantaneously yellow. Then the color evaporated, and the water in 10 minutes became as clear as before. Remy looked at her. "Well?" said she. "Well, madame," said he. "Now dip in that water, which has neither smell nor color, a glove or a handkerchief. Soak it in scented soap. Pour some of it into the basin where you are about to wash your hands or face, and you will see, as was seen at the court of Charles IX, the flower killed by its perfume, the glove poisoned by its contact, the soap killed by its introduction into the pores of the skin. Pour a single drop of this pure oil on the wick of a lamp or candle, and for an hour the candle or lamp will exhale death, and burn at the same time like any other." "Are you sure of what you say, Remy?" "All this I have tried. See these birds who can now neither drink nor eat, they have drunk of water like this. See this goat, who has browsed on grass watered with the same water. He moves and totters. Vainly now, should we restore him to life and liberty, his life is forfeited, unless indeed nature should reveal to his instinct some of those antidotes to poison which animals know, although men do not." "Can I see this vial, Remy?" "Yes, madame, presently." Remy then separated it from the still with infinite care, then corked it with soft wax, tied the top up in cloth, and then presented it to Diana. She took it, held it up to the light, and after looking at it, said, "It will do. When the time arrives, we will choose gloves, lamp, soap, or flowers as convenient. Will the liquor keep in metal?" "It eats it away." "But then perhaps the bottle will break." "I think not. See the thickness of the crystal. Besides, we can shut it up in a covering of gold." "Listen, Remy, I hear horses. I think ours has arrived." "Probably, madame. It is about the time. But I will go and send them away." "Why so?" "Are they not useless?" "Instead of going to Meridor, we will go into Flanders. Keep the horses." "Ah, I understand." And Remy's eyes gave forth a flash of sinister joy. "But Grandchamp, what can we do with him?" said he. "He has need of repose. He shall remain here and sell this house, which we require no longer, but restore to liberty that unhappy animal whom you were forced to torture. As you say, God may care for its recovery." "This furnace and these stills?" "Leave them here." "But these powders, essences, and acids?" "Throw them in the fire, Remy." "Go away, then, or put on this glass mask." Then, taking similar precautions for himself, he blew up the fire again, poured in the powder, which went off in brilliant sparks, some green and some yellow, and the essences, which instead of being consumed mounted like serpents of fire into the pipe, with a noise like distant thunder. "Now," said Remy, "if anyone now discovers this cave, he will only think that an alchemist had been here, and though they still burn sorcerers, they respect alchemists." "And besides," said the lady, "if they do burn us, provided I have only finished my task, I should not mind that sort of death more than any other." At this moment they heard knocking. "Here are our horses, madame," said Remy. "Go up quickly, and I will close the trap door." Diana obeyed, and found Grandchamp, whom the noise had awakened, at the door. The old man was not a little surprised to hear of his mistress's intended departure, who informed him of it without telling him where she was going. "Grandchamp, my friend," said she, "Remy and I are going to accomplish a pilgrimage on which we have long determined. Speak of this journey to none, and do not mention my name to any one."
"Oh, I promise you, madame," replied the old servant. "But we shall see you again."
"Doubtless, Grandchamp, if not in this world, in the next. But, apropos, Grandchamp, this house is now useless to us."
Diana drew from a drawer a bundle of papers.
"Here are the title deeds. Let or sell this house, but if in the course of a month you do not find a purchaser, abandon it and return to Meridor."
"But if I find someone, how much am I to ask?"
"What you please, Grandchamp."
"Shall I take the money to Meridor?"
Keep it for yourself, my good Grandchamp."
"What, madame? Such a sum?"
"Yes, I owe it to you for your services, and I have my father's debts to pay as well as my own. Now, adieu."
Then Diana went upstairs, cut the picture from the frame, rolled it up, and placed it in her trunk. When Remy had tied the two trunks with leather thongs, and had glanced into the street to see that there were no lookers on, he aided his mistress to mount. "I believe, madame," said he, "that this is the last house in which we shall live so long."
"The last but one, Remy."
"And what will be the other?"
"The tomb, Remy."
End of chapter 60. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 61 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 61. What Monseigneur Francois, Duc d'Anjou, Duc de Brabant, and Comte de Flanders was doing in Flanders. Our readers must now permit us to leave the king at the Louvre, Henri of Navarre at Cahors, Chicot on the road, and Diana in the street, to go to Flanders to find Monsieur le Duc d'Anjou, recently named Duc de Brabant, and to whose aid we have sent the great admiral of France, Anne, Duc de Joyeuse. At 80 leagues from Paris, toward the north, the sound of French voices was heard, and the French banner floated over a French camp on the banks of the Scheldt. It was night. The fires, disposed in an immense circle, bordered the stream, and were reflected in its deep waters. From the top of the ramparts of the town, the sentinels saw shining, by the bivouac fires, the muskets of the French army. This army was that of the Duc d'Anjou. What he had come to do there, we must tell our readers, and although it may not be very amusing, yet we hope they will pardon it in consideration of the warning. So many people are dull without announcing it. Those of our readers who have read Chicot already know the Duc d'Anjou, that jealous, egotistical, ambitious prince, and who, born so near to the throne, had never been able to wait with resignation until death offered him a free passage to it. Thus, he had desired the throne of Navarre under Charles IX, then that of Charles IX himself, then that of his brothers Henri III, and for a time he had turned his eye toward England, then governed by a woman, and to possess this throne he was ready to have married this woman, although she was Elizabeth, and was 20 years older than himself. In this plan destiny was beginning to smile on him, and he saw himself in the favor of a great queen, until then inaccessible to all human affections. Besides this, a crown was offered to him in Flanders. He had seen his brother Henry embarrassed in his quarrel with the Guises, but had soon discovered that they had no other aim than that of substituting themselves for the Valois. He had then separated himself from them, although not without danger. Besides, Henri III had at last opened his eyes, and the duke, exiled, or something like it, had retired to Amboise. It was then that the Flemings opened their arms to him. Tired of Spanish rule, decimated by the Duc d'Alva, deceived by the false peace of John of Austria, who had profited by it to retake Nemours and Charlemont, the Flemings had called in William of Nassau, Prince of Orange, and had made him Governor-General of Brabant. A few words about this man who held so great a place in history, but who will only be named here. William of Nassau was then about 50. He was the son of William called the Old, and of Julian de Stolberg, cousin of that René of Nassau killed at the siege of Dizier. He had from his youth been brought up in principles of reform, and had a full consciousness of the greatness of his mission. This mission, which he believed he had received from heaven, and for which he died like a martyr, was to found the Republic of Holland, in which he was successful. When very young, he had been called by Charles V to his court. Charles was a good judge of men, and often the old emperor, who supported the heaviest burden ever borne by an imperial hand, consulted the child on the most delicate matters connected with the politics of Holland. The young man was scarcely 24 when Charles confided to him, in the absence of the famous Philibert Emmanuel of Savoy, the command of the army in Flanders. William showed himself worthy of this high confidence. He held in check the Duc de Nevers and Coligny, two of the greatest captains of the time, and under their eyes fortified Philippeville and Charlemont. On the day when Charles V abdicated, it was on William of Nassau that he leaned to descend the steps of the throne, and he it was who was charged to carry to Ferdinand the imperial throne which Charles had resigned. Then came Philippe II, and in spite of his father's recommendations to him to regard William as a brother, the latter soon found a great difference. This strengthened in his mind the great idea of freeing Holland and Flanders,
which he might never have endeavored to carry into effect if the old emperor, his friend, had remained on the throne. Holland, by his advice, demanded the dismissal of the foreign troops, and then began the bloody struggle of the Spaniards to retain the prey which was escaping from them, and then passed over this unhappy people the viceroyalty of Marguerite of Austria and the bloody consulship of the Duke d'Alva, and then was organized that struggle, at once political and religious, which began with the protest of the Hotel Culemborg, which demanded the abolition of the Inquisition in Holland, and when 400 gentlemen, walking in pairs, carried to the foot of Marguerite's throne the general desire of the people as summed up in that protest. At the sight of these gentlemen, so simply clothed, Barlaimont, one of the councillors of the duchess, uttered the word "Gueux," which, taken up by the Flemish gentlemen, so long designated the Patriot party. From this time William began to play the part which made him one of the greatest political actors of the world. Constantly beaten by the overwhelming power of Philippe II, he constantly rose again, always stronger after his defeats, always organizing a new army to replace the scattered one, and always hailed as a liberator. In the midst of these alternate moral triumphs and physical defeats, William learned at Mons the news of the massacre of St. Bartholomew. It was a terrible wound for Holland, and the Calvinist portion of Flanders lost by it their natural allies, the Huguenots of France. William retreated from Mons to the Rhine and waited for events. Some of the Gueux was driven by a contrary wind into the port of Brie, and seeing no escape and pushed by despair, took the city which was preparing to hang them. This done, they chased away the Spanish garrison and sent for the Prince of Orange. He came, and as he wished to strike a decisive blow, he published an ordinance forbidding the Catholic religion in Holland, as the Protestant faith was forbidden in France. At this manifesto war recommenced. The Duke d'Alva sent his own son Frederic against the revolters, who took them from Zutphen, Naarden, and Haarlem. But this check, far from discouraging them, seemed to give them new strength. All took up arms, from the Zuiderzee to the Scheldt. Spain began to tremble, recalled the Duke d'Alva, and sent as his successor Louis de Requesens, one of the conquerors at Lepanto. Then began for William a new series of misfortunes. Ludovic and Henri of Nassau, who were bringing him aid, were surprised by one of the officers of Don Louis near Nimègue, defeated and killed. The Spaniards penetrated into Holland, besieged Leyden, and pillaged Antwerp. All seemed desperate, when heaven came once more to the aid of the infant republic. Requesens died at Brussels. Then all the provinces, united by a common interest, drew up and signed on the 8th November 1576, that is to say, 4 days after the sack of Antwerp, the treaty known under the name of the Treaty of Ghent, by which they engaged to aid each other in delivering their country from the yoke of the Spaniards and other foreigners. Don John reappeared, and with him the woes of Holland, for in less than 2 months Namur and Charlemont were taken. The Flemings replied, however, to these 2 checks by naming the Prince of Orange Governor-General of Brabant. Don John died in his turn, and Alexander Farnese succeeded him. He was a clever prince, charming in his manners, which were at once gentle and firm, a skillful politician, and a good general. Flanders trembled at hearing that soft Italian voice call her friend, instead of treating her as a rebel. William knew that Farnese would do more for Spain with his promises than the Duke d'Alva with his punishments. On the 29th January 1579 he made the provinces sign the Treaty of Utrecht, which was the fundamental base of the rights of Holland. It was then that, fearing he should never be able to accomplish alone the freedom for which he had been fighting for 15 years, he offered to the Duc d'Anjou the sovereignty of the country, on condition that he should respect their privileges and their liberty of conscience. This was a terrible blow to Philippe II, and he replied to it by putting a price of 25,000 crowns on the head of William. The States General, assembled at The Hague, then declared Philippe deposed of the sovereignty of Holland, and ordered that henceforth the oath of fidelity should be taken to them. The Duc d'Anjou now entered Belgium, and was well received. Philippe's promise, however, bore its fruits, for in the midst of a fete a pistol shot was heard. William fell and was believed dead, but he recovered. The shot had been fired by Jean Jaureguy. The Flemings then, on William's advice, elected Francois, Duke of Brabant, sovereign prince of Flanders. Elizabeth of England saw in this a method of reuniting the Calvinists of Flanders and France to those of England. Perhaps she dreamed of a triple crown. William, however, took care to hold the Duc d'Anjou in check, and to counteract the execution of any design which would have given him too much power in Flanders. Philippe II called the Duc de Guise to his aid on the strength of a treaty which had been entered into by him with Don John of Austria. Henri of Guise consented, and it was then that Lorraine and Spain sent Salcede to the Duc d'Anjou to assassinate him. which would have suited the views of both, but Salcede, as we know, was arrested and executed without having carried his project into execution. Francois advanced but slowly, however, in Flanders, for the people were more than half afraid of him. He grew impatient and determined to lay siege to Antwerp, which had invited his aid against Farnese, but when he wished to enter had turned its guns against him. This was the position of the Duc d'Anjou at the time when our story rejoins him, on the day after the arrival of Joyeuse and his fleet. End of chapter 61. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 62 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 62. Preparations for Battle. The camp of the new Duke of Provence was situated on the banks of the Scheldt, and the army, although well disciplined, was agitated by a spirit easy to understand. Indeed, many Calvinists assisted the Duke, not from sympathy for him, but in order to be as disagreeable as possible to Spain and to the Catholics of France and England. They fought rather from self-love than from conviction or devotion, and it was certain that, the campaign once over, they would abandon their leader or impose conditions on him. With regard to these conditions, the Duke always gave them to understand that when the time came he should be ready, and was constantly saying, "Henri of Navarre made himself a Catholic, why should I not become a Huguenot?" On the opposite side, on the contrary, there existed a perfect unity of feeling. Antwerp had intended to give entrance to him, at her own time, and on her own conditions. All at once they saw a fleet appear at the mouth of the Scheldt, and they learned that this fleet was brought by the High Admiral of France, to aid the Duc d'Anjou, whom they now began to look upon as their enemy. The Calvinists of the Duke were little better pleased than the Flemings at the sight. They were very brave, but very jealous, and they did not wish others to come and clip their laurels, particularly swords, which had slain so many Huguenots on the day of the St. Bartholomew. From this proceeded many quarrels, which began on the very evening of their arrival and continued all the next day. From their ramparts the Antwerpians had every day the spectacle of a dozen duels between Catholics and Protestants, and they threw into the river as many dead as a combat might have cost the French. If the siege of Antwerp, like that of Troy, had lasted 9 years, the besieged need have done nothing but look at the assailants, who would certainly have destroyed themselves. Francois acted the part of mediator, but not without great difficulty. He had made promises to the Huguenots, and could not offend them without offending at the same time all Flanders. On the other hand, to offend the Catholics sent by the king to aid him would be most impolitic. The arrival of this reinforcement, on which the Duke himself had not reckoned, filled the Spaniards and the Guises with rage. However, all these different opinions interfered sadly with the discipline of the Duke's army. Joyeuse, who we know had never liked the mission, was annoyed to find among these men such antagonistic opinions, and felt instinctively that the time for success was past, and both as an idle courtier and as a captain grumbled at having come so far only to meet with defeat. He declared loudly that the Duc d'Anjou had been wrong in laying siege to Antwerp, and argued that to possess a great city with its own consent was a real advantage, but that to take by assault the second capital of his future states was to expose himself to the dislike of the Flemings. And Joyeuse knew the Flemings too well not to feel sure that if the Duke did take Antwerp, sooner or later they would revenge themselves with usury. This opinion Joyeuse did not hesitate to declare in the Duke's tent. While the council was held among his captains, the Duke was lying on a couch and listening, not to the advice of the admiral, but to the whispers of Aurilly. This man, by his cowardly compliances, his base flatteries, and his continual assiduities, had secured the favor of the prince. With his lute, his love messages, and his exact information about all the persons and all the intrigues of the court, with his skillful maneuvers for drawing into the prince's net whatever prey he might wish for, he had made a large fortune, while he remained to all appearance the poor lute-player. His influence was immense because it was secret. Joyeuse, seeing the Duke talking to Aurilly, stopped short. The Duke, who had after all been paying more attention than he seemed to do, asked him what was the matter. "Nothing, monseigneur. I am only waiting until your highness is at liberty to listen to me." "Oh, but I do listen. Monsieur de Joyeuse, do you think I cannot listen to two people at once, when Caesar dictated 7 letters at a time?" "Monseigneur," said Joyeuse, with a glance at the musician, "I am no singer to need an accompaniment when I speak." "Very good, Duke. Be quiet, Aurilly. Then you disapprove of a coup de main on Antwerp?" "Yes, monseigneur." "I adopted this plan in council, however." "Therefore, monseigneur, I speak with much hesitation, after so many distinguished captains. And Joyeuse, courtier-like, bowed to all. Many voices were instantly raised to agree with the admiral.
"Comte de Saint Aignan," said the prince to one of his bravest colonels, "you are not of the opinion of Monsieur de Joyeuse?"
"Yes, monseigneur, I am."
"Oh, I thought as you made a grimace."
Everyone laughed but Joyeuse, who said, "If Monsieur de Saint Aignan generally gives his advice in that manner, it is not very polite, that is all." "Monsieur de Joyeuse," replied Saint Aignan, "His Highness is wrong to reproach me with an infirmity contracted in his service. At the taking of Cateau Cambresis I received a blow on the head, and since that time my face is subject to nervous contractions, which occasion those grimaces of which His Highness complains. This is not an excuse that I give you, Monsieur de Joyeuse, it is an explanation," said the count, proudly. "No, monsieur," said Joyeuse, "it is a reproach that you make, and you are right." The blood mounted to the face of Duke Francois.
"And to whom is this reproach addressed?"
said he. "To me, probably, monseigneur."
"Why should Saint Aignan reproach you, whom he does not know?"
"Because I believed for a moment that Monsieur de Saint Aignan cared so little for your Highness as to counsel you to assault Antwerp."
"But," cried the prince, "I must settle my position in the contrary. I am Duke of Brabant and Count of Flanders in name, and I must be so in reality. This William, who is gone I know not where, spoke to me of a kingdom. Where is this kingdom? In Antwerp. Where is he? Probably in Antwerp also. Therefore we must take Antwerp, and we shall know how we stand."
"Oh, monseigneur, you know it now, or you are in truth a worse politician than I thought you. Who counseled you to take Antwerp? The Prince of Orange? Who disappeared at the moment of taking the field? The Prince of Orange, who, while he made your Highness Duke of Brabant, reserved for himself the lieutenant generalship of the duchy? The Prince of Orange, whose interest it is to ruin the Spaniards by you, and you by the Spaniards? The Prince of Orange, who will replace you, who will succeed, if he does not do so already, the Prince of Orange. Oh, monseigneur, in following his counsels you have but annoyed the Flemings. Let a reverse come, and all those who do not dare to look you now in the face will run after you like those timid dogs who run after those who fly."
"What? You imagine that I can be beaten by wool merchants and beer drinkers?"
"These wool merchants and these beer drinkers have given plenty to do to Philippe de Valois, the Emperor Charles V, and Philippe II, who were three princes placed sufficiently high, monseigneur, for the comparison not to be disagreeable to you."
"Then you fear a repulse?"
"Yes, monseigneur, I do."
"You will not be there, Monsieur de Joyeuse?"
"Why not?"
"Because you can hardly have such doubts of your own bravery as already to see yourself flying before the Flemings. In any case, reassure yourself. These prudent merchants have the habit, when they march to battle, of cumbering themselves with such heavy armor that they would never catch you if you did run."
"Monseigneur, I do not doubt my own courage. I shall be in the front, but I shall be beaten there as the others who are behind will be."
"But your reasoning is not logical, Monsieur de Joyeuse. You approve of my taking the lesser places."
"I approve of your taking those that do not defend themselves."
"And then I am to draw back from the great city because she talks of defending herself?"
"Better than to march on to destruction."
"Well, I will not retreat."
"Your Highness must do as you like, and we are here to obey."
"Prove to me that I am wrong."
"Monseigneur, see the army of the Prince of Orange. It was yours, was it not? Well, instead of sitting down before Antwerp with you, it is in Antwerp, which is very different. William, you say, was your friend and counselor, and now you not only do not know where he is, but you believe him to be changed into an enemy. See the Flemings. When you arrived, they were pleased to see you. Now they shut their gates at your sight and prepare their cannon at your approach, not less than if you were the Duc d'Alva. Well, I tell you, Flemings and Dutch, Antwerp and Orange, only wait for an opportunity to unite against you, and that opportunity will be when you order your artillery to fire."
"Well, we will fight at once Flemings and Dutch, Antwerp and Orange."
"No, monseigneur, we have but just enough men to attack Antwerp. Supposing we have only the inhabitants to deal with, and while we are engaged in the assault, William will fall on us with his eternal 8 or 10,000 men, always destroyed and always reappearing, by the aid of which he has kept in check during 10 or 12 years the Duc d'Alva, Requesens, and the Duc de Parma."
"Then you insist in thinking that we shall be beaten?"
"I do."
"Well, it is easy for you to avoid it, Monsieur de Joyeuse," said the prince angrily. "My brother sent you here to aid me, but I may dismiss you, saying that I do not need aid."
"Your highness may say so, but I would not retire on the eve of a battle."
"Well, my dear admiral," said the duke, trying to conciliate, "I may have been too jealous of the honor of my name, and wished too much to prove the superiority of the French army, and I may have been wrong, but the evil is done. We are before armed men, before men who now refuse what they themselves offered. Am I to yield to them? Tomorrow they would begin to retake bit by bit what I have already conquered. No, the sword is drawn. Let us strike, or they will strike first. That is my opinion."
"When your highness speaks thus," said Joyeuse, "I will say no more. I am here to obey you, and will do so with all my heart, whether you lead me to death or victory. And yet—but I will say no more."
"Speak."
"No, I have said enough."
"No, I wish to hear."
"In private, then, if it please your highness." All rose and retired to the other end of the spacious tent.
"Speak," said Francois.
"Monseigneur may care little for a check from Spain, a check which will render triumphant those drinkers of Flemish beer, or this double-faced Prince of Orange. But will you bear so patiently the laughter of Monsieur de Guise?"
Francois frowned. "What has Monsieur de Guise to do with it?"
said he. "Monsieur de Guise tried to have you assassinated, monseigneur. Salcede confessed it at the torture, and, if I mistake not, he plays a great part in all this, and he will be delighted to see you receive a check before Antwerp, or even perhaps to obtain for nothing that death of a son of France for which he had promised to pay so dearly to Salcede. Read the history of Flanders, monseigneur, and you will see that the Flemings are in the habit of enriching their soil with the blood of princes and of the best French warriors."
The duke shook his head. "Well, Joyeuse," said he, "I will give, if it must be, the cursed joy to the Lorraines of seeing me dead, but not that of seeing me flying. I thirst for glory, Joyeuse, for alone of all my name, I have still my battles to win."
"You forget Cateau Cambresis, monseigneur."
"Compare that with Jarnac and Montcontour, Joyeuse."
Then turning to the others, who were standing far off, he said,
"Gentlemen, the assault is still resolved on. The rain has ceased, the ground is good. We will make the attack this night."
Joyeuse bowed. "Will your highness give full directions? We wait for them," said he.
"You have 8 vessels, without counting the admiral's ship, have you not, Monsieur de Joyeuse?"
"Yes, monseigneur."
"You will force the line. The thing will be easy. The Antwerpians have only merchant vessels in the port. Then you will bring them to bear upon the fort. Then, if the quay is defended, you will attempt a landing with your 1,500 men. Of the rest of the army I will make 2 columns, one commanded by Monsieur de Saint Aignan, the other by myself. Both will attempt an escalade by surprise at the moment when the first cannon shot is fired. The cavalry will remain in position, in case of a repulse, to protect the retreating columns. Of these 3 attacks one must surely succeed. The first column which gains the ramparts will fire a rocket to let the others know."
"But one must think of everything, monseigneur," said Joyeuse, "and supposing all 3 attacks should fail?"
"Then we must gain the vessels under the protection of our batteries."
All bowed.
"Now, gentlemen, silence," said the duke. "Wake the sleeping troops and embark, but let not a shot reveal our design. You will be in the port, admiral, before the Antwerpians suspect your intention. We shall go along the left bank, and shall arrive at the same time as yourself. Go, gentlemen, and good courage. Our former good luck will not fail to follow us over the Scheldt."
The captains quitted the prince's tent and gave their orders with the indicated precautions. End of chapter 62. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 63 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 63. Monseigneur. However, the Antwerpians did not quietly see the hostile preparations of the Duc d'Anjou and Joyeuse was not wrong in attributing to them all the enmity possible. Antwerp was like a beehive at night, calm on the exterior, but within full of movement and murmur. The Flemings in arms patrolled the streets, barricaded their houses, and fraternized with the battalions of the Prince of Orange, of whom part were already in garrison there, while the other part entered the city in fractions. When all was ready for a vigorous defense, the Prince of Orange, on a dark and moonless night, entered the city quietly and went to the Hotel de Ville, where his confidants had everything ready for his reception. There he received all the deputies of the bourgeoisie, passed in review the officers of the paid troops, and communicated his plans to them, the chief of which was to profit by this movement of the Duc d'Anjou to break with him. The Duke had done just what William wished to bring him to do, and he saw with pleasure this new competitor for the sovereignty ruin himself, like so many others. William would have taken the offensive, but the governor objected, and determined to wait for the arrival of Monseigneur. 9 o'clock in the evening sounded, and the uncertainty became real anxiety, some scouts having protested that they had seen a movement in the French camp. A little flat boat had been sent on the Scheldt to reconnoitre, for the Antwerpians were less unquiet as to what would occur by land than by sea, but the bark had not returned. William became more and more impatient when the door of the hall opened and a valet appeared and announced, "Monseigneur." As he spoke, a man, tall and imperious-looking, wearing with supreme grace the cloak which entirely enveloped him, entered the hall and saluted courteously those who were there. But at first glance his eye, proud and piercing, sought out the prince in the midst of his officers. He went straight up to him and offered him his hand, which the prince pressed with affection and almost with respect. They called each other Monseigneur. After this the unknown took off his cloak. He was dressed in a buff doublet and had high leather boots. He was armed with a long sword, which seemed to make part of himself, so easily it hung, and with a little dagger, which was passed through his belt. His boots were covered with mud and dust, and his spurs were red with the blood of his horse. He took his place at the table. "Well, where were we?" he asked. "Monseigneur," replied William, "you must have seen, in coming here, that the streets were barricaded." "I saw that." "And the houses loopholed?" "I did not see that, but it is a good plan." "And the sentries doubled." "Does not Monseigneur approve of these preparations for defense?" said a voice in a tone of anxious disappointment. "Yes, but, however, I do not believe that in our circumstances it will be useful. It fatigues the soldier and disquiets the bourgeois. You have a plan of attack and defense, I suppose." "We waited to communicate them to Monseigneur," said the burgomaster. "Speak, then." "Monseigneur arrived rather late, and I was obliged to act meanwhile," said William. "And you did right, Monseigneur. Besides, whatever you do well. But I have not lost my time on the road either." "We know by our spies," said the burgomaster, "that a movement is preparing in the French camp. They are making ready for an attack, but as we do not know on which side it will come, we have disposed the guns so that they may be equally distributed over the whole rampart." "That is wise," replied the unknown with a slight smile to William, who held his tongue and let the bourgeois speak of war. "We have done the same with our civic guards. They are spread over the whole wall, and have orders to run at once to the point of attack. However, it is the opinion of the greater number of our members that it is impossible that the French meditate anything but a feigned attack." "And what purpose would that serve?" "To intimidate us, and induce us to admit them amicably." The stranger looked again at the Prince of Orange, who listened to all this in the most careless manner, which almost amounted to disdain. "However," said another voice, "some fancied they could distinguish preparations for attack in the camp this evening." "Mere suspicions," said the burgomaster. "I examined the camp myself with an excellent spyglass. The men were preparing for sleep, and the duke was dining in his tent." The unknown threw a new glance at the prince, and fancied that this time he gave a slight smile. "Gentlemen," said the unknown, "you are in error. A regular assault is preparing against you, and your plans, however good, are incomplete." "But, Monseigneur—" "Incomplete in this, that you expect an attack and have prepared to meet it." "Certainly." "Well, it is you who will make the attack, not wait for it. If you will trust to me—" "Ah!" cried William, "that is something like speaking." "At this moment," said the stranger, who saw that he might reckon on the prince's support, "the ships of Monsieur de Joyeuse are getting ready." "How do you know that, Monseigneur?" cried many voices together. "I know it," replied he. A murmur of doubt was half uttered, but the stranger caught it.
Do you doubt it?"
asked he, in a tone of a man accustomed to control all fears, prejudices, and self-loves.
"We do not doubt it if your highness says, but if you will permit us to observe—"
"Speak."
"That if it were so, we should have had tidings of it."
"How so?"
"By our spies."
End of chapter 63. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 64 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 64. Monseigneur. At this moment another man entered the hall and came forward respectfully. "Ah, it is you, my friend," said the burgomaster. "Myself, monsieur," replied the man. "Monseigneur," said the burgomaster, "it is the man whom we sent to reconnoitre." At the word Monseigneur, addressed not to the Prince of Orange, the newcomer made a movement of surprise and joy, and advanced quickly to see better who was designated by this title. He was one of those Flemish sailors of whom the type is so recognizable, being marked, a square head, blue eyes, short neck, and broad shoulders. He crushed in his large hands his woolen cap, and as he advanced he left behind him a line of wet, for his clothes were dripping with water.
"Oh, here is a brave man who has swum back,"
said Monseigneur, looking at the man with his accustomed air of authority. "Yes, Monseigneur, yes, and the Scheldt is broad and rapid," said the sailor eagerly.
"Speak, Goes, speak,"
said Monseigneur, knowing how a sailor would prize being thus called by his name. Thus, from that minute, Goes addressed himself to the unknown exclusively, although, having been sent by another, it was to him that he should have given an account of his mission. "Monseigneur," said he, "I set out in my smallest bark and passed, by giving the word, through all our ships, and reached those cursed French. Ah, pardon, monseigneur." The stranger smiled and said, "Never mind, I am but half French, so should be but half cursed." "Then monseigneur pardons me." He nodded, and Goes went on. "While I rowed in the dark with my oars wrapped in cloth, I heard a voice crying, 'Hola, bark! What do you want?' I thought it was to me that the question was addressed, and was about to reply something or other, when I heard someone cry behind me, 'Admiral's boat!'" Monseigneur looked at the council. "At the same moment," continued Goes, "I felt a shock, my bark was swamped, and I fell into the water, but the waves of the Scheldt knew me for an old acquaintance, and threw me up again. It was the admiral's boat taking Monsieur de Joyeuse on board, and which had passed over me. God only knows how I was not crushed or drowned."
"Thanks, brave Goes, thanks,"
said the Prince of Orange, putting a purse into his hands. However, the sailor seemed to wait for his dismissal from the stranger, who gave him a friendly nod, which he valued more than the prince's present.
"Well,"
said Monseigneur to the burgomaster,
"what do you say of this report? Do you still doubt that the French are preparing, and do you believe that it was to pass the night on board that Monsieur de Joyeuse was leaving the camp for his ship?"
"But you are a diviner, then, monseigneur," cried the bourgeois.
"Not more than Monseigneur the Prince of Orange, who is in all things of my opinion, I am sure. But I, like him, was well informed, and know well those on the other side, so that I should have been much astonished had they not attacked tonight. Then be ready, gentlemen, for if you give them time, the attack will be serious."
"These gentlemen will do me the justice to own," said the prince, "that before your arrival I held exactly the same language to them that you do now." "But," said the burgomaster, "why does monseigneur believe that the attack is about to commence?"
"Here are the probabilities. The infantry is Catholic, it will fight alone, that is, on one side. The cavalry is Calvinist, they will fight alone on the other side. The navy is under Monsieur de Joyeuse from Paris, who will take his share of the combat and the glory. That is 3 sides."
"Then let us form 3 corps," said the burgomaster.
"Make only one, gentlemen, with all your best soldiers, and leave any of whom you may be doubtful in close fight to guard your walls. Then, with this body, make a vigorous sally when Francois least expects it. They mean to attack, let them be forestalled, and attacked themselves. If you wait for their assault, you are lost, for no one equals the French at an attack, as you, gentlemen, have no equals at defending your towns."
The Flemings looked radiant. "What did I say, gentlemen?" said William.
"It is a great honor," said the unknown,
to have been, without knowing it, of the same opinion as the greatest captain of the age. Both bowed courteously. Then, continued the unknown, it is settled. You will make a furious sortie on the infantry and cavalry. I trust that your officers will so conduct it as to defeat your enemies. But their vessels, cried Burgomaster. The wind is northeast, and they will be in our city in 2 hours. You have yourselves 6 old ships and 30 boats at Saint Marie. That is a mile off, is it not? That is your maritime barricade across the Scheldt. Yes, monseigneur, that is so. How do you know all these details? Monseigneur smiled. I know them, as you see. It is there that lies the fate of the battle. Then, said the burgomaster, we must send aid to our brave seamen. On the contrary, you may dispose otherwise of the 400 men who are there. 20 brave, intelligent, and devoted men will suffice. The Antwerpians opened their eyes in surprise. Will you, continued Monseigneur, destroy the French fleet at the expense of your 6 old vessels and 30 boats? Said the Antwerpians, looking at each other. Our ships are not so old. Well, price them, said the stranger, and I will pay you their value. See, said William softly to him, the men against whom I have to contend every day. Were it not for that, I should have conquered long ago. Come, gentlemen, continued the stranger, name your price, but name it quickly. I will pay you in bills on yourselves, which I trust you will find good. Monseigneur, said the burgomaster after a few minutes' deliberation with the others, we are merchants and not soldiers. Therefore you must pardon some hesitation, for our souls are not in our bodies, but in our counting-houses. However, there are circumstances in which, for the general good, we know how to make sacrifices. Dispose then of our ships as you like. Ma foi, monseigneur, said William, you have done wonders. It would have taken me 6 months to obtain what you have done in 10 minutes. This, then, is my plan, gentlemen, said Monseigneur. The French, with the admiral's galley at their head, will try to force a passage. Make your line long enough, and from all your boats let the men throw grappling irons, and then, having made fast the enemy's ships, set fire to all your own boats, having previously filled them with combustible materials, and let your men escape in one reserved for the purpose. Oh, cried William, I see the whole French fleet burning. Yes, the whole. Then no more retreat by sea and none by land, for at the same time you must open the sluices of Malines, Berchem, Lier, Duffel, and Antwerp. Repulsed by you, pursued by your open dikes, enveloped on all sides by these waters unexpectedly and rapidly rising, by this sea, which will have a flow but no ebb, the French will be drowned, overwhelmed, destroyed. The officers uttered a cry of joy. There is but one drawback, said the prince. What is it, monseigneur? That it would take a day to send our orders to the different towns, and we have but an hour. And an hour is enough. But who will instruct the fleet? It is done. By whom? By me. If these gentlemen had refused to give it to me, I should have bought it. But Malines, Lier, Duffel? I passed through Malines and Lier, and sent a shore agent to Duffel. At 11 o'clock the French will be beaten. At 1 they will be in full retreat. At 2 Malines will open its dikes, Lier and Duffel their sluices, and the whole plain will become a furious ocean, which will drown houses, fields, woods, and villages. It is true, but at the same time will destroy the French so utterly that no one will return to France. A silence of admiration and terror followed these words. Then all at once the Flemings burst into applause. William stepped forward and, holding out his hand, said, Then, monseigneur, all is ready on our side? All. And stay, I believe on the side of the French also. And he pointed to an officer who was entering. Gentlemen, cried the officer, we have just heard that the French are marching toward the city. To arms, cried the burgomaster. To arms, cried all. One moment, gentlemen, cried monseigneur. I have to give one direction more important than all the rest. Speak, cried all. The French will be surprised. It will not be a combat, nor even a retreat, but a flight. To pursue them, you must be lightly armed. No cuirasses, morbleu! It is your cuirasses in which you cannot move, which have made you lose all the battles you have lost. No cuirasses, gentlemen. We will meet again in the combat. Meanwhile, go to the place of the Hotel de Ville, where you will find all your men in battle array. Thanks, monseigneur, said William. You have saved Belgium and Holland.
Prince, you overwhelm me."
"Will your highness consent to draw the sword against the French?" asked the prince.
"I will arrange as to fight against the Huguenots," replied the unknown, with a smile which his more somber companion might have envied.
End of chapter 64. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 65 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 65. French and Flemings. At the moment when the members of the council left the Hotel de Ville, the officers went to put themselves at the head of their troops and execute the orders they had received. At the same time, the artillery sounded. This artillery surprised the French in their nocturnal march, by which they had hoped to surprise the town, but instead of stopping their advance, it only hastened it. If they could not take the city by surprise, they might, as we have seen the King of Navarre do at Cahors, fill up the moats with fascines and burst open the gates with petards. The cannon from the ramparts continued to fire, but in the darkness took scarcely any effect, and after having replied to the cries of their adversaries, the French advanced silently toward the ramparts with that fiery intrepidity which they always show in attack. But all at once doors and post-stands opened, and from all sides poured out armed men, if not with the fierce impetuosity of the French, with a firmness which rendered them massive as a rolling wall. It was the Flemings who advanced in close ranks and compact masses, above which the cannon continued to thunder, although with more noise than effect. Then the combat began hand to hand, foot to foot, sword to sword, and the flash of pistols lighted up faces red with blood. But not a cry, not a murmur, not a complaint was heard, and the Flemings and French fought with equal rage. The Flemings were furious at having to fight, for fighting was neither their profession nor their pleasure, and the French were furious at being attacked when they meant to have taken the initiative. While the combat was raging furiously, explosions were heard near Sainte-Marie, and a light rose over the city like a crest of flames. It was Joyeuse attacking and trying to force the barrier across the Scheldt, and who would soon penetrate into the city, at least so the French hoped. But it was not so. Joyeuse had weighed anchor and sailed, and was making rapid progress, favored by the west wind. All was ready for action. The sailors, armed with their boarding cutlasses, were eager for the combat. The gunners stood ready with lighted matches, while some picked men, hatchet in hand, stood ready to jump on the hostile ships and destroy the chains and cords. The 7 ships advanced in silence, disposed in the form of a wedge, of which the admiral's galley formed the point. Joyeuse himself had taken his first lieutenant's place, and was leaning over the bowsprit, trying to pierce the fogs of the river and the darkness of the night. Soon, through this double obscurity, he saw the pier extending itself darkly across the stream. It appeared deserted, but in that land of ambushes there seemed something terrifying in this desertion. However, they continued to advance, and soon were within sight of the barrier. Scarcely 10 cable lengths off, they approached nearer and nearer, and yet not a single qui vive struck on their ears. The sailors only saw in this silence a carelessness which rejoiced them, but their young admiral, more far-seeing, feared some ruse. At last the prow of the admiral's ship touched the 2 ships which formed the center of the barrier, and made the whole line, which was fastened together by chains, tremble. Suddenly, as the bearers of the hatchets received the order to board and cut the chains, a crowd of grappling irons, thrown by invisible hands, seized hold of the French vessels. The Flemings had forestalled the intended movement of the French. Joyeuse believed that his enemies were offering him a mortal combat, and he accepted it with alacrity. He also threw grappling irons, and the 2 lines of ships were firmly bound together. Then, seizing a hatchet, he was the first to jump on the ship, crying, "Board them! Board them!" All his crew followed him, officers and men uttering the same cry, but no cry replied to them. No force opposed their advance. Only they saw 3 boats full of men gliding silently over the water like 3 sea-birds. The assailants rested motionless on the ships which they had conquered without a struggle. All at once Joyeuse heard under his feet a crackling sound, and a smell of sulphur filled the air. A thought crossed his mind, and he ran and opened a hatchway. The vessel was burning. A cry of "To our ships!" sounded through all the line. Each climbed back again more quickly than he had come in, but Joyeuse this time was the last. Just as he reached his galley, the flames burst out over the whole bridge of boats, like 20 volcanoes, of which each ship or boat was the crater. The order was instantly given to cut the ropes and break the chains and grappling irons, and the sailors worked with the rapidity of men who knew that their safety depended on their exertions. But the work was immense. Perhaps they might have detached those thrown by the enemy on their ships, but they had also to detach those which they themselves had thrown. All at once 20 explosions were heard, and each of the French ships trembled to its center. It was the cannons that defended the port, and which, fully charged and then abandoned by the Antwerpians, exploded as the fire gained on them, breaking everything within their reach. The flames mounted like gigantic serpents along the masts, rolled themselves round the yards, then, with their forked tongues, came to lick the sides of the French vessels. Joyeuse, with his magnificent armor covered with gold, giving calmly and in an imperious voice his orders in the midst of the flames, looked like a fabulous salamander covered with scales, and at every movement threw off a shower of sparks. But the explosions became louder than ever. The gun-room had taken fire, and the vessels were flying in pieces. Joyeuse had done his best to free himself, but in vain. The flames had reached the French ships, and showers of fire fell about him. The Flemish barrier was broken, and the French burning ships drifted to the shore. Joyeuse saw that he could not save his ships, and he gave orders to lower the boats and land on the left bank. This was quickly done, and all the sailors were embarked to a man before Joyeuse quitted his galley. His sang-froid kept everyone in order, and each man landed with a sword or an axe in his hand. Before he had reached the shore, the fire reached the magazine of his ship, which blew up, lighting the whole horizon. Meanwhile, the artillery from the ramparts had ceased. Not that the combat had abated, but that it was so close it was impossible to fire on enemies without firing on friends also. The Calvinist cavalry had charged and done wonders. Before the swords of its cavaliers a pathway opened, but the wounded Flemings pierced the horses with their large cutlasses, and in spite of this brilliant charge, a little confusion showed itself in the French columns, and they only kept their ground instead of advancing, while from the gates of the city new troops continually poured out. All at once, almost under the walls of the city, a cry of "Anjou! France!" was heard behind the mass of the Antwerpians. This was Joyeuse and his 1,500 sailors, armed with hatchets and cutlasses. They had to revenge their fleet in flames, and 200 of their companions burned or drowned. No one could manage his longsword better than Joyeuse. Every blow cut open a head. Every thrust took effect. The group of Flemings on which he fell were destroyed like a field of corn by a legion of locusts. Delighted with their first success, they continued to push on, but the Calvinist cavalry, surrounded by troops, began to lose ground. Monsieur de Saint Aignan's infantry, however, kept their place. The prince had seen the burning of the fleet, and heard the reports of the cannon and the explosions, without suspecting anything but a fierce combat which must terminate in victory for Joyeuse, for how could a few Flemish ships fight against the French fleet? He expected then every minute a diversion on the part of Joyeuse. When the news was brought to him that the fleet was destroyed, and Joyeuse and his men fighting in the midst of the Flemings, he now began to feel very anxious, the fleet being the means of retreat, and consequently the safety of the army. He sent orders to the Calvinist cavalry to try a fresh charge, and men and horses, almost exhausted, rallied to attack the Antwerpians afresh. The voice of Joyeuse was heard in the midst of the melee, crying, "Hold firm! Monsieur de Saint Aignan! France! France!" And like a reaper cutting a field of corn, his sword flew round and cut down its harvest of men. The delicate favorite, the Sybarite, seemed to have put on with his cuirass the strength of a Hercules, and the infantry, hearing his voice above all the noise, and seeing his sword flashing, took fresh courage, and like the cavalry made a new effort, and returned to the combat. But now the person that had been called Monseigneur came out of the city on a beautiful black horse. He wore black armor, and was followed by 300 well-mounted cavaliers, whom the Prince of Orange had placed at his disposal. By a parallel gate came out William himself, with a picked body of infantry who had not yet appeared. Monseigneur hastened where he was most wanted, that is to say, where Joyeuse was fighting with his sailors. The Flemings recognized him and opened their ranks, crying joyfully, "Monseigneur! Monseigneur!" Joyeuse and his men saw the movement, heard the cries, and all at once found themselves opposed to a new troop. Joyeuse pushed his horse toward the Black Knight, and their swords met. Joyeuse was confident in his armor and his science, but all his thrusts were skillfully parried, and one of those of his adversary touched him, and in spite of his armor drew some drops of blood from his shoulder. "Ah!" cried the young admiral, "this man is a Frenchman, and what is more, he has studied fencing under the same master as I have." At these words the unknown turned away and tried to find a new antagonist. "If you are French," cried Joyeuse, "you are a traitor, for you fight against your king, your country, and your flag." The unknown only replied by attacking Joyeuse with fresh fury, but now Joyeuse was on his guard, and knew with what a skillful swordsman he had to deal. He parried 2 or 3 thrusts with as much skill as fury, and it was now the stranger who made a step back. "See," cried Joyeuse, "what one can do fighting for one's country.
A pure heart and a loyal arm suffice to defend a head without a helmet, a face without a visor." And he threw his helmet far from him, displaying his noble and beautiful head, with eyes sparkling with pride, youth, and anger. His antagonist forbore answer, uttered a cry, and struck at his bare head. "Ah!" cried Joyeuse, parrying the blow. "I said you were a traitor, and as a traitor you shall die. I will kill you, and carry off this helmet which hides and defends you, and hang you to the first tree that I see." But at this moment a cavalier cried, "Monseigneur, no more skirmishing. Your presence is wanted over there." Glancing toward the point indicated, the unknown saw the Flemings giving way before the Calvinist cavalry. "Yes," cried he, "those are the men I wanted." At this moment so many cavaliers pressed on the sailors that they made their first step in retreat. The black cavalier profited by this movement to disappear in the melee. A quarter of an hour after the French began to give way, M. de St. Aignan tried to retreat in good order, but a last troop of 2,000 infantry and 500 horse came out fresh from the city and fell on this harassed and already retreating army. It was the old band of the Prince of Orange, which had fought in turns against the Duc d'Alva, D'Anjou, Requesens, and Alexander Farnese. In spite of the coolness of the chiefs and the bravery of many, a frightful rout commenced. At this moment the unknown fell again on the fugitives, and once more met Joyeuse with his now diminished band. The young admiral was mounted on his third horse, two having been killed under him. His sword was broken, and he had taken from a sailor one of their heavy hatchets, which he whirled round his head with the greatest apparent ease. From time to time he turned and faced his enemy, like the wild boar who cannot make up his mind to fly, and turns desperately on his hunter. The Flemings, who by Monseigneur's advice had fought without cuirasses, were active in the pursuit and gave no rest to the Angevin army. Something like remorse seized the unknown at the sight of this disaster. "Enough, gentlemen," cried he in French. "Tonight they are driven from Antwerp, and in a week will be driven from Flanders. Ask no more of the God of battles." "Ah, he is French," cried Joyeuse. "I guessed it, traitor. Ha! Be cursed, and may you die the death of a traitor." This furious imprecation seemed to disconcert the unknown more than 1,000 swords raised against him. He turned, and, conqueror as he was, fled as rapidly as the conquered. But this retreat of a single man changed nothing in the state of affairs. Fear is contagious. It seized the entire army, and the soldiers began to fly like madmen. The horses went fast in spite of fatigue, for they also felt the influence of fear. The men dispersed to seek a shelter, and in some hours the army as an army existed no longer. This was the time when the dikes were to be opened. From Lier to Termonde, from Heesduc to Malines, each little river swollen by its tributaries, each canal, overflowed and spread over the flat country its contingent of furious water. Thus, when the fugitive French began to stop, having tired out the Antwerpians, whom they had seen return to the town, followed by the soldiers of the Prince of Orange, when those who had escaped from the carnage of the night believed themselves saved, and stopped to breathe for an instant with some prayer, and others with a curse, then a new enemy, blind and pitiless, was preparing for them. Joyeuse had commanded his sailors, now reduced to 800, to make a halt. They were the only persons who had preserved some order, the Comte de St. Aignan having vainly tried to rally his foot soldiers. The Duc d'Anjou, at the head of the fugitives, mounted on an excellent horse, and accompanied by a single servant, pushed forward without appearing to think of anything. "He has no heart," cried some. "His sang-froid is magnificent," said others. Some hours of repose from 2 to 6 in the morning restored to the infantry the strength to continue their retreat, but provisions were wanting. As for the horses, they seemed more fatigued than the men, and could scarcely move, for they had eaten nothing since the day before. The fugitives hoped to gain Brussels, where the duke had many partisans, although they were not free from anxiety as to their reception. At Brussels, which was about 8 leagues off, they would find food for the famishing troops, and a place of security from whence to recommence the campaign at a more favorable time. M. d'Anjou breakfasted in a peasant's hut between Heboken and Hecout. It was empty, but a fire still burned in the grate. The soldiers and officers wished to imitate their chief and spread themselves about the village, but found, with a surprise mingled with terror, that every house was deserted and empty. M. de St. Aignan, who had aided them in their search, now called to the officers, "March on, gentlemen." "But we are tired and dying with hunger, colonel." "Yes, but you are alive, and if you remain here another hour you will be dead. Perhaps it is already too late." M. de St. Aignan knew nothing, but he suspected some great danger. They went on, but 2,000 or 3,000 men straggled from the main body,
or, worn out with fatigue, lay down on the grass or at the foot of a tree, wearied, desolate, and despairing. Scarcely 3,000 able men remained to the Duc d'Anjou. End of chapter 65. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 66 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 66. The Travelers. While these disasters, the forerunners of a still greater one, were taking place, two travelers mounted on excellent horses left Brussels on a fine night and rode toward Mechlin. They rode side by side, without any apparent arms but a large Flemish knife, of which the handle appeared in the belt of one of them. They rode on, each occupied with thoughts perhaps the same, without speaking a word. They looked like those commercial travelers who at the time carried on an extensive trade between France and Flanders. Whoever had met them trotting so peaceably along the road would have taken them for honest men, anxious to find a bed after their day's work. However, it was only necessary to overhear a few sentences of their conversation to lose any such opinion suggested by their appearance. They were about half a league from Brussels when the tallest of them said, "Madame, you were quite right to set off tonight. We shall gain 7 leagues by it, and shall probably arrive at Mechlin by the time the result of the attack on Antwerp is known. In 2 days of short marches, and you must take easy stages, we shall reach Antwerp." The person who was called Madame, in spite of her male costume, replied in a voice calm, grave, and sweet, "My friend, believe me, God will tire of protecting this wicked prince, and will strike him cruelly. Let us hasten to put our projects into execution, for I am not one of those who believe in fatality, and I think that men have perfect freedom and will indeed. If we leave his punishment to God, and do not act ourselves, it was not worth while living so unhappily until now." At this moment a blast of north wind, cold and biting, swept across the plain. "You shiver, madame," said the other traveler. "Take your cloak." "No, thank you, Remy. I no longer feel pain of body or mind." Remy rode on silently, only now and then stopping and looking back. "You see no one behind us?" asked she, after one of these halts. "No one, madame." "That cavalier whom we met at Valenciennes, and who inquired about us after looking at us so curiously?" "He is not here, madame." "But I fancied I saw him again near Mons." "And I, madame, am sure I saw him just before we entered Brussels." "Brussels?" "Yes, but he must have stopped there." "Remy," said Diana, drawing near him, as if even on that lonely road she feared to be overheard, "did he not seem to you like, in figure at least, for I did not see his face, that unhappy young man?" "Oh, no, madame, not at all. And besides, how could he have guessed that we had left Paris and were traveling along this road?" "But he found us out when we changed our house in Paris." "No, madame, I am sure he did not follow us, and indeed, I believe he had resolved on a desperate course as regards himself." "Alas, Remy, every one has his own share of suffering. I trust God will console this poor youth." Remy replied with a sigh, and they went on with no other sound than that of their horses' feet on the hard road. 2 hours passed thus. Just as they were about to enter Villevoide, Remy turned his head, for he heard the sound of horses' feet behind them. He stopped and listened, but could see nothing. His eyes uselessly tried to pierce through the darkness of the night, and as he no longer heard any sounds, they rode on and entered the town. "Madame," said he, "if you will take my advice, you will stay here. Daylight will soon appear, the horses are tired, and you yourself need repose." "Remy, you are anxious about something." "Yes, and about your health, madame. Believe me, a woman cannot support so much fatigue. I can scarcely do so myself." "As you please, Remy." "Well, then, enter that narrow street. I see a light at the end of it, which must proceed from an inn. Be quick, I beg you." "You have heard something." "I thought I heard a horse's feet. I am not sure, but I will stay behind a minute to find out." The lady, without replying, went on, and Remy got off his horse and let him follow her, while he hid himself behind an immense post and waited. The lady knocked at the door of the inn, behind which, according to the hospitable custom of the country, watched, or rather slept, a maidservant. The girl woke up and received the traveler with perfect good humor, and then opened the stable door for the 2 horses. I am waiting for my companion," said Diana. "Let me sit by the fire. I shall not go to bed until he comes." The servant threw some straw to the horses, shut the stable door, then returned to the kitchen, put a chair by the fire, snuffed the candle with her fingers, and went to sleep again. Meanwhile, Remy was watching for the arrival of the traveler whose horse he had heard. He saw him enter the town and go on slowly and seeming to listen. Then, seeing the inn, he appeared to hesitate whether to go there or to continue his journey. He stopped close to Remy, who laid his hand on his knife. "It is he again," thought Remy, "and he is following us. What can he want?" After a minute the traveler murmured in a low voice, "They must have gone on, and so will I." And he rode forward. "Tomorrow we will change our route," thought Remy. And he rejoined Diana, who was waiting impatiently for him. "Well," said she softly, "are we followed?" "There is no one. I was wrong. You may sleep in perfect safety, madame." "I am not sleepy, Remy." "At least have supper, madame. You have scarcely eaten anything." "Willingly, Remy." They reawakened the poor servant, who got up as good-humoredly as before, and hearing what they wanted, took from the cupboard a piece of salt pork, a cold leveret, and some sweets, which she set before them, together with a frothing jug of Louvain beer. Remy sat down with Diana, who drank half a glass of beer and ate a piece of bread. Remy did the same, and then they both rose. "Are you not going to eat any more?" asked the girl. "No, thank you, we have done." "Will you not eat any meat? It is very nice." "I am sure it is excellent, but we are not hungry." The girl clasped her hands in astonishment at this strange abstinence. It was not thus she was used to see travelers eat. Remy threw a piece of money on the table. "Oh," said the girl, "I cannot change all that. 6 farthings would be all your bill." "Keep it all, my girl," said Diana. "It is true my brother and I eat little, but we pay the same as others." The servant became red with joy. "Tell me, my girl," said Remy, "is there any crossroad from here to Mechlin?" "Yes, monsieur, but it is very bad, while the regular road is a very fine one." "Yes, my child, I know that, but we wish to travel by the other." "Oh, I told you, monsieur, because, as your companion is a lady, the road would not do for her." "Why not?" "Because tonight a great number of people will cross the country to go to Brussels." "To Brussels?" "Yes, it is a temporary emigration." "For what reason?" "I do not know. They had orders." "From whom? The Prince of Orange?" "No, from Monseigneur." "Who is he?" "I do not know, monsieur." "And who are the emigrants?" "The inhabitants of the country, and of the villages which have no dikes or ramparts." "It is strange." "We ourselves," said the girl, "are to set out at daybreak, as well as all the other people in the town. Yesterday at 11 o'clock all the cattle were sent to Brussels by canals and crossroads. Therefore, on the road of which you speak there must be a great number of horses, carts, and people." "I should have thought the great road better for all that." "I do not know. It was the order." "But we can go on to Mechlin, I suppose?" "I should think so, unless you will do like everyone else and go to Brussels." "No, no, we will go on at once to Mechlin," said Diana, rising. "Open the stable, if you please, my good girl." "Danger in every way," thought Remy. "However, the young man is before us." And as the horses had not been unsaddled, they mounted again, and the rising sun found them on the banks of the Dyle. End of chapter 66. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 67 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 67. Explanation. The danger that Remy braved was a real one, for the traveler, after having passed the village and gone on for a quarter of a league, and seeing no one before him, made up his mind that those whom he sought had remained behind in the village. He would not retrace his steps, but lay down in a field of clover, having made his horse descend into one of those deep ditches which in Flanders serve as divisions between the properties. He was therefore able to see without being seen. This young man, as Remy knew and Diana suspected, was Henri de Bouchage, whom a strange fatality threw once more into the presence of the woman he had determined to fly. After his conversation with Remy on the threshold of the mysterious house, that is to say, after the loss of all his hopes, he had returned to the Hotel Joyeuse, quite decided to put an end to a life which he felt to be so miserable, and as a gentleman, and one who had his name to keep untarnished, he decided on the glorious suicide of the field of battle. Therefore, as they were fighting in Flanders and his brother had a command there, Henri on the following day left his hotel 20 hours after the departure of Diana and Remy. Letters from Flanders announced the intended coup de main on Antwerp, and Henri hoped to arrive in time for it. He pleased himself with the idea that he should die sword in hand in his brother's arms under a French flag, and that his death would be talked about until the sound even reached the solitude in which the mysterious lady lived. Noble follies, glorious yet sad dreams. Just as, full of these thoughts, he came in sight of Valenciennes, from whose church tower 8 o'clock was sounding, he perceived that they were about to close the gates. He pushed on, and nearly overturned on the drawbridge a man who was fastening the girths of his horse. Henri stopped to make excuses to the man, who turned at the sound of his voice, and then quickly turned away again. Henri started, but immediately thought, "I must be mad. Remy here, whom I left 4 days ago in the Rue de Bussy, here now without his mistress. Really, grief must be turning my brain and making me see everything in the form of my own fancies." And he continued his way, convinced that his idea had been pure fancy. At the first hotel that he came to, he stopped, gave his horse to a servant, and sat down on a bench before the door, while they prepared his bed and supper. But as he sat there he saw 2 travelers approaching, and this time he saw more clearly. "Now," murmured he, "I do not dream, and still I think I see Remy. I cannot remain in this uncertainty. I must clear up my doubts." He got up and ran down the road after them, but they had disappeared. Then he went to all the hotels and questioned the servants, and after much search discovered that 2 cavaliers had been seen going toward a small inn in the Rue de Beffroi. The landlord was just shutting the doors when Henri entered. While the man offered him rooms and refreshment, he looked around, and saw on the top of the staircase Remy going up, lighted by a servant. Of his companion he saw nothing. Du Bouchage had no longer any doubts, and he asked himself with a dreadful sinking of the heart why Remy had left his mistress and was traveling without her, for Henri had been so preoccupied in identifying Remy that he had scarcely looked at his companion. The next morning, when he rose, he was much surprised to learn that the 2 travelers had obtained from the governor permission to go out, and that, contrary to all custom, the gates had been opened for them. Thus, as they had set out at 1 o'clock, they had 6 hours' start of him. Henri put his horse to the gallop and passed the travelers at Mons. He saw Remy, but Remy must have been a sorcerer to know him, for he had on a soldier's greatcoat and rode another horse. Nevertheless, Remy's companion, at a word from him, turned away his head before Henri could see his face. But the young man did not lose courage. He watched them to their hotel, and then, questioning with the aid of an irresistible auxiliary, learned that Remy's companion was a very handsome but very silent and sad-looking young man. Henri trembled. "Can it be a woman?" asked he. "It is possible," replied the host. "Many women travel thus disguised just now, to go and rejoin their lovers in Flanders. But it is our business to see nothing, and we never do." Henri felt heartbroken at this explanation. Was Remy indeed accompanying his mistress dressed as a cavalier, and was she, as the host suggested, going to rejoin her lover in Flanders? Had Remy lied when he spoke of an eternal regret? Was this fable of a past love, which had clothed his mistress forever in mourning, only his invention to get rid of an importunate watcher? "If it be so," cried Henri, "the time will come when I shall have courage to address this woman and reproach her with all the subterfuges which lower her whom I had placed so high above all ordinary mortals. And seeing nearer this brilliant envelope of a common mind, perhaps I shall fall of myself from the height of my illusions and my love." And the young man tore his hair in despair at the thought of losing the love which was killing him, for a dead heart is better than an empty one. So he continued to follow them and to wonder at the cause which took to Flanders at the same time as himself these 2 beings so indispensable to his existence. At Brussels he gathered information as to the Duc d'Anjou's intended campaign. The Flemings were too hostile to the duke to receive well a Frenchman of distinction, and were too proud of their position to refrain from humiliating a little this gentleman, who came from France and questioned them in a pure Parisian accent, which always seemed ridiculous to the Belgians. Henri began to conceive serious fears with reference to this expedition, in which his brother was to bear so prominent a part, and he resolved, in consequence, to push on rapidly to Antwerp. It was a constant surprise to him to see Remy and his companion, in spite of their desire not to be seen, continue to follow the same road as himself. Henri, now hidden in the clover field, felt certain of seeing the face of the young man who accompanied Remy, and thus putting an end to all his doubts. As they passed, unsuspicious of his vicinity, Diana was occupied in braiding up her hair, which she had not dared to untie at the inn. Henri recognized her and nearly fainted. The travelers passed on, and then anger took, in Henri's mind, the place of the goodness and patience he had exercised, while he believed Remy and the lady sincere toward him. But after the protestations of Remy, this journey seemed to him a species of treason. When he had recovered a little from the blow, he rose, shook back his beautiful light hair, and mounted his horse, determined no longer to take those precautions that respect had made him hitherto observe, and he began to follow the travelers openly, and with his face uncovered. No more cloak nor hood, no more steps and hesitation. The road belonged to him as to them, and he rode on, regulating the pace of his horse by that of theirs. He did not mean to speak to them, but only to let them see him. Remy soon perceived him, and seeing him thus openly advance without any further attempt at concealment, grew troubled. Diana noticed it and turned also.
"Is it not that young man following us?"
Remy, still trying to reassure her, said, "I do not think so, madame. As well as I can judge by the dress, it is some young Walloon soldier, going probably to Amsterdam, and passing by the theatre of war to seek adventures."
"I feel uneasy about him, Remy."
"Reassure yourself, madame. Had he been really the Comte de Bouchage, he would have spoken to us. You know how persevering he was."
"I know also that he was respectful, Remy, or I should never have troubled myself about him, but simply told you to get rid of him."
"Well, madame, if he be so respectful, you would have no more to fear from him on this road than in the Rue de Bussy."
"Nevertheless, Remy, let us change our horses here at Mechlin, in order to get on faster to Antwerp."
"On the contrary, madame, I should say, do not let us enter Mechlin at all. Our horses are good. Let us push on to that little village, which is, I think, called Villebrock. In that manner we shall avoid the town, with its questioners and curious gazers."
"Go on, then, Remy."
They turned to the left, taking a road hardly made, but which visibly led to Villebrock. Henri also quitted the road and turned down the lane, still keeping his distance from them. Remy's disquietude showed itself in his constantly turning to look behind him. At last they arrived at Villebrock. Of 200 houses which this village contained, not one was inhabited. Some forgotten dogs and lost cats ran wildly about the solitude, the former calling for their masters by long howls. Remy knocked at 20 doors, but found no one. Henri, on his side, who seemed the shadow of the travelers, knocked at the first house as uselessly as they had done, then, divining that the war was the cause of this desertion, waited to continue his journey until the travelers should have decided what to do. They fed their horses with some corn which they found in an inn, and then Remy said, "Madame, we are no longer in a friendly country, nor in an ordinary situation. We must not expose ourselves uselessly. We shall certainly fall in with some French, Spanish, or Flemish band, for in the present state of Flanders, adventures of all kinds must be rife. If you were a man, I should speak differently, but you are a young and beautiful woman, and would run a double risk for life and honor."
"My life is nothing," said she.
"On the contrary, madame, it is everything. You live for a purpose."
"Well, then, what do you propose? Think and act for me, Remy."
"Then, madame, let us remain here. I see many houses which would afford us a sure shelter. I have arms, and we will defend or hide ourselves as we shall be strong or weak."
"No, Remy, no. I must go on. Nothing must stop me, and if I had fears, they would be for you."
"We will go on, then." They rode on, therefore, without another word, and Henri du Bouchage followed. End of chapter 67. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 68 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 68. The Water. As the travelers advanced, the country took an equally strange aspect, for it was utterly deserted, as well as the towns and villages. Nowhere were the calves to be seen grazing in the meadows, nor the goat perched on the top of the mountain, or nibbling the green shoots of the briar or young vine. Nowhere the shepherd with his flock, nowhere the cart with its driver, no foreign merchant passing from one country to another with his pack on his back, no plowman singing his harsh song or cracking his long whip. As far as the eye could see over the magnificent plains, the little hills, and the woods, not a human figure was to be seen, not a voice to be heard. It seemed like the earth before the creation of animals or men. The only people who animated this dreary solitude were Remy and his companion, and Henri following behind and preserving ever the same distance. The night came on dark and cold, and the northeast wind whistled in the air and filled the solitude with its menacing sound. Remy stopped his companion, and putting his hand on the bridle of her horse, said, "Madame, you know how inaccessible I am to fear. You know I would not turn my back to save my life, but this evening some strange feeling possesses me and forbids me to go further. Madame, call it terror, timidity, panic, what you will. I confess that for the first time in my life I am afraid." The lady turned. "Is he still there?" she said. "Oh, I was not thinking of him. Think no more of him, madame, I beg you. We need not fear a single man. No, the danger that I fear, or rather feel, or divine with a sort of instinct, is unknown to me, and therefore I dread it. Look, madame, do you see those willows bending in the wind?" "Yes." "By their side I see a little house. I beg you, let us go there. If it is inhabited, we will ask for hospitality, and if not, we will take possession of it. I beg you to consent, madame." Remy's emotion and troubled voice decided Diana to yield, so she turned her horse in the direction indicated by him. Some minutes after, they knocked at the door. A stream which ran into the Nath, a little river about a mile off, bordered with reeds and grassy banks, bathed the feet of the willows with its murmuring waters. Behind the house, which was built of bricks and covered with tiles, was a little garden encircled by a quickset hedge. All was empty, solitary, and deserted, and no one replied to the blows struck by the travelers. Remy did not hesitate. He drew his knife, cut a branch of willow, with which he pushed back the bolt and opened the door. The lock, the clumsy work of a neighboring blacksmith, yielded almost without resistance. Remy entered quickly, followed by Diana. Then, closing the door again, he drew a massive bolt, and thus entrenched, seemed to breathe more freely. Feeling about, he found a bed, a chair, and a table in the upper room. Here he installed his mistress, and then, returning to the lower room, placed himself at the window to watch the movements of Du Bouchage. His reflections were as somber as those of Remy. "Certainly," said he to himself, "some danger unknown to us, but of which the inhabitants are not ignorant, is about to fall on the country. War ravages the land. Perhaps the French have taken or are about to assault Antwerp, and the peasants, seized with terror, have gone to take refuge in the towns." But this reasoning, however plausible, did not quite satisfy him. Then he thought, "But what are Remy and his mistress doing here? What an imperious necessity drags them toward this danger? Oh, I will know. The time has come to speak to this woman and to clear away all my doubts. Never shall I find a better opportunity." He approached the house, and then suddenly stopped, with a hesitation common to hearts in love. "No," said he, "no, I will be a martyr to the end. Besides, is she not mistress of her own actions? And perhaps she does not even know what fable was invented by Remy. Ah, it is he alone that I hate, he who assured me that she loved no one. But still, let me be just. Ought this man for me, whom he did not know, to have betrayed his mistress's secrets? No, no. All that remains for me now is to follow this woman to the camp, to see her hang her arms around someone's neck, and hear her say, 'See what I have suffered, and how I love you.' Well, I will follow her there, see what I dread to see, and die of it. It will be trouble saved for the musket or cannon. Alas, I did not seek this. I went calmly to meet a glorious death, and I wished to die with her name on my lips. It is not so to be. I am destined to a death full of bitterness and torture. Well, I accept it." Then, recalling his days of waiting and his nights of anguish before the inexorable house, he found that he was less to be pitied here than at Paris, and he went on. "I will stay here and take these trees for a shelter, and then I can hear her voice when she speaks and see her shadow on the window." He lay down, then, under the willows, listening with a melancholy impossible to describe to the murmur of the water that flowed at his side. All at once he started. The noise of cannon was brought distinctly to him by the wind. "Ah," said he, I shall arrive too late. They are attacking Antwerp." His first idea was to rise, mount his horse, and ride on as quickly as possible, but to do this he must quit the lady and die in doubt. So he remained. During 2 hours he lay there listening to the reports. He did not guess that what he heard was his brother's ships blowing up. At last, about 2 o'clock, all grew quiet. "Now," thought Henri, "Antwerp is taken, and my brother is a conqueror. But after Antwerp will come Ghent, and then Bruges. I shall not want an occasion for a glorious death. But before I die, I must know what this woman wants in the French camp." He lay still and had just fallen asleep when his horse, which was grazing quietly near him, pricked up his ears and neighed loudly. Henri opened his eyes. The animal had his head turned to the breeze, which had changed to the southeast, as if listening. "What is it, my good horse?" said the young man. "Have you seen some animal which frightened you? Or do you regret the shelter of your stable?" The animal stood still, looking toward Lear, with his eyes fixed and his nostrils distended, and listening. "Ah," said Henri, "it is more serious. Perhaps some troops of wolves following the army to devour the corpses." The horse neighed and began to run forward to the west, but his master caught the bridle and jumped on his back, and then was able to keep him quiet. But after a minute, Henri himself began to hear what the horse had heard, a long murmur like the wind, but more solemn, which seemed to come from different points of the compass, from south to north. "What is it?" said Henri. "Can it be the wind? No, it is the wind which brings the sound, and I hear the two distinctly. An army in march, perhaps. But no, I should hear the sound of voices and of regular marching. Is it the crackling of a fire? No, there is no light in the horizon. The heaven seems even to grow darker." The noise redoubled and became distinct. It was an incessant growling and rolling, as if thousands of cannon were being dragged over a paved road. Henri thought of this. "But no," said he, "there is no paved road near." The noise continued to increase, and Henri put his horse to a gallop and gained an eminence. "What do I see?" cried he as he attained the summit. What he saw his horse had seen before him, for he had only been able to make him advance by furious spurring, and when they arrived at the top of the hill, he reared so as nearly to fall backward. They saw in the horizon an infinite body rolling over the plain, and visibly and rapidly approaching. The young man looked in wonder at this strange phenomenon, when, looking back at the place he had come from, he saw the plain beginning to be covered with water, and that the little river had overflowed and was beginning to cover the reeds, which, a quarter of an hour before, had stood up stiffly on its banks. "Fool that I am!" cried he. "I never thought of it. The water! The water! The Flemings have broken their dikes!" Henri flew to the house and knocked furiously at the door. "Open! Open!" cried he. No one replied. "Open, Remy!" cried he, furious with terror. "It is I, Henri de Boussage." "Oh, you need not name yourself, Monsieur le Comte," answered Remy from within. "I recognized you long ago, but I warn you that if you break in the door you will find me behind it with a pistol in each hand." "But you do not understand," cried Henri. "The water! It is the water!" "No fables, no pretexts or dishonorable ruses, Monsieur le Comte. I tell you that you will only enter over my body." "Then I will pass over it, but I will enter, in heaven's name, in the name of your own safety and your mistress's. Will you open?" "No." Henri looked round him and perceived an immense stone. He raised it and threw it against the door, which flew open. A ball passed over Henri's head, but without touching him. He jumped toward Remy and seized his other arm, cried, "Do you not see that I have no arms? Do not defend yourself against the man who does not attack. Look, only look!" And he drew him to the window. "Well," said he, "do you see now?" And he pointed to the horizon. "The water!" cried Remy. "Yes, the water. It invades us. See, at our feet the river overflows, and in 5 minutes we shall be surrounded." "Madame, madame!" cried Remy. "Do not frighten her, Remy. Get ready the horses at once." Remy ran to the stable, and Henri flew up the staircase. At Remy's cry, Diana had opened her door. Henri seized her in his arms and carried her away, as he would have done a child, but she, believing in treason or violence, struggled and clung to the staircase with all her might. "Tell her that I am saving her, Remy!" cried Henri. Remy heard the appeal and cried, "Yes, yes, madame, he is saving you, or rather, he will save you. Come, for heaven's sake!" End of chapter 68. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 69 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 69. Flight. Henri, without losing time in reasoning with Diana, carried her out of the house and wished to place her before him on his horse, but she, with a movement of invincible repugnance, glided from his arms and was received by Remy, who placed her on her own horse.
"Ah, madame!" cried Henri, "how little you understand my heart! It was not, believe me, for the pleasure of holding you in my arms or pressing you to my heart, although for that favor I would sacrifice my life, but that we ought to fly as quickly as the birds, and look at them, how they fly!"
Indeed, in the scarcely dawning light were seen large numbers of curlews and pigeons, traversing the air with a quick and frightened flight, which in the night, usually abandoned to the silent bat, looked strange to the eye and sounded sinister to the ear. Diana did not reply, but rode on without turning her head. Her horse, however, as well as that of Remy, was fatigued with their long journey, and Henri, as he turned back each moment, saw that they could not keep up with him.
"See, madame," said he, "how my horse outstrips yours, and yet I am holding him in with all my strength. For heaven's sake, madame, while there is yet time, if you will not ride with me, take my horse and leave me yours."
"No, thank you, monsieur," replied she in her usual calm voice.
"But, madame," cried Henri in despair, "the water gains on us. Do you hear? Do you hear?"
Indeed, a horrible crashing was now heard. It was the dike of a neighboring village giving way to swell the inundation. Boards and props had given way, a double row of stakes broke with a noise like thunder, and the water, rushing over the ruins, began to invade an oak wood, of which they saw the tops trembling and heard the branches cracking as though a flight of demons were passing under the leaves. The uprooted trees knocking against the stakes, the wood of ruined houses floating on the waters, the distant neighings and cries of horses and men carried away by the inundation, formed a concert of sounds so strange and gloomy that the terror which agitated Henri began to seize also upon Diana. She spurred her horse, and he, as if he understood the danger, redoubled his efforts. But the water gained on them, and before 10 minutes it was evident that it would reach them. Every instant Henri turned and cried, "Quicker, madame! For pity's sake, the water comes! Here it is!" It came indeed, foaming and turbulent, carrying away like a feather the house in which they had taken shelter, and majestic, immense, rolling like a serpent, it arrived like a wall behind the horses of Remy and Diana. Henri uttered a cry of terror and turned on the water as though he would have fought it. "You see, you are lost!" screamed he. "Come, madame, perhaps there is still time. Come with me." "No, monsieur," said she.
"In a minute it will be too late. Look!" cried he.
Diana turned. The water was within 50 feet of her.
"Let my fate be accomplished," said she. "You, monsieur, fly."
Remy's horse, exhausted, fell and could not rise again, despite the efforts of his rider.
"Save her in spite of herself!"
cried Remy. And at the same moment, as he disengaged himself from the stirrups, the water passed over the head of the faithful servant. His mistress at this sight uttered a terrible cry and tried to jump off her horse to perish with him. But Henri, seeing her intention, seized her round the waist, and placing her before him, set off like an arrow.
"Remy! Remy!"
cried she, extending her arms. A cry was the only answer. Remy had come up to the surface, and with the indomitable hope which accompanies the dying man to the last, was swimming, sustained by a beam. By his side came his horse, beating the water desperately with his feet, while the water gained on Diana's horse, and some 20 feet in front of Henri and Diana flew on the third horse, which was half mad with terror. Remy scarcely regretted life, since he hoped that his loved mistress would be saved.
"Adieu, madame," cried he. "I go first to him who waits for us, to tell him that you live for—"
He could not finish. A mountain of water rolled over his head.
"Remy! Remy!" cried the lady. "I wish to die with you. I will, monsieur. I will go to him in the name of God. I will."
She pronounced these words with so much energy and angry authority that the young man unfolded his arms and let her slip to the ground, saying,
"Well, madame, we will all three die here together. It is a joy I had not hoped for."
As he said these words, he stopped his horse, and the water reached them almost immediately. But by a last effort of love, the young man kept hold of Diana's arm as she stood on the ground. The flood rolled over them. It was a sublime spectacle to see the sang-froid of the young man, whose entire bust was raised above the water, while he sustained Diana with one arm, and with the other guided the last efforts of his expiring horse. There was a moment of terrible struggle, during which the lady, upheld by Henri, kept her head above water, while with his left hand he kept off the floating wood and the corpses which would have struck against them. One of the bodies floating passed side out.
"Adieu, madame!"
"Heavens!" cried Henri, "it is Remy!"
And without calculating the danger of the additional weight, he seized him by his sleeve, drew him up, and enabled him to breathe freely. But the exhausted horse now sank in the water to its neck, then to its eyes, and finally disappeared altogether.
"We must die,"
murmured Henri. "Madame, my life and soul belong to you." As he spoke, he felt Remy slip from him, and he no longer tried to retain him. It was useless. His only care was to sustain Diana above the water, that she at least might die the last, and that he might be able to say to himself in his last moments that he had done his utmost to save her. All at once a joyful cry sounded at his side, and he turned and saw Remy, who had found a boat which had belonged to the little house where they had taken shelter, and which the water had carried away. Remy, who had regained his strength thanks to Henri's assistance, had seized it as it floated past. The oars were tied to it, and an iron hook lay in the bottom. He held out the hook to Henri, who seized it, and drawing Diana with him, raised her over his shoulders and passed her to Remy, and then climbed in himself. The first rays of the rising sun showed them the plains inundated, and the boat swimming like an atom on that ocean covered with wrecks. Toward the left rose a little hill completely surrounded by water, looking like an island in the midst of the sea. Henri took the oars and rowed toward it, while Remy, with the boat hook, occupied himself in keeping off the beams and wrecks which might have struck against them. Thanks to Henri's strength and Remy's skill, they reached, or rather were thrown against the hill. Remy jumped out, and seizing the chain, drew the boat toward him. Diana, rising alone, followed him, and then Henri, who drew up the boat and seated himself a little way from them. They were saved from the most menacing danger, for the inundation, however strong, could never reach to the summit of the hill. Below them they could see that great angry waste of waters, which seemed inferior in power only to God himself, and by the increasing light they perceived that it was covered with corpses of French soldiers. Remy had a wound in his shoulder, where a floating beam had struck against him, but Diana, thanks to Henri's protection, was free from all injury, although she was cold and wet. At last they noticed in the horizon on the eastern side something like fires burning on a height which the water could not reach. As well as they could judge, they were about a league off. Remy advanced to the point of the hill, and said that he believed he saw a jetty advancing in a direct line toward the fires, but they could see nothing clearly, and they knew not well where they were. For though day was dawning, it came cloudily and full of fog. Had it been clear and under a pure sky, they might have seen the town of Mechlin, from which they were not more than 2 leagues distant. "Well, Monsieur le Comte," said Remy, "what do you think of those fires?" "Those fires, which seem to you to announce a hospitable shelter, appear to me to be full of danger." "And why so?" "Remy," said Henri, lowering his voice, "look at these corpses. They are all French. There is not one Fleming. They announce to us a great disaster. The dikes have been broken to finish the destruction of the French army, if it has been conquered, to nullify the victory, if they have been victors. Those fires are as likely to have been lighted by enemies as by friends, and may be simply a ruse to draw fugitives to destruction." "Nevertheless, we cannot stay here. My mistress will die of cold and hunger." "You are right, Remy. Remain here with Madame. I will go to the jetty and return to you with news."
"No, monsieur," said Diana. "You shall not expose yourself alone. We have been saved together. We will live or die together. Remy, your arm. I am ready."
Each word which she pronounced had so irresistible an accent of authority that no one thought of disputing it. Henri bowed and walked first. It was more calm. The jetty formed, with the hill, a kind of bay, where the water slept. All three got into the little boat, which was once more launched among the wrecks and floating bodies. A quarter of an hour after, they touched the jetty. They tied the chain of the boat to a tree, landed once more, walked along the jetty for nearly an hour, and then arrived at a number of Flemish huts, among which, in a place planted with lime trees, were 200 or 300 soldiers sitting round a fire, above whom floated the French flag. Suddenly a sentinel, placed about 100 feet from the bivouac, cried, "Qui vive?" "France," replied Du Bouchage. Then, turning to Diana, he said, "Now, madame, you are saved. I recognize the standard of the gendarmes of Aunis, a corps in which I have many friends." At the cry of the sentinel and the answer of the comte, several gendarmes ran to meet the newcomers, doubly welcome, in the midst of this terrible disaster, as survivors and compatriots. Henri was soon recognized. He was eagerly questioned, and recounted the miraculous manner in which he and his companions had escaped death. Remy and Diana had sat down silently in a corner, but Henri fetched them and made them come to the fire, for both were still dripping with water. "Madame," said he, "you will be respected here as in your own house. I have taken the liberty of calling you one of my relations." And without waiting for the thanks of those whose lives he had saved, he went away to rejoin the officers. The gendarmes of Aunis, of whom our fugitives were claiming hospitality, had retired in good order after the defeat and the sauve-qui-peut of the chiefs. Wherever there is similarity of position and sentiment, and the habit of living together, it is common to find unanimity in execution as well as in thought. It had been so that night with the gendarmes of Aunis, for seeing their chiefs abandon them, they agreed together to draw their ranks closer instead of breaking them. They therefore put their horses to the gallop, and under the conduct of one of the ensigns whom they loved for his bravery and respected for his birth, they took the road to Brussels. Like all the actors in this terrible scene, they saw the progress of the inundation and were pursued by the furious waters, but by good luck found in this spot a position strong both against men and water. The inhabitants, knowing themselves in safety, had not quitted their homes, and had only sent off their women, children, and old men to Brussels. Therefore the gendarmes met with resistance when they arrived, but death howled behind them, and they attacked like desperate men, triumphed over all obstacles, lost 10 men but established the others, and turned out the Flemings. Such was the recital which Henri received from them. "And the rest of the army?" asked he. "Look," replied the ensign, "the corpses which pass each moment answer your question." "But my brother," said Henri in a choking voice. "Alas, Monsieur le Comte, we do not know. He fought like a lion, but he survived the battle. As to the inundation, I cannot say." Henri shook his head sadly, then, after a minute's pause, said, "And the duke?" "Comte, the duke fled one of the first. He was mounted on a white horse, with no spot but a black star on the forehead. Well, just now we saw the horse pass among a mass of wrecks. The foot of a rider was caught in the stirrup and was floating on the water." "Great God!" "Good heavens!" echoed Remy, who had drawn near and heard the tale. "One of my men ventured down into the water and seized the reins of the floating horse and drew it up sufficiently to enable us to see the white boot and gold spur that the duke wore. But the waters were rushing past, and the man was forced to let go to save himself, and we saw no more. We shall not even have the consolation of giving a Christian burial to our prince." "Dead? He also? The heir to the crown? What a misfortune!" Remy turned to his mistress with an expression impossible to describe, said, "He is dead, madame, you see." "I praise the Lord who has spared us a crime," said she, raising her eyes to heaven. "Yes, but it prevents our vengeance." "Vengeance only belongs to a man when God forgets." "But you yourself, Comte," said the ensign to Henri, "what are you about to do?" The Comte started. "I?" said he. "Yes." "I will wait here till my brother's body passes," replied he, gloomily. "Then I will try to draw him to land. You may be sure that if once I hold him, I shall not let go." Remy looked pityingly at the young man, but Diana heard nothing. She was praying. End of chapter 69. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.
Chapter 70 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 70. Transfiguration. After her prayer, Diana rose so beautiful and radiant that the Comte uttered a cry of surprise and admiration. She appeared to be waking out of a long sleep, of which the dreams had fatigued her and weighed upon her mind. Or rather, she was like the daughter of Jairus, called from death, and rising from her funeral couch, already purified and ready for heaven. Awakening from her lethargy, she cast around a glance so sweet and gentle that Henri began to believe he should see her feel for his pain and yield to a sentiment of gratitude and pity. While the gendarmes, after their frugal repast, slept among the ruins, while Remy himself yielded to it, Henri came and sat down close to Diana, and in a voice so low and sweet that it seemed a murmur on the breeze, said, "Madame, you live. Oh, let me tell you all the joy which overflows my heart when I see you here in safety, after having seen you on the threshold of the tomb." "It is true, monsieur," replied she.
I live through you, and I wish I could say I was grateful."
"But, madame," replied Henri, with an immense effort, "if it is only that you are restored to those you love?"
"What do you mean?"
"To those you are going to rejoin through so many perils."
"Monsieur, those I love are dead. Those I am going to rejoin are so also."
"Oh, madame," cried Henri, falling on his knees, "throw your eyes on me, who have suffered so much and loved so much. Oh, do not turn away. You are young and beautiful as the angels in heaven. Read my heart, which I open to you, and you will see that it contains not an atom of that love that most men feel. You do not believe me. Examine the past hours. Which of them has given me joy or even hope? Yet I have persevered. You made me weep. I devoured my tears. You made me suffer. I hid my sufferings. You drove me to seek death, and I went to meet it without a complaint. Even at this moment, when you turn away your head, when each of my words, burning as they are, seems a drop of iced water falling on your heart, my soul is full of you, and I live only because you live. Just now, was I not ready to die with you? What have I asked for? Nothing. Have I touched your hand? Never, but to draw you from a mortal peril. I held you in my arms to draw you from the waves, nothing more. All in me has been purified by the devouring fire of my love."
"Oh, monsieur, for pity's sake, do not speak thus to me."
"Oh, in pity do not condemn me. He told me you loved no one. Oh, repeat to me this assurance. It is a singular favor for a man in love to ask to be told that he is not loved, but I prefer to know that you are insensible to all. Oh, madame, you who are the only adoration of my life, reply to me." In spite of Henri's prayers, a sigh was the only answer. "You say nothing," continued the comte. "Remy, at least, had more pity for me, for he tried to console him. Oh, I see you will not reply, because you do not wish to tell me that you came to Flanders to rejoin someone happier than I, and yet I am young, and am ready to die at your feet."
"Monsieur le Comte," replied Diana, with majestic solemnity, "do not say to me things fit only to be said to a woman. I belong to another world, and do not live for this. Had I seen you less noble, less good, less generous, had I not for you in the bottom of my heart the tender feeling of a sister for a brother, I should say, 'Rise, Comte, and do not importune with love my ears, which hold it in horror.' But I do not say so, Comte, because I suffer in seeing you suffer. I say more. Now that I know you, I will take your hand and place it on my heart, and I will say to you willingly, 'See, my heart beats no more. Live near me if you like, and assist day by day, if such be your pleasure, at this painful execution of a body which is being killed by the tortures of the soul. But this sacrifice, which you may accept as happiness—'"
"Oh, yes!" cried Henri eagerly.
"Well, this sacrifice I ought to forbid. This very day a change has taken place in my life. I have no longer the right to lean on any human arm, not even on the arm of that generous friend, that noble creature who lies there, and for a time finds the happiness of forgetfulness. Alas, poor Remy," continued she, with the first change of tone that Henri remarked in her voice, "your waking will also be sad. You do not know the progress of my thought. You cannot read in my eyes that you will soon be alone, and that alone I must go to God."
"What do you mean, madame? Do you also wish to die?" Remy, awakened by the cry of the young count, began to listen.
"You saw me pray, did you not?"
said Diana. "Yes," answered Henri.
"This prayer was my adieu to earth. The joy that you remarked on my face, the joy that fills me even now, is the same you would see in me if the angel of death were to come and say to me, 'Rise, Diana, and follow me.'"
"Diana, Diana, now I know your name. Diana, cherished name," murmured the young man.
"Oh, silence!" cried she. "Forget this name which escaped me. No living person has the right to pierce my heart by pronouncing it."
"Oh, madame, do not tell me you are going to die."
"I do not say that," replied she in her grave voice. "I say that I am about to quit this world of tears, of hatreds, of bad passions, of vile interests and desires. I say that I have nothing left to do among the creatures whom God created my fellow mortals. I have no more tears, no more blood in my heart, no more thoughts. They are dead. I am a worthless offering,
For in renouncing the world I sacrifice nothing, neither desires nor hopes, but such as I am I offer myself to my God, and he will accept me. He who has made me suffer so much, and yet kept me from sinking under it."
Remy, who had heard this, rose slowly and said, "You abandon me?"
"For God,"
said Diana, raising her thin white hand to heaven.
"It is true,"
said Remy, sadly, and seizing her hand, he pressed it to his breast. "Oh, what am I by these two hearts?" said Henri.
"You are," replied Diana, "the only human creature, except Remy, on whom I have looked twice for years."
Henri knelt. "Thanks, madame," said he. "I bow to my destiny. You belong to God. I cannot be jealous." As he rose, they heard the sound of trumpets on the plain, from which the water was rapidly disappearing. The gendarmes seized their arms and were on horseback at once. Henri listened. "Gentlemen," cried he, "those are the admiral's trumpets. I know them. Oh God, may they announce my brother!"
"You see that you still wish something and still love something. Why then should you choose despair, like those who desire nothing, like those who love no one?"
"A horse!" cried Henri. "Who will lend me a horse?" "But the water is still all around us," said the ensign. "But you see that the plain is practicable. They must be advancing, since we hear their trumpets." "Mount to the top of the bank, Monsieur le Comte. The sky is clear, perhaps you will see." Henri climbed up. The trumpets continued to sound at intervals, but were seemingly stationary. End of chapter 70. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 71 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 71. The Two Brothers. A quarter of an hour after Henri returned, he had seen a considerable detachment of French troops entrenched on a hill at some distance. Excepting a large ditch which surrounded the place occupied by the gendarmes of Aunis, the water had begun to disappear from the plain, the natural slope of the ground in the immediate neighborhood making the waters run toward the sea, and several points of earth higher than the rest began to reappear. The slimy mud brought by the rolling waters had covered the whole country, and it was a sad spectacle to see, as the wind cleared the mist, a number of cavaliers stuck in the mud and trying vainly to reach either of the hills. From the other hill, on which the flag of France waved, their cries of distress had been heard, and that was why the trumpets had sounded. The gendarmes now sounded their cornets, and were answered by guns in joyful recognition. About 11 o'clock the sun appeared over this scene of desolation, drying some parts of the plain, and rendering practicable a kind of road. Henri, who tried it first, found that it led by a detour from where they were to the opposite hill, and he believed that, though his horse might sink to a certain extent, he would not sink altogether. He therefore determined to try it, and, recommending Diana and Remy to the care of the ensign, set off on his perilous way. At the same time as he started, they could see a cavalier leave the opposite hill, and, like Henri, try the road. All the soldiers seemed trying to stop him by their supplications. The two men pursued their way courageously, and soon perceived that their task was less difficult than had been feared. A small stream of water escaped from a broken aqueduct, washed over the path, and little by little was clearing away the mud. The cavaliers were within 200 feet of each other. "France!" cried the one who came from the opposite hill, at the same time raising his hat, which had a white plume in it. "Oh, it is you!" cried Henri, with a burst of joy. "You, Henri, my brother?" cried the other. And they set off as quickly as their horses could manage to go, and soon, among the frantic acclamations of the spectators on each side, embraced long and tenderly. Soon all, gendarmes and light horse, Huguenots and Catholics, rushed along the road pioneered by the two brothers. Soon the two camps were joined, and there, where they had thought to find death, nearly 3,000 Frenchmen cried, "Thank God!" and "Vive la France!" "Gentlemen," said a Huguenot officer, "it is 'Long live the admiral' you should cry, for it is to Monsieur de Joyeuse alone that we now owe the happiness of embracing our countrymen." Immense acclamations followed this speech. The two brothers talked for some time, and then Joyeuse asked Henri if he had heard news of the duke. "It appears he is dead," replied Henri. "Is that certain?" "The gendarmes saw his horse drowned, and a rider, whose head was under water, dragged by the stirrup." "It has been a sad day for France," said Joyeuse.
Then turning to his men, he said, "Come, gentlemen, let us not lose time. Once the waters have retired, we shall probably be attacked. Let us entrench ourselves until the arrival of news and food."
"But, monseigneur," said a voice, "the horses have eaten nothing since 4 o'clock yesterday, and are dying with hunger."
"We have corn in our encampment," said the ensign, "but what shall we do for the men?"
"Oh," said Joyeuse, "if there be corn, that is all I ask. The men must live like the horses."
"Brother," said Henri, "I want a little conversation with you." "Go back to your place, choose a lodging for me, and wait for me there." Henri went back. "We are now in the midst of an army," said he to Remy. "Hide yourselves in the lodging I will show you, and do not let Madame be seen by anyone." Remy installed himself with Diana in the lodging pointed out. About 2 o'clock the Duc de Joyeuse entered with his trumpets blowing, lodged his troops, and gave strict injunctions to prevent disorder. He distributed barley to the men and hay to the horses, and to the wounded some wine and beer, which had been found in the cellars, and himself, in sight of all, dined on a piece of black bread and a glass of water. Everywhere he was received as a deliverer with cries of gratitude. "Now," said he to his brother, when they were alone, "let the Flemings come, and I will beat them. And even if this goes on, eat them, for in truth I am very hungry, and this is miserable stuff," added he, throwing into a corner the piece of bread which in public he had eaten so enthusiastically. "But now, Henri, tell me how it happens that I find you in Flanders when I thought you in Paris." "My brother," said Henri, "life became insupportable to me at Paris, and I set out to join you in Flanders." "All from love?" asked Joyeuse. "No, from despair. Now, Anne, I am no longer in love. My passion is sadness." "My brother, permit me to tell you that you have chosen a miserable woman. Virtue that cares not for the sufferings of others is barbarous, is an absence of Christian charity." "Oh, my brother, do not calumniate virtue." "I do not calumniate virtue, Henri. I accuse vice, that is all. I repeat that this is a miserable woman, and not worth all the torments she makes you suffer. Oh, mon Dieu! In such a case you should use all your strength and all your power, Henri. In your place, I should have taken her house by assault, and then herself, and when she was conquered and came to throw her arms round your neck and say, 'Henri, I adore you,' I should have repulsed her and said, 'You do well, madame. It is your turn. I have suffered enough for you to suffer also.'" Henri seized his brother's hand. "You do not mean a word of what you say," said he. "Yes, on my honor." "You, so good, so generous." "Generosity with heartless people is folly." "Oh, Joyeuse, Joyeuse, you do not know this woman." "No, and I do not wish to know her." "Why not?" "Because she would make me commit what others would call a crime, but which I should call an act of justice." "Oh, my good brother, how lucky you are not to be in love. But, if you please, let us leave my foolish love and talk of other things." "So be it. I do not like to talk of your folly." "You see we want provisions." "Yes, and I have thought of a method of getting them." "What is it?" "I cannot leave here until I have certain news of the army, for the position is good, and I could defend myself against 5 times our number. But I may send out a body of scouts, and they will bring news and provisions also, for Flanders is a fine country." "Not very, brother." "I speak of it as God made it, and not men, who eternally spoil the works of God. Do you know, Henri, what folly this prince committed, what this unlucky Francois has lost through pride and precipitation? His soul is gone to God, so let us be silent, but in truth, he might have acquired immortal glory and one of the most beautiful kingdoms in Europe, while he has, on the contrary, aided no one but William of Orange. But do you know, Henri, that the Antwerpians fought well?" "And you also, so they say, my brother." "Yes, it was one of my good days, and besides, there was something that excited me." "What was it?" "I met on the field of battle a sword that I knew." "French?" "Yes, French." "In the ranks of the Flemings?" "At their head, Henri. This is a secret which forms a sequel to Salcede's business." "However, dear brother, here you are, safe and sound, to my great joy. I, who have done nothing yet, must do something also." "And what will you do?"
Give me the command of your scouts, I beg." "No, it is too dangerous, Henri. I would not say so before strangers, but I do not wish you to die an obscure death. The scouts may meet with some of those horrid Flemings who fight with flails and scythes. You kill 1,000 of them, and the last cuts you in two or disfigures you. No, Henri, if you will die, let it be a more glorious death than that." "My brother, grant me what I ask, I beg. I promise you to be prudent and to return here." "Well, I understand." "What?" "You wish to try if the fame of brave action will not soften the heart of this ferocious tigress. Confess that that is what makes you insist on it." "I will confess it if you wish, brother." "Well, you are right. Women who resist a great love sometimes yield to fame." "I do not hope that." "If you do it without this hope, you are mad. Henri, seek no more reasons for this woman's refusal than that she has neither eyes nor heart." "You give me the command, brother?" "I must, if you will have it so." "Can I go tonight?" "You must, Henri. You understand we cannot wait long." "How many men do you give me?" 100, not more. I cannot weaken my force here, you know, Henri." "Less if you like, brother." "No, I would wish to give you double. Only promise me on your honor that if you meet with more than 300 men you will retreat and not get killed." "My brother," said Henri, smiling, "you sell your glory very dear." "Then I will neither sell nor give it to you, and another officer shall command." "My brother, give me your orders, and I will execute them." "You will only engage with equal, double, or triple forces, but not with more." "I swear it." "Very well. Now, what men would you like to take?" "Let me take 100 of the gendarmes of Aulnay. I have plenty of friends there, and can choose whom I like." "That will do." "When shall I set out?" "At once. Take 1 day's rations for the men and 2 for the horses. Remember, I want speedy and certain news." "I go. Brother, are there any other orders?" "Do not spread the news of the duke's death. Let it be believed he is here. Exaggerate my strength, and if you find the duke's body, although he was a bad man and a poor general, yet, as he belonged to the royal house of France, have it put in an oak coffin and brought back by your men, that he may be buried at Saint Denis." "Good, brother. Now, is that all?" "All, but promise me once more, Henri, you are not deceiving me. You will not seek death." "No, brother. I had that thought when I came to join you, but I have it no longer." "And when did it leave you?" 3 hours ago." "On what occasion?" "Excuse me, brother." "Of course, Henri, your secrets are your own." "Oh, how good you are, brother." And the young men, once more embracing each other, separated with smiles. End of chapter 71. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 72 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 72. The Expedition. Henri, full of joy, hastened to Diane and Remy. "Get ready. In a quarter of an hour we set out," said he. "You will find 2 horses saddled at the door of the little wooden staircase leading to this corridor. Join my suite and say nothing." Then, going out on the balcony, he cried, "Trumpet of the gendarmes, sound the call." The call was quickly heard, and all the gendarmes ranged themselves round the house. "Gendarmes," said Henri, "my brother has given me, for the time, the command of your company, and has ordered me to set out tonight to obtain provisions and information as to the movements of the enemy, and 100 of you are to accompany me. The mission is dangerous, but necessary for the safety of all. Who are willing to go?" The whole 300 offered themselves. "Gentlemen," said Henri, "I thank you all. You have rightly been called the example to the army, but I can but take 100, and as I do not wish to choose, let chance decide. Monsieur," continued he to the ensign, "draw lots, if you please." While this was being done, Joyeuse gave his last instructions to his brother. "Listen, Henri," said he. "The country is drying, and there is a communication between Courtige and Rumpelmande. You will march between a river and a stream, the Scheldt and the Rupel.
I trust that there will be no necessity for you to go as far as Rupelmonde to find provisions. My men took 3 peasants prisoners. I give one of them to you for a guide, but no false pity. At the least appearance of treason, shoot him without mercy." He then tenderly embraced his brother and gave the order for departure. The 100 men drawn by lots were ready, and the guide was placed between 2 with pistols in their hands, while Remy and his companion mixed with the rest. Henri gave no directions about them, thinking that curiosity was already quite sufficiently aroused about them, without augmenting it by precautions more dangerous than salutary. He himself did not stay by them, but rode at the head of his company. Their march was slow, for often the ground nearly gave way under them, and they sank in the mud. Sometimes figures were seen flying over the plain. They were peasants who had been rather too quick in returning to their homes, and who fled at the sight of the enemy. Sometimes, however, there were unlucky Frenchmen, half dead with cold and hunger, and who, in their uncertainty of meeting with friends or enemies, preferred waiting for daylight to continue their painful journey. They traversed 2 leagues in 3 hours, which brought the adventurous band to the banks of the Rupel, along which a stony road ran. But here danger succeeded to difficulty, and 2 or 3 horses lost their footing on the slimy stones and rolled with their riders into the still rapid waters of the river. More than once, also, from some boat on the opposite bank, shots were fired, and 1 man was killed at Diana's side. She manifested regret for the man, but no fear for herself. Henri, in these different circumstances, showed himself to be a worthy captain and true friend. He rode first, telling all the men to follow in his steps, trusting less to his own sagacity than to that of the horse his brother had given him. 3 leagues from Rupelmonde, the gendarmes came upon 6 French soldiers sitting by a turf fire. The unfortunates were cooking some horseflesh, the only food they had had for 2 days. The approach of the gendarmes caused great trouble among the guests at this sad feast. 2 or 3 rose to fly, but the others stopped them, saying, "If they are enemies, they can but kill us, and all will be over." "France! France!" cried Henri. On recognizing their countrymen, they ran to them, and were given cloaks to wrap round them and something to drink, and were allowed to mount en croupe behind the valets, and in this manner they accompanied the detachment. Half a league further on they met 4 men on the 4th light horse, with, however, only 1 horse between them. They were also welcomed. At last they arrived on the banks of the Scheldt. The night was dark, and the gendarmes found 2 men who were trying in bad Flemish to obtain from a boatman a passage to the other side, which he refused. The ensign, who understood Dutch, advanced softly and heard the boatman say, "You are French, and shall die here. You shall not cross." "It is you who shall die if you do not take us over at once," replied one of the men, drawing his dagger. "Keep firm, monsieur," cried the ensign. "We will come to your aid." But as the 2 men turned at these words, the boatman loosened the rope and pushed rapidly from the shore. One of the gendarmes, however, knowing how useful this boat would be, went into the stream on his horse and fired at the boatman, who fell. The boat was left without a guide, but the current brought it back again toward the bank. The 2 strangers seized it at once and got in. This astonished the ensign. "Gentlemen," said he, "who are you, if you please?" "Gentlemen, we are marine officers, and you are gendarmes of Aunis, apparently." "Yes, gentlemen, and very happy to have served you. Will you not accompany us?" "Willingly." "Get into the wagons, then, if you are too tired to ride." "May we ask where you are going?" said one. "Monsieur, our orders are to push on to Rupelmonde." "Take care," answered he. "We did not pass the stream sooner, because this morning a detachment of Spaniards passed, coming from Antwerp. At sunset we thought we might venture, for 2 men inspire no disquietude, but you, a whole troop." "It is true. I will call our chief." Henri approached and asked what was the matter. "These gentlemen met this morning a detachment of Spaniards following the same road as ourselves." "How many were they?" "About 50. "And does that stop you?" "No, but I think it would be well to secure the boat, in case we should wish to pass the stream. It will hold 20 men." "Good. Let us keep the boat. There should be some houses at the junction of the Scheldt and Rupel." "There is a village," said a voice. "Then let 2 men descend the stream with the boat, while we go along the bank." "We will bring the boat if you will let us," said one of the officers. "If you wish it, gentlemen, but do not lose sight of us, and come to us in the village." "But if we abandon the boat, someone will take it." "You will find 10 men waiting, to whom you can deliver it." "It is well," said one, and they pushed off from the shore. "It is singular," said Henri, "but I fancy I know that voice." An hour after they arrived at the village, which was occupied by the 50 Spaniards, but they, taken by surprise when they least expected it, made little resistance. Henri had them disarmed and shut up in the strongest house in the village, and left 10 men to guard them. 10 more were sent to guard the boat, and 10 others placed as sentinels, with the promise of being relieved in an hour. 20 of the others then sat down in the house opposite to that in which the prisoners were, to the supper which had been prepared for them. Henri chose a separate room for Remy and Diana. He then placed the ensign at table with the others, telling him to invite the 2 naval officers when they arrived. He next went out to look for accommodation for the rest of the men, and when he returned in half an hour he found them waiting supper for him. Some had fallen asleep on their chairs, but his entrance roused them. The table, covered with cheese, pork, and bread, and a pot of beer by each man, looked almost tempting. Henri sat down and told them to begin. "Apropos," said he, "have the strangers arrived?" "Yes, there they are at the end of the table." Henri looked and saw them in the darkest corner of the room. "Gentlemen," said he, "you are badly placed, and I think you are not eating." "Thanks, Monsieur le Comte," said one. "We are very tired, and more in need of rest than food. We told your officers so, but they insisted, saying that it was your orders that we should sup with you. We feel the honor, but if, nevertheless, instead of keeping us longer, you would give us a room—" "Is that also the wish of your companion?" said Henri, and he looked at his companion, whose hat was pushed down over his eyes, and who had not yet spoken. "Yes, Comte," replied he in a scarcely audible voice. Henri rose, walked straight to the end of the table, while everyone watched his movements and astonished look. "Monsieur," said he to the one who had spoken first, "do me a favor." "What is it, Monsieur le Comte?" "Tell me if you are not Aurilly's brother, or Aurilly himself." "Aurilly!" cried all. "And let your companion," continued Henri, "raise his hat a little, and let me see his face, or else I shall call him Monseigneur, and bow before him." And as he spoke, he bowed respectfully, hat in hand. The officer took off his hat. "Monseigneur le Duc d'Anjou!" cried all. "The Duke, living!" "Ma foi, gentlemen," replied he, "since you will recognize your conquered and fugitive prince, I shall not deny myself to you any longer. I am the Duc d'Anjou." "Vive Monseigneur!" cried all. End of chapter 72. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 73 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 73. Paul-Emile. "Oh, silence, gentlemen," said the prince. "Do not be more content than I am at my good fortune. I am enchanted not to be dead, you may well believe, and yet, if you had not recognized me, I should not have been the first to boast of being alive." "What, Monseigneur!" cried Henri. "You recognized me? You found yourself among a troop of Frenchmen, and would have left us to mourn your loss, without undeceiving us?" "Gentlemen, besides a number of reasons which made me wish to preserve my incognito, I confess that I should not have been sorry, since I was believed to be dead, to hear what funeral oration would have been pronounced over me." "Monseigneur!" "Yes, I am like Alexander of Macedon. I make war like an artist, and have as much self-love, and I believe I have committed a fault." "Monseigneur," said Henri, lowering his eyes, "do not say such things." "Why not? The Pope only is infallible, and ever since Boniface VIII, that has been disputed." "See to what you expose us, Monseigneur. If any of us had given his opinion on this expedition, and it had been blamed—" "Well, why not? Do you think I have not blamed myself, not for having given battle, but for having lost it?" "Monseigneur, this goodness frightens me, and will your highness permit me to say that this gaiety is not natural? I trust your highness is not suffering." A terrible cloud passed over the prince's face, making it as black as night. "No," said he, "I was never better, thank God, than now, and I am glad to be among you all." The officers bowed. "How many men do you have, Du Bouchage?" asked he. 100, monseigneur." "Ah, 100 out of 10,000. That is like the defeat at Caen. Gentlemen, they will send a bushel of your rings to Antwerp, but I doubt if the Flemish beauties could wear them, unless they had your fingers pared by their husbands' knives, which, I must say, cut well."
"Monseigneur," replied Henri, "if our battle was like the battle of Cannes, at least we are more lucky than the Romans, for we have preserved our Paulus Emilius."
"On my life, gentlemen, the Paulus Emilius of Antwerp was Joyeuse, and doubtless, to preserve the resemblance with his heroic model to the end, your brother is dead, is he not, Du Bouchage?"
Henri felt wounded at this cold question. "No, monseigneur, he lives," replied he.
"Ah, so much the better," said the duke with his icy smile. "What, our brave Joyeuse lives? Where is he, that I may embrace him?"
"He is not here, monseigneur."
"Ah, wounded?"
"No, monseigneur, he is safe and sound."
"But a fugitive like me, wandering, famished, and ashamed. Alas, the proverb is right, for glory the sword, after the sword blood, and after blood tears."
"Monseigneur, I am happy to tell your highness that my brother has been happy enough to save 3,000 men, with whom he occupies a large village about 7 leagues from here, and I am acting as scout for him." The duke grew pale.
3,000 men? He has saved 3,000 men? He is a perfect Xenophon, and it is very lucky for me that my brother sent him to me. It is not the Valois who can take for their motto, hilarité.
"Oh, monseigneur," said Henri sadly, seeing that this gaiety hid a somber jealousy.
"It is true, is it not, Aurilly?" continued the duke. "I returned to France like Francois after the battle of Pavia, but all is lost but honor. Ha, ha!"
A sad silence received these laughs, more terrible than sobs. "Monseigneur," said Henri, "tell me how the tutelary genius of France saved your highness."
"Oh, dear comte, the tutelary genius of France was occupied with something else, and I had to save myself."
"And how, monseigneur?"
"By my legs."
No smile welcomed this joke, which the duke would have certainly punished with death if made by another.
"Yes, yes," continued he, "how we ran, did we not, my brave Aurilly?"
"Every one," said Henri, "knows the calm bravery and military genius of your highness, and we beg you not to distress us by attributing to yourself faults which you have not. The best general is not invincible, and Hannibal himself was conquered at Zama."
"Yes, but Hannibal had won the battles of Trebia, Trasimene, and Cannes, while I have only won that of Cateau Cambresis. It is not enough to sustain the comparison."
"But monseigneur jests when he says he ran away."
"No, I do not. Pardieu, do you see anything to jest about, Du Bouchage?"
"Could anyone have done otherwise?" said Aurilly.
"Hold your tongue, Aurilly, or ask the shade of Saint Aignan what could have been done."
Aurilly hung his head.
"Ah, you do not know the history of Saint Aignan. I will tell it to you. Imagine, then, that when the battle was declared to be lost, he assembled 500 horse, and instead of flying like the rest, came to me and said, 'We must attack them, monseigneur.' 'What, attack?' said I. 'They are 100 to 1. Were they 1,000 to 1, I would attack them,' replied he with a hideous grimace. 'Attack if you please,' said I do not.' 'Give me your horse and take mine,' said he. 'Mine is fresh, yours is not, and as I do not mean to fly, any horse is good for me.' And then he took my white horse and gave me his black one, saying, 'Prince, that horse will go 20 leagues in 4 hours if you like.' Then turning to his men, he cried, 'Come, gentlemen, follow me, all those who will not turn their backs.' And he rode toward the enemy with a second grimace more frightful than the first. He thought he should have met men, but he met water instead, and Saint Aignan and his paladins were lost. Had he listened to me, instead of performing that act of useless foolhardiness, we should have had him at this table, and he would not have been making, as he probably now is, a grimace still uglier than the first."
A thrill of horror ran through the assembly. "This wretch has no heart," thought Henri. "Oh, why does his misfortune and his birth protect him from the words I long to say to him?"
"Gentlemen," said Aurilly in a low voice, for he felt the effect these words had produced, "you see how monseigneur is affected. Do not heed what he says, for since his misfortune I think he has really moments of delirium." "And so," continued the duke, emptying his glass. "That is how Saint Aignan is dead and I alive. However, in dying he did me a last service, for it was believed, as he rode my horse, that it was me, and this belief spread not only among the French, but among the Flemings, who consequently ceased their pursuit. But reassure yourselves, gentlemen, we shall have our revenge, and I am mentally organizing the most formidable army that ever existed."
"Meanwhile, monseigneur," said Henri, "will your highness take the command of my men? It is not fit that I should continue to do so when you are here."
"So be it. And first I order everyone to sup, particularly you, Du Bouchage. You have eaten nothing."
"Monseigneur, I am not hungry."
"In that case, return to visit the posts. Tell the chiefs that I live, but beg them not to rejoice too openly until we gain a better citadel, or rejoin the army of our invincible Joyeuse, for I confess I do not wish to be taken now after having escaped from fire and water."
"Monseigneur, you shall be strictly obeyed, and no one shall know excepting ourselves that we have the honor of your company among us."
"And these gentlemen will keep the secret?" said the duke, looking around. All bowed, and Du Bouchage went out. It only required an hour for this fugitive, this conquered runaway, to become again proud, careless, and imperious. To command 100 men or 100,000 men was still to command. While Du Bouchage executed his orders with the best grace he could, Francois asked questions. He was astonished that a man of the rank of Du Bouchage had consented to take the command of this handful of men, and of such a perilous expedition. The duke was always suspicious, and asked therefore, and learned that the admiral had only yielded to his brother's earnest request. It was the ensign who gave this information, he who had been superseded in his command by Henri himself, as Henri had been by the duke. The prince fancied he detected a slight irritation in this man's mind against Du Bouchage, therefore he continued to interrogate him. "But," said he, "what was the comte's reason for soliciting so earnestly such a poor command?"
"First, zeal for the service, no doubt."
"First? What else?"
"Ah, monseigneur, I do not know."
"You deceive me. You do know."
"Monseigneur, I can give only, even to your highness, public reasons."
"You see," said the duke, turning to the others, "I was quite right to hide myself, gentlemen, since there are in my army secrets from which I am excluded."
"Ah, monseigneur," said the ensign, "you misunderstand me. There are no secrets but those which concern Monsieur Du Bouchage. Might it not be, for example, that while serving the general interests he might have wished to render a service to some friend or relation by escorting him?"
"Who here is a friend or relation of the comte? Tell me, that I may embrace him."
"Monseigneur," said Aurilly, mixing in the conversation, "I have discovered a part of the secret. This relation whom Monsieur Du Bouchage wished to escort is a lady."
"Ah! Ah! Why did they not tell me so frankly? That dear Henri, it is quite natural. Let us shut our eyes to the relation and speak of her no more."
"You had better not, monseigneur, for there seems a great mystery."
"How so?"
"Yes, the lady, like the celebrated Bradamante, about whom I have so often sung to your highness, disguises herself in the dress of a man." "Oh, monseigneur," cried the ensign, "Monsieur de Bouchage seems to me to have a great respect for this lady, and probably would be very angry at any indiscretion."
"Doubtless, monsieur. We will be mute as sepulchres, as mute as poor Saint Aignan. Only, if we see the lady, we will try not to make grimaces at her. Where is this lady, Aurilly?"
"Upstairs."
"Upstairs? What, in this house?"
"Yes, monseigneur, but hush, here is Monsieur de Bouchage."
"Hush!"
said the prince, laughing. End of chapter 73. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 74 of the 45 Guardsmen by Alexandre Dumas. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 74. One of the souvenirs of the Duc d'Anjou. Henri, as he entered, could hear the hateful laugh of the prince, but he had not lived enough with him to know the danger that always lurked in his laugh. Besides, he could not suspect the subject of conversation, and no one dared to tell him in the duke's presence. Besides, the duke, who had already settled his plan, kept Henri near him until all the other officers were gone. He then changed the distribution of the posts.
Henri had established his quarters in that house, and had intended to send the ensign to a post near the river, but the duke now took Henri's place and sent him where the ensign was to have been. Henri was not astonished, for the river was an important point. Before going, however, he wished to speak to the ensign and recommend to his care the two people under his protection, and whom he was forced for the time to abandon. But at the first word that Henri began to speak to him, the duke interposed. "Secrets?" said he, with his peculiar smile. The ensign had understood, when too late, the fault he had been guilty of. "No, monseigneur," replied he. "Monsieur le Comte was only asking me how much powder we have left fit to use." The answer had two aims: the first to turn away the duke's suspicions, if he had any, and the second to let Du Bouchage know that he could count on a friend in him. "Ah," said the duke, forced to seem to believe what he was told, and as he turned to the door, the ensign whispered to Henri, "The prince knows you are escorting someone." Henri started, but it was too late. The duke remarked the start, and, as if to assure himself that his orders were executed, proposed to Henri to accompany him to his post, which he was forced to accede to do. Henri wished to warn Remy to be on his guard, but it was impossible. All he could do was to say to the ensign, "Watch well over the powder. Watch it as I would myself. Will you not?" "Yes, Monsieur le Comte," replied the young man. On the way, the duke said to Du Bouchage, "Where is this powder that you speak of?" "In the house we have just left, your highness." "Oh, be easy then, Du Bouchage. I know too well the importance of such an article, in our situation, to neglect it. I will watch over it myself." They said no more until they arrived, when the duke, after giving Henri many charges not to quit his post, returned. He found Aurilly, wrapped in an officer's cloak, sleeping on one of the seats in the dining room. The duke woke him. "Come," said he. "Yes, monseigneur." "Do you know what I mean?" "Yes, the unknown lady, the relation of Monsieur du Bouchage." "Good. I see that the faro of Brussels and the beer of Louvain have not clouded your intellects." "Oh, no, monseigneur, I am more ingenious than ever." "Then call up all your imagination and guess." "Well, I guess that your highness is envious." "Ah, parbleu, I always am. But what is it about just now?" "You wish to know who is the brave creature who has followed Messieurs de Joyeuse through fire and water." "You have just hit it, per mille pericula martis, as Margot would say. Apropos, have you written to her, Aurilly?" "To whom, monseigneur?" "To my sister Margot." "Had I to write to her?" "Certainly." "About what?" "To tell her that we were beaten, ruined, and that she must look out for herself, for that Spain, disembarrassed of me in the north, will fall on her in the south." "Oh, true." "You have not written?" "No, monseigneur." "You slept?" "Yes, I confess it. But even if I had thought of it, with what could I have written? I have here neither pen, paper, nor ink." "Well, seek, quare et invenies, as it is written." "How in the devil's name am I to find it in the hut of a peasant, who probably did not know how to write?" "Seek, stupid. If you do not find that, you will find—" "What?" "Something else."
"Oh, fool that I was!" cried Aurilly. "Your highness is right. I am stupid, but I am very sleepy, you see."
"Well, keep awake for a little while, and since you have not written, I will write. Only go and seek what is necessary. Go, Aurilly, and do not come back till you have found it. I will remain here."
"I go, monseigneur."
"And if, in your researches, you discover that the house is picturesque, you know how I admire Flemish interiors, Aurilly."
"Yes, monseigneur."
"Well, call me."
"Immediately, monseigneur. Be easy." Aurilly rose, and with a step light as a bird went up the staircase. In 5 minutes he returned to his master.
"Well?"
asked he. "Well, monseigneur, if I may believe appearances, the house is devilishly picturesque."
"How so?"
"Peste, monseigneur, because one cannot get in to look."
"What do you mean?"
"I mean that it is guarded by a dragon."
"What foolish joke is this?"
"Oh, monseigneur, It is unluckily not a foolish joke, but a sad truth. The treasure is on the first floor, in a room in which I can see light through the door." "Well?" "Well, before this door lies a man, wrapped in a grey cloak." "Oh, oh, oh! Monsieur de Bouchage puts a gendarme at the door of his mistress." "It is not a gendarme, monseigneur, but some attendant of the ladies, or of the count's." "What kind of a man?" "Monseigneur, it was impossible to see his face, but I could perfectly see a large Flemish knife in his belt, and his hand on it." "It is amusing. Go and waken the fellow." "Oh, no, monseigneur." "Why not?" "Why, without counting the knife, I do not wish to amuse myself with making a mortal enemy of Messieurs de Joyeuse, who stand so well at court. If you had been king of this country, it might have passed, but now you must be gracious, above all with those who saved you, and Joyeuse did save you. They will say so, whether you do or not." "You are right, Aurilly, and yet— "I understand. Your highness has not seen a woman's face for 15 mortal days. I do not speak of the kind of animals who live here; they are males and females, but do not deserve to be called men and women." "I must see this lady, Aurilly." "Well, monseigneur, you may see her, but not through the door." "So be it, then I will see her through the window." "Ah, that is a good idea, and I will go and look for a ladder for you." Aurilly glided into the courtyard, and under a shed found what he wanted. He maneuvered it among horses and men so skillfully as to wake no one, and placed it in the street against the outer wall. It was necessary to be a prince and sovereignly disdainful of vulgar scruples to dare, in the presence of the sentinel, who walked up and down before the door, to accomplish an action so audaciously insulting to Du Bouchage. Aurilly felt this, and pointed out the sentinel, who, now observing, called out, "Qui vive?" Francois shrugged his shoulders and walked up to him. "My friend," said he, "this place is the most elevated spot in the village, is it not?" "Yes, monseigneur," said the man, recognizing him, "and were it not for those lime trees, we could see over the great part of the country." "I thought so, and therefore I have brought a ladder," said the duke. "Go up, Aurilly, or rather, let me go up. I will see for myself." "Where shall I place it?" said the hypocritical follower. "Oh, anywhere, against that wall, for instance." The sentinel walked off, and the duke mounted the ladder, Aurilly standing at the foot. The room in which Henri had placed Diana was matted, and had a large oaken bed with serge curtains, a table, and a few chairs. Diana, whose heart seemed relieved from an enormous weight since she had heard the false news of the duke's death, had almost for the time, since her father's death, eaten something more substantial than bread, and drunk a little wine. After this she grew sleepy, and Remy had left her, and was sleeping outside her door, not from any suspicion, but because such had been his habit ever since they had left Paris. Diana herself slept with her elbow on the table and her head leaning on her hand. A little lamp burned on the table, and all looked peaceful here, where such tempestuous emotions had raged and would soon again. In the glass sparkled the Rhine wine, scarcely touched by Diana. She, with her eyes closed, her eyelids veined with azure, her mouth slightly opened, her hair thrown back, looked like a sublime vision to the eyes that were violating the sanctity of her retreat. The duke, on perceiving her, could hardly repress his admiration, and leaned over to examine every detail of her ideal beauty. But all at once he frowned, and came down 2 or 3 steps with a kind of nervous precipitation, and leaning back against the wall, crossed his arms and appeared to reflect. Aurilly watched him as he stood there with a dreamy air, like a man trying to recall some old souvenir. After a few minutes he remounted and looked in again, but Aurilly called out, "Quick, quick, monseigneur, come down, I hear steps." The duke came down, but slowly. "It was time," said Aurilly. "Whence comes the sound?" "From here," said Aurilly, pointing to a dark street, "but the sound has ceased. It must have been some spy watching us." "Remove the ladder." Aurilly obeyed. However, no one appeared, and they heard no more noise. "Well, monseigneur, is she beautiful?" said Aurilly. "Very beautiful," said the prince, abstractedly. "What makes you sad, then? Did she see you?" "No, she was asleep." "Then what is the matter?" "Aurilly, it is strange, but I have seen that woman somewhere." "You recognized her, then?" "No, I could not think of her name, but her face gave me a fearful shock. I cannot tell how it is, but I believe I did wrong to look." However, just on account of the impression she has made on you, we must find out who she is."
Certainly we must."
"Seek well in your memory, monseigneur. Is it at court you have seen her?"
"No, I think not."
"In France? Navarre? Flanders?"
"No."
"Spaniard, perhaps?"
"I do not think so."
"An English lady? One of Queen Elizabeth's?"
"No, I seem to know her more intimately, and that she appeared to me in some terrible scene."
"Then you would have recognized her at once. You have not seen many such scenes."
"Do you think so?" said the duke with a gloomy smile. "Now," continued he, "that I am sufficiently master of myself to analyze my sensations, I feel that this woman is beautiful, but with the beauty of death, beautiful as a shade, as a figure in a dream, and I have had 2 or 3 frightful dreams in my life, which left me cold at the heart. Well, now I am sure that it was one of those dreams that I saw that woman."
"Your highness is not generally so susceptible, but I believe that we are watched from that street. I would mount in my turn and look."
"Ma foi, you are right. Aurilly, what does it matter whether we are watched or not? Go up and look."
Aurilly made a move forward to obey when a hasty step was heard, and Henri's voice crying, "Monseigneur!"
"You here?"
said the duke, while Aurilly bounded back to his side.
"You here, comte? On what pretext have you quitted your post?"
"Monseigneur," replied Henri firmly, "your highness can punish me if you think proper. Meanwhile, while my duty was to come here, and I came."
The duke glanced toward the window. "Your duty, comte? Explain that to me," said he.
"Monseigneur, horsemen have been seen on the Spanish side of the river, and we do not know if they are friends or enemies."
"Numerous?"
asked the duke anxiously. "Very numerous, monseigneur."
"Well, comte, no false bravery. You will do well to return. Awake the gendarmes and let us decamp. It will be the most prudent plan."
"Doubtless, monseigneur, but it will be urgent, I think, to warn my brother."
2 men will do."
"Then I will go with a gendarme."
"No, no, Du Bouchage, you must come with us. Peste! It is not at such a moment that I can separate from a defender like you."
"When does your highness set out?" said Henri, bowing.
"At once, comte."
"Hola! someone!" cried Henri. The young ensign came out immediately from the dark street. Henri gave his orders, and soon the place was filled with gendarmes preparing for departure. Among them the duke talked with his officers.
"Gentlemen," said he, "the Prince of Orange is pursuing me, it seems, but it is not proper that a son of France should be taken prisoner. Let us therefore yield to numbers and fall back upon Brussels. I shall be sure of life and liberty while I remain among you."
Then turning to Aurilly,
"You remain," said he. "This woman cannot follow us. Joyeuse will not dare to bring her with him in my presence. Besides, we are not going to a ball, and the race we shall run would fatigue a lady."
"Where are you going, monseigneur?"
"To France. I think my business is over here."
"But to what part of France? Does monseigneur think it prudent to return to court?"
"No, I shall stop at one of my castles, Chateau Thierry, for example."
"Has your highness decided on that?"
"Yes, Chateau Thierry suits me in all respects. It is a good distance from Paris, about 28 leagues, and I can watch from thence Messieurs de Guise, who are half the year at Soissons. So bring the beautiful unknown to Chateau Thierry."
"But, monsieur, perhaps she will not be brought."
"Nonsense! Since Du Bouchage accompanies me and she follows him, it will be quite natural."
"But she may wish to go somewhere else, if she sees that I wish to bring her to you."
"But I repeat that it is not to me that you are to bring her, but to the comte. Really, one would think it was the first time you had aided me in such circumstances. Have you money?"
"I have the 2 rouleaux of gold that you gave me when you left the camp."
"Well, by any and every method, bring me the lady to Chateau Thierry. Perhaps when I see her nearer I shall recognize her."
"And the man also?"
"Yes, if he is not troublesome."
"But if he is?"
"Do with him what you would do with a stone which is in your way. Throw it away."
"Good, monseigneur." While the 2 conspirators formed their plans, Henri went up and woke Remy. He knocked at the door in peculiar fashion, and it was almost immediately opened by Diana. Behind Remy she perceived Henri.
"Good evening, monsieur,"
said she, with a smile which had long been foreign to her face. "Oh, pardon me, madame," said Henri, for intruding on you, but I come to make my adieu.
Your adieu, Comte? You are going?
To France, madame.
And you leave us?
I am forced to do so. My duty is to obey the prince.
The prince? Is there a prince here?
Asked Remy. Yes, Monsieur le Duc d'Anjou, who was believed dead and who has been miraculously saved, has joined us. Diana uttered a terrible cry, and Remy turned as pale as though he had been suddenly struck with death.
The Duc d'Anjou living? cried Diana. The Duc d'Anjou here?
Had he not been here, madame, and ordered me to follow him, I should have accompanied you to the convent in which you tell me you are about to retire.
Yes, yes, said Remy, the convent,
and he put his finger on his lip.
I would have accompanied you the more willing, madame, said Henri, because I fear that you may be annoyed by the prince's people.
How so?
Yes, I believe that he knows there is a lady here, and he thinks that she is a friend of mine.
And what makes you think so?
Our young ensign saw him place a ladder against this window and look in.
Oh,
cried Diana.
Mon Dieu, mon Dieu!
Reassure yourself, madame. He heard him say that he did not know you. Besides, the duke is going to set off at once. In a quarter of an hour you will be alone and free. Permit me to salute you with respect, and to tell you once more that till my last sigh, my heart will beat for you and with you. Adieu, madame, adieu.
And the comte, bowing, took 2 steps back.
No, no,
cried Diana wildly.
No, God could not have done this. He could not have brought this man to life again. No, monsieur, you must be wrong. He is dead.
At this moment, as if in reply, the duke's voice was heard calling from below.
Comte, we are waiting for you.
You hear him, madame, said Henri, for the last time. Adieu.
And pressing Remy's hand, he flew down the staircase. Diana approached the window, trembling and with a convulsive shudder, like the bird fascinated by the serpent of the Antilles. She saw the duke on horseback, and the light of the torches held by the gendarmes fell on his face.
Oh, he lives! The demon lives!
murmured she.
And we must live also. He is setting out for France. So be it, Remy. We also must go to France.
End of chapter 74. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.